Chapter 1. The Importance of Naming. The Repository of the Mind. Greetings, Master. May I inquire if there are any tasks available? A young man clad in simple garments stood before the shop, his face illuminated by a cheerful smile as he gazed at the rather displeased NPC wielding a hammer. Go outside the village and fetch me 20 pieces of wood, Liu Kongkong replied with a brusque tone. The young man, however, remained undeterred by the unfriendly demeanor and promptly set off, brimming with joy at the prospect of gathering wood. TSK. How pitiful. Liu Kongkong observed the retreating figure, a mix of disdain and envy swirling within him, for at present he was confined to this blacksmith shop with no means of venturing. 4.5 hours prior, the revolutionary online game, Hunting the Heavens, which had been promoted for over a year, officially launched globally today. In contrast to traditional online games, the developers of Hunting the Heavens proclaimed that it would provide players with a wholly immersive experience, unveiling the game. Apparatus: the gaming pod. According to the official statements, the gaming pod employed neuronal linkage technology, ensuring that the game characters would be soul-bound to the players. Hunting the Heavens is not merely a game, it is an entirely new world. Here, every choice you make will influence this realm and yourself. Liu Kongkong idly perused the official game website, finding little interest in the grandiose claims. Over the years, he had made a living by grinding in games, and the passion he once held for them had long since faded to him. It had become nothing more than a job. This contraption is priced at $29.99. If it weren't for the official endorsement from Huaxia, I would suspect it to be a scam. Upon the announcement of such a price, many shared similar sentiments. However, the Huaxia authorities soon verified the authenticity of the game's promotion, assuaging the public's concerns. Within 2 hours of placing an online order, the logistics team from Hunting the Heavens delivered the product to his doorstep. Liu Kongkong's rented accommodation was modest 30 square meter bachelor apartment. Considering that the gaming pod could substitute for a bed, he had preemptively dismantled his bed and placed it against the wall. The staff worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the installation in mere minutes. Such swiftness! Liu Kongkong mused as he bid farewell to the workers, closing the door and turning to gaze at the gaming pod. Its sleek, silver body gleamed, reflecting his image like a polished surface. Unable to resist, he circled the pod twice, contemplating, this device looks so valuable that even disassembled, it would likely yield a profit. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a concealed activation button. With a sound almost imperceptible, a soft beep resonated as the pod's door slid open silently, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. Inside was an ergonomically designed recliner, surrounded by an array of unidentifiable sensors and interfaces, with the most striking feature being a helmet-like apparatus. Is this truly worth 3,000? Liu Kongkong marveled. Were it not for the official endorsement from Huaxia, he would have hesitated to recline within. Following the instructions, he stepped into the gaming pod, donned the helmet, and bellowed, "Hunting the Heavens, initiate." In an instant, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, only to be replaced by twinkling stars. Yet, as a seasoned gamer, Liu Kongkong's immediate reaction was to locate the skip button. Almost simultaneously, a prompt appeared in the upper right corner of his field of vision, offering the option to skip. There truly exists such an option. Liu Kongkong expressed his satisfaction, skillfully navigating through the choices, ticking those he could and consenting to the agreeable ones. Please enter your name in the starry wilderness. Liu Damo. Liu Kongkong promptly typed. For a game ID is merely a pseudonym, he was here for work and had no expectations of finding romance within the game, so the name mattered little. That ID. Confirm. It was obvious that it had already been claimed. Liu Kongkong instinctively confirmed, knowing he had numerous alternative names, such as Liu Daqiang, Liu Gooden, Liu Shampao. You. Confirm. This game is rather tedious. After confirming over a dozen times in a frenzy, the screen before him faded to black once more. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Isn't it customary to choose another name when the ID is occupied? Why hasn't another input box appeared? Before he could process this, the scene suddenly brightened. Is this how I enter? Is it fine if the ID is duplicated? Liu Kongkong gazed at his surroundings, awestruck by the ancient village before him, a sight he found unsurprising. He had perused the background of the game Hunting the Heavens and noted that the foundational professions within the game were divided into 4 major categories: warrior, sorcerer, assassin, An archer, he had previously criticized the game's conventional settings while researching information on the official website. Didn't they say that the creation interface would grant 10 free points? Why do I have none? Liu Kongkong sensed something amiss. Could it be that points can only be allocated after entry? As he pondered this, he summoned the character panel, and the next moment, the display illuminated. Name, Liu Damo. Profession, apprentice blacksmith. Health, 11. Mana, 11. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 1. Spirit, 1. Available points, 0. What the heck? Why are all the attributes 1? Where do my 10 free points go? And why is my profession blacksmith? It sounds more like a crafting vocation. Liu Kongkong's mind short-circuited. He attempted to scratch his head, only to discover something in his right hand. Lifting it to his gaze. What is this hammer? Who placed this in my hand? Greetings, Master Damning. May I inquire if you have any tasks available? Before Liu Kongkong could fathom the situation, someone approached him politely. Tasks? If you seek tasks, go find an NPC. Why come to me? Liu Kongkong was about to dismiss the individual when suddenly a new interface sprang to life before him. Player Lonely as a song requests a task from you. You can offer the following tasks. 1. Submit 5 rabbit pelts to you. The reward is 50 experience points and a crude basic weapon. 2. Submit 20 pieces of wood to you. The reward is 15 experience points and a crude basic weapon. 3. Submit 20 stones to you. The reward is 15 experience points and a crude basic weapon. 4. Custom task. What does this mean? Why can I issue tasks to them? And if I have weapons, why not use them myself? Liu Kongkong stared blankly at the interface. Yet the longer he remained in a daze, the more fervently excited the player named Lonely as a song appeared. The NPC's reaction is indeed different from that of others. Could it be a hidden quest? The heart of Lonely as a song raced with excitement. Just a moment ago, he had noticed that this blacksmith appeared rather foolish, in stark contrast to the other NPCs who wore smiles. This particular one seemed to be practically shouting, "Come to me, I have a remarkable quest for you, master. You can entrust me with any task you have." Observing Liu Kongkong's silence, Lonely as a song thought more interaction was required. "You go fetch me 5 rabbit pelts." Liu Kongkong dazedly selected a request. "Is that all?" Lonely as a song was taken aback. Such a mundane task. "What else do you want?" "Perhaps you could go and slay the village chief." Liu Kongkong, sensing the man's apparent dissatisfaction, jested. To his surprise, the interface immediately popped up again. "Do you wish to initiate an grade quest? Eliminate the village chief of Novice Village number 0113. The total experience you can provide today is 95,750 points, which is currently insufficient to cover the quest reward. The system will automatically cancel it." What on earth? Liu Kongkong's eyes widened. Is it truly this outrageous? Lonely as a song was equally stunned. This novice village was incredibly bold. Right off the bat, a quest to kill the village chief? Chapter 2. Out in the world, identity is self-given. After hastily dismissing the astonished Lonely as a song, Liu Kongkong finally looked down at his attire. Unlike the other players clad in simple garments, he was bare-chested, wearing only black trousers and wielding a plain iron hammer. Moreover, he owned a blacksmith shop. Unlike ordinary players, he could freely enter and exit this blacksmith shop, even seeing how many items were available within. Not only that, this shabby wooden sword sells for 30 copper coins. Liu Kongkong casually picked up the wooden sword to inspect its attributes. Rudimentary wooden sword, white quality. Attack 2, attack speed 1, durability 100100. He was unsure whether this attack power was high or not thus far. He had not dared to venture out to fight monsters. After all, the glaring number 1 on his health bar warned him that even a single step from a wild creature could spell his doom. This must be a bug, Liu Kongkong mused, reaching out to touch what seemed like an invisible barrier confining him within the blacksmith shop. If it comes to that, should I log off and contact customer service? Although the price of this gaming pod was not exorbitant, amounting to 3,000 coins, being trapped here without the ability to engage in combat or earn money was quite distressing. "Boss, ID like a wooden sword, please." Just as Liu Kongkong was about to log off to seek assistance, another player approached him. The player knight is cool and initiated a trade with you. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Someone was willing to buy a sword with merely 2 attack power? He casually handed it over, and a clinking sound of coins resonated. Instinctively, Liu Kongkong glanced into his backpack, discovering that his previously empty inventory now contained 30 copper coins. Wait a moment. Liu Kongkong watched his knight, his cool walked away, then looked again at his backpack. Could it be that all the profits from this shop belong to me? Wouldn't that be far easier than battling monsters or completing quests? Liu Kongkong recalled the operation process and opened the in-game trading system. By heavens. This exchange rate, 1 copper coin equals $1? Liu Kongkong gazed at the trading interface. Having entered the game rather late, he noticed numerous players already selling game currency. Upon reviewing the price trends, he realized that initially, the value had even reached $10 for a single copper coin. Instinctively, he listed 30 copper coins for sale, and within mere seconds, they were snatched up. So, this shop's game currency truly belongs to me? Liu Kongkong accessed the shop's inventory, revealing over 100 crude weapons, each priced at 30 copper coins. If I sell these items, will I break even? Observing the crowded novice village, he mused that with so many players, selling shouldn't pose a problem. Perhaps I should first recoup my investment and then speak with customer service? Surely, they won't reclaim my earnings. Liu Kongkong felt uncertain, but decided to give it a try. However, he quickly encountered a dilemma. Weapons with an attack power of 2 seemed to attract little interest. Not surprising, given the current exchange rate, not many would spend $30 on a subpar weapon, he thought, dismissing a female player who had approached him, as most. Visitors were merely there to accept quests. Where could he find such gullible buyers for his weapons? Liu Kongkong stood at the shop in trance, deep in contemplation. Master Damo, I have returned with the 5 rabbit pelts you requested. Just as Liu Kongkong was troubled, the player known as Lonely Song returned, visibly battered and disheveled, clearly having endured considerable hardship for those 5 rabbit pelts. That it was noteworthy that the game had a minimum pain threshold of 30%. Were rabbits so difficult to slay? Liu Kongkong pondered, though it was of little concern to him. He casually took the rabbit pelts and noticed a radiant glow enveloping Lonely Song, as his wounds vanished in an instant. Has he leveled up? Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of envy after all. Leveling up meant enhancing attributes, which would ultimately lead to greater earnings from monster hunts. He then recalled that this quest reward included a crude weapon and opened his inventory to inspect it. Indeed, it contained a stick, crude weapon, attack 0.5 durability 100100. Is this game truly so deceptive? The initial weapon provided is merely a wretched stick? Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned, then slowly extended the weapon to Lonely Song, who appeared genuinely delighted upon receiving it. Upon receiving the quest reward, Lonely Song was ecstatic, particularly about the devastating attack power. Master Damo, you seem troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind? Rest assured, you can confide in me. Lonely Song still sensed that the NPC before him harbored some hidden quest. Troubled? Liu Kongkong paused, his mind racing. Well, to be honest, I do have a few worries. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lonely Song's heart as his pulse quickened. Having entered the game relatively early, the novice village had remained tranquil. Liu Kongkong's earlier request for him to slay the village chief was clearly not something an ordinary NPC would say. Though he was unsure why a quest acceptance button had not appeared, this was undoubtedly a signal. My shop has not been thriving recently. Just look at my fine equipment, it remains unsold, which troubles me greatly, Liu Kongkong lamented, casting a furtive glance at the contemplative Jimar Rouge, who appeared lost in thought as well. That is there an issue with my weapons? Initially, he believed that the wooden sword with an attack power of 2 was subpar, but upon seeing the dilapidated item with an attack power of 0.5, he felt that the assortment of weapons in the shop was akin to the artifacts of a novice village. Your weapons are indeed not flawed, they are merely somewhat expensive, Jimar Rouge stammered, his confidence waning. After all, he had just exerted considerable effort to slay over 10 wild rabbits, only to receive 13 copper coins as a reward. Expensive? Liu Kongkong's eyes widened in disbelief. Look around this village. Where else could you find such fine weaponry? You think 30 copper coins is too much? Just observe this formidable attack power is indeed quite high. Jimar Rouge felt a twinge of embarrassment. Purchasing this weapon with an attack power of 2 would undoubtedly ease the process of leveling up in the early stages, but as the pace of advancement quickened, this weapon would become obsolete in just an hour or two. Humph, very well. It seems you are not destined to own one of my weapons. I shall not press you further. You may leave, Liu Kongkong declared abruptly, turning to retreat into the inner room. Wait, I will buy. Jimo Rouge, initially hesitant, was suddenly galvanized by the mention of destiny. Without further ado, he purchased 20 copper coins from the trading post. I have been short-sighted, Master Damo. To acquire such an artifact for a mere 30 copper coins is an honor. I implore you to sell me one. One? Liu Kongkong turned back, regarding Jimo Rouge with seriousness. Is one truly insufficient? Does this endeavor require multiple pieces? Jimo Rouge contemplated closing the trading interface, yet upon hearing Liu Kongkong's next words, he remained attentive. Here is my offer. I will part with 10 for you, and in light of our fateful connection, I shall also share a secret. To the mention of a secret, Jimo Rouge wasted no time and promptly purchased 270 copper coins, securing the 10 wooden swords on the spot. How generous! Liu Kongkong chuckled inwardly, then opened the quest interface, selecting a custom task. After a brief moment of editing, he sent it to Jimo Rouge. Special quest: the Blacksmith Damo's Inner Demon, the Perilous Rabbits? Jimo Rouge paused at the title. Recently, Blacksmith Damo ventured out to admire the blossoms, only to be besieged by a horde of wild rabbits. Despite his formidable strength, he was overwhelmed. We hope a gallant hero can assist him in slaying 300 wild rabbits. To understand this inner demon, 300. Jimo Rouge was momentarily stunned. Even 10 had been a daunting challenge, and now he was tasked with eliminating 300. This endeavor could stretch into the distant future. He glanced further down the quest description. Quest reward: 3,000 experience points. Not even a piece of equipment as a reward? Jimo Rouge looked from the quest back to Liu Kongkong, whose demeanor remained unchanged. Forgive my boldness, Master Damo, but when you mention being outnumbered, how many are we speaking of? Approximately 30,000, I believe. This outing should serve as a lesson for them. Liu Kongkong replied nonchalantly. What a jest! While traversing the world, one's identity is self-assigned. One could argue that 30,000 is quite a generous estimate. Chapter 3. A Deadly Stick. 30,000. Upon hearing this staggering figure, the player known as Lonely Like a Song felt a wave of respect wash over him. Though the wild rabbits appeared harmless, each stood over half a man in height. The NPC before him had managed to single-handedly confront 30,000 of them and return alive, a testament to his formidable prowess. Master Damo, shall I proceed? 3,000 experience points were indeed a significant sum for a novice, especially since he only required 400 points to level up at present. Moreover, with 10 weapons purchased from Liu Kongkong, dispatching monsters had become considerably easier. Yet, he was reluctant to depart so hastily. Had he truly spent nearly 300 coins merely to acquire this single quest? Go swiftly and return promptly. There are other matters requiring your assistance, Liu Kongkong remarked, fully aware of the young man's sentiments. He could always assign another task upon his return. After all, he still possessed over 90,000 experience points, ample to facilitate the young man's progress. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. A broad smile spread across Lonely Like a Song's face as he imagined the system notification announcing his prowess to the players of the 0113 Novice Village. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong adeptly listed copper coins on the trading post. In such a short span, he had already accrued 330 coins? This game promised substantial rewards. Yet, he understood that the initial profits from selling weapons in the Novice Village would dwindle as the first wave of players leveled up and departed. Since I'm a blacksmith, should I not craft my own equipment? With a glance around the room, filled with various items, Liu Kongkong pondered. He picked up a slender wooden stick and struck it with his hammer. Clang! The unexpected notification startled Liu Kongkong. He looked down to find that the stick now possessed an attribute panel. Was it truly this simple? He examined the stick closely. Name pending attack power, 1 attack speed, 1 durability, 100 attributes can be adjusted within 5 minutes. No name? Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of adjustable attributes. Sliding his finger across the panel, he observed the durability decreasing while the attack power gradually increased. What? It could be manipulated this way? Astonished, he lowered the durability to its minimum while simultaneously inputting a name. The panel of the stick transformed instantly. A deadly stick attack power, 10 attack speed, 1 durability, 1. Usable by all classes. Not only that, but the instant the stick was named, Liu Kongkong was astonished to see his previously stagnant experience bar finally budge. Crafting weapons could lead to leveling up? Excellent. The forging system had proven to be quite a delightful surprise. Though the stick's durability was low, its attack power far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. This was merely a single stick. If an average player carried 100 such sticks, wouldn't their leveling speed soar? How much should I sell it for? Liu Kongkong contemplated the shop. If priced too high, no novice could afford it. If priced too low, he would be dissatisfied. Moreover, if too many were sold, everyone would possess a multitude, leading to an empty novice village. In a broader context, if the authorities were to discover that the upgrade speed of a novice village, throw 113, was anomalously swift, it would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, it would be prudent to price it at 1 silver coin each. Liu Kongkong promptly set the price and quickly crafted another batch, arranging them swiftly in his shop. Throughout this process, whenever any players came to accept quests, Liu Kongkong would urge them to assist him in gathering wood. 100 coins for each stick. What a lucrative venture. Observing the 40 sticks of deadly club before him, he noted a significant increase in his experience bar. The next concern was how to sell this remarkable item. Just as he was preparing to call out for sales, he noticed the player Yi Weiliang, who had previously purchased a wooden sword, returning. "Boss, may I have another wooden?" Yi Weiliang began, but was interrupted upon seeing the deadly club on display. With an attack power of 10, an attack speed of 1, and a durability of just 1, this was a disposable weapon. Having played numerous games, Yi Weiliang thought this item would be suitable in a merchant's inventory. But for a blacksmith to sell such an oddity was bewildering. "Do not touch if you do not intend to buy," Liu Kongkong remarked brusquely, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Weiliang. "Can you even afford something worth 1 silver coin? If you ruin it, who will compensate me?" Taken aback, Yi Weiliang considered that this blacksmith was rather intriguing. Could there be a hidden quest involved? He was not lacking in funds. As a wealthy heir, he had gathered 4 friends to form a team, aiming to make a name for themselves in the game. "Is it not merely 1 silver coin? I shall buy it," he declared, decisively purchasing 5,000 game coins from the trading hall. "I will take as many as you have." Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned, but maintained his air of indifference. "There are a total of 40 sticks. I will charge you 40 silver coins." Agreed. Yi Weiliang promptly paid and took all of them, even inquiring as he left, "How long until you restock?" How long? Liu Kongkong had not considered this question. While encountering wealthy players in the game was not unusual, meeting one like Yi Weiliang was unexpected. Crafting these is quite tedious. It will take at least until tomorrow. Very well. Yi Weiliang nodded, acknowledging that the club was indeed overpowered in the novice village. If such items were supplied without limit, the game might devolve into a pay-to-win scenario. By the way, I would also like 5 crude weapons, 2 long swords, and 1. After concluding a significant transaction, Liu Kongkong discreetly listed the copper coins in batches and even retained 4 silver coins for himself. Yet, even this drew considerable attention. Who is this? In such a short time, they have amassed 10 silver coins? I've only managed 70 copper coins despite my relentless efforts. Others were selling for 7 silver coins. How are they accumulating this currency? Great master, please share your strategies. Let us profit together. Could the elder siblings kindly teach this little sister? It is my first time playing, and I aspire to be as formidable as you. It was speculated that a wealthy player had purchased a plethora of game coins and then exited, leading to a re-emergence of wealth in the game. However, shortly thereafter, another player listed an item for 2 gold and 20 silver coins, even neglecting to remain anonymous. Is this a money tree studio? Upon seeing that name, Liu Kongkong, who was still busy collecting money, was taken aback. He had indeed heard of this gold farming studio, which was quite renowned within the industry. It was not surprising for them to venture into the realm of hunting, but the fact that an ordinary player could amass such a significant amount of in-game currency in a short span of time was truly impressive. However, Liu Kongkong was unaware that the speed at which an average player acquired game currency was far slower than he could ever imagine. "Boss, your advertising strategy is brilliant," Li Fugue exclaimed, gazing at Wang Degu with admiration. "We essentially earn a reputation without spending a single dime. Wang Dege chuckled, understanding that even a studio with hundreds of people could not produce such an abundance of game currency. Thus, he decided to gather some, release it all at once, and did not mind incurring a slight loss. As long as the name of the Money Tree Studio became known to everyone, there would be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Liang, why are you purchasing so many small wooden sticks? Yi Wenwan asked, watching as Yi Weiliang continuously extracted deadly stick from her bag to distribute among the team. We're just 5 people. We hardly need so many weapons. You'll see for yourself. Earlier, when we were fighting the Stone Wolf King, we were just a tad short on damage output. With these, securing the first kill on the Stone Wolf King will be guaranteed. Yi Weiliang casually handed a few sticks to Yi Wenwan, who, upon receiving them, was taken aback. This game has such items? They are weapons. Whose weapons have a durability of only 1? Chapter 4. The created items are not always useful well. This item is rather precious. Thus we must seize the opportunity to make a name for ourselves in the novice village at 0113. Yi Weiliang distributed all the deadly clubs while also allocating the crude weapons. In this team, he himself is a warrior. His girlfriend Yi Wenwan is responsible for healing, while the other members include Please Hit Me the Tank, Heart and Soul the Assassin, and Eagle the Archer. With these 8 items, I could inflict nearly 100 points of damage. Yi Wenwan gazed at the deadly club in her hand, wielding a weapon with 10 attack points. Even with the crude wooden sword, Yi Weiliang's attack power is merely comparable. Is this item truly expensive? It feels as though having several thousand to 10,000 of these could potentially allow us to exit the novice village today. While it is not exorbitantly priced, it is indeed limited in quantity. Yi Weiliang revealed a wry smile. When I said precious, that was precisely the implication. Unfortunately, this item appears in the novice village. Had it been available at a higher level, it would have been my divine artifact. Heart and Soul held the deadly club, realizing its immense potential in the hands of an assassin. All right, let us reserve such discussions for after the first kill. Time is of the essence, and it would be a pity if a rogue like Chung Yaojin swoops in to snatch our first kill. Originally, the 5 of them had little hope for the Stone Wolf King, having attempted it numerous times with insufficient damage. However, with the item sold by Liu Kongkong, damage is no longer a concern. As long as nothing goes awry, the first kill is assured. Liu Kongkong, of course, remains oblivious to the influence of his creation on the first kill. Even if he were to find out, he would be indifferent. I am merely here to earn money. Who secures the first kill is of no consequence to me, and currently, he is preoccupied with developing new weapons. The crude weapon with 2 attack points indeed poses a dilemma. Liu Kongkong surveyed the pile of refuse before him. After the advent of the deadly club, these items had returned to a state of dilapidation, occupying space and proving wasteful as they cannot be exchanged for currency. He picked up a wooden sword and glanced at the wooden bow beside him. Since the weapons are finished products, their attributes cannot be adjusted. However, what if we were to utilize them as materials? Liu Kongkong set the bow on the table, then rested the wooden sword on the bowstring. If he were to strike it with a hammer, could it not fuse into a single weapon? Speaking aloud, he already brought down the hammer. With a resounding clang, Liu Kongkong inspected the sword and bow on the table. There was no visible change, yet the sound had unmistakably been that of forging. Let us strike a few more times and see. Liu Kongkong wielded the hammer, hammering away at the sword and bow. And finally, after 18 strikes, it's done. Gazing at the weapon that had melded into a singular form on the table, Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of uncertainty, for it appeared exceedingly peculiar. At first glance, it resembled a sword resting upon the bowstring, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that the blade had fused with the bow, rendering it incapable of launching the sword. Never mind, let us take a look at the weapon interface first. Awaiting a name, the weapon boasts an attack power of 0, 1, an attack speed of 1, and a durability of 500. Usable by all professions. It possesses a unique effect. Equipping this item results in a 100 decrease in attack power for 5 minutes, during which attributes can be adjusted. A reduction of 100 in attack power. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. How could donning a weapon diminish one's offensive capabilities? What a contraption. Moreover, The prospect of adjusting attributes. Attempting to minimize durability led to a transformation in the weapons panel, revealing, awaiting a name, attack power 1, attack speed 1, durability 1. Usable by all professions, it retained the unique effect of a 100 decrease in attack power for 5 minutes, with adjustable attributes. Such futile adjustments. Liu Kongkong reverted the attributes and ultimately bestowed upon it a grand name, a lifetime promise, even thoughtfully inscribing a description. Wield it to ensure no harm exists between two souls, filled with love. He then placed it prominently in the shop, pricing it at 99 silver and 99 copper. A mere gimmick. If a weapon serves no practical purpose, one must weave a tale around it. Liu Kongkong fancied himself a genius, planning to later find a wooden plaque to narrate a poignant love story, targeting it at romantic players. Next. Before him lay 4 different types of weapons, potentially yielding extraordinary results when combined. Yet, before he could begin, a sudden system announcement resounded from the heavens. Hunt the wind. Shadow the sky. Congratulations to player Yi Weiliang of the 0113 newbie village for achieving the first kill of the level 3 boss, Stone Wolf King. All team members receive a reward of 5 free points. A first kill of a level 3 boss? Is such a feat easily accomplished? Lonely as a Song was still busy hunting rabbits when the system prompt startled him. At that moment, he too had reached level 3, yet he had never encountered a stone wolf. Just because he had not seen one did not mean others had not. The Stone Wolf King? Was it the same one we had previously encountered? A few players had evidently formed a team. It should be noted that the wolf appeared to stand at least 2 meters tall. The disparity among players was striking. While they struggled to defeat a few stone wolves, others had already vanquished a boss. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in the eyes of the female team member. Do not be disheartened, sister. We are still quite formidable. Have you forgotten that fool we saw earlier, desperately slaying rabbits? At least we have triumphed in the realm of intellect. Are you really comparing me to a fool? As Liu Kongkong pondered what to utilize for his experiments, he too was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that after purchasing his weapon, Yi Weiliang would achieve the first kill. It seemed that a deadly stick had made a significant impact. As an experienced gamer, he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of those 40 sticks. If they had 40 players, each wielding a stick, they could unleash an explosive output of hundreds, if not thousands. Perhaps he could craft more for tomorrow. That fellow would likely return to buy again. Liu Kongkong opened his shop's inventory, revealing over 1,000 wooden sticks, all delivered by players fulfilling quests. As for the first kill, such accomplishments were of no concern to him. He remained indifferent. Even had he not been in his current predicament, it would not have changed his standing. He had always been a lone wolf, and the game did not permit multiboxing. It was far wiser to produce more useful weapons and equipment to sell. As Liu Kongkong spoke, he picked up a dagger and a wooden sword, placing them upon the table. Before he could swing his hammer, a system notification resonated through the air. Attention, all players. The current time is 5:00 p.m. on Starry Continent. All shops will conclude their business hours for today. What on earth? Do these game NPCs actually clock out? They finish their shifts at 5? These NPCs have an earlier quitting time than I do. On what grounds do they close up? Why are they leaving? This exclamation escaped Liu Kongkong's lips, his dissatisfaction palpable, as he lamented the paltry earnings of the day. Upon checking his trading account, he noted a balance of 4,000. Well, that's acceptable. If they wish to close, so be it. He had never anticipated recouping his investment on the very first day of the game. Given the day's circumstances, tomorrow should yield considerable profits as well. However, he pondered whether the affluent player Knight Cool would depart from the novice village that night. If he left, it would be a significant loss for Liu Kongkong. In the next moment, the shop doors automatically shut, leaving Liu Kongkong in a pitch-black room, with no option but to log off. Attention villagers. I am the village chief of Novice Village, number 0113. Mobility permissions have been activated. All villagers are requested to convene for the daily summary meeting. Wait, NPCs hold meetings too? Liu Kongkong gazed at the exit button on the interface, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to close it, standing up to head towards the chief's abode. Chapter 5. Do NPCs also hold meetings? As Liu Kongkong ambled towards the village chief's abode, a wave of excitement surged within him. Having ventured into the game for several hours, this was his inaugural exploration of the novice village. Observing the houses along the route and the accompanying NPCs, the seasoned Liu Kongkong couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of the game's modeling. "Look at this NPC, Widow Wong. How charming," he mused, captivated by her youthful appearance and the elegant attire that complemented her figure. Drawing closer, he inhaled deeply, utterly intrigued. Little did he know that Widow Wong had taken note of his antics. "Liu Damo, what are you doing? There are so many people watching." Widow Wong, appearing to be in her early 20s, blushed as she regarded Liu Kongkong, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Are these NPCs truly that intelligent? Liu Kongkong pondered, taken aback. He had assumed their dialogues were preordained, yet his seemingly trivial actions elicited a response from her. Other players nearby also observed the interaction. "Did you see that? Master Liu from the blacksmith shop just interacted with Widow Wong. I suspect there is a storyline connecting them. Perhaps we should inquire about them tomorrow. There might be a special quest in store." How could such an exquisite character like Widow Wong be related to that scrawny blacksmith? Can he even handle it? Liu Kongkong thought, feeling a twinge of doubt about the blacksmith's capabilities. In hunting the heavens, character physiques can be adjusted, but in his eagerness to enter, Liu Kongkong hadn't paid attention to such details, thus retaining his real-world physique. Years of laboring at home had left him quite frail, compounded by a meager diet. Yet, despite his slenderness, what did they mean by implying his inadequacy? Liu Kongkong turned to the player nearby, whose ID read Chong Feng, silently committing it to memory. Following the NPCs, they finally arrived at the village chief's residence. Upon entering, Liu Kongkong beheld a long table adorned with several NPCs who had already taken their seats. The village chief, fitting Liu Kongkong's expectations of the role, sported a bald head and a prominent goatee. A glance around the room revealed a stark contrast to the rustic decor of the novice village. The village chief's home exuded opulence. This game was remarkably realistic. In comparison, his blacksmith shop appeared as impoverished as a refugee camp. "Welcome, you two. We've been awaiting your arrival," the village chief exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Widow Wong as he gestured for her to approach. Liu Kongkong, however, was scarcely acknowledged. Unperturbed, Liu Kongkong noticed an empty seat at the end of the long table and took his place, while Widow Wong was positioned to the chief's left. Once everyone was settled, the village chief surveyed the assembly with satisfaction. "Greetings, fellow villagers. After a long day, I commend your efforts. However, considering this is our novice village's first day of operation, I propose we convene a brief summary meeting to discuss the challenges we've encountered. I personally find no issues. This group is quite agreeable," an amiable elder remarked, clad in a flowing robe that suggested a celestial presence. Liu Kongkong observed his attire, pondering why such a figure, typically sought after in a novice village, appeared so content in solitude. "Chen the Lame, you undoubtedly relish the attention. As a mere change of appearance has garnered you a multitude of individuals willing to tidy your abode and procure sustenance for you. I have heard whispers suggesting that you have even enlisted their assistance in tending to cattle. Typically, your infirm leg hinders your mobility, yet now, you find yourself surrounded by a cadre of willing laborers." A nearby middle-aged woman spoke with a tone tinged with sarcasm, prompting Liu Kongkong to glance at her head. "Ah, the seamstress Chia Juan? It appears she is a business owner as well." However, that is not the crux of the matter, from the woman's words. It seems that this Chan the Lame is not merely a Taoist figure. Could it be that NPCs are capable of deception? This revelation has certainly broadened Liu Kongkong's horizons. Ordinary players harbor little suspicion towards the NPCs in the novice village, as they perceive these characters as mere data, fulfilling the nominal role of issuing quests to familiarize players with the game. Nevertheless, regardless of the intentions of these newfound acquaintances, we must extend them a warm welcome. For it is the divine mandate. Let us not be stingy with the divine power we possess. The rewards we bestow must be ample, as our true mission lies in escorting them from the village. The village chief spoke in a gentle tone. Had Liu Kongkong not noticed the old man's occasional inhalation of Widow Wong's scent, he might have been deceived by his outward appearance. As for the divine being and divine power he mentioned, Liu Kongkong surmised it to be a reflection of the developer's whimsical sense of humor, with divine power likely equating to experience points. Well then, since there are no significant issues at hand, let us proceed as previously agreed and report today's income and expenditures. Ajuin, you may begin. Noticing the silence, the village chief, weary from a day of hosting, acknowledged that, as the village head, he could not evade the players' inquiries. Income and expenditures? Does each shop's revenue require submission? Liu Kongkong gazed at the meager 4 silver coins remaining in his backpack. The figures clearly did not align. Today, I distributed a total of 550 points of divine power, with shop earnings amounting to 13 silver and 40 copper coins. As per our agreement, half of that is to be allocated for village development. Here is 6 silver and 70 copper coins. Without hesitation, Ajuin pushed several silver coins and a small pouch of copper coins towards the village chief. Half. Liu Kongkong observed the coins on the table. If he were not being deceitful, he would be obliged to submit over 20 silver coins. Ajuin, I previously advised you that your garments are priced too exorbitantly. You are aware that there are no high-yield beasts in our vicinity. Perhaps you should consider lowering your prices. The village chief's dissatisfaction was evident. I cannot lower them. After accounting for labor, there is hardly any profit. Ajuin, flustered, replied. The village chief, sensing her agitation, quickly waved his hand, conceding, all right. We shall proceed as you wish. It appears the village chief's authority is not as extensive as one might presume. The subsequent reports from various shop owners revealed a disheartening trend. Even the potion shop owner had managed to sell a mere 17 silver coins. These individuals are excessively frugal, unwilling to spend even when their lives are at stake. The potion shop owner lamented. Take it in stride. They are favored by the divine and can resurrect so naturally. They are reluctant to part with their funds in the early stages. Nearby villagers encouraged one another. The focus then shifted to the professional mentors. Their earnings were indeed substantial. For with the novice village housing no fewer than 10,000 players, the cost of acquiring skills from them was a significant source of currency for the village. It is your turn now, Liu Blacksmith. Today I have distributed experience, or rather divine power. Liu Kongkong, feeling nervous, almost misspoke. 810 points, with shop earnings of 1 silver and 20 copper coins. 1 silver and 20 copper coins. Everyone stared in astonishment at Liu Kongkong, incredulous that he had sold so little in a single day. Liu Kongkong, resigned to his fate, thought it better to understate his sales. Even if he were to claim he had sold over 40 silver, he would not be able to present such an amount, for he had already withdrawn all his funds on the way here. Faced with the inevitability of deceit, he thought it prudent to report a lower figure. After all, it was merely a game, and he doubted there would be any severe repercussions. Here, I present 60 copper coins, Liu Kongkong said, his expression unchanging as he pushed the coins forward. The village chief sighed, remarking, Your issue mirrors that of Ajuin. The pricing of your goods is far too high. Coupled with your task rewarding a basic weapon, you ought to reconsider lowering your prices. Unable to reduce them even slightly, Liu Kongkong mimicked Qian Ajuin's manner of speaking. But the village chief quickly interjected, All right, having 60 copper coins is already commendable. With that, he turned away. Now it is my turn. Today, I have distributed 14 million divine power and 57 gold. Listening to the village chief recount the accounts, Liu Kongkong suddenly deduced that the other party was likely a mainline NPC, as the experience points dispensed were several times his own, while he remained curious as to why no one questioned his sales figures. It seemed that even fabricating numbers posed no significant issue. Chapter 6, discovered by the system after the meeting concluded. Liu Kongkong followed the other NPCs out of the village chief's house and returned to his blacksmith shop. The shop's door was already shut, while the backyard served as his living quarters. Upon peeking into the kitchen, he was pleasantly surprised to find a modest stock of rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat. It appeared quite satisfactory, yet he decided against dining there. Liu Kongkong retreated to his bedroom to log off. Having been online for a considerable duration, it was time to have a meal. As darkness enveloped his vision, He opened his eyes upon receiving the game pod's cue to remove the helmet. His immediate reaction was a pang of hunger, swiftly followed by a wave of dizziness. Had he been playing for an extended period? Gritting his teeth against the disorientation, Liu Kongkong managed to rise from his seat, but upon exiting the game pod, the dizziness intensified rather than subsided. He leaned against the wall as he made his way to the computer chair. This shouldn't be the case. According to the time, he had played for no more than 3 hours. Could the game be so physically draining? In a state of urgency, Liu Kongkong downed 2 large bottles of water and devoured 2 packets of instant noodles. Yet the dizziness in his head showed no signs of abating. Was it possible that the game posed some risk, potentially damaging the user's brain? Weakly, he powered on his computer and logged into the official forum for the game, his gaze landing on the familiar phrase on the homepage. Are you ready to embark on your second life? Was this second life a euphemism for sending users to be reborn? Cursing under his breath, Liu Kongkong clicked into the forum and entered dizziness and physical changes after logging off into the search bar. The results astonished him. The forum was filled with enthusiastic praise. He casually clicked on a thread titled "The Greatest Game in History." As a dedicated player prone to severe 3D dizziness, I was initially worried that immersive gaming would leave me nauseated. After playing for a day, I was astonished to discover that this game elicited no dizziness whatsoever. Running and walking within it felt as natural as in reality. Truly marvelous. Scrolling down, he found a plethora of one comments. Had he inadvertently purchased a pirated version? Glancing back at the game pod, he noted its price of $2,999. It seemed unlikely that any fool would produce a counterfeit of such a device. He then clicked on another thread. Am I the only one who noticed some peculiar changes in my body after finishing hunting the heavens? It appeared that others shared his experience. Liu Kongkong felt as though he had discovered a lifeline. Upon entering the thread, he read, "As one of the first purchasers of the game pod, having spent an additional 100,000 to secure one through connections, I was among the early players. After 10 hours of gameplay, I anticipated weakness and hunger, yet I emerged feeling invigorated. Forgive my exuberance, but I usually struggle to last 2 hours. Today, I casually played for 4 hours with a female internet celebrity. Hunting the heavens is simply extraordinary." Liu Kongkong was momentarily speechless, but continued to scroll through the comments. He felt that hunting the heavens wasn't entirely satisfactory, given that he had logged off without remedying his dizziness. 4 hours was indeed quite taxing. Typically, he was merely warming up after such a duration. To the 2 above, where did you procure your prosthetics? Are you sharpening needles? Yet, to be fair, he had indeed felt remarkably energetic after logging off. It seemed the previous promotions were not misleading. Why did everyone claim to feel better? Moreover, was there anything mentioned in the promotion? Liu Kongkong gazed at the comments, his mind growing increasingly heavy, the sensation of dizziness even provoking a mild urge to vomit. Nevertheless, he still clicked on the promotional page. After flipping through the content for several minutes, he finally stumbled upon a line of text. Here, every choice you make will impact this world, as well as yourself. The attributes you gain in the game will also affect your physical body. Goodness. Liu Kongkong's eyes widened in disbelief. Attributes in the game affecting his real-life body. Recalling his attribute panel with all ones and a mere single point of health, he suddenly understood why he found himself in such a predicament. He hastily opened the forum to check the attribute panels of other players. Their base health was 100, while he only had 1. If this continued, he would soon be left with but a breath. Realizing this, Liu Kongkong had no time to linger on the webpage. He staggered toward the game pod and promptly dove inside. He feared that should he delay even a moment longer, he might lack the strength to enter the game again. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly elevate his attributes. He wondered whether NPCs would provide free points upon leveling up. Skillfully entering the game, he found himself still in his bedroom. After stretching his limbs, he noticed everything seemed fine. Glancing at the experience bar, it had already reached 47. Leveling up would be quick. All he needed to do was continuously complete life-threatening blow. Retrieving 100 wooden sticks from a storehouse, Liu Kongkong picked up a hammer and began to strike. After more than 10 minutes, with a resounding clang, the experience bar finally filled. Liu Kongkong immediately opened his character panel. Name, Liu Damo class. Apprentice Blacksmith Level 2. Health, 1-1 mana, 1-1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 spirit, 1 available points, 10 then. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears, but at that moment, Liu Kongkong had no time to heed them. He promptly allocated all points to constitution. After doing so, he saw his health finally rise to 101. Phew! If a player's base health is 100, he should be out of immediate danger. However, his strength and agility still needed enhancement. In his earlier haste to save himself, he had merely glanced at others' health stats, neglecting to take note of their other base values. While others were constantly improving themselves and hunting the heavens, he had become embroiled in a rehabilitation exercise. Liu Kongkong wore a wry smile. However, since he was already online and the storehouse still had ample stock, he could still level up further. Did he receive any system notifications earlier? Now that he was out of danger, Liu Kongkong relaxed somewhat, opening the message prompt to discover 2 notifications. Congratulations to player Liu Damo for leveling up. An anomaly has been detected in your character. The system is currently under review. Please wait. Indeed, he had been found out. Liu Kongkong sighed. After all, it was quite absurd for a player to become an NPC in any game, and if other players were to find out, it could jeopardize the game's reputation. However, he had already recouped the cost of the game pod. Surely, the official Hunting the Heavens team wouldn't demand that little amount back. Contemplating this, Liu Kongkong opened the second system message. Due to an anomaly during the creation of your character, the system has conducted a review and presents you with 2 choices. 1. You may choose to delete this character, thereby granting you another opportunity to create a new one. It has been detected that you have acquired 44 silver and 80 copper coins during your gameplay, which the system will not reclaim. 2. Alternatively, you may continue to play with your current character. However, please note that your actions will be limited. As compensation, the system will provide you with 2 benefits. The first benefit will grant you mobility, allowing your character to traverse any area within the game world. The second benefit includes the provision of a shop steward to ensure the smooth operation of your store while you are away. Currently, your character is unable to engage in combat with wild targets or accept any quests in the novice village. Upon reading the first option, Liu Kongkong found it quite reasonable. The fact that the game officials did not reclaim his earnings was already a generous gesture. Starting anew with a fresh character could also be an appealing prospect. However, upon encountering the second option, he was left in a state of disbelief. The system truly permitted him to continue playing as the owner of a blacksmith shop? Was the freedom within this game truly so expansive? Liu Kongkong was momentarily at a loss regarding his choice. Playing as an ordinary player in this game was undoubtedly enjoyable, and he found himself rather fond of it thus far. Yet, the second mode of play was undeniably more enticing. After all, he had spent years gaming without ever assuming the role of an NPC. Nevertheless, the 2 compensatory options seemed somewhat meager. The first option of free movement sounded appealing, but with the inability to slay monsters or undertake quests, such mobility amounted to little more than aimless wandering to admire the scenery. The second option, while ostensibly designed to facilitate his departures, essentially served to maintain the normal operations of the novice village. Which option should he choose? Liu Kongkong gazed at the 2 choices before him, hesitating in uncertainty. Chapter 7. The Hammer of Blood and Grit. Regardless of the consequences, I shall observe how this NPC unfolds. After much contemplation, Liu Kongkong resolved to persist in his role as the proprietor of the blacksmith shop, having immersed himself in gaming for many years. Daily logging in merely to mine gold and rely on power leveling had grown tiresome. Now presented with an opportunity to explore a different gameplay style, and with promising returns, why not seize the chance? It would serve to indulge his own desires. Liu Kongkong believed that with his understanding of the game, even as an ordinary player, he could earn a fair amount, for the means of earning within the game were fundamentally similar. Yet, the NPC mechanic intrigued him more profoundly. His expectations were modest. He merely wished to secure a comfortable livelihood. Liu Kongkong reassured himself, and thus solemnly selected the second option. Congratulations to player Liu Damo on successfully achieving a special job transfer. In your forthcoming adventures, you shall continue as a native of the Starry Wilderness. To ensure an optimal gaming experience, you will receive an email. Please read it carefully later. Shoot the stars and draw the moon, as the heavens tilt northwest. I ascend to the peak. To you, my friend from another world, may your wisdom rescue this suffering realm. A friend from another world? Liu Kongkong mused over this system notification, acknowledging that the game developers of Hunting the Heavens had quite the flair for creativity. However, this was of little consequence. Saving the world was a task for the multitude of external players, not for a humble blacksmith like him. With a flick of his wrist, he closed the notification and opened his inbox, discovering 2 new emails. The first was a system gift of a shop steward. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Kongkong set the steward's appearance to mirror his own and placed it within the shop's inventory. The second email contained a lengthy text detailing the backstory of Liu Damo, the blacksmith, and his interactions with the villagers. So, my prior chosen name coincides with that of this blacksmith? Did the series of messages I failed to comprehend erase my previous identity? Liu Kongkong scrutinized the content, revealing that he had grown up in the village, yet was taciturn, often laboring to forge iron tools for a living. Goodness, why does this NPC resemble me so closely? The inbox also contained numerous pictures, and Liu Kongkong observed the frail man depicted therein, whose likeness to himself was uncanny from every angle. Were it not for the fact that this was a game, he might have been tempted to call home and inquire if he had a long-lost twin brother. Having made his choice, Liu Kongkong grasped the hammer. The priority now was to enhance his physical attributes. He resumed forging the fateful, deadly stick. After a fervent session of hammering, he managed to create 100 of them. However, upon noticing that his experience bar had only increased by a quarter, he paused. The materials in the shop's inventory were plentiful and sufficient for several level-ups. But he also needed to consider the marketability of his creations. The inventory housed more than just wooden sticks, there were stones as well. Adding a stone to the stick would likely augment its attack power. A minute later, a simple stone hammer was born, awaiting a name attack power, 2 attack speed, 0, 5 durability, 50 worthless. Liu Kongkong gazed at the stone hammer in his hand. Its attack power was comparable to that of a wooden sword, but the other 2 attributes were woefully inadequate. This item was virtually unsellable. Yet, what if he were to add additional materials to it? Liu Kongkong, undeterred by misfortune, grasped a wooden stick once more and resumed his relentless assault. The weapon was designated with an attack power of 2, 5, an attack speed of 0, 4, and a durability of 100. At last, the weight upon his heart was lifted. Liu Kongkong regarded the stone hammer before him. He had just thickened the handle of a wooden stick, creating a subpar version 2, 0, and adjusted its attributes. However, the previously effective strategy of low durability proved futile against this weapon, as pushing it to its limits would even diminish its attack power. If accumulating materials was ineffectual, then. Half an hour later, Liu Kongkong surveyed the wooden spike club he had crafted, nodding with satisfaction. Blood-soaked hammer, attack power 10, attack speed 1, durability 100, equipment level 5, attribute requirement, strength 30. He had finally produced a weapon with a level restriction. Liu Kongkong was immensely pleased with this creation. He already possessed level 5 equipment in his shop, yet this hammer boasted an attack power superior by 6 points, with a strength requirement imposed. Its attack speed returned to a normal rate. However, he wondered about the levels of players outside. If many reached level 10 by tomorrow, selling this hammer might prove difficult. Casting a glance at his experience bar, he noted a slight increase. The 100 sticks had granted him 100 experience points. This hammer was equivalent to 50 sticks. The timing seemed nearly accurate, and he had indeed saved on materials. As for the selling price, frankly, if given the choice, Liu Kongkong would still prefer the deadly stick, which offered the same attack power without a strength requirement. He decided on a price of 25 silver coins. Liu Kongkong was not overly greedy, recognizing that aside from a few warriors, few could wield such a weapon due to its strength requirement. He aimed to craft 5 more to level up, intending to log off after reaching level 3 today. If he did not enhance his strength and agility, he would remain sluggish upon logging back in. He was determined to avoid the feelings of frailty he had previously endured. 2.5 hours later, with a resounding clang, he finally reached level 3, Liu Kongkong swiftly allocated his points, gazing contentedly at his attribute panel. Name, Liu Damo. Profession, apprentice blacksmith level 3. Health, 101-101. Spirit, 21-21. Strength, 4. Constitution, 11. Agility, 3. Intelligence, 4. Spirit, 3. Available points, 0. A pentagonal warrior of substandard caliber. Yet Liu Kongkong felt a sense of satisfaction. While online sources claimed attributes could enhance one's physical form in reality, this was merely a game. Transforming a character into a weakling might be simple, but strengthening them was a different matter. How far could one truly elevate their capabilities? He held little hope in that regard. Moreover, his identity precluded him from receiving fixed or additional points, resulting in significantly lower points than standard players. However, that was of little concern. As long as he could earn money, he was content. Liu Kongkong placed 6 blood-soaked hammers into his shop storage and logged off. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the dizziness had vanished, and he felt revitalized. Liu Kongkong sighed in relief. He had nearly overexerted himself in the pursuit of gaming. Immediately picking up his phone, he noticed that the 4,000 yuan he had previously withdrawn had incurred a 1-transaction fee, leaving him with 3,960 yuan that had already been credited to his account. Achieving such returns on the very first day was quite commendable. In the evening, he planned to treat his friend Digua to a delightful meal. Digua, whose real name is Wang Di, is one of Liu Kongkong's few acquaintances in Ningxing. Due to his penchant for a watermelon hairstyle, Liu Kongkong affectionately referred to Wang Di as Digua. Like Liu Kongkong, Wang Di is also a professional gamer, but he specializes in a more technical approach, often assisting others in ascending their ranks, which yields him significantly greater earnings than Liu Kongkong. Their acquaintance blossomed through another game, when Wang Di's employer sought a gaming coach and was introduced to Liu Kongkong. In turn, Liu Kongkong would refer clients needing assistance to Wang Di. Through this exchange, their friendship deepened. In this day and age, possessing a skill set is paramount. Liu Kongkong often lamented that despite his relentless dedication, laboring for an entire week, he still earned less than Wang Di did in just 2 days. Chapter 8. The top players descending the stairs to the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. Liu Kongkong casually selected a spot to await Wang Di's arrival, for this establishment was unanimously regarded by both as the finest in terms of flavor. After a few minutes, Liu Kongkong spotted a large figure waving and approaching him. "You chose the perfect time. I'm just on my break and was contemplating what to have for lunch," Wang Di remarked cheerfully as he plopped down into his seat. Though evening had fallen, he still considered it to be lunchtime. "What is this? Suddenly inviting me to such a lavish dinner?" Wang Di inquired, noticing that Liu Kongkong had already ordered a substantial amount of food, just in time for his arrival. They could dive right into the meal. This was, of course, also a means to save time, as Liu Kongkong had developed a loyal clientele from his extensive experience in gaming services, leaving him rather occupied on most days. "What fortune? ISNT this because of the boss you introduced last time? I thought I would treat you to a feast," Liu Kongkong replied, uncapping a bottle of beer and taking a hearty swig. Wang Di opted for cola, stating, "I rely on my skills for a living. Alcohol would impair my reaction time." "Oh, I assumed you were raking in profits from hunting heaven," Wang Di joked while skewering meat. Liu Kongkong chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't even started playing that game yet. What about you? Have you tried it?" Liu Kongkong had no intention of revealing to anyone that he was currently an NPC in hunting heaven. If this information were to leak, he would soon find himself the target of many players, which would not bode well. Moreover, part of his earnings stemmed from players' blind trust in him as an NPC. Should his true identity be exposed, it could jeopardize his income. Of course, it's the hottest game right now. Those of us in this business must stay current. I advise you to jump in too. With your dedication, you could easily earn several hundred a day, Wang Di noted, admiring Liu Kongkong's relentless work ethic. Despite the monotonous and taxing nature of the daily grind, Liu Kongkong managed to endure over 10 hours each day, often even multitasking across 5 accounts to tackle dungeons. Wang Di had once been astounded by Liu Kongkong's rapid screen-switching skills, which surpassed his own. "Oh, how is your progress? Have you discovered any lucrative methods?" Liu Kongkong inquired openly, aware that while both earned their living through gaming, Their approaches differed significantly. Not bad, I've made some headway. Unfortunately, you can't sell accounts in hunting heaven, so I plan to work as a henchman. I've also inquired about a few teams that pay salaries. If the price is right, I'll give a shot, Wang Di replied, enjoying his slice of pork belly. I've also looked into it for you. The game offers a variety of life professions, and mastering one can yield considerable profits, he added. Becoming a henchman? I have my doubts. The mechanics in hunting heaven seem quite distinct from traditional MMORPGs. Can you really manage that with your physique? Liu Kongkong questioned, contrasting his own build with Wang Di's. Over 6 feet tall, but weighing nearly 200 pounds and not particularly athletic, likely resulting in less agility. Come on now. I'm not actually stepping into the game as a real person, Wang Di retorted. As a discerning gamer, my skills and understanding of the game are at an elite level. I engage in the psychological warfare that unfolds during combat, honing my awareness and reflexes. Yet, what's elite about it? You didn't even win the Internet CAF tournament in that last MOBA game. It was a 5-player affair. And what good is my prowess when I'm the only strong player on the team? Moreover, the opponents were from a training squad. I merely accepted 500 yuan from the boss to accompany him and his girlfriend for a casual match. We enjoyed drinks and conversation, and time slipped away swiftly. I must admit, the immersion in that game is unparalleled. No other game can compare. You ought to seize the moment. Wang Di sighed, pulling out his phone to open an app. Look, this is my character information. After grinding for several hours, I've just reached level 3. Liu Kongkong leaned in for a glance. Name, Sweet Potato Head Class, Junior Assassin, Level 3. Health points, 131, 131 mana, 111, 111 Strength, 13 Constitution, 12 Agility, 21 Intelligence, 8 Spirit. 11 Is this the attribute set for Level 3? Liu Kongkong calculated the points, clearly noticing a significant advantage over his own. His attributes were entirely different from those of an ordinary player. Moreover, there was a discrepancy. Why does an assassin have such high spirit? It's a default stat, Wang Di speculated. I suspect the initial attribute points are determined by one's physical condition. My agility started at only 2 points. The rest were added as I leveled up. With such a class choice and point allocation, how can you claim to possess top-tier game understanding? Who deliberately focuses on weaknesses when allocating points? You don't comprehend. This class sounds impressive for one-on-one combat and will allow for swift earnings through assisting others in their nefarious deeds. Wang Di retrieved his phone, continuing to enjoy his skewers. And this is merely a junior class. I can surely advance later. If it proves ineffective, I can always respec. Respec? Upon hearing this term, Liu Kongkong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Technically, he was the first player in the game to undergo a class change. I'll have to check on that. By the way, have you encountered any hidden quests? Although I haven't played much, I've browsed the forums, and many are discussing this. Previously, when he saw Wang Di's character information, he noted he was in the novice village Euro 287, and he was curious about what that village entailed. I've picked up quite a few quests, but as for hidden ones, Wang Di pondered. I'm not sure if it counts, but there is an elderly lady who keeps asking me to feed her chickens and cook for her. Indeed, it seems to be the same everywhere. Recalling the con artist, Chun, from Novice Village 0113, who masqueraded as a Taoist priest to exploit players, Liu Kongkong initially thought such occurrences were rare. However, it now appeared that any novice village could yield such NPCs. All right, I've eaten enough. I should head back to continue leveling up. Progress in this game is sluggish. If I pull an all-nighter, I should reach level 5 by morning. Wang Di looked at the remnants of skewers on the table, satisfied, and burped contentedly. I'm off. Next time it's my treat. Liu Kongkong chuckled, waving goodbye. This routine of alternating meals had become their unspoken agreement. It was time to return as well. He had a few remaining tasks to complete tonight and needed to gather information on the forums. Liu Kongkong contemplated that understanding more information within the game was far more crucial than merely grinding levels. Upon returning home, he powered on his computer, and after a flurry of activity, it was already 1 in the morning. He casually closed 5 game windows, finally wrapping up the last few tasks. Lighting a cigarette and stretching languidly, Liu Kongkong stifled a yawn and opened the Hunting Heaven forum. Although his body was slowly recuperating from the earlier exertions, he still felt utterly fatigued. Before retiring for the night, he decided to check for any valuable information. As he browsed the forum, a prominent title caught his eye. Hidden Quest Strategy? I might be the first player to discover it. The poster's ID read, "Lonely as a Song." Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback. Was this the same Lonely as a Song he had dispatched to hunt 300 wild rabbits? Chapter 9. Caught cheating? Is it really this brat? Liu Kongkong clicked on the information of the poster, and although the individual concealed their attributes, their character's location unmistakably indicated the Novice Village 0113. Upon opening the thread, he realized, to his dismay, that this rascal was actually attempting to frame him. Liu Kongkong scrutinized the post by Gmar Rouge, which meticulously detailed how he discerned that the NPC Liu Damo was questionable, along with their conversation, wherein Liu Kongkong had instructed him to purchase 10 weapons, and he had sarcastically praised the NPC's intelligence. Many of his friends might have already noticed that NPCs in the game do not communicate in a formulaic manner. The interactions are remarkably natural. This is particularly evident with Liu the Blacksmith in Novice Village 0113, and it was precisely because of him that Liu Kongkong received a hidden quest. Wasn't it merely a task to slay 300 wild rabbits? Who else could issue such a quest? The participants were none other than myself, and, indeed, the wild rabbits. After a night of relentless slaughter, I finally vanquished 300 wild rabbits, while also uncovering the meticulousness of the game developers. Liu the Blacksmith required me to purchase 10 weapons before granting the task. Initially, I wondered if this NPC was merely out to make a profit, but I soon realized I was gravely mistaken. The durability of those 10 weapons was precisely sufficient for me to eliminate 300 wild rabbits. Thus, Liu the Blacksmith had anticipated this from the very outset. Liu Kongkong's lips twitched. Indeed, the calculations were accurate, but they were predicated on my financial capacity, fearing I might refuse should the quantity be overstated. It was sheer luck that a random sale of a weapon led to such unwarranted praise on the forum. Just as I dispatched the final rabbit, I noticed a talking rabbit had suddenly spawned in the area. Intrigued, I initiated a conversation, and from its words, I learned that the rabbit was quite displeased with my massacre of its kin and demanded to know who had instigated it. I recounted the conflict between Liu the Blacksmith and their kind, yet the rabbit obstinately denied any wrongdoing. It even tasked me with returning to inquire of Liu the Blacksmith about the date of the incident. Friends, who has ever encountered a wild monster assigning tasks to players? I have, demanding an explanation for me. At this point, Liu Kongkong was taken aback. What explanation could he provide? The intention was merely to heighten the difficulty of the quest by dispatching him to slay such a multitude of wild rabbits, but it was of little consequence. This articulate rabbit, regardless of its origin, at least helped him salvage the situation. As for the rabbit's quest, Liu Kongkong contemplated. Tomorrow, perhaps. He was weary. Although the official statement from the game proclaimed that playing could somewhat substitute for sleep, he believed that if conditions allowed, one should still rest. After a slumber lasting until 7:30, Liu Kongkong casually switched off the alarm, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was no way around it. NPCs in the game commenced work at 8 o'clock. Although there was a steward in the blacksmith's warehouse, he had logged off in haste the previous day and hadn't had the chance to figure out how to utilize that item. If he overslept today, the shop would be unable to open on time. After freshening up and hastily preparing a bowl of noodles, Liu Kongkong once again entered the gaming pod. Hunt the heavens. Initiate. Ding. Welcome back, friend from another world. The friend from another world did not wish to return so early. Liu Kongkong was filled with resentment. He had never risen so early even during his days of grinding. After logging in, he promptly opened the doors to his shop. Master Liu, you finally opened. As soon as the doors swung open, Gmar Rouge, who had been waiting outside for over an hour, exclaimed in excitement. Was it really necessary to rise so early? Liu Kongkong was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered at his shop's entrance. What initially seemed like a simple task turned into a spectacle, as he looked up to see a long queue stretching outside his door. Even the guards at the village entrance had to come over to maintain order. Gmar Rouge had not anticipated that the post he made yesterday would attract so many onlookers. Some players, noticing that he hailed from the same novice village, were curious to see what this unusual NPC was all about, whether out of mere curiosity or to accept a quest. If he had known, he would have concealed his character's location. Gmor Rouge felt a twinge of regret. With so many spectators, what if someone else snatched his quest? Ah, you've completed your task. Haven to you? Liu Kongkong gazed at Gmor Rouge and suddenly noticed that he could see the other S level in a hazy attribute panel. A glance at his skill bar revealed a new skill, detection. The passive skill, keen insight, was at level 1. He recalled that no one had mentioned this skill on the forums yesterday. Could it be exclusive to NPCs? However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. The sudden influx of people at the shop was overwhelming, especially with the noise outside the blacksmith's shop. If there was a meeting today, how would he report his earnings? Completed. Gmor Rouge hurriedly confirmed the task completion while cautiously asking, Master Liu, I was out by the village killing rabbits when suddenly a talking rabbit came to find you, right? Liu Kongkong casually clicked to confirm. With a flash of golden light, Gmor Rouge's level surged from 5 to 7. It was indeed a quest involving 300 rabbits, and he felt a surge of joy. Although he was close to reaching level 6, advancing 2 levels at once was exhilarating. As for Liu Kongkong's knowledge of the talking rabbits, he was not particularly surprised. After all, the two parties were natural adversaries, and perhaps Liu the Blacksmith knew more than he did. Did it ask you to come and inquire about something? Liu Kongkong assumed a mysteriously profound demeanor, prompting Gmor Rouge to nod vigorously. Do not pay it any mind. Rabbits tend to have poor memories with no solution in mind before sleep, and now pressed for time, Liu Kongkong could only fabricate a response. What about my quest? Gmor Rouge displayed the task for Liu Kongkong to see, appearing somewhat troubled. This was, after all, a hidden quest, albeit with modest rewards. The Rabbit Clan's dilemma? Liu Kongkong discreetly glanced at the task description. It merely required a simple inquiry, with rewards that were quite generous, 100 experience points. For a delivery quest, that was commendable. Yet, he cautioned against being lured by trivial gains. That group of rabbits was exceedingly cunning. The task they assigned was merely the first step. It would ultimately lead to the killing of villagers and their kin, aimed at seizing control of Novice Village 0113. Liu Kongkong, with a grave expression, solemnly cautioned, surely you do not wish for future companions to be born in a realm teeming with monstrous hares. For the sake of all humanity, relinquish your ambitions. Is it truly that dire? Lonely as a song replied, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. It's merely a message to convey. How could it possibly implicate all of humanity? The other players behind him displayed expressions of shock. Such a terrifying quest in their humble novice village was indeed unexpected. Yet, such a quest was hard-earned. Lonely as a song was reluctant to concede. 300 hair demons had taken him an eternity to vanquish, and now he was on the brink of achieving this task. Liu Kongkong waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for lamentation. I shall certainly compensate you. Look here. With that, he drew forth a weapon. A lifetime's pact? Is this truly a weapon? The design is rather peculiar. Goodness, such attributes. Lonely as a song initially found the weapon's appearance odd, but upon discerning its properties, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The players behind him, hearing his exclamation, curiously pressed forward. Equipping this item reduces attack power by 100. What kind of outrageous item is this? Utterly useless. It was evident that one did not comprehend the intricacies of the game. They simply failed to grasp the true value of that 100. Chapter 10. A lifelong commitment. Lonely as a song stood motionless, contemplating the weapon before him. To be candid, upon first glance, he deemed it utterly useless. Devoid of offensive power, lacking durability, and possessing absurdly peculiar effects. However, upon further reflection, the notion of having one's attack power seemed to render anyone who wielded it utterly incapacitated. If it could force an opponent to equip such a weapon at a critical moment. Yet, the specifications were plainly stated. Anyone literate would refrain from donning such an item. Moreover, the price, 99 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper, was absurdly steep for something that promised no damage but only love. Was this intended as a gift for me? Lonely as a song gazed at a lifelong commitment, considering that such an outrageous price could yield a substantial profit if sold to other merchants. Liu Kongkong seemed taken aback. A gift for you? What a delightful delusion. I raised the price specifically to offer you this. Indeed, it was a gift, but not the weapon itself. It was this discount voucher. With this coupon, you may purchase it for 99 silver and 99 copper, while others must pay the full price. I refuse it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lonely as a Song declined, recognizing from both the price and the weapon's description that it appeared tailored for couples. As a solitary individual, to whom could he possibly present it? Furthermore, as a university student, he had already expended considerable funds on a gaming pod and could not afford such an expenditure now. Is this coupon transferable? Lonely as a Song, prepared to depart, suddenly heard someone speaking behind him. Turning around, he recognized Yi Weiliang, the individual who had achieved the first kill of the Stone Wolf King the previous day, accompanied by a lovely young lady, their names indicating they were a couple. Can it be resold? Lonely as a Song turned to Liu Kongkong with a questioning gaze. Certainly, as long as it gets sold, it matters not who the buyer is. In that case, my friend, I offer 10 silver coins for the voucher. Yi Weiliang smiled at Lonely as a Song, intrigued by this novel weapon. Even if it proved ineffective, gifting it to his girlfriend would still be delightful, albeit its appearance was somewhat unappealing. 10 silver coins. Lonely as a Song's eyes widened in disbelief, with many players remaining at home, awaiting the installation of their gaming pods. And the realization that in-game currency was difficult to acquire, today's exchange rate had risen to 1.16, a windfall of 1,600 coins. Lonely as a Song questioned whether he was dreaming. He turned to Liu Kongkong with gratitude, poised to accept the offer. I shall offer 15 silver coins. My brother, will you sell it to me? An increase in the offer. Lonely as a Song turned to see a tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, squeezing beside Yi Weiliang, grinning at him. Yi Weiliang frowned. Big Duck? Such a name for a hulking figure? He hadn't encountered this individual during his visits to the novice village the previous day. A newcomer, perhaps? Yet, amidst the throngs in the novice village, the emergence of someone willing to spend was not surprising. Still, having nearly sealed the deal, the sudden interruption was rather irksome. My friend, are you interested in this weapon as well? Yi Weiliang, standing at 1.85 meters, found himself looking up at Big Duck. The large, foolish duck chuckled. Of course I am intrigued by such an interesting weapon. Are these two out of their minds, spending over 2,000 coins to purchase a coupon? Is it really intended for acquiring such a weapon? It seems they are merely trying to impress a young lady. Even with wealth, they remain mere sycophants. He whispered cautiously, Hush, that knight Weiliang seems to be the one who dispatched the Stone Wolf King yesterday. Speak carelessly, and you may find yourself at the vendetta. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd behind him, Knight Weiliang remained unfazed. I shall bid 20 silver coins. He showed no intention of conceding. After all, isn't the essence of gaming to derive pleasure from it? A coupon combined with a weapon for less than 20,000 is a bargain worth showcasing before hundreds, if not thousands of onlookers. Then I shall bid 30. 40. The expression on the Lonely like a Song's face was one of sheer delight. These two gentlemen were engaged in a lively exchange, showing no signs of halting. In mere seconds, the money spent on the gaming pod would be recouped, and, given the current trajectory, he might even profit handsomely. Of course, credit was due to Master Liu. Lonely like a Song cast a glance at Liu Kongkong, who appeared to be meditating, seemingly indifferent to the price war unfolding. Understandably, he was an NPC. The quantity of coins held bore no significance to him. Initially, Lonely like a Song harbored concerns that if the bidding surpassed 1 gold coin, he might earn more than Master Liu, potentially inciting the latter's ire. However, it appeared he had unnecessarily fretted. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Liu Kongkong, while outwardly inactive, was discreetly adjusting the price of the bloodied hammer in the shop's inventory. From the moment the large foolish duck had appeared, he had observed the weapon in his hand was a sword, likely indicating he too was a warrior. What a pity I cannot conduct an auction. I could have made a considerable profit today. As for Lonely like a Song, given the substantial earnings he stands to gain, I must devise a scheme to reclaim some of it. 80. The bids continued to escalate. What else with the paltry increments of 5 or 10 silver? If you possess the audacity, purchase it at the original price. A voice from the crowd bellowed. igniting a raucous response from the onlookers. Which hero speaks? Liu Kongkong felt a tremor of recognition. The remark resonated with him. Knight Wei Yang and the large foolish duck were momentarily taken aback, but chose not to engage with the provocateur. 30,000 was one matter. But the original price was 100 gold, equating to over 1 million in currency. They may be affluent, but they were not foolish. Forget it, we shall pass. Observing the two locked in a stalemate, Knight Wei Yang stepped forth to mediate. Moreover, it is not aesthetically pleasing, and its future utility is uncertain. Let us depart. What business do you have speaking, woman? Lonely like a song silently fumed, yet dared not vocalize his thoughts. Instead, he turned to the large, foolish duck. Very well. We shall heed your words. Knight Wei Yang scoffed, leading the party away. But halfway through, they heard the large, foolish duck's sardonic remarks from behind. TSK, I thought you were quite formidable. Do not tell me you are merely a kept man. You. Knight Wei Yang shot back with a glare, only to discover that the large, foolish duck had already transferred 80 silver coins to Lonely like a song, clearly wary of him retaliating with a higher bid. Master Liu, with the loneliness of receiving money akin to a song, remained unfazed by the standoff between Knight Wei Yang and the large duck. He casually inquired about coupons from Liu Kongkong. Where would I acquire such coupons? With a swift motion, he altered the price of a lifetime of promises back to 99 silver and 99 copper, then beckoned the large duck to make a trade. Such casualness. Both the large duck and Knight Wei Yang were taken aback, genuinely astonished that a mere price alteration could suffice. A crisp sound echoed as game currency filled the backpack. Liu Kongkong paid no heed to the bewildered duo and presented the already adjusted bloodied hammer for sale. Initially, the onlookers prepared to depart, but upon noticing the new merchandise of the blacksmiths, their curiosity drew them back. Wow, this weapon is impressive. A few players who discerned the attributes gasped in hushed tones. Hearing this, Knight Wei Yang and the large duck approached, simultaneously glancing at the attributes and then at each other. I want them all, they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 11. Prosperity in Business. The price of the bloodied hammer was set by Liu Kongkong at 30 silver coins each. Although he wished to price it higher, he acknowledged the reality. After all, it was merely a novice weapon, primarily intended for leveling up. At 30 silver coins, the cost effectively filtered out most players. This game has truly gone mad. 4,800 yuan for a novice weapon? My monthly salary doesn't even amount to that. Yet, one must consider that NPCs do not exchange game currency for real money. For them, 30 silver coins might indeed be a bargain. True enough, and there were only 6 available. The stone weapons nearby were the only choice for ordinary players like us. During the shop's opening today, Liu Kongkong discovered an influx of level 5 stone weapons in his inventory, so he displayed them for sale. Their attributes were quite reasonable, boasting an attack power of 4 points, which is commendable for an average level 5 player, priced at 50 copper coins, an exceedingly accessible cost. My friend, I have graciously conceded the previous weapons to you. It is now my turn for this batch of hammers. Knight Wei Yang's tone was rather unfriendly. After defeating the Stone Wolf King yesterday, he had indeed looted equipment, a dagger, which he naturally gifted to his comrade. The first kill reward yielded a chest containing a wrist guard, leaving him with little in terms of usable weaponry. As for Benya, as Knight Wei Yang had surmised, he had entered the game late due to prior commitments, now only at level 2. However, like Knight Wei Yang, he boasted his own team, which was even larger, comprising 30 members. Thus, this batch of weapons was intended for his team. My dear brother Knight, I feel quite apologetic. My comrades are numerous, and they too are in dire need of good weapons. You are aware that leveling up in this game is sluggish. Having these hammers would significantly enhance efficiency. The Benya lamented with an air of helplessness. So there's no room for negotiation? Knight Wei Yang's expression darkened, just as he was about to make an offer. He heard the system's prompt indicating a successful transaction. Were you two pretending for in front of me? This is a proper blacksmith shop, not an auction house. Liu Kongkong did not afford them the opportunity to continue their banter. Having not seen who initiated the trade first, he simply completed the transaction, providing each with 3 hammers. Haha, 2 fools, attempting to haggle in front of an NPC who has clearly marked the prices. The spectators erupted in laughter at their expense. Ah, indeed, Night Wailing and Abanur exchanged glances, so focused on their rivalry that they nearly overlooked this crucial detail. Liu Kongkong had no time to further engage with them, as many had gathered to witness the spectacle surrounding Ju Imo Rugu's post. Among them were several players who had leveled up to 5 overnight, their eyes gleaming at the sight of 50 copper coin weapons. Before long, the 100 weapons in the shop were completely sold out. Another 50 silver coins found their way into his pocket. Observing the gleaming 3 gold coins and a plethora of silver and copper coins in his backpack, Liu Kongkong struggled to suppress a grin. He must resist the urge to laugh. Doing so would reveal his delight. Moreover, today's inventory was far from depleted. Liu Kongkong glanced at the 100 deadly sticks in his warehouse, ready to bring them forth for sale, only to turn and catch Night Wailing's pleading gaze. What does this lad mean? Does he wish for me to refrain from displaying them? Quite the contrary. Without hesitation, they took to the shelves. The onlookers, having witnessed the weapons sell out, prepared to depart once more, only to be startled by a sudden commotion behind them. New stock. Does the blacksmith in this novice village possess an abundance of goods? Look at you, you foolish one. It's merely a heap of data, refreshed at the back end. Unlike the others, Yi Weiliang felt a chill as she surveyed the scene, noting at least 140 to 50 deadly sticks on the table. It must be understood that these items are truly divine. If all of these could be acquired, defeating the level 5 boss would be assured. I want them all. This was the proclamation of Yi Weiliang and the big foolish duck, the latter immediately recognizing the terrifying potential of the stick upon glancing at its attributes. Give me one, was the collective cry of nearly 1,000 surrounding individuals. All of them? Liu Kongkong stared blankly at the trading panel, nearly overflowing with requests, some for 1, others for 2. Whatever, if they wish to buy, I shall sell. In a frenzy, the deadly stick count on the table dwindled at an alarming rate, and the expressions of Yi Weiliang and the big foolish duck grew increasingly grim. How could these spectators be so swift? And what use do they have for these items? Clearly, they need to be utilized in bundles to be effective. Yet soon, they understood the purpose behind the purchaser's desire for 1 or 2. Freshly minted, exquisite artifact, deadly stick, of which only 1 was available, sold at cost for 2 silver coins. First come, first served. These detestable scalpers. Yi Weiliang and the big foolish duck stood by, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet the item was undeniably useful. Recalling their encounter with the Stone Wolf King yesterday, their 5-member team had swiftly depleted a quarter of the boss's health, with just 40 deadly sticks in mere seconds, and that cursed blacksmith. Yi Weiliang cursed while purchasing 1 deadly stick from a player for 2 silver and 50 copper coins. As the quantity dwindled, those scalpers raised their prices on a whim. TCH, what does it matter to me? Am I not allowed to sell weapons as a shopkeeper? Liu Kongkong scoffed dismissively, turning to enter the blacksmith shop, knowing that once the goods were sold out, new stock must inevitably be produced, and with so many coins in her backpack, they needed to be sold in batches. Half an hour later, our acquisition rate remains sluggish. The first kill of the level 5 boss seems daunting. Yi Weiliang calculated the numbers collected. Having spent over 1 gold to obtain 47 sticks, no worries. While weapons for battling the boss are crucial, coordination is equally vital. The novice village boss can engage a maximum of 5 players at once. No matter how many more are present, they can only watch from the sidelines. While the big foolish duck-esque group may be numerous, it does not guarantee their success against the level 5 boss, the 10-eyed spider. Yi Weiliang spoke calmly, but her body betrayed her as she hastened toward the boss's location. After savoring the sweetness of the first kill, the group continued their search for the next boss, only to face several defeats while familiarizing themselves with the boss's skills. Initially, they believed that acquiring this batch of deadly sticks would secure their victory, but suddenly, the big foolish duck emerged, shattering their plans entirely. The great duck has already begun to contact his subordinates. Before entering the game, the number of individuals in their team far exceeded 30. However, the others were scattered across various novice villages. The following numbered brothers swiftly gathered at the entrance of the novice village. Number 1, number 4. The great duck directed them with alacrity, and soon 5 individuals appeared from a distance. Hold on to these items, Today we must secure the first kill of the 10-eyed spider. The great duck distributed all 72 deadly sticks he possessed and handed a bloodied hammer to one of the warriors. Boss, this game only allows a maximum of 5 players in a party. Why did you summon us 5? One of them looked at his 4 companions in confusion. The great duck's expression darkened. Nonsense. I'm only at level 2. If you bring me along, we'll lose the chance for the first kill. You've been practicing together all day. Your coordination should be fine. Take the equipment and hurry. Remember to keep an eye on those from Night's Chill, if necessary. Eliminate them directly. In the realm of hunting heaven, there is no level protection. If one desires, they can initiate combat in the novice village immediately after character creation. However, this comes with the caveat that one must withstand the attacks of the novice village guards. All right, boss, you can count on us. Number 1 nodded solemnly. He was the team's fully dedicated warrior and was nearing level 6 based on his experience bar. With a bloodied hammer and 32 deadly sticks in his possession, he was now arguably the most formidable player in Novice Village 0113. As for why it was only arguably, it was because the level 7 warrior, lonely as a song, had yet to allocate his points. Chapter 12. Young man, do you need to enhance your weapons, Master Liu? Dear Master Liu, are you still there? The previous coupons allowed Lonely as a Song to earn a remarkable 80 silver coins, and when calling Liu Kongkong, the tone was markedly more obsequious. What does it matter to achieve the first kill of a boss? It has become evident to him that this NPC before him is the most extraordinary existence. Upon hearing his name, Liu Kongkong poked his head out from behind the door. Why haven't you left yet? I wanted to inquire if you have any further tasks for me. Lonely as a Song replied, gazing at Liu Kongkong with eager eyes. Were it not for the fact that he could not enter this blacksmith shop, he might have already clung to Liu Kongkong's leg and showered him with affection. Tasks. Liu Kongkong glanced at the anvil, where stones and wood lay in abundance, yet the materials remained rather monotonous. However, having leveled up, he was aware that players of Lonely as a Song's caliber existed. Opening the task panel, he found numerous new quests listed. Please gather 300 pieces of iron ore for me. Noticing the task of collecting iron ore, which required only 5 pieces for submission, Liu Kongkong deemed it too tedious to repeat the process and thus customized the quest, resulting in an astonishing 60-fold increase in experience rewards. It soared to 1,200 points. Another daunting task. Lonely as a Song observed the familiar figures and glanced at the rewards. Truth be told, he rather enjoyed such quests. Accepting a substantial one spared him the hassle of back and forth running, saving him considerable time. Moreover, this task clearly hinted at something extraordinary, potentially triggering some peculiar hidden quest. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. Lonely as a Song hastily departed, while Liu Kongkong returned to his own labors. His blacksmithing level had now risen to level 3, and he had spent the past half hour engrossed in skill research. After yesterday's frightful experience, his mind was preoccupied, and upon logging in, he was reminded that he still had unused skill points. Gazing at the skill icons and their descriptions on the skill page. 1. Time is money. Is your shop empty? Worry not. Simultaneously crafting 2 pieces of equipment may alleviate this issue. 2. Aesthetic is justice. Equipment attributes may eventually become obsolete, yet a dazzling appearance will not. Allow your crafted gear to be ever-changing, forever at the forefront of fashion. 3. Life requires miracles. Are you still troubled by your inability to create exquisite equipment? 100 pieces must yield at least 1 masterpiece. Are you satisfied? 4. Let us enhance. Equipment possesses a life of its own. Can it continue to grow? Let us enhance it. One hammering gives life. Another may bring demise. The path to divinity for ordinary equipment. All 4 skills seem quite commendable. Liu Kongkong regarded the 4 icons, realizing he had 2 skill points available. Comparatively, the efficiency-enhancing skill of crafting 2 pieces simultaneously appeared to be the weakest. The second skill was evidently focused on aesthetics, and Liu Kongkong was well aware of its intrinsic value. The third skill guaranteed a masterpiece, but after crafting numerous deadly sticks, all with identical attributes and unchanged names, it seemed that creating a masterpiece was a formidable challenge, or perhaps his blacksmithing level simply fell short. The final aspect is even more unmentionable. The allure of enhancement is likely irresistible to the majority of players. In the later stages of most games, the inherent stats of equipment and weapons are already formidable, and when combined with enhancements, they become truly cataclysmic. However, a dilemma arises. He currently finds himself in a novice village. Would anyone genuinely invest a substantial sum to enhance basic weapons? Moreover, how much in-game currency could be earned from enhancing such weapons? No. Why do I keep expecting others to seek me out for enhancements? Why can't I forge weapons myself and sell them post-enhancement? Clearly, selling finished products would be far more advantageous than merely collecting a fee. Yet, similarly, I must bear the risk of failure myself. It's settled. Liu Kongkong took a deep breath and allocated his skill points to beauty is justice, and let us enhance. With a system prompt, the 4 skill icons underwent subtle transformations, and a small number 1 appeared beneath the 2 skills he had selected. This skill can be upgraded? Liu Kongkong widened his eyes. Had he known, he would have chosen 3. If he was not mistaken, leveling up this skill would likely allow the creation of higher quality equipment. However, having made a selection, there was no turning back, and the early stages of leveling were not particularly slow. He could always allocate more points next time. Shall I attempt enhancement first? Liu Kongkong casually crafted a deadly stick and then opened the weapon enhancement panel. 1 wooden stick is required. Does every enhancement necessitate an equivalent amount of crafting materials? Fortunately, this stick only required a single piece of wood, so Liu Kongkong felt no remorse as he raised his hammer and struck down. With a resounding clang, a faint glow appeared, and Deadly Stick 1 materialized before him. He hurriedly opened the weapon panel. Deadly Stick 1 attack, 11 attack, speed, 1 durability, 1. Liu Kongkong raised an eyebrow. It had only elevated his attack by a single point, with attack speed and durability remaining unchanged. What if he tried again? He reopened the enhancement panel, only to find that this time, 2 wooden sticks were required. Doubling? Or does the quantity increase by 1 each time? Regardless, he thought, I shall continue hammering until enhancement fails. After several attempts, the pattern will become clear. Liu Kongkong casually tossed in 2 wooden sticks and, without a second thought, struck again. Another clang echoed. Deadly Stick 2 attack, 13 attack, speed, 1 durability, 1 once more. This time, 4 wooden sticks were necessary. Indeed, it was a doubling effect. How outrageous would the requirements be further along? Liu Kongkong calculated. It was evident that enhancement was not a pursuit for the average player. After 3 consecutive enhancements, Deadly Stick 3 attack, 16 attack, speed, 1 durability, 1 Deadly Stick 4 attack, 20 attack, speed, 1 durability, 1 Deadly Stick 5 attack, 25 attack, speed, 1 durability, 1. I now comprehend the pattern of these increasing values. Enhancement appears deceptively simple, and reaching 5 without failure was rather unexpected. He tossed in 32 wooden sticks and struck casually. Crack! Just as he finished speaking, it shattered. Staring at the vanishing weapon, Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned. Does this mean that after a failure, nothing is returned? However, it matters not. They are merely a few wooden sticks. Though the items may be lost, at least experience has been gained. Liu Kongkong glanced at his experience bar. Each enhancement yielded 10 points of experience, and the experience required for his next level had now reached 800 points. Crafting several stone weapons and performing a simple enhancement should swiftly elevate him to level 4. He retrieved the materials from the warehouse, and the blacksmith shop was immediately filled with the sound of fervent hammering. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lonely singer, whom Liu Kongkong had dispatched to mine iron ore, was feeling despondent. This item is exceedingly heavy and occupies considerable space in his backpack. The lonely singer trudged forward with great effort at that moment. He had only 34 pieces of iron ore in his backpack, yet he was already struggling to move. If this continues, he might have to return and inquire with Master Liu if he could receive the materials in batches, for carrying 300 pieces at once is simply unmanageable. Chapter 13. The onset of battle. As Liu Kongkong issued the mission, he was evidently unaware of certain nuances. Unlike ordinary players, his backpack was devoid of weight restrictions, an aspect that was rather formidable. Congratulations to player Liu Damo for leveling up and earning 1 skill point. At long last, he had secured the final weapon. Liu Kongkong inhaled deeply. It was astonishing how realistic this game felt. After swinging the hammer so many times, he truly felt fatigued. Before him lay the stone sword. Stone longsword 5 required level, 5 attack, 10 attack speed, 1 durability, 100 regrettably. It was merely a weapon worth 50 copper coins. Even enhanced to 5, its attributes merely mirrored those of the bloodied hammer. The only advantage it had over the latter was the absence of a strength requirement. Furthermore, the materials needed for enhancement were rather excessive. Gazing into his warehouse, Liu Kongkong noted the presence of 13 weapons, all uniformly at 5. He had unfortunately shattered 2 in the process. If one were to evaluate solely based on materials, it was evident that crafting the bloodied hammer would yield greater profits. Nevertheless, he had already amassed a considerable sum today, having sold 3 gold coins earlier, which brought his account balance to an impressive 48,000 coins. Not accounting for the silver and copper coins yet to be sold, it was unwise to focus solely on quick profits. The game's popularity and player count were on the rise, suggesting a potentially prolonged lifespan. Thus, it was imperative to invest in oneself. With that thought, he accessed the skill panel. Once again, he found the same 4 skills. Liu Kongkong casually clicked on Miracles of Life, primarily out of curiosity. Having never encountered exquisite weapons before, he proceeded to craft stone weapons in bulk. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Weiliang and his companions, equipped and provisioned, had arrived at the location of the 10-eyed spider, yet they hesitated to strike. Across from them stood 5 individuals who were similarly observing the spider, presumably members of the Big Duck clan. Yi Weiwen glanced at the warrior in the opposing team, wielding the bloodied hammer. It appeared that today's boss would not be easily vanquished. In the novice village, only a maximum of 5 players could engage in battle against the boss at a time, while other players were unable to touch the boss. However, they could still engage other players. It seemed they would need to bide their time. Yi Weiliang tightened his grip on his weapon. He had no doubt that if he were to reveal himself now, the opposing players would immediately charge forth to ally with the boss against them. Moreover, the members of Big Duck were evidently not inclined to be accommodating. It appeared they had encountered a rival. Player 1 also spotted Yi Weiliang's team and began to communicate with his comrades. Players 2 and 3, bring your respective teams over here. We have a situation. In this moment, the advantage of numbers became apparent. As they awaited the arrival of the other 2 teams to keep watch over Yi Weiliang's group, they could confidently engage the boss. A minute later, Yi Weiliang sensed something amiss and suddenly recalled that Big Duck had previously mentioned their team was larger in number. This group of individuals seems to be summoning others. Continuing in this manner would be detrimental to us, and it appears we must deliberate. Night Breeze remarked within the team voice chat, presenting 2 options. First, to confront them directly. However, given their numerical superiority, we might find ourselves overwhelmed in subsequent battles. Even if we emerged victorious, time would be insufficient to engage the boss. The second option is to retreat, acknowledging that the level 3 boss, the Stone Wolf King, should have respawned by now. If we concede today, the disparity between us and this group will only widen. After all, it is a level 5 boss, and a first kill at that, promising significant rewards at this stage. Furthermore, with their numbers, they are unlikely to relinquish this boss until they have amassed sufficient equipment. Openly opposing them would yield no advantage, and there is little need for a contest of strength. In the future, we can establish a guild and recruit more members. Night Worm appeared to favor the second option, considering our team comprises only 5 individuals, while the opposing side likely boasts 10 or even 20 members, making it improbable for us to maintain a peaceful existence thereafter. Heartfelt, however, was unconvinced. Why be so timid in a game? Yes, they're numerous, but the leader is clearly that clumsy duck you mentioned. Let us focus on eliminating him. Moreover, he hasn't even shown up for the first kill reward, so he likely ISNT at a high level. I have just learned stealth combined with the skill backstab, and this bloodfawn dagger, I could easily dispatch him. Heartfelt brandished his weapon, a refined piece dropped by the Stone Wolf King yesterday. Although it had a mere 7 points of attack, the dagger speed was 2, and it inflicted a bleeding effect upon striking a target, making it the finest weapon available in the novice village at 0113. Night Breeze felt a surge of indignation. The clumsy duck had previously clashed with him in a novice village, and conceding today would only further diminish his standing before the opposition. Shall we engage in a grand confrontation? Night Breeze proposed, glancing at his teammates. Night Warm sighed, expressing her willingness to comply with any plan. Both Eagle and Heartfelt wore expressions of excitement, clearly ready to spring into action. I meant a grand confrontation, not merely to defeat them. After we engage, the consequences should be clear to everyone. If we strike, we must strike decisively, Night Breeze asserted, emphasizing the need to suppress them in every aspect, ensuring our initial investment matched our efforts. Just waiting for your cue, Heartfelt grinned. This month I won't be going out. I'll invest all my pocket money into this endeavor. The others readily agreed to contribute both finances and effort. All right, let's confront this group. Night Breeze outlined his plan, and the excitement in the team's eyes intensified. Impressive, Old Leaf. I see you had this plan all along, Heartfelt exclaimed joyfully, patting Night Breeze on the shoulder while frantically purchasing game currency in the trading hall. Let us discuss such matters later. First, let us deal with these rascals. Night Breeze chuckled, and Heartfelt instantly vanished from sight. Number one had been closely observing Night Breeze's situation and, upon noticing someone had disappeared, immediately realized the opponent was an assassin. Everyone be alert. They are preparing to strike. Just as the warning was issued, two numbers appeared above the healer's head in the opposing team. -55, -21. Such terrifying damage. Number one was taken aback. The healer in the team, possessing a total of 150 health points, had nearly lost half of it in an instant. His weapon inflicted bleeding effects, so everyone needed to exercise caution. The healer, an experienced player, remained unfazed upon witnessing his health plummet dramatically. Without hesitation, he cast a healing spell on himself, dashed 2 steps towards number one, and promptly shared vital information with the team. After delivering a powerful strike, his invisibility was immediately dispelled. Not lingering, he swiftly retreated toward Yi Weiliang and the others. But did he intend to leave so easily? Number 4 swiftly knocked an arrow, aiming at the foot of the healer, an unleashed leg-severing arrow. -7. With a jolt of pain, the healer stumbled, acutely aware that despite the modest damage, his movement speed had significantly diminished. Before he could regain his balance, he heard a rush of wind. Take this. Number 1 raised his bloodied hammer, arriving before the healer in an instant. A fierce smash struck the latter's back. -97. Such a formidable attack. The healer was flabbergasted, realizing he only had 150 health points in total. Another blow would send him back to the city for free. Was this person truly investing all his points into strength? Nevertheless, he was relieved not to have been instantly eliminated. Just then, an arrow flashed past him. The eagle's leg-severing arrow struck number 1, causing him to momentarily falter. In the next heartbeat, a number appeared above the healer's head. -42. The assassin, identified as number 7, had also joined the fray. Observing this, number 1's expression darkened, for he noticed that Yi Weiliang and the others had already closed in. Apart from Yi Weiliang, each of them wielded a stick. -71, -42, -23, -19. Number 7 barely registered the assault before he was swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the village's resurrection point. Chapter 14. The fortuitous player's unforeseen demise. Number 1 was left utterly astonished. In a mere exchange, his side had already suffered casualties. Upon discerning the weapon wielded by the adversary, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. They too possessed the deadly bludgeon, a tool previously mentioned by the Great Clumsy Duck as a purchase meant for vanquishing bosses. There was no time to seek counsel now. Nevertheless, number 1 promptly equipped the bludgeon, having noticed that number 7's dagger had fallen after his demise. This hammer in his possession was far more valuable. The damage output remained equivalent, and even in the unfortunate event of his own death, the loss would merely amount to a stick. Focus on the fight. Do not dawdle. A cheeky voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, he discovered the formerly visible heart-piercer had somehow returned to the side of the healer, number 8. The healer was diligently tending to both himself and the archer, who was being relentlessly pursued by Knights Cool and his companions. with a bleeding debuff afflicting him. Number 1 felt a sudden sting in his back as 2 numbers flashed above his head. -55, -21. The bleeding debuff escalated to 4 stacks, causing him to lose 4 health points every 2 seconds. In an instant, Number 1 pivoted, the cooldown for his mighty strike having just reset. He swung the bludgeon towards Heartpiercer, but 2 figures emerged before him, the tanks from both teams. They were engaged in a futile exchange, intermittently landing weak blows on one another, their substantial investments in stamina rendering their attacks mere tickles. When Number 1 swung his bludgeon, it was thwarted by "Please hit me," barely depleting a fifth of his health. Meanwhile, Heartpiercer successfully eliminated the opposing healer. Outmatched, Number 1 realized the absurdity of the adversary's weapon, likely dropped by the Stone Wolf King. Their inherent attributes, bolstered by reward points, surpassed those of his team, coupled with their reckless use of the deadly bludgeon. The accuracy of their archer was equally terrifying. His chances of escape were slim. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, Number 1 endeavored to buy time, maneuvering with Knight's Cool and the others. After all, the other 2 teams of brothers were en route. If he could stall long enough, perhaps he could evade death himself. Not long after, in the novice village, Number 1 emerged from the revival point, contemplating the absurdity of the deadly bludgeon. While he was merely stalling, the enemy had effortlessly dispatched him with a single strike. However, now that he had returned, he had the opportunity to contact the Great Clumsy Duck. Never mind. Reach out to the other teams and coordinate your efforts. Discuss amongst yourselves to designate 10 players to ambush them while the remainder levels up or engages in boss fights. The Great Clumsy Duck dismissed Knight's Cool and his cohort, having assessed that the opposing side consisted of merely 5 individuals. With 3 shifts on his side, they would prevail. Weapons should be utilized without reservation. We are not lacking in funds. Understood, boss. Shortly thereafter, Eagle was also returned. Damn it. I have never witnessed such a tactic of targeting the archer first. Eagle grumbled as he made his way toward the larger crowd. However, now that he was back, he addressed the assembled group. Attention, friends of Team 0113, I bear excellent news. From today onwards, anyone who successfully eliminates characters named Big Silly Duck, Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, etc., and provides evidence of the kill, shall receive 5 silver coins from me. Simultaneously, the Night Cool team is officially recruiting members. We shall establish a company in the coming days, with all members working on-site, starting salaries at 6,000, along with comprehensive insurance and benefits. Opportunities are limited and will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. For those interested in further details, feel free to message me privately. What's going on? Is there a brawl? This is merely a novice village. Big Silly Duck, Night Cool? Could it be related to the incident at the blacksmith's? What is this about employment and a monthly salary of 6,000? Be cautious not to fall for a scam. The first month on the job might involve a team-building trip abroad. The words reached Eagle's ears, and he refrained from arguing, as many were already messaging him. He casually sent out the pre-prepared text and shouted a couple of times before rushing out. Boss, it seems they're offering a bounty on you and also recruiting. The underlings returned by night. Cool reported that many in the village were discussing what Eagle had said, and upon learning the details, they relayed the information to Big Silly Duck. A bounty? Recruiting? Big Silly Duck blinked, then a smile spread across his face. Let us join in, announcing that we will offer 5 silver and 1 copper, and regardless of their subsequent bids, we shall always outbid them by 1 copper. As for the recruitment, the same principle applies, with salaries mirroring the bounty at 6,001. Half an hour later, 2 messages had thoroughly circulated throughout Novice Village 0113. After being sent back to the Novice Village, the 2 groups engaged in battle outside were shocked to discover they could not escape. Thousands were waiting at the resurrection point for them. Even Big Silly Duck, who was leveling up outside, was struck down by an archer's ambush and sent back, followed by a surge of new recruits joining both teams. Hours later, the once tranquil novice village had descended into utter chaos. What a ruckus! Liu Kongkong had been crafting weapons at the blacksmith's, occasionally selling a few, but later noticed an increasing number of players disregarding the guards and engaging in combat outside. It seemed his level 5 equipment could still fetch a good price for a few more days. In the game, players who die during the novice phase lose equipment and one of their current experience. Normally, dying at the hands of wild monsters is inconsequential. But amidst such intense large-scale slaughter, the loss of experience becomes quite alarming. Who would have thought one could profit from the chaos in a novice village? After several hours, Liu Kongkong sold out of the over 100 stone weapons he had just crafted. However, no one was purchasing his upgraded weapons, priced at 40 silver, as most players could not afford them, and those who could not escape the resurrection point. Not bad, a small profit earned. Liu Kongkong leaned against the doorframe, watching the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, the factions of Night Cool and Big Silly Duck had taken refuge at the resurrection point, some members even losing a level. The situation at the resurrection point evolved from mere verbal exchanges to players outside berating them for being unable to afford to come out, escalating into utter confusion. I am a miner, skilled in my craft. I must extract from that iron mine. Huh? What's going on here? Loneliness like a song joyfully returns to the novice village, only to discover a throng of players hurling curses at one another. However, he has a more pressing matter at hand. Master Liu, I have completed your task. Here are 300 iron ores. Liu Kongkong turns around, realizing that upon issuing this task, he had overlooked a crucial detail. The requirement of 5 ores was not without reason. Typically, a player would struggle to carry even 20 or 30 before being encumbered. He had anticipated that this young one would come back and suggest dividing the load into several trips, yet he has returned bearing it all at once. Master Liu, your expectations are indeed stringent. I initially pondered how I could possibly transport such a large quantity of iron, and I had planned to make multiple trips. Then I recalled your previous request for me to hunt 300 wild rabbits, and I chose to trust you. Thus, I persevered until I could no longer move under the weight of the iron. As he spoke, loneliness like a song produced an item. Reward for diligence? Liu Kongkong gazed at the small package in the other's hand. Every industrious individual ought not to be hindered by weight limitations. An unlimited capacity of 30 slots in a backpack? What extraordinary luck this fellow possesses. Liu Kongkong regarded loneliness like a song, pondering that this game lacks a concept of luck. Were it to exist, he believed this person before him would be at the pinnacle of fortune. Loneliness, like a song, remained oblivious to Liu Kongkong's musings, lost in admiration for the latter. Without your guidance, I would never have acquired this item. After all, who would venture 100 meters while exceeding their carrying capacity by 200%? Indeed, surpassing 200% of the load would have left one crawling on the ground. This should rightfully belong to you. Liu Kongkong spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity, utterly genuine. Chapter 15. All are money-obsessed upon hearing Liu Kongkong seemingly praise him. The solitary song of loneliness felt a surge of happiness as he stowed away his backpack. The experience for completing the task had been credited, and although he had not leveled up, he was nearing level 8. This lad was likely the highest level among the new players in the village. Outside, fierce battles raged, causing players to lose experience at a staggering rate. His level had already distanced itself from the first tier by 3 levels. By the way, Master Liu, is there anything else I can assist you with? After experiencing several sweet victories, the solitary song of loneliness had firmly established his trust in this blacksmith. He had even grown apathetic towards the main quest. While it offered substantial experience, could it provide such considerable income? Could it yield miraculous items? In his view, Liu Kongkong's tasks were akin to main quests. You arrived just in time. To reward you for your exceptional task completion, Liu Kongkong retrieved his most prized creation from the shop's warehouse, a stone longsword. Unlike any other sword, its name was boldly inscribed in green. This is a premium piece that only appeared after I forged 100 weapons. I even boldly enhanced it to 5. Another weapon? The solitary song of loneliness felt a thrill, for it was thanks to Master Liu's weapons that he had previously earned 80 silver coins. Upon examining the weapon's attributes, he gasped in astonishment. Premium stone longsword, 5 attack power, 15 attack speed, 5 durability, 100 required level, 5 selling price, 50 silver coins. Such terrifying attack power. A longsword with an attack speed of 5. And what of this 5? Could it be the legendary enhancement? Moreover, its selling price was only 50 silver coins, which seemed within his reach. So, are there any discount coupons? He cautiously inquired. While 50 silver coins was not exorbitant, a lower price would certainly be preferable. Are you out of your mind? A weapon with these attributes for 50 silver coins, and you still ask for a discount? Liu Kongkong shook his head sternly. Ha! My apologies, Master Liu. I shall buy it. With the transaction complete, the solitary song of loneliness received the longsword. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to sell the weapon. Though he relished playing the game, his preference for currency outweighed his desire for power. Previously, when selling discount coupons, Yi Weiliang and Abenya had synchronously added him as a friend, so he promptly shared the weapon's attributes, adding a simple, "How about it?" Within a second, he received simultaneous replies. Yes. Both players were deeply engrossed in their fights, and they would not overlook such a weapon. While the attack was secondary, the attack speed was paramount. For every 2 strikes dealt by others, he could deliver 3 in return, ensuring a significant advantage in early one-on-one encounters against players of equal level. Furthermore, they noted the enhancement level displayed above. Is this a special weapon? Or has the blacksmith updated to a new version? Standing at the resurrection point, both players glanced towards the blacksmith shop and found Liu Kongkong leisurely observing the scene. Seeing both parties express interest, the solitary song of loneliness swiftly invited them into a group chat. Since both of you desire it, let's revert to the old rule. The highest bidder wins. Here we go again. Yi Weiliang turned to glance at Abenya, who was also watching him. While they were engaged in combat, they could not allow this lad to profit at their expense every time. Wouldn't you agree? The night was slightly cool, and Yi Weiliang expressed his disdain for the behavior of Lonely as a song. Abenya, with a stern expression, murmured in agreement. Subsequently, he quoted a price of 60 silver in the chat group. You're truly something else, Yi Weiliang thought, feeling a surge of irritation as he set the starting bid at 80. Lonely as a song, crouched in the corner, rubbed his hands together, but soon realized that Abenya ceased further bidding. Is this really the end? I had anticipated at least a sale of 1 gold. He lamented, disappointment washing over him. Originally, he had hoped that an intense bidding war would allow him to sell that backpack as well. But it seemed that the financial capabilities of these two were rather limited. Nevertheless, earning an additional 40 silver wasn't too shabby. He opened his mail, placed the weapon inside, set it for payment upon delivery, and sent the letter to Yi Weiliang. You scoundrel, if you're short on funds, just say so. What do you mean by pushing me out? Abenya clung desperately to the pillar at the resurrection point, while Yi Weiliang exerted every effort to shove him away. Although mutual harm was not permitted at the resurrection point, physical collisions still occurred. With no other options to prevent this fool from continuing to bid, Yi Weiliang was left with no choice but to resort to such underhanded tactics. You were the one who acted unjustly first, so do not blame me for my lack of mercy. I told you not to bid. Liu Kongkong observed the two grappling at the resurrection point, and then glanced at Lonely as a song. This fellow was indeed a money grubber. Liu had deduced from the moment both Yi Weiliang and Abenya turned their gazes toward him that he had likely sold the weapon. Truly, a person devoid of aspirations. Liu Kongkong cast a final disdainful glance at Lonely as a song, casually placed a gold coin on the trading market, and closed his shop. Time to clock out. Almost forgot to add a point. Now that he had become an NPC, he held little interest in the attribute points gained from leveling up. After all, even if he allocated them, they were of no use. He was an NPC and could not engage in battles like the players outside. He continued to distribute his points evenly. After completing the allocation, he reviewed his character panel. Name, Liu Damo. Profession, Apprentice Blacksmith, Level 5. Health, 101 mana, 71 Strength, 9 Constitution, 11 Agility, 8 Intelligence, 9 Spirit, 8 available points. 0. He then allocated his skill points to time his money, completing his set of 4 skills. Given the significant sales volume at his shop, crafting each item was indeed time-consuming. Liu Kongkong felt immensely satisfied with his decision and retrieved the shop's steward from his warehouse. Due to its resemblance to him, he had refrained from using it during the day. If players were to see 2 identical Liu Damings in the shop, many would surely assume a game bug had occurred. He examined the steward's function introduction. Item name, Shop Steward, Level 1-1. Basic operations. Stand at the shop entrance to handle simple payment and delivery tasks on your behalf. 2. Restocking Expert. Simply prepare sufficient materials, and it will automatically produce a set quantity of finished products for you. Geneva. I need to wash some points. Upon seeing the second skill, Liu Kongkong's defenses crumbled. If you had mentioned that feature earlier, I wouldn't have wasted points on that ridiculous time, is money skill. However, the allocation was already done, and Liu Kongkong found it particularly intriguing that the steward also possessed a level of its own. Upon inspecting the details of the level, Liu Kongkong could hardly believe that ascending to the next tier required a staggering 10,000 experience points. He scoffed slightly and proceeded to present some materials to the steward, requesting the crafting of a stone longsword. After a full 30 seconds, the creation was complete, yielding a meager increase of merely 1 experience point. While disheartening, it was still better than nothing. He transported a substantial quantity of materials from the warehouse, set the crafting quantity, and allowed the steward to autonomously fabricate stone weaponry. After cautiously securing the door, he hastily departed, for the novice village meeting was about to commence. In contrast to the previous day, today's assembly was notably more concise, disregarding the tumultuous skirmishes among outside players, as the NPC village leaders remained unperturbed. They continued with the report on today's income and expenditures, starting with the Juan, just as they had the day before. The seating arrangement remained unchanged, with Widow Wang still positioned beside the village chief, which struck Liu Kongkong as somewhat peculiar. He recalled from an email received the prior day that Widow Wang's original name was Wang Xiuqin, and she had been childhood friends with Liu Damo. However, upon observing Liu Damo's reticent demeanor and lack of social grace, her mother opted to marry her off to the son of the village chief from the neighboring settlement. Yet, on the very day of their nuptials, the groom met an untimely demise, having been kicked to death by a wild hare in the wilderness, thus rendering her a widow. Upon reading that account, Liu Kongkong was utterly astonished. He had concocted a flimsy excuse to placate the lonely Jew Ge, only to discover that the hare truly played a significant role. It was no wonder that Widow Wang had spoken so oddly the previous day. Reflecting on her bashful demeanor from yesterday, Liu Kongkong smirked, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 16. Blind Date. The reporting speed was remarkably swift. By the second day of the server's opening, all shops had experienced a surge in sales. Last night, numerous players had stayed up late grinding monsters, enabling them to purchase some basic equipment. Now it was your turn, Xiao Lu. How was the situation today? It's time to settle the payment. Although Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nonetheless retrieved a bag of game currency from his backpack. Today he had exhausted his 100,000 divine powers, and the shop had earned 42 silver and 40 copper. Here is 21 silver and 20 copper. With that, he pushed the money forward. There was no alternative. With so many people standing at the shop's entrance today, paying merely a few copper coins was evidently unrealistic. Ah, splendid. You all should learn from Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, do share the methods you've employed, the village chief said, gesturing towards an NPC named Ahu. From now on, this spot will be designated for Xiao Lu. Those at the back, please shift back a position. Our village has always operated on a merit-based ranking system, and Xiao Lu has contributed the most today. Thus, his position should be elevated. Really? There's such a hierarchy? Liu Kongkong glanced at Ahu's position, realizing he had moved forward at least 5 spots. However, he scoffed inwardly at the notion of meritocracy. What had Widow Wang contributed? What right did she have to occupy such a front position? Such thoughts remained unspoken, and Liu Kongkong happily settled into his new spot. As for the method, diligent work and sincere treatment of others, Liu Kongkong recited these platitudes without a hint of discomfort. The village chief, upon hearing this, raised a hand to interrupt. There was little value in continuing. It would merely waste time. Very well, we shall conclude today's meeting here. By the way, it seems there has been some commotion in the village today, but I urge you all not to intervene. The actions of these individuals are under the watchful eye of the divine, so there is no need for concern. The village chief remarked before the meeting adjourned. It sounded rather plausible. Although the NPCs in the novice village were not invincible, the buildings were impervious. Simply retreating to one's home would render one safe, for players could not harm them. With a sense of disdain, Liu Kongkong departed from the village chief's residence. Returning to the blacksmith shop, he entered his bedroom and promptly logged off. Stretching as he emerged from the game pod, Liu Kongkong yawned. Having entered the game shortly after 7 in the morning, he had been immersed for over 10 hours. His stomach grumbled slightly, yet his overall energy remained quite good. Could it be that this game pod indeed possesses some extraordinary benefits, as discussed in the forums? He glanced at his phone to check his messages. Today, he had sold a total of 4 gold coins, and after deducting transaction fees, he had over 47,000 in his account. Furthermore, his bank balance had surged to over 120,000. For the 25-year-old Liu Kongkong, this was a substantial sum. After graduating from a vocational college and struggling to find employment, he had turned to game boosting and gold farming. What he had initially thought would be a temporary endeavor had extended into several years. Living alone in the city, managing to save this much amidst rent and daily expenses was already the pinnacle of his financial capability. However, judging by the past 2 days, it seemed that earning a decent income from this game, hunting the heavens, was indeed feasible. An income of 50,000 in just 2 days was something Liu Kongkong had never dared to dream of before. Glancing at the time, he nearly forgot that he had other matters to attend to today. After lying in the gaming pod for an entire day, Liu Kongkong emerged with wrinkled clothing and hastily changed into a fresh outfit before rushing out the door. He jogged to the subway and arrived at a jewelry store, emerging with a bag carefully cradled in his arms. How exorbitant, he mused. A gold bracelet cost nearly 30,000 yuan. It was his first time purchasing something so lavish, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Next, he hailed a taxi to a barbecue buffet. Today was significant as he was meeting someone for a blind date. A few days prior, his mother had reached out, mentioning a young woman from their hometown now working in Ningxing, urging him to add her as a friend and invite her to dinner. At just 25, he found it perplexing that his mother would push for a blind date. Nevertheless, living alone in Ningxing had made his parents worry, so he considered this outing a means to assuage their concerns. Where's the girl in the white dress? Liu Kongkong felt like a headless fly as he stood at the entrance, scanning the area. He had seen her photo, but in this era, recognizing someone solely from an image proved rather challenging. Suddenly, a somewhat impatient voice came from behind him. Turning around, he spotted a woman in a white dress. Indeed, it was her. Upon closer inspection, he noted she looked quite different from her photo, yet she was undeniably attractive. As Liu Kongkong assessed her, Gao Yiwen was equally scrutinizing him. His disheveled hair, slender frame, and cheap attire exuded an air of impoverishment that made her uneasy. If it weren't for her mother's insistence, she would have turned on her heel and left. "Hello, I am Liu Kongkong," he introduced himself, nodding slightly since his hands were occupied with the bag. "Let us head inside. You must be hungry." Gao Yiwen responded with a slight hum, casting a disdainful glance at the barbecue restaurant. Situated on a commercial street, this establishment was the most affordable, charging 59 yuan per person, and she felt hesitant about dining here. Noticing Liu Kongkong pull out his phone, she realized he had evidently purchased a group coupon in advance. "Let us go." He beckoned cheerfully as the server completed scanning the coupon, and he stepped inside. Having gone a day without food, he was intent on indulging himself. They found a table, and Liu Kongkong watched as Gao Yiwen vigorously wiped down her chair and table with napkins. Clearly, she was unsatisfied with the environment. However, he cared little. His main goal was to enjoy a hearty meal while fulfilling his obligations. "I came today mainly because of my mother, so don't read too much into it," he stated. After several rounds of cleaning, Gao Yiwen finally seemed somewhat satisfied. "Let me introduce myself. I am Gao Yiwen, currently a graduate student. How about you?" These details were not something she wished to share, but fearing Liu Kongkong might return with no knowledge of her, she decided to speak up. "Liu Kongkong, I work in the gaming industry," he replied, placing slices of meat onto the grilling plate. "The gaming industry?" Gao Yiwen frowned slightly. "Do you have social insurance?" "No." "Do you have a place to stay in Ningxing?" "Yes, I rent a studio apartment for 1,800 a month." Liu Kongkong shared her concerns, so he answered her questions straightforwardly. "What about a car?" "I don't have one." Is gaming a profitable venture? Not really. Well, it's sufficient for basic needs. Liu Kongkong instinctively replied in the negative, and only after comprehending the question did she respond. Recently, I recall a game called Hunting the Heavens seems to be quite popular. Are you playing that? The promotion for Hunting the Heavens is ubiquitous. Even someone like Gao Yiwen, who has never engaged in gaming, has heard of it. In fact, just yesterday, she impulsively ordered a gaming pod, but now there are so many people in line that hers has yet to arrive. No, Liu Kongkong shook her head, claiming she had bought it, but needed to fabricate a follow-up story. So she simply stated she had not played it. Utterly fruitless. Gao Yuan gazed at Liu Kongkong, noting that she claimed to be a gaming laborer, yet did not partake in the most trending game. I shall be candid then. My main reason for seeking a boyfriend is to alleviate the financial burden on my family, as I am still studying. Hence, I hope my partner can support me for a while. Although we are fellow townsfolk, your circumstances. What is that in your bag? This set of words had been premeditated before her arrival. But as Gao Yiwen spoke, she suddenly noticed the bag beside Liu Kongkong. The logo indicated it likely contained a piece of jewelry. This. Liu Kongkong lifted the bag, a gift. Let me see. Gao Yiwen became intrigued. It was their first meeting, and Liu Kongkong had brought a gift, revealing that she was not as insufferable as initially perceived. She reached out, opened the bag, and discovered a simple gold bracelet, which she found to be surprisingly weighty. Liu Kongkong had been focused on her meal, but upon seeing the bag taken, she instinctively reached for it. The design may be simplistic, yet it is quite lovely. I truly adore it. Gao Yiwen caressed the gold bracelet, her impression of Liu Kongkong shifting, if only momentarily. For the next second, however, the bracelet was taken away along with its packaging. If you like it, I can tell you where to find that store. This was meant to be a birthday gift for my mother's 50th. Ah, Gao Yuan's expression stiffened immediately. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chapter 17. Being alone is quite nice naturally. Liu Kongkong would not purchase such a precious item online. There were no reliable gold shops in his hometown either. He contemplated buying it in Ningxing to bring back home. As someone who seldom ventured out, he took the opportunity today to dine with Gao Yiwen, intending to accomplish all his errands in one outing, which is why he had the item with him at that moment. Even if you were a celestial being, I have lost my mind if I were to present you with such an extravagant gift upon our first meeting. Liu Kongkong was perplexed by her thoughts. Every penny he earned was through arduous effort, and treating her to this barbecue was already a stretch. Ah, so that's how it is. Gao Yiwen felt a blend of embarrassment and anger. It would be better for her to perish than to suffer humiliation in front of such a person. However, upon seeing the bracelet, she began to redefine the notion of Liu Kongkong's claims of mere subsistence. Judging by his attire, it was evident he was reluctant to spend money on himself, perhaps even inclined to save, yet he was quite generous towards those around him. Engaging in a flirtation with someone like him could potentially yield valuable returns. Before she could finish her thoughts, Liu Kongkong interjected, "By the way, the main reason I wanted to meet today was to clarify our positions. I assume you're not interested in a relationship, or at least not with someone like me. As for myself, I find solitude rather agreeable, so upon returning, you can simply say you are not attracted to me. How's that sound?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan's expression shifted through shades of blue and purple. According to Liu Kongkong's reasoning, it would be perfectly acceptable to relay this to her mother. However, for this to be stated so plainly in front of her was an obvious indication of his lack of interest. Fine. Let us proceed as you suggest. Gao Yuan's demeanor cooled, and she gathered her bag to stand up. I'm full now. I'll be leaving first. You can finish your meal at your leisure. Is that all she ate? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Throughout the meal, she had consumed merely a slice of meat. Nevertheless, he was not concerned. He had already spent what he needed to, and his mother's task had been fulfilled. As for his earlier statements, they were indeed the truth. Liu Kongkong had no desire for a romantic partner. He genuinely enjoyed his own company. Otherwise, he would not have spent several years in Ningxing with only Wang Di, who he considered more of an acquaintance than a friend. To Liu Kongkong, their relationship was merely mutually beneficial. He despised crowded places and the clamor of social gatherings, which is why he rarely dined out. It is often said that humans are social creatures, but Liu Kongkong held a different view. Some relish sweet flavors, others prefer spicy. Some cherish lifelong companionship, while others derive joy from solitude. He did not require the company of others, the happiness that others found in relationships. He could just as easily provide for himself. Sated and content, Liu Kongkong took a taxi home and briefly updated his mother about the day's events. What do you mean you weren't attracted to him? What does their family even have? Don't be disheartened. I'll help you find someone better another day. However, Kongkong, we really ought to consider finding you a proper job. Making money online day in and day out, isn't a sustainable path. It's not good for your health to work around the clock. Reading his mother's message, Liu Kongkong couldn't help but smile. In a brief exchange, he reflected on his income over the past few days, pondering that with diligent effort over a month or two, he might be able to purchase a home in Ningxing. After graduation, he had moved several times due to various issues, each relocation leaving him exhausted, as if he were being shuffled about. Thus, having a stable residence held significant importance for him. As for his reluctance to return to his hometown, he enjoyed spending a few days with his parents at this age. However, prolonged stays became somewhat unbearable. Carefully placing his bracelet aside, he noted the date. His mother's birthday was just days away. A high-speed train ride would take him back home in a matter of hours, making it feasible to set off that very day. He browsed the forum for noteworthy updates. Back at his residence, seated before his computer with music playing, Liu Kongkong found solace in the atmosphere. On the second day of the server's launch, the forum's post had undergone a significant transformation. Although discussions primarily revolved around players' various discoveries in the game and their astonishment at the realism of hunting heaven, numerous conflicts arising from boss raids or resource competition had also surfaced. It appeared that every novice village experienced similar discord. Clicking on several threads, he noted that some novice villages faced battles even more intense than that of Novice Village 0113, with nearly everyone participating. The first guild of Huaxia, the Iron Guard, officially declares war on all players of Novice Villages 0201 and 3014. If you are dissatisfied, come and fight. The first Power Guild of Huaxia, the Twilight of the Divine Realm, is recruiting globally. The world's #1 guild. The titles were increasingly impressive, and Liu Kongkong curiously opened a few, discovering that the comment sections were filled with various challenges and calls to battle. It was puzzling how so many guilds emerged while they were still in novice villages. Soon, a post provided him with clarity. The Will of Battle Alliance is recruiting across all regions and servers. Offline employment leads to online assistance. Was it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Liu Kongkong was taken aback, opening the post to find familiar names, including Yi Weiliang. The post clearly stated the company's address, and applicants were required to verify their character information in Hunting Heaven prior to employment. There was even a selection process to evaluate candidates' understanding of the game and their past experiences, ultimately outlining salary and benefits. If you were just an ordinary player, you might have considered applying. Liu Kongkong scrutinized the post, but the legitimacy of the job remained uncertain. The prowess demonstrated by Yi Weiliang seemed to him merely that of a small-scale entrepreneur, still far from the realm of true wealth. Exiting the post, he scrolled down and encountered another familiar face, Debenya. The content of this post mirrored Yi Weiliang's, except that the salary offered was a mere $1 more, clearly intended to provoke Yi Weiliang. Noticing their respective addresses, he realized one was in Shanghai and the other in Beijing. If they were in the same city, the spectacle would have been even more entertaining. Liu Kongkong, ever the spectator, felt a tinge of regret and suddenly recalled another individual. There was also Jimor Rouge. Just yesterday, this fellow had posted something that significantly impacted his business. Fortunately, Hunting Heaven lacked photo and video capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been exposed in an instant. Opening Jimor Rouge's profile, he discovered a serene stillness today. Isn't that infinitely burdened backpack deserving of a post? Liu Kongkong pondered, wondering if it had not yet gone offline. Unbeknownst to him, Lonely as a Song had long since logged off, having sold the 1 gold from the backpack and was now reveling outside with over 10,000 coins, far too preoccupied to post any peculiar threads. Although Lonely as a Song refrained from posting, many others in the 0113 Novice Village had shared numerous messages. Their content was remarkably uniform. vehemently criticizing the two factions of Yi Weiliang and Debenya for disrupting the order of the novice village. After all, with so many engaged in combat within the village, inadvertent injuries were inevitable. At this moment in Magic City, we had acquired 600,000 game coins, which, based on today as consumption, could sustain us for at least a week. Qin glanced at the messages sent by the other 3 members of the team and compared them with the expenditures. The individual in question was none other than Yi Wenwan from Hunting the Heavens. Yi Ling nodded. Not bad. The expenditure is less than I anticipated. Have we uncovered the identity of Debenya? The investigation is still ongoing. It is currently known that this individual hails from the capital, and there were a total of 30 people who entered the 0113 novice village with him. Their identifiers are merely simple numbers, yet these digits are not sequential. If each number represents a person, there could be hundreds on his side. Qin Ying produced a sheet of paper, documenting all the purely numeric IDs and levels of characters in 0113 novice village, the highest number being 154. It seems they were not allocated to a single novice village. Yi Ling examined the characters listed. Most had already reached level 5, with a few having attained level 6. Today, they too recruited a fair number of individuals, but their average level was slightly lower than that of the others. I instructed Heartfelt to continue recruiting in the novice village. Thus far, 47 individuals were willing to join us, yet many opted for Debenya's side, placing us at a slight disadvantage in numbers. This was inevitable, as the opposing side had evidently prepared much earlier. Tonight, I shall have them put in some effort. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, you and I will switch shifts. Initially, a 1-level disparity is inconsequential. As long as we enhance our equipment, we will be more than capable of competing. At that time, you will guard the tailor and jewelry shops while I handle the potion and blacksmith shops. Let us invest some coins to upgrade everyone's gear, striving to suppress them within the novice village. Agreed? Chapter 18. No worries about sales. Awakening early in the morning was truly exhausting. As Liu Kongkong yawned and hummed a peculiar little tune, he prepared instant noodles for himself. On the 3rd day of the game, Hunt the Heavens, many players had already grown accustomed to grinding through the night to level up. However, for Liu Kongkong, there was little to occupy his time. After all, the shops were closed. Although the mobile permissions had been granted, he felt hesitant to venture out with his face and ID displayed so prominently. All the NPCs stood obediently at their shop entrances or designated spots, and wandering aimlessly would likely result in being surrounded by layers of players. If he had a shopkeeper, he could have crafted some equipment overnight, but with the automated systems in place, he opted for a bit of laziness. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a proper breakfast at this hour. With that thought, Liu Kongkong slurped up a mouthful of noodles. Delicious. After finishing his breakfast, he glanced at his phone. It was time to start work. Ever since he became an NPC, his biological clock had surprisingly normalized. Looking out at the bright sunshine, his mood lifted slightly. He settled into the gaming pod and logged into the game, casually placing the weapons and equipment he had crafted overnight into the warehouse, and symbolically displaying a few in the shop. With the shop door swung open, Liu Kongkong immediately sensed that today would be another hectic day. Although the crowd outside was not particularly large, as most were engaged in battles, some attempted to cut in line to purchase weapons. Yet, before they could even initiate a trade request, they were swiftly dragged away by others. Youth was truly a blessing. Even after a night of fighting, they continued to engage. Liu Kongkong tirelessly collected payments and dispensed goods, watching as the urgency of the fighters outside intensified. After a night of combat, many players had lost all their equipment, and those who still had some durability left were eager to buy new gear first thing in the morning. Unfortunately, it seemed that everyone shared the same thought, resulting in a standstill where no one managed to make a purchase. If this continued, the financial drain was a minor concern, but the real issue was the delay in their progress. Compared to yesterday, the battles today appeared to be even fiercer. Yiwei Warm and Yiwei Cool stood in the resurrection area, having been online for half an hour, yet many players outside were fixated on them, making it impossible to escape. Yiwei Cool understood the situation. If they did not take action, they would undoubtedly be stuck at the resurrection point for the next few days. Let's wait a little longer. There are others who wish to end this conflict besides us. With Dabenya's personality, if we approach him now, we will gain nothing. We can only wait for him to come to us, he mused. Just as he anticipated, Dabenya had returned to level 1, devoid of any experience points. The individuals he had brought along were being relentlessly pursued by a throng of players. Initially, he thought having a uniform ID would facilitate finding and managing people, but now it had become a significant problem. Passers-by could easily identify them, and the newly recruited members were embroiled in combat with Yi Wei-Cool's team. Watching the flow of players entering and exiting to level up and complete quests, Dabenya gritted his teeth. He had intended to diminish Yi Wei-Cool's group's arrogance, demonstrating who held authority in the novice village of 0113. But it seemed the opposition was a formidable force. Never mind. For now, I will let them be. Once everyone gathers and the guild develops, I shall settle the score with them later. Reluctantly, but with the greater picture in mind, Dabenya reached out to Yi Wei-Cool. In the struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. After a day and night of conflict, it is evident that further fighting would be futile. A truce is possible, but certain matters must be delineated clearly. Yi Wei-Liang received news that brought a smile to her face. With the arrival of this message, everything became worthwhile. After all, had she resigned herself earlier, she would have gained nothing now and would have faced constant oppression. The two engaged in a brief discussion regarding the division of bosses and wild monsters. However, they tacitly avoided mentioning the ten-eyed spider, as neither wished to relinquish the rewards it offered, both secretly planning to arrange for others to defeat it. They also contemplated whether to divide the weapons and equipment. In recent days, their differing opinions on purchasing gear had led to considerable discord. Now that they had settled down to discuss matters, they aimed to resolve as much as possible. Yi Wei-Liang pondered briefly. Although she desired to agree, such matters were difficult to control. The novice village was not solely inhabited by their two factions. Even if they reached an agreement, they could not prevent passers-by from seizing opportunities to purchase items first. Waging war against the entire novice village? Such words were easily spoken. Yet even with their cooperation, it was an unattainable feat. Very well. Let's agree on this. The equipment and potions will go to the highest bidder, as long as it does not hinder our own leveling. Big Fool Duck has no objections, for he believes he can outmaneuver Yi Wei-Liang in economic matters. Thus, with a few exchanged words, the first large-scale conflict among players in the novice village concluded, paving the way for a frenzy of procurement. Over the past few days, the equipment of both parties had nearly deteriorated. This was primarily due to the absence of humanoid monsters in the novice village. According to the official strategy guide, only humanoid wild monsters would drop weapons and equipment, while crafting professions such as blacksmithing and tailoring could only be learned after leaving the novice village. Consequently, aside from purchasing from NPCs, the only avenue available was to confront bosses. Master Liu, what do we have left? Yi Wei-Liang and Big Fool Duck were the first to arrive at the blacksmith's shop. Unlike other establishments, Liu the Blacksmith had a thriving business, and the quality of his weapons was beyond question. Arriving late, they found only a few items remaining. Liu Kongkong had noticed the two early on and, upon seeing them approach together, realized that they had reached an agreement. He casually produced 28 stone weapons, with long swords being the most abundant, followed by bows, while daggers and staves were comparatively scarce. This assortment was crafted based on the observed ratios of player professions over the past 2 days. Very well. I shall take them all, they both declared in unison, promptly sending a trade request. At 50 copper coins per weapon, the price was reasonable, and trading with NPCs spared them from exorbitant fees. Liu Kongkong divided the weapons into 2 sets and handed them over. The main event was yet to come. Before the two could depart, Liu Kongkong swiftly retrieved 10 stone weapons from his warehouse. Unlike the previous batch, this set consisted of weapons enhanced to level 5. What? So that fine weapon from yesterday came from you? Yi Wei-Liang was momentarily taken aback at recognizing the familiar 5 enhancement, having assumed it was acquired by Jimar Rouge through some quest. The price was also agreeable, at 30 silver coins each, matching that of the bloodied hammer. Having already invested heavily in game currency for combat just the day before, the two were quick to seize the opportunity. Last night, The steward tirelessly crafted 800 weapons, and within just 2 or 3 hours this morning, they were sold out. Each weapon fetched 50 copper coins, totaling 4 gold coins, in addition to the 3 gold coins already acquired. A glance at the exchange rate revealed a slight decline. Yesterday, it stood at 1.16, while today it is 1.15. The influx of players is indeed substantial. Liu Kongkong, observing the rate, could easily deduce that the 2 individuals before him had purchased a significant amount of in-game currency, yet this had no discernible impact on prices. Furthermore, since yesterday, numerous sellers have begun offering their wares at 1 or 2 gold coins, which facilitated his selling of gold. He casually listed 7 gold coins for sale, leaving him with merely a few dozen copper coins in his inventory. Liu Kongkong remained unperturbed, for the afternoon still lay ahead. As long as he could earn the necessary funds to remit to the village chief, he would consider it a success. He turned back to his shop, taking a deep breath. It was time to delve into the creation of his new products. Liu Kongkong retrieved an array of weapons and the iron ore that Jimo Rouge had brought him yesterday, placing them solemnly on the crafting table. Chapter 19. Equipment or fashion. The blacksmith's level has reached 5, signifying his newfound ability to forge iron weapons and armor. At this juncture, he can finally craft some rudimentary protective gear. Previously, he had the capability to create shields, but with only 4 initial classes, none could wield them. Thus, any shields produced were merely ornamental. However, before commencing this endeavor, he must first process the ore. He casts the ore into the furnace, and moments later, uniformly sized iron ingots appear in the shop's storage. Such is the nature of the game. Even the most intricate of tasks are simplified. Liu Kongkong is thoroughly pleased. Had he been required to painstakingly process the iron or step by step, he would have needed to dedicate a considerable amount of time to learn the intricacies. He retrieves a piece of iron. Logically, iron equipment should possess greater durability than wooden or stone counterparts, albeit at the cost of increased weight. Perhaps he could utilize this material to craft the deadly stick? After all, durability can be adjusted, and channeling that value into attack power could yield terrifying results. Moreover, with further enhancements, currently, aside from meat shield, most players possess health points ranging between 150 to 200, with a slight increase in attack. It is conceivable that instant kills might occur. Given that the damage of the deadly stick is linked to strength, it is most fitting for warriors to wield this weapon. When wielding the deadly stick in conjunction with his strength and the skill smash, a single strike could easily diminish half of a fragile class's health. Should the stick's damage be augmented further, equilibrium among players would truly be achieved. After much contemplation, he ultimately decides against this course of action. Firstly, his current stock of iron ore is limited. Although he has enlisted some players to gather more, they are here to enjoy the game, and the blacksmith's tasks are merely side quests. Who knows when they might return to complete their quests? Not everyone is as devoted as Jimo Rouge, who circles around him daily. Secondly, a higher attack power holds little advantage for him. If he sets a high price, only a couple of unfortunate souls might purchase it. If he sets it too low, a multitude of players would acquire one, and within days, they would be dispatched from the novice village. In that case, from whom would he earn his coin? Thus, he resolves that this weapon will only be sold as Deadly Stick 5 in the future, with an already outrageous attack power of 25, akin to the original version, and available in limited quantities each day. As for the original version, those who can afford it often do not desire it, while those who covet it cannot afford it. An awkward predicament indeed. Hence, he opts to cease production. Why should he? An ordinary player have to assume the role of a game designer, managing the speed of player progression? He decides to forge a helmet first, to hone his skills. Liu Kongkong lifts the hammer, his intention clear, to practice crafting masks and helmets. For one day, he might create an extraordinary helmet that conceals his ID, allowing him to venture outside. A flurry of vigorous strikes ensues. 2 minutes later, gazing at the grotesque iron bucket before him, Liu Kongkong falls into contemplation, awaiting a name. Defense, 7 Constitution, 3 Durability, 500 Equipment Level, 5 Class Requirement. Warrior. The attributes are unremarkable. Prior to this, novice village players had relied on headbands or cloth caps acquired from the tailor's shop. In contrast, This bucket with holes offers significantly higher defense, but it still falls short of Liu Kongkong's expectations. Lacking in appeal, or to be more precise, it is unable to command high price. While enhancing its natural attributes can considerably augment its qualities, the consumption of identical materials also escalates. Nearly overlooked this. Suddenly enlightened, Liu Kongkong's eyes sparkled. Beauty is justice. He had yet to utilize this skill since acquiring it. If he could render this item more visually appealing, a price doubling would not be unreasonable. Throughout various games in the past, striking and exquisite skins, alongside a multitude of outfits, have perpetually been the aspirations of countless players, with many willing to pay for them. His decision to invest in this skill was predicated on this very notion. Though a blacksmith, he was performing tasks akin to those of the official store. If he does not profit, who will? Activate the skill. Swing the hammer. The tasks in this game are rather scarce. After 2 hours of battling monsters, he merely regained the experience lost. Yi Weiliang and Yi Wenwan entered the novice village, with other members of their party absent online. Fortunately, the two of them, one focusing on damage and the other on healing, found it convenient to level up. However, after 2 hours of combat, their weapons were nearing disrepair, prompting a visit to the warehouse for replacements. Yi Wenwan casually sold the pelts and teeth, along with a myriad of other random items acquired from defeating monsters, to the grocer. What do you collect these for? They're all gray items. It's not worth it for a few copper coins. Yi Weiliang could not fathom this woman's mindset. Just days prior, she had spent copious amounts of money, yet was now concerned about such trifles. Yi Wenwan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Weiliang. One should say where necessary and spend where appropriate. It costs nothing to pick up a few items. She then accepted a set of elixirs from the apothecary owner. See, by casually picking up a few things, I have covered the cost of potions. Money is earned penny by penny. TCH, Yi Weiliang exhibited a look of disdain, yet felt a sense of gratification within. Despite Qin Ying's family being wealthier than his own, she rarely spent extravagantly, except for, "Wow, Ailing, come look quickly. Do not call me by my real name in the game." Yi Weiliang turned helplessly and discovered Yi Wenwan waving at him in front of the blacksmith shop. What peculiar item has the blacksmith crafted now? Curiously, he approached Yi Wenwan, and upon lowering his gaze, he beheld a silver mask gleaming with metallic luster under the sunlight, its surface adorned with intricate thorn patterns, imparting a wild and fragmented essence to the entire mask. In comparison, the headband he donned resembled mere rag. What an extraordinarily cool mask. Yi Weiliang was momentarily taken aback and opened the equipment panel. Thorn faceplate, defense, 5 constitution, 2 durability, 500 required, level 5 class requirement. Warrior, this item is actually level 5, and its attributes are quite decent. But the price? 1 gold? Why not just steal it? Liu Kongkong maintained a calm demeanor. This item was merely a modification of the previous bucket. Yet he had not anticipated that utilizing beauty is justice would enhance the equipment's attributes. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the final product, and the price was quite reasonable. Darling, ISNT 1 gold, a bit excessive. Spending over 10,000 for a piece of mediocre level 5 equipment. Has he lost his mind? Previously, a lifetime of promises at least had a special effect. It's very affordable, only 1 gold. Yi Wenwan turned her head. Have you already purchased it? The night was gently cool, and Yi Weiliang found herself momentarily taken aback, gazing at the laurel crown adorning the other's head. Its metallic sheen glinted dazzlingly in the sunlight. This was precisely Yi Wenwan's greatest flaw. Her reason would falter in the presence of anything that sparkled. Clearly, this item held significant value. It not only provided an additional 4 points of defense, but also 2 points of intelligence. Yi Wenwan eagerly presented the equipment panel to Yi Weiliang. Dawn Laurel Crown Defense, 5 Constitution, 1 Intelligence, 2 Durability, 500 required level, 5 class requirement. Warlock, to dismiss its worth would be remiss, for it did offer a measure of intelligence. Yet one might argue its value, as 4 points of defense bore little distinction for what the neighboring tailor offered. Here, put this on, she urged. Yi Weiliang remained in a daze, only to find a trading panel had appeared before her, revealing the thorned faceplate nestled within the trade window. Upon glancing at the ID, She noted it was Yi Yuan. You spent 2 gold on these 2 items. So I ask, why do you bother picking up such trash? Yi Liang remarked with a wry smile as she accepted the faceplate. Chapter 20. The activation of the secret realm system for reasons inexplicable. 2 gold coins were spent, and Yi Liang vaguely felt as though he had been swindled. However, this sentiment swiftly dissipated. In a novice village where all players donned identical playing garments, the 2 of them stood out conspicuously as they traversed the path. Even upon encountering the clumsy duck at the village entrance, the latter paused momentarily. Where did they come from? The duck glanced at their IDs before confirming that the 2 individuals before him were his sworn rivals. At the blacksmith shop, Yi Liang remarked nonchalantly. With the stares of onlookers, his emotional value had reached its zenith, rendering the expenditure less burdensome. After all, in reality, donning a hat worth over 10,000 yuan seldom elicits envious glances. All right, the duck conceded, turning towards the blacksmith's establishment. Trendy fool, Yi Liang muttered under his breath. Upon entering the blacksmith's, the duck wasted no time. Master Liu, I hear you have new arrivals. After playing for a couple of days, the duck had discerned that the NPCs in this game possessed distinct personalities, prompting him to adopt a more courteous demeanor, much like Yi Liang. Indeed, there are several new items, Liu Kongkong replied, gesturing towards 4 helmets on the table. In addition to the thorn face guard and the dawn crown, there were also the assassin's skull mask and the archer's midnight hawk eye. Very well, I'll take 31 of those and 17 for the warriors. The duck began counting on his fingers, calculating the number of various classes within his team. 31. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Over 400,000. He thought Yi Liang was unfortunate enough, but it seems there is yet another expert. The duck's reasoning was straightforward. While Yi Liang and his companions purchased these items as treasures, he intended for his subordinates to wear them, subsequently influencing how others perceive them. Regardless of the cost, it was all about aggravating their rivals. Casually picking one up, he examined its attributes and price. Wait! The duck suddenly shouted as he saw Liu Kongkong returning to the blacksmith shop. This thing costs 1 gold coin each. Has this blacksmith gone mad? What is the matter? Liu Kongkong peeked his head out from behind the door. I don't have 31. They need to be crafted on the spot. Well, I can't afford that many at once. I can mail them to you. Just pay up front. No. I'll buy 1 first to see if it's useful, and if it is, I'll come back for more. The duck chuckled awkwardly. He could certainly afford it, but he felt the item was not worth that price. He had initially thought it would cost at most 20 silver coins each. Humph. Liu Kongkong dismissed him with a disdainful glance. The duck felt a bit embarrassed, but then he remembered that the person before him was merely an NPC. No one would know if he kept quiet, so his expression returned to calm. He then took a face guard, paid, and hurriedly left. Having missed a substantial business opportunity, Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of disappointment. However, recalling that he had already earned 10 gold coins today, his spirits lifted somewhat, and he casually listed 2 gold coins for sale. Speaking of which, where was that fellow, lonesome as a song? Just a few days ago, he had been the one seeking lonesome as a song the most. Yet now it was 3 in the afternoon, and the man had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he had quit? That seemed implausible. He must have earned quite a bit yesterday as well. Leaning against the doorframe, Liu Kongkong was not particularly concerned about any task that required lonesome as a song's attention, but he was simply curious about what the fellow was up to. From time to time, tasks are issued to players, and finally, at 4:30 in the afternoon, that familiar figure appeared. Master Liu, called out the player, lonely as a song, with great enthusiasm as he rushed towards Liu Kongkong. Is there anything I can assist you with? Could it be that he just logged in now? Liu Kongkong speculated that it was quite possible. After making some money, he likely went out in search of enjoyment last night. Yes. Could you help me gather another 500 units of iron? Or, after a full day of iron or tasks, he was not lacking in supply. Throughout the afternoon, players had been delivering ore to him, and his warehouse now held around 3,000 to 4,000 units. However, compared to the tens of thousands of wood and stone stored nearby, it was evidently a meager amount. Lonely as a Song accepted the task with a smile and promptly submitted it, instantly receiving 2,000 experience points. Had this fellow been mining iron, or all along? A glance at Lonely as a Song revealed that the 2,000 experience had elevated him by 1 level. Lonely as a Song chuckled shyly. admitting that he had spent the entire day mining iron ore, significantly increasing his mining level. Yet, this was not his primary goal. From the 300 units of iron ore he had collected yesterday, he suspected Liu Kongkong needed iron, and even without a task, he could earn a fair amount of goodwill by delivering it. Upon arrival, he inquired and indeed found a task awaiting him. This experience point reward was a pleasant surprise. "Do you need more?" Lonely as a Song asked, for the iron ore in his backpack far exceeded what he had just delivered. With a 30-slot weightless backpack, each slot holding 50 units, he had brought a staggering 1,500 units of iron ore. "Just tell me how much you have," Liu Kongkong said directly, as he would soon be finishing for the day. "Another 1,000, came a reply. Liu Kongkong admired him inwardly, knowing well from other players that mining was quite exhausting. This fellow was indeed a modern-day grinder. He adjusted the task and sent it to him. "Thank you, Master Liu." Upon seeing the task details, Lonely as a Song immediately tossed all the iron ore into the request, and in an instant, 4,000 experience points were credited to him. The player, Lonely as a Song, had become the first to reach LV10, earning the special title, Pioneer, gaining 10 attribute points, and receiving a monetary reward of 1 gold coin. As player number 0113 in the Novice Village had reached level 10, the Secret Realm system was now unlocked, urging all players to explore actively. What the heck? Someone is already level 10. I haven't even reached half of that. With a reward of 1 gold coin. The system directly dispensed currency? This individual must be an official plant. Those still striving for advancement were momentarily stunned. Despite losing a fair amount of experience over the past day, the disparity in levels seemed too great. Lonely as a Song. Is he the one who sold the discount coupons earlier? Night Warm looked towards Night Cool, who nodded with a grim expression. Could that fellow possess even more formidable equipment? Night Cool glanced at his own longsword, with an attack power of 15, and found it hard to believe that any equipment could surpass that at this level. He quickly sent a message to inquire if Lonely as a Song was interested in joining his team. "Not at the moment, but we can collaborate later." Lonely as a Song casually replied, simultaneously responding to Big Fool Duck, as both reached out to him almost at the same instant. He had already grasped the discord between the two factions through the forum. In the past, he would undoubtedly have aligned himself with one side, but now, he casually listed his gold coins, while the carefree laughter of his solitude flowed like a stream. Joining a faction was utterly pointless, under Master Liu's guidance. He was reaping over 10,000 each day. To affiliate with any side would mean sharing his methods, ultimately depriving him of earnings. To this day, he firmly believed that he had triggered a hidden quest from Liu Kongkong, which was why he had been bestowed with such a substantial experience task. Liu Kongkong, on the other hand, sought more hands for labor but lacked sufficient experience to do so. Observing the elated solitude of his companion, he had no time to attend to this fellow. Just as the system announced the activation of the Secret Realm system, he received another system notification. "Attention, all villagers. The Secret Realm system is now active, and all villagers have been granted the authority to create secret realms." Chapter 21. A thrilling contest. Upon reading the message about creating a dungeon, Liu Kongkong's mind momentarily went blank. Fortunately, the store had just closed, so Jimor Rouge did not witness his expression. He casually summoned the creation interface. The number of dungeons that could be created. 1. The number of buildings that could be placed in the dungeon. 50. The available points for items and monsters. 500 dungeon experience reward. 500, 2000 per person, dungeon loot selection. Lastly, there was a button, Start Construction. This was somewhat intriguing, yet not particularly captivating. Liu Kongkong felt a lack of enthusiasm. Constructing a dungeon could indeed be entertaining, but the most crucial aspect was his profit. All rewards were directed to the players, leaving him to toil for naught. Scrolling down, he noted several points of caution. For instance, upon completion of the creation, he must clear himself first. Of course, this did not pertain to the monster's stats. Testers could annihilate all monsters within in an instant, and the monsters that could be placed were limited to those around the Novice Village. There was no risk of exceeding numerical limits. The primary concern was ensuring the path was navigable, leading players to the finish line. What does this mean? Almost reaching the end, he spotted a line of small print. Please strive to increase the dungeon's difficulty. For every 100 deaths accumulated by all players within the dungeon, your lifespan points will increase by 1, and any items dropped upon death will belong to you. Liu Kongkong's heart raced. Now, he felt invigorated. He was uncertain of what lifespan points entailed, but the latter part of the message was paramount. Based on common sense, the equipment attributes he, as a blacksmith, could craft were evidently limited. Truly exceptional gear was often found on bosses, and his role seemingly precluded any connection to the novice village boss. However, with this opportunity, he could both recycle and sell the gear he acquired. And if fortune favored him, he might even obtain some boss equipment. Just imagine how much it could sell for. Had it not been for an impending meeting, Liu Kongkong would have eagerly delved into constructing the dungeon. He had played countless games throughout his life and had encountered an array of bizarre dungeons. Upon returning, he set off to the village chief's home. As he entered, he was greeted by the radiant smiles of all the villagers. What was the occasion? Had they been celebrating? Before he could settle into his seat, the village chief remarked, "Ah, little Liu, that is not your seat. You need to move 2 places forward. You are the reason for our village's first level 10 friend. You deserve this honor." Oh, very well. Under the gaze of the assembled villagers, Liu Kongkong took his seat. In just a few days, he had ascended from the very bottom to the 3rd position, with a few skill instructors and Widow Wang preceding him. The other NPCs bore no resentment, looking at him with gratitude. Was it truly so difficult to elevate a player to level 10? Did they not possess ample experience? Was it not inappropriate to concentrate it all on a single individual? He did not comprehend. I can understand everyone's sentiments. Let's keep today's meeting brief. However, before we proceed, we must express our gratitude to Liu Damo. Without him, we could not have obtained dungeon permissions so promptly. Let us applaud. The scene erupted in thunderous applause, and Liu Kongkong, having never encountered such a spectacle, stood up repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Since everyone had acquired the permissions to the secret realm, it was evident that they had all put in considerable effort. After all, the celestial being's message had been seen by all. Lifespan is of paramount importance to each individual. Lifespan points equate to one's lifespan. Liu Kongkong paused, momentarily perplexed, but soon deduced that it might be a form of setting, merely sounding unrelated to his own reality, for it was unlikely to grant him an additional year of life. Well then, enough of the idle chatter. Let us commence the report. 10 minutes later, Liu Kongkong reluctantly surrendered 51 silver coins, feeling the sting as he did so. The equipment he had crafted earlier was rather conspicuous, and prior to the report, the village chief had specifically complimented the aesthetics of his shop. Thus, he could only curse internally for having to part with a bit more than anticipated. After the meeting, he returned home, brimming with eagerness as he opened the interface for secret realm construction. Just as he was about to initiate the building process, a woman's voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. What the? Liu Kongkong jumped in shock. He was certain this place was inaccessible to others. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Widow Wang. Blinking in disbelief, Liu Kongkong's mind raced, yet he could not fathom the significance of an NPC appearing outside his designated area. Was a hidden quest, but I'm also an NPC at present. A storyline? Yet there were no players around. Before he could pose a question, Widow Wang spoke first. Even you dare to call me a widow? Wang Xiuqin's expression darkened, her eyes filled with sorrow, leaving Liu Kongkong at a loss. Indeed, addressing her as a widow in her presence seemed rather inappropriate, especially considering that, according to the narrative, this woman was his childhood companion. Ahem, it is Xiuqin, I misspoke. He corrected himself. Upon hearing her name, Wang Xiuqin's demeanor softened, the sorrow in her eyes transforming into a lingering melancholy. Ever since those friends arrived, you have never come to find me. Huh, there's a story to this. Liu Kongkong stole a glance at the letter provided by the system earlier. While it contained information about the villagers, it lacked specific events. I arrived quite late. You had locked the door. He blurted out, attempting to dismiss the tension as if engaging in a murder mystery game. Wang Xiuqin, perplexed, replied, Didn't I give you the key? I possess a key to your home? Liu Kongkong, glancing at the strikingly beautiful and alluring Wang Xiuqin, hurriedly checked the shop storage, but found nothing. If I had it, I would certainly have paid you a visit. To this, Wang Xiuqin skillfully opened a drawer, retrieving a key, and then turned to him with a questioning gaze. "Oh, so it was here. I hadn't found it before." He had already seen the key's details, a special item aptly named the key to Wang Xiuqin's door. "You're lying. Have you taken a fancy to someone else? I've noticed a young girl frequently appearing at your door these days. Today, you even gifted her a beautiful crown." Wang Xiuqin's expression turned to one of indignation, as if she felt betrayed. "The crown? You mean Yu Weinan? She purchased it, and how could I refuse her? Though, to be fair, Yu Weinan is indeed quite attractive." Liu Kongkong mused, reflecting that while she lacked the mature allure of Wang Xiuqin, she possessed a youthful charm and a commendable figure. "Regardless, I remain unfazed. In the past, I lured a wild hare to eliminate that fool for your sake. I have sacrificed so much, and regardless of the circumstances, you must be with me." My goodness. Liu Kongkong hastily perused the letters. Yet the system had not mentioned a single word about this matter. Moreover, what does Liu Damo possess that warrants such devotion from this girl? Before Liu Kongkong could close the email interface, he felt a soft object embrace him, and the intoxicating fragrance rendered him momentarily dizzy. Yet, in the next instant, he regained his composure. "Wait, although I am playing the role of an NPC, I am fundamentally still a player. What is this sensation? And why does it feel so real?" However, the eager Wang Xiuqin offered him little time to ponder, pulling him into the bedroom, where an impromptu duel commenced. Finally, after half an hour, I concede, with the setting sun casting a warm glow, Liu Kongkong performed a respectful gesture, bidding farewell to Wang Xiuqin, who departed with a slight limp. He now had answers to his earlier questions. It turned out that Liu Damo was indeed formidable. Wait, the sensations from earlier still lingered in his heart, but Liu Kongkong suddenly realized that in reality, he should be lying in the game pod. Could it be akin to dreaming of needing to use the restroom? A flicker of fear crossed Liu Kongkong's gaze. Chapter 22. The Path of Reincarnation. After securely locking the door, Liu Kongkong logged out of the game to assess his situation, discovering that nothing untoward had occurred. Now offline, he casually snacked to quell his hunger, glancing at his bank account during the process. The funds had indeed been credited, and he gazed in satisfaction at his nearly 200,000 yuan in savings, feeling as though he were in a dream. In the past, it would have taken him a considerable time to accumulate such wealth. Upon logging back into the game, he first inspected his home, possessing the keys to Wang Xiuqin's residence. He was uncertain whether Liu Daming had also relinquished the keys to this place. If necessary, he could always change the locks, but that was a matter for another day. The most pressing concern was to construct the dungeon before the business opened tomorrow. He clicked to begin the construction, and the scenery before him transformed instantaneously. The steps were quite clear. Observing the various options presented, forest, grassland, snow-capped mountains, village, and cave, Liu Kongkong randomly selected the grassland. He needed to familiarize himself with the monsters available for selection and their attack patterns. Opening the monster list, he encountered creatures such as the rabbit monster and the wild boar monster, nothing particularly distinctive. Liu Kongkong felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he summoned a rabbit, as he had previously boasted to Jimor Rouge about having battled 30,000 rabbits. This creature aligned well with his persona. Although it was of considerable size and possessed decent attack power, its attack pattern was overly simplistic. Before him stood an immobile rabbit, nearly 1 meter tall, with a singular attack move, a kick with its hind legs. Moreover, each rabbit monster consumed 20 monster points, meaning that if he filled the dungeon solely with rabbits, he could only accommodate 25, rendering it nearly devoid of challenge for seasoned players, even if the monster level increased to 7. The wild boar's attack pattern was also straightforward, characterized by a reckless charge. Its speed could be impeded by the archer's leg-slicing arrows. Once slowed, the boar would become an easy target. However, in larger numbers, it proved somewhat useful, as a team consists of only 5 players. Being battered by 25 boars would be intolerable. It too consumed 20 points. The stone wolf boasted a balanced skill set, with higher defense than the previous 2 monsters. Though its attack was slightly lower, its speed was commendable, with a chance to inflict bleeding damage. The venomous spider wielded 2 forms of ranged attack, venom and webbing. The venom inflicted continuous damage, while the webbing slowed players, and if stacked to 10 layers would immobilize them. However, due to its low attack frequency, few players would manage to stack it to that extent. Each spider consumed 40 monster points. Next came the bosses. Liu Kongkong had previously heard players mention the Stone Wolf King and the Ten-Eyed Spider, both of which required 300 points as indicated in the list. To his surprise, he discovered yet another boss option. This creature piqued his interest, a gigantic mosquito. Bloodsucker King. Enormous in size yet remarkably swift, it possesses wings but does not fly. Its retractable proboscis is adept at siphoning blood and resides primarily in underground caverns. Its method of attack involves striking with its proboscis. Skill 1. Blood Feast. Upon striking a target, drags them away, siphoning 40 health points per second. If it receives damage exceeding 50 points, the skill ceases. Skill 2. Virus Injection. Infuses a unique toxin into the target, inflicting 20 damage points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Note, when the Bloodworm's health decreases to 30, it enters Phase 2, promptly designating a player. The designated player must transfer the buff to another player within 5 seconds or face instant death. Will there be designations? Liu Kongkong raised an eyebrow. Is such a creature appropriate for the early stages of the game? Given the game's popularity, many players are venturing into online gaming for the first time. The designation mechanism is not overly complex, yet cannot be deemed particularly simple either. Especially when being pursued by such a creature, it is likely that many NPCs will opt for this, or perhaps the Ten-Eyed Spider. After all, they should be aware of the news regarding the Stone Wolf King's demise. Below lie various mechanisms, though numerous in variety. They largely resemble those Liu Kongkong has encountered before, primarily arrows, flames, poison sprays, and various switches. The point consumption is not negligible at 5 points each. He has also gained a considerable understanding of the materials. Glancing at the time, he noted he still has nearly 12 hours to construct the dungeon. That should suffice. Liu Kongkong has already devised a plan, selecting a cave as the setting. Acquainting himself with the controls, he commenced construction. This endeavor lasted for 9 hours. However, for Liu Kongkong, such a workload is merely a trifle. Previously, assisting his boss required 30 hours of relentless effort without rest. Completion. Liu Kongkong checked the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. He swiftly ran through the dungeon, making minor adjustments to the monster placements, before contentedly exiting. Naming it, he decided on Path of Reincarnation. As for the rewards, Liu Kongkong is not one to be miserly. He maximized the experience points. For the equipment drops, he selected several pieces of jewelry, as he currently lacks the ability to craft jewelry, which would not affect his business. Almost forgot about this. These rewards could entice a batch of players to engage in dungeon runs, yet it is highly probable that these players would only partake once, or even abandon the endeavor midway. He is well aware of the situation regarding this dungeon. Therefore, to encourage players to repeatedly engage, it is essential to offer some unique rewards. After customizing a new drop, Liu Kongkong was finally satisfied and saved his work, setting up the dungeon entrance. Everything was in order. Exiting the dungeon, he confirmed the completion. Your dungeon Path of Reincarnation has been successfully published. Is there no need for review? Upon reflection, it makes sense, as dungeons are created by NPCs and require no scrutiny. Turning his gaze to the window, he could still see outside through the paper. It was already dawn. The sky was speckled with stars, and the novice village remained bustling with players entering and exiting, while others gathered on benches in the public area, engaging in conversation. Had he not become an NPC, he mused, he would likely be preoccupied with leveling up. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of nostalgia and glanced at the steward. Before entering, he had sent the steward away, and he had already crafted more than half of the weapons he intended to sell tomorrow. Logging out, Liu Kongkong exited the game, stretching his body, feeling no fatigue. He then took out his phone to check the time. In merely 3 hours, the business would commence, and it appeared that sleep would be unnecessary today. With that thought, I opened my computer and logged into the forum. The first post that caught my eye was titled Shocking. A deity has reached level 10 in the Novice Village 0113. Suspected to be an official from the hunting heaven. I casually clicked on it, only to find that the poster was also a player from Novice Village 0113. The content included a mention of Lonely as a song and various analyses and data, ultimately concluding that it was virtually impossible to attain level 10 in such a brief period through normal progression. The first comment read, "Lonely as a song, pure fool." No explanation. Liu Kongkong glanced at the timestamps of the post and the reply, noting that only a few seconds had elapsed. He couldn't help but wonder if this individual was obsessively searching for himself every day. The subsequent replies were all exclamatory, with comments like "The real deal has appeared." "Where did you hang that?" "Share the link." And "Child of hunting heaven, please take me along." Liu Kongkong found the initial comments rather tedious and was about to close the page when one particular comment captured his attention. "What is all the fuss about? Several novice villages have players at level 10. As far as I know, the highest level currently is 13. Beneath this comment, many were inquiring for more details. Yet no one provided answers. Level 13? Liu Kongkong scoffed slightly. He was not particularly astonished by this level. Any NPC could effortlessly nurture a high-level player if they so wished. Nonetheless, he was curious about what this level 13 player might have accomplished to garner such experience from NPCs. Moreover, if someone had indeed reached level 10, why was only Lonely as a song being highlighted on the forum? Chapter 23. Together we conquered dungeons after scouring the forum extensively and finding no other information regarding level 10 players. Liu Kongkong navigated to the homepage of Lonely as a song. To his astonishment, this individual had amassed tens of thousands of followers. Furthermore, he had posted a second message, which was a self-aggrandizing discourse filled with hollow assertions about his profound understanding of the game, yet devoid of any substantive content. The comments section was rife with derision. Even negative attention is still attention. Liu Kongkong felt a sense of satisfaction upon failing to locate his own ID among the comments on Lonely as a song's post. It was prudent for his ID to remain as inconspicuous as possible on the forum. The more people who recognized him, the greater the likelihood of his identity as a player being uncovered. Once discovered and subsequently unboxed, his life would be thrown into disarray. He surmised that this individual may regard him as a part of some strategy. Liu Kongkong speculated about Lonely as a song's intentions. Should anyone be willing to pay for his leveling guide, he would undoubtedly divulge every detail. It seemed that some underhanded tactics were in order. Contemplating this, he casually browsed through gaming news as dawn broke outside. After a refreshing shower and a delightful meal of boiled dumplings, Liu Kongkong reclined into the gaming pod once more. Time to earn some money. I hope this dungeon yields an abundance of equipment from these players. He felt quite confident about the path of Reincarnation Dungeon. As long as players entered, they would emerge battered at the very least. Upon logging in, he noted that he had arrived relatively early, and it was still before shop hours. The tasks assigned to the steward had been completed, and he casually stored his weapons and gear in the warehouse. However, since the steward could only craft basic equipment, Liu Kongkong took it upon himself to forge several weapons. As for the iron armor, the few pieces from yesterday remained unsold. Yet he still crafted a few iron tunics and trousers, adorning them with the motto, "Beauty is justice." Having purchased my helmet, how could I possibly sleep without completing the set? These pieces were specifically prepared for those unfortunate souls from yesterday. Simultaneously, he fashioned 50 iron weapons. However, these required a minimum level of 7, and currently, only a handful could wield them, so he refrained from producing an excess. Compared to stone weapons, iron weapons boasted slightly higher attack power, reaching a total of 8, which for players like Yu Weiliang could theoretically be disregarded. Yet, how could Liu Kongkong allow them to overlook this? The level requirement for Path of Reincarnation was 7, and after a night of leveling up, most of these players were now eligible to enter the dungeon. The only remaining task was to usher them into the dungeon. With the enhancement of time is money. The equipment was swiftly completed, coinciding perfectly with opening hours. He promptly opened the doors. As anticipated, a crowd had gathered outside. Over the past few days, players had discerned that the wares from this blacksmith shop were scarce in the novice village, while other shops replenished their stock rapidly. Yet Liu Kongkong appeared leisurely, previously doing nothing but standing at the entrance, observing players engage in battles. Ambitious individuals indeed. Liu Kongkong surveyed the eager faces, all dissatisfied with the subpar weapons provided by the quests, yearning for swift advancement. Among them, several IDs seemed familiar, but none more so than the leaders of this group. Master Liu, good morning. The enthusiastic big duck greeted Liu Kongkong warmly, having arrived early today to secure the first spot in line. The previous evening, he had clearly received a system notification prompting him to come and test the waters, while also scouting for any fine equipment. He had also sent others to inquire with various NPCs. Liu Kongkong, with his inscrutable demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement, given the persona he had embodied over the past few days. He found it inappropriate to alter his attitude. He casually displayed the weaponry for sale. What in the world is this equipment? Why is it so dazzling? Several sets of iron armor instantly captured everyone's attention, with Big Duck and Yi Weiliang in the front row widening their eyes in astonishment. Thorned chest armor and thorned leg guards? The names clearly suggested a matching set with their face masks. But did these items possess set attributes? Upon glancing at their masks, they confirmed there were no set bonuses. Merely aesthetically pleasing, it seemed. They examined the attributes of the chest and leg armor, which, like their masks, offered slightly higher defense than ordinary clothing, priced at a familiar 1 gold coin. How outrageously expensive. One piece of equipment costs over 10,000. The players behind them began to voice their dissatisfaction regarding the pricing, though some offered counterarguments. It's not too bad. Some cosmetic skins in games require a lottery to obtain, and landing one could cost about the same. At least this item has attributes, and decent ones at that. Big Duck's mouth twitched as a clever idea suddenly formed in his mind. Master Liu, how many pieces of this equipment do we have? The events of the previous day concerning the 31 pieces were still fresh in his mind, and he dared not be reckless before the blacksmith. Liu Kongkong scoffed. There are 3 sets of thorn gear. The rest of the classes have 1 set each. One set consists of 2 pieces, totaling 12 gold coins. Phew! Now I can relax. Big Duck sighed in relief before shouting exuberantly, I'll take them all. Yi Weiliang was taken aback. Are you seriously trying to be this infuriating? I'm merely donning a face mask, and you're buying up all the clothing and pants. Besides, why would a warrior purchase sorcerer gear? Yi Weiliang personally didn't mind, but he was concerned about the impending flood of messages for Yi Weinhua. Hey, you want it? Big Duck grinned as he flaunted the acquired gear to Yi Weiliang, then turned back to Liu Kongkong to confirm that no more stock would be available today before contentedly departing from the group. The secret realm had already opened, and the team members needed equipment. Although these items were pricey, their attributes were commendable, and it would be amusing to annoy Yi Weiliang. A win-win situation. Wait, the secret realm. Suddenly recalling another purpose for his visit, he turned back only to find Yi Weiliang had resumed his original position, smiling and instructing him to move to the back of the queue. Damn, I got too carried away. Big Duck's expression darkened, but instead of lining up, he began to whistle and linger beside Yi Weiliang. Yi Weiliang, initially intending to ask Liu Kongkong about the secret realm, found himself momentarily frozen when he noticed Big Duck's persistent presence, fearing that he might overhear. Are you buying anything? If not, please move aside. Don't obstruct my business, Liu Kongkong declared, indifferent to their banter. Yes, I want 20 iron weapons, 8 long swords. Yi Weiliang listed the quantities, knowing that 20 of his companions had already reached level 7. And he had come today to look for suitable weapons. Upon seeing that the iron weapons were priced at only 80 copper coins each, he hurriedly made his purchases. This item is merely an ordinary weapon, and he is not concerned about any potential shortages, hence he voices no complaints. The clumsy duck remains, noticing that Yi Weiliang is observing him, even going so far as to say, mind your own business, purchase what you need. If you leave, I shall depart as well. Scoundrel! Yi Weiliang gritted his teeth, yet refraining from inquiring was not an option. Master Liu, may I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with? The more challenging, the better. The higher the demands, the more welcome. Upon uttering these words, he silently prayed that it would be a task quest. Here it comes, Liu Kongkong thought with delight, and then, with a grave expression, he replied, there isn't much I require assistance with. However, given your enthusiasm, I have a piece of information that might prove beneficial to you. Wait, Master Liu, dear Father Liu, could you whisper the latter part in my ear? Upon hearing the initial words, Yi Weiliang realized that the information he sought was imminent, and it was not a task. Should others overhear, the competition would undoubtedly intensify. Before Liu Kongkong could utter another word, the anxious, clumsy duck interjected. Just say it already. No need for hushed tones. Ahem. After leaving the novice village, head north, traverse the woods, and behind a small waterfall, there lies a secret realm known as the Path of Reincarnation. The treasures within may be of assistance to you. By the end of his proclamation, Liu Kongkong was nearly shouting, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was already alone. Did they run off that quickly? Liu Kongkong turned to observe other shops and NPCs, finding that only a handful of players remained. The rest had all fled. Did I forget to mention the level requirements? He was equally astonished, as he had assumed that the secret realms of the other NPCs were yet to be completed, but it appeared that everyone had hastily constructed them overnight. Chapter 24. The repulsive copy. Upon hearing of the secret realm's location, the clumsy duck hastened his pace, having already begun to contact the lonely lyricist along the way. The latter, at level 10, possessed significantly higher attributes solely from skill points, not to mention the additional reward points. The lonely lyricist, in a generous spirit, was quick to agree, especially since the clumsy duck promised him a set of equipment. They swiftly formed a party, but by the time Yi Weiliang thought of contacting the lonely lyricist, it was already too late. Never mind, we already have 5 members. If we include the lonely lyricist, we would need to dismiss someone. Yi Weiliang reassured himself as he journeyed on, though he noticed that Yi Weina's expression was rather grim, seemingly still sulking over Yi Weiliang's failure to secure the dawn gear. Both Pouring Heart and Soul and Eagle had equipped themselves with the skull masks and midnight eagle eyes that Yi Weiliang had casually purchased earlier. After all, when tackling a dungeon, enhancing attributes could expedite their progress. Ah Tao, you're swift. I'll pass the team leader position to you. See if you can directly enter the dungeon and pull us through. Yi Weiliang entrusted the team leader role to Pouring Heart and Soul, who nodded in agreement before sprinting ahead. The clumsy duck had a similar strategy and assigned the team leader position to number 7. Minutes later, both reached their destination almost simultaneously. We found the dungeon. It requires level 7. You cannot enter. Number 7 messaged the clumsy duck, while Pouring Heart and Soul boldly ventured inside. The clumsy duck was momentarily taken aback. Is the required level so high? He promptly withdrew from the team and replaced himself. Meanwhile, Yi Weiliang and his companions received the dungeon teleportation prompt and confirmed their entry, only to discover something was amiss within this dungeon. This place feels rather eerie, Yi Weina stated with an expression of fear, inching closer to Yi Weiliang. Yi Weiliang smiled reassuringly. It's merely a game. It's all fabricated. Yet, despite his words, the scene before them was indeed unsettling. They stood at the entrance of the dungeon, facing a long corridor. Although illuminated by flickering candlelight, the atmosphere felt increasingly sinister, accentuated by several tattered red papers. Is someone getting married in this cave? Pouring Heart and Soul, the most audacious among them, took a few steps forward, glancing at the worn wedding characters on the wall before turning back with a defiant declaration. Let us dispel these illusions. I shall lead the way. With someone taking the lead, the others hurriedly followed. However, after only a few steps, Yi Weina suddenly screamed, pointing at something above. The 4 turned in the direction of her finger, only to discover an ominous poison spider hanging from the ceiling. They were not unfamiliar with this creature, having slain numerous ones while scouting the 10-eyed spider, yet its unexpected presence above startled them nonetheless. Has this thing been here since we entered? Yi Weina began to calm down, but the notion that it had been silently lurking above them filled her with dread. Most likely, Yi Weiliang assessed the situation, observing the poison spider still hanging overhead. As he took a few steps, he noted that the spider seemed to follow their movements. Eagle, shoot it down. Irritated by their unwelcome companion, Eagle drew his bow and aimed at the spider, only for the arrow to be halted mid-flight by an unseen force. It seems there is an invisible barrier between us and that creature, rendering us incapable of reaching it, while it too appears unable to launch an attack against us. Gazing at the venomous spider's emerald eyes, which glimmer with a clear intent to strike, it remains motionless, biding its time. Thus, we choose to disregard it for now and continue our forward journey. After all, it is merely a spider, and should it descend among us, we could easily dispatch it in mere moments. However, despite our words, the mere presence of this creature lingering above us makes it impossible for anyone to truly ignore it. As we proceed, we find ourselves 5 individuals, heads tilted upwards, fixated on the spider. Yet, after only a few steps, a sudden crack reverberates. What was that sound? The group hurriedly scans their surroundings, discovering nothing amiss. Wait, how did Tao die? Knight's cool surprise is taken aback to see the heartfelt name on the team list has turned gray, and upon attempting to establish contact, realizes communication within the instance is futile. Meanwhile, in a novice village, Heartfelt stands bewildered at the resurrection point, unable to comprehend the cause of his demise. Upon reviewing the records, he exclaims, "Did I just die from a fall? How utterly mundane. Who is speaking to me?" Heartfelt turns to see number 7 languishing at the resurrection point. "Did you also die from a fall?" Despite being rivals, they are currently united in dungeon exploration. Heartfelt seeks to extract useful information, but number 7, unyielding, equips his shoes and departs. Lost equipment? Heartfelt pulls up his gear panel, only to discover that his blood fong has vanished. Oh dear, did it truly drop? At the blacksmith's, Liu Kongkong, who had been scrutinizing the dungeon panel, immediately notices a uniquely designed dagger appear, swiftly stowing it in his inventory. It seems they had yet to conquer the first stage. The initial spider in the dungeon is incapable of attacking those below. Its purpose is evidently to unsettle, drawing players' attention to facilitate their fall into the traps below. As for why the spider cannot be reached, it is positioned outside the active space of the dungeon, and it took considerable testing to place it there. Although Liu Kongkong squandered 40 monster points, he is confident the resultant effect will be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Knight's cool surprise, upon noting Heartfelt's death, hesitates momentarily. Let us advance further. It'll take a Tao some time to respawn, and should we encounter a boss ahead, we can retreat and await him. After all, we are vying for the first clear and must act swiftly. However, we should remain vigilant of our surroundings, as this dungeon may harbor unseen dangers. They had just conducted a thorough inspection, only to discover traps beneath their feet, quite conspicuous upon closer examination, though overlooked in their prior upward focus. I will keep an eye on the spider above. You all watch your step. Knight's warmth remains uneasy about the arachnid hovering overhead, insisting on maintaining her vigil. The other 3 acquiesce, and thus the quartet continues onward. They traverse to the end of the passage, encountering no further traps below, and the spider remains perched above, undisturbed. Knight's cool surprise breathes a sigh of relief. This straight path has been quite taxing, as he nearly crawled to avoid potential traps. Well, we have thoroughly surveyed this area. Let us proceed. Before he can finish his sentence, he is suddenly propelled into the air. The agonizing screams gradually faded into the distance, ultimately rendering the names gray after a few seconds. The remaining 3 were still engulfed in shock when they snapped back to reality and noticed, to their astonishment, a wild rabbit hiding around the corner. It was evident that Yi Weiliang had inadvertently kicked it aside. The trio swiftly banded together to slay the rabbit, then cautiously peered ahead, only to discover an unfathomable abyss lurking beyond the corner. Who on earth designed this dungeon? Is there something wrong with their minds? The eagle, infuriated, erupted in curses. If they had lost fair and square, that would have been acceptable, but being ambushed like this was utterly preposterous. Yet another item. Liu Kongkong casually picked it up, revealing it to be a mere piece of cloth, which he promptly discarded into the storage. Turning to glance at the respawn point, he found Yi Weiliang standing there, bare from the waist up, still in shock. It turned out to be him, but regrettably, he had not dropped a weapon. Chapter 25. The madness of total annihilation. Shall we continue onward, or should we wait for them to return? Night Wan expressed her reluctance to proceed. Is it truly necessary to engage in such a terrifying dungeon? Having come this far, we might as well take a glimpse ahead, Old Eagle replied, feeling much better after venting his frustrations towards the abyss. He suggested they press on, asserting that a second venture into such a deceptive dungeon would be far simpler for those with prior experience. I caught a glimpse of the dungeon rewards. Each person stands to gain 2,000 experience points upon completion. This reasoning held merit. Knight Wan and Xiao and I contemplated the situation. Should they re-enter, they would surely avoid the traps that had ensnared them previously. Furthermore, the 2,000 experience points were crucial for their advancement, as a few more runs would elevate them to level 10. Very well, let's proceed. Knight Wan inhaled deeply. But you all go ahead. Old Eagle nodded, gathering his courage to forge ahead. Though fear lingered in his heart, he felt compelled to follow, especially as the two bravest members of their party had already moved forward. As they rounded the corner, a narrow path emerged, barely wide enough for a single person. The right side was flanked by a wall, while the left dropped into the abyss. Let us tread carefully, observing our steps. This path likely conceals traps, Old Eagle warned, his expression tense as he bent down to scrutinize the ground. Sure enough, after advancing for over 10 meters, two movable panels appeared before him. To expect the same trap to work twice? How naive. Deploying two panels at once is futile. Be cautious. There are traps here, Old Eagle declared with pride, then leaped lightly. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. What was that sound? Old Eagle looked up just in time to see an arrow hurtling towards him. Damn it, that sixth one. The arrow struck him, causing his body to freeze in place, and the next moment, the panels opened, sending Old Eagle away. Knight Wan, who witnessed the entire episode, was left in stunned disbelief. It was utterly frustrating. Throughout this ordeal, they had only managed to hunt a wild hare. Never had a dungeon been so treacherous. Another one bites the dust, Liu Kongkong remarked casually as he removed the midnight eagle eye. This time, fortune favored him, as he retrieved a valuable piece of equipment. Without hesitation, he placed it for sale once more. Combination traps were something he frequently encountered in past games, and they had always been a source of exasperation for him. Thus, he had incorporated them into the reincarnation path. By meticulously calibrating the distance and height, he had set up a crossbow trap at the end of the path. Even if the traps beneath were discovered, he had contingencies in place, and even more contingencies beyond that. Before long, another piece of equipment emerged. Bloodied hammer. This item might not fetch a good price anymore. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was a level 5 item, and anyone capable of entering the dungeon would likely be level 7 by now, rendering it useless to them. He glanced up towards the resurrection point, where Xiao and I was stood at attention. Almost immediately, another piece of equipment appeared. How swift! Liu Kongkong retrieved it again. The Dawn Crown? Reflecting on the IDs he had seen at the resurrection point during this time, it dawned on him that Knight Wei Liang's team had been utterly obliterated. My apologies. Upon Knight Wan's return, he discovered that Xiao and I was still at the resurrection point, realizing that he had met his demise rather swiftly. After the eagle's death, Xiao and I executed a forward roll to bypass the trap, only to unexpectedly encounter a recess in the wall on his right, revealing that repugnant wild hare once more. A single kick sent him plummeting into the abyss. Meanwhile, Knight Wan witnessed the inexplicable deaths of all his teammates, causing an eruption of fear within him, compelling him to flee towards the entrance of the dungeon. In his panic, he forgot about the trap that lay along the way. No, it's fine. Xiao and I had yet to recover, struggling to comprehend how such malevolent designs could coexist in one location. Reflecting on the place, he realized that even a second attempt would prove exceedingly difficult, and he communicated with Knight Wei Liang, relaying the circumstances inside. Knight Wan also reached out to Knight Wei Liang, expressing his reluctance to re-enter. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Knight Wei Liang posting an item, prompting him to rush towards the path of reincarnation. Knight Wei Liang and his companions had already returned to the entrance of the dungeon, initially intending to guide others in, but their expressions soured upon seeing the message. A single spider, 2 wild hares, 3 movable boards, and a crossbow trap. Seemingly simple elements had led to their utter annihilation. If Liu Kongkong had heard this, he would have added that it amounted to precisely 100 monster points. Fortunately, they were not the only casualties. Many others now stood at the entrance of the path of reincarnation, each bearing expressions akin to having faced a rigorous defense. Among them were familiar faces to Knight Wei Liang, such as Jima Ruge. Brother Jima, have you also faced defeat? Knight Wei Liang was unconcerned about Jima Ruge joining the Dabenya team, recognizing the rationale behind Jima Ruge's decision to join them. As it was Dabenya who had sought him first, Jima Ruge chuckled, recounting how they had rushed through their first dungeon run to maintain pace, only to have 3 members fall victim to the initial trap. Subsequently, one more was unceremoniously kicked off by a wild hare, leaving the last member to confront a wild hare, only to inadvertently spot the spider overhead, leading to a fumbled misstep and a swift descent. The entire ordeal transpired in roughly a minute. On their second attempt, having gleaned from their earlier experience, they successfully navigated to the narrow path. It suffered the loss of 3 teammates at the combined trap. This was no mere ambush. It required a certain level of skill. Jima Ruge identified the issue and opted to withdraw from the dungeon to confer with his teammates, thus waiting at the entrance. Indeed, how about you? Did you fare well? Both Knight Wei Liang and Dabenya were affluent players, and Jima Ruge was keen to avoid offending anyone, thus speaking with utmost courtesy. Knight Wei Liang shook his head. This secret realm is rather vexing. I am contemplating giving up. When the secret realm opened yesterday, players received a notice that information could be obtained from NPCs. Just moments ago, Knight Wei Liang received word from a subordinate that 7 dungeons had already been discovered. Some teams had even attempted to confront the boss, while they remained oblivious to the situation beyond. Nevertheless, Knight Wei Liang had no desire to switch dungeons. Firstly, attempting to tackle other dungeons now would surely lag behind other teams. Secondly, the rewards from the other dungeons were uniformly a mere 500 experience points, with only a single piece of equipment as a reward for clearing. Yet, the path of reincarnation is distinct, with elevated experience points and the addition of 3 pieces of equipment, culminating in a mysterious equipment blind box. Indeed, it is an equipment blind box. The item description is rather straightforward. By utilizing this item, one may seek out loot daming in the novice village to randomly acquire a complete set of gear. The S-grade reward is a luxurious equipment gift box, containing a splendid set of gear. This was precisely what he had previously sent to Yi Wanwan. Upon drawing the S-grade reward, one could directly exchange it for a complete Dawn set. The allure of the rewards is undeniably enticing. Even Yi Wanwan cannot help but acknowledge that this item is priced at 1 gold coin each, amounting to 5 gold coins for a complete set of 5 pieces of armor. That translates to several tens of thousands of currency. Moreover, this dungeon yields the highest experience. Once the strategies are understood, charging others for assistance in leveling up could result in considerable profits. Yi Wanwan is not naive. While he can accept investing money into the game in its early stages, sustainable income is essential for long-term management. Otherwise, relying solely on the 5 of them to sustain the guild will not lead to substantial growth. Let us proceed and try again, he declared, taking a deep breath before plunging into the path of reincarnation. Chapter 26. Those who enter this instance should face consequences. Once again, they entered the instance, and the group adeptly approached the combination trap. Navigating through this section required a certain finesse. First, one must not jump too high, lest they trigger the crossbow trap. Secondly, one must avoid jumping too far, for a rabbit lay hidden in the recess. Unless one could leap over the hollow. The eagle, ever loquacious, smirked and said, "Then just jump over it. Step back and give me some space." After speaking, he retreated a few steps to gain momentum and then leapt with great force, astonishingly clearing the area where the rabbit was concealed before casually dispatching the creature. "Come on over," the eagle beckoned with a triumphant wave. So, we were merely victims of an assassin's premature demise. Knight Wei Liang was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, this was not the method Liu Kongkong had anticipated. He was no assassin and was unaware of the distance an assassin could jump, yet 2 meters was already his limit. The method of traversal was not a leap, but rather a dive. The first half of the instance posed little challenge, as the shadows merely served to collect equipment. The true difficulty lay with the boss. The chosen boss was the ten-eyed spider, a colossal creature of moderate difficulty. It possessed only 3 skills. First, a spray of venom as the boss spun and ejected toxins. Second, a lethal pull that drew the second aggro towards itself. And third, a toxic rain that spewed venom into the sky, inflicting area damage beyond 5 meters. Essentially, a boss that required evasion from its abilities. However, when combined with the terrain, some seemingly simple elements became exceedingly complex. He had also devised a clever strategy for the instance. After traversing a series of nauseating traps on their 4th entry, Night Wei Liang and his companions felt they had mastered all the traps. They were now poised to confront the boss, having equipped themselves accordingly. Night Wei Liang's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. After his previous demise, he had glimpsed the entrance to the boss room. At long last, they would engage the boss. And since the system had yet to announce their first clear, they resolved to give it their all. The eagle swiftly donned his gear. Having lost both his bloodtooth and skeleton mask during his earlier 2 failures, he had opted to remove all his equipment for the 3rd attempt. The group skillfully navigated past all traps, standing before the immense stone door. At last, they had arrived. Night Wei Liang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. But recalling that others were also attempting this instance, he quickly pushed the door open. With a resounding rumble, the massive stone door creaked open. Dust cascading from its edges as Night Wei Liang and his 4 companions entered. Wait, something feels amiss. The first to enter, Night Wei Liang raised his hand, signaling everyone a halt. After exerting themselves against this instance for several hours, their vigilance was at its peak. Behind the door, rather than the anticipated boss, lay a long corridor. Furthermore, the arrangement of the surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to the path they had initially traversed upon entering the instance. Had they returned? The eagle felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. This was not how one should conduct themselves. No, this was not the entrance to the instance. Night Wei Liang glanced upward, and, while no spider was present, there was definitely something ominous. Run! There are stones falling. Upon perceiving the descending object, Yi Wei Liang, feeling the chill of the night, swiftly grasped Yi Wei Nuan's hand and dashed forward without a second thought. The other 3 companions instantly followed suit. As the corridor sloped downwards and the colossal boulder, having plummeted, began rolling directly towards them. This absurd dungeon is certainly deserving of a complaint once I escape. As Liang ran, he stole a glance back, only to find a massive stone perilously close. I'll scout ahead, declared Chao Xian Chao Fei, leveraging his speed to push past Lao Ying, racing forward with fervor. Lao Ying, already nearing the boulder, stumbled upon being jostled by Chao Xian Chao Fei, exclaiming, "You rascal!" In the next moment, he was transformed into a wisp of white light, having perished. Don't blame me. I merely wished to contribute to the team. Chao Xian Chao Fei explained, but then noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Keep going. There's a way out, and the opening seems small enough to shield us from the stone. Upon hearing of a potential escape, the previously despondent trio regained their spirits. There's hope. The first to reach the opening, Chao Xian Chao Fei, leaped forward, followed closely by Yi Wei Liang and the others. In an instant, the 4 figures sprang forth from the previously concave area, akin to a rabbit, and leaped into the abyss. The scene before them shifted dramatically. You have returned, Liang observed, regarding his 4 friends with serene eyes, no longer concerned about why the depression had suddenly opened. He glanced at Chao Xian Chao Fei, ready to speak, but the latter abruptly logged off. What happened to him? Has he broken down? Not quite. He mentioned calling the authorities, Yi Wei Liang replied with a grimace, sharing the sentiment that the designer of this dungeon ought to be penalized. 5 minutes later, Chao Xian Chao Fei reappeared. What did you say? Nothing much. Just advise me to maintain a positive mindset, he said, wiping away tears as he strode towards the blacksmith's shop. Having donned his gear in anticipation of battling the boss, only to lose a piece upon his demise. Sigh, Yi Wei Liang lamented, reflecting on how typically optimistic this lad was, now weeping over a game. He too felt the urge to cry before his untimely end. He had clearly seen a group near the combination trap. It was disheartening to return to square one after such effort. However, I believe I spotted a small door behind us. I wonder if it leads to the boss, interjected Yue Wan, who had been attentively observing her surroundings when the boulder fell, instinctively glancing due to its resemblance to the first corridor they had traversed upon entering the dungeon. Really? Yue Liang, who had been steeped in despair, suddenly brightened at the prospect of a door, which signified they had not strayed off course. Yue Wan nodded affirmatively. Let us prepare and set forth once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, GMO, Rugu, and number 7 had already entered the boss chamber. It's thanks to you, my friend GMO, that we're not far gone. Number 7 expressed admiration for GMO Rugu, who remained composed despite the massive stone's descent. Oh, it's nothing. I merely have a bit of experience from frequent gaming. GMO Rugu replied with a smile, though the truth was that in his panic, he had inadvertently opened the door. All right then, let us hasten to defeat the boss. I recognize this creature, a 10-eyed spider, and we are well acquainted with its abilities. The monstrous 10-eyed spider, known as the clumsy duck, had long been familiarized by the team in the wilderness, and the information regarding the creature had been shared among all members. As Player 7 took a couple of steps forward, a frown suddenly creased his brow. The 10-eyed spider's skills were both grand and intricate, requiring constant adjustments in positioning throughout the encounter. However, the terrain before him presented a challenge. 6 stone pillars stood tall, with a particularly robust one in the center that bore the immense 10-eyed spider. The surrounding 5 pillars could barely accommodate a single individual each. It dawned on Player 7 that navigating this arena would necessitate hopping between the pillars. Although the distance between the larger and smaller pillars was not excessively vast, the combination of the spider's skillful attacks and the seemingly bottomless abyss below made this boss a formidable adversary. The answer was articulated by Lonely as a Song, and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. Conditions for triggering hidden missions after a day of fervent exploration. Liu Kongkong had already heard numerous announcements regarding the first completions of various dungeons, though the path of reincarnation remained unaccomplished, a fact that was well within his expectations. The 10-eyed spiders within the dungeon were of level 7, mirroring the dungeon's own level. Among the participants, aside from the solitary player Lonely as Song, none possessed any significant level advantages. The demise of even a single member necessitated a complete restart. Today's earnings were indeed substantial. The durability of the equipment reclaimed from players would automatically restore itself. All Liu Kongkong needed to do was sell a portion of it, while reserving another segment as blind box rewards for players, all without spending a single coin himself. As for the S-rank rewards, he had no intentions of preparing them just yet, nor did he plan to allow anyone to win them in the early stages. Indeed, the so-called lottery was merely a matter of his disposition. He would distribute rewards at his leisure. Lottery? Blind box. Such notions were merely illusions held by the players. In total, he had received 190 pieces of equipment, selling 3,000 of them while the remainder was placed in the prize pool. These items had sold for nearly 9 gold coins, and along with the contributions from 2 other players, he had amassed close to 15 gold coins in total. Today, he had earned approximately 24 gold coins, a figure that Liu Kongkong found quite satisfactory as he casually opened the trading hall. Unfortunately, the exchange rate had dipped slightly to 1.2. Liu Kongkong had anticipated this decline, having observed on the forums during the early hours that many players had already abandoned leveling up. After completing the main quests, their time was spent solely on monster farming and resource gathering, selling everything to the merchant in exchange for game currency, with each player yielding around 3 to 4 silver coins daily. With the concerted efforts of the gold farming brigade, a drop below a 1:1 ratio was imminent. He listed his items and batches on the trading hall. Minutes later, all had sold successfully. As he gazed at the numbers in his account, a wave of happiness washed over him. It was time for the meeting. Checking the clock, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. Liu Kongkong tidied up his materials. Although he hadn't sold much of what he had crafted, he recognized the necessity of improving his manufacturing skills for future endeavors. After a day of diligent work, his blacksmith level had risen to 7. He allocated skill points to life needs miracles, elevating that skill to level 3. In the later stages, humanoid monsters would drop equipment, and only high-quality gear would ensure competitiveness. After allocating his points, he opened his character panel. Although attribute points held little significance for him, it was better to use them than to let them go to waste. However, upon seeing the number of points he possessed, Liu Kongkong was taken aback. 71 attribute points? Where did those come from? Wait, could it be that lifespan points equate to attribute points? Just yesterday, he had been pondering the meaning of that so-called lifespan. He had traded for the most useless item. With a grim expression, Liu Kongkong continued to distribute his points evenly. As an NPC, he neither fought monsters nor engaged players, and he would prefer game currency over excessive attribute points. After finishing, he examined his character panel. Name, Liu Damo. Occupation, Apprentice Blacksmith, Level 7. Health, 231 mana, 221 Strength, 23 Constitution, 24 Agility, 23 Intelligence, 23 Spirit, 23 available points. 0. He chuckled, realizing his attributes were nearly on par with those of ordinary players. As an ordinary player, Liu Kongkong received a fixed 5 attribute points and 10 free points upon leveling up. Unlike others, he lacked the fixed attributes, causing a persistent gap in his stats. However, the unexpected grant of 50 free points today allowed him to catch up with his peers. He sighed, choosing to be content with the situation. Closing the shop, he remained troubled by the system's allocation of attribute points. He retrieved 50 silver coins from his bag, carefully storing them in a small pouch. This was the daily tribute he had to submit. Arriving at the village chief's house for the usual meeting, he felt a bit awkward as Wang Xiuqin occasionally shot him flirtatious glances. To this day, he remained oblivious to the relationship between the widow and the village chief. As for the sparring session yesterday, it was merely aiding Liu Damo. It had nothing to do with him. Given that today marked the first day of the Secret Realms opening, the creators of the 7 realms had seen a significant increase in their earnings. Even with the submission of 50 silver coins, Liu Kongkong barely managed to maintain his current standing. He was somewhat perplexed by this position. Was it merely an honor, or did it carry a deeper significance? Observing the other NPCs, it seemed they placed considerable importance on it. Perhaps he should inquire with the widow later? In this novice village, he was unfamiliar with other NPCs, and approaching Wang Xiuqin appeared to come with a price. An hour later, position? Are you referring to the ranking? Wang Xiuqin, her cheeks flushed, leaned against Liu Kongkong, her slender fingers tracing his face. Have you forgotten such an important matter? Serving the deity naturally grants us blessings, which depend on who exerts more effort. She cast a teasing glance at Liu Kongkong. Clearing his throat, he quickly steadied himself. So there are rewards? The deity she mentioned was, of course, the system. What kind of rewards would be bestowed upon the NPCs? Liu Kongkong had always been puzzled as to why Wang Xiuqin occupied such a prominent position. From his observations, although she was the village chief, the other villagers seemed to harbor little reverence for her, as evidenced by their attitudes when submitting their game currency. If that were the case, even if the village chief wished to indulge her whims, moving Wang Xiuqin a few places forward would be the extent of it. Placing her in second position was clearly absurd. I am responsible for the reception here. All visitors must collect clothing and tutorials from me, and the deity has bestowed upon me a mysterious task. Yet, no one has met the requirements thus far. At this point, fatigue creased Wang Xiuqin's face. You have no idea how exhausting these days have been. So many friends have come here, and some look at me strangely. Well, can you blame them? Liu Kongkong mused, glancing down at the coins, pondering Wang Xiuqin's mention of a mysterious task. If he were not mistaken, it likely referred to a hidden quest. However, it held little relevance for him. Do you wish to know how to trigger it? Noticing Liu Kongkong's sudden silence, Wang Xiuqin assumed he was intrigued by her task. Can you share? Liu Kongkong asked, taken aback. Wang Xiuqin smiled slyly. Well, the deity hasn't prohibited me from sharing. Knowing Wen Ti seemed to have any downside, Liu Kongkong nodded. Then I can't just tell you for free. Wang Xiuqin began to negotiate terms with him. Liu Kongkong instantly comprehended her intentions. An hour later, she exclaimed, I concede, you wretched ghost. Finally, she had bid farewell. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Liu Kongkong felt a profound shock within her heart. The condition to trigger this hidden quest was, astonishingly, to eliminate the village chief of the novice village, designated as 0113, and usurp his position. What a terrifying woman. The thought of Widow Wang sitting beside the village chief each day, appearing nonchalant while secretly clutching such a task, sent shivers down her spine. All the while, the village chief remained blissfully unaware. She had never anticipated that a casual jest with Lonely Like a Song that day could lead to such dire consequences. Wait, if my quest had been successfully issued then, would it truly mean that Lonely Like a Song would? Liu Kongkong momentarily stood in a daze. That fellow was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 28. The chick logs off last night. Liu Kongkong had stayed up all night, and although he felt no fatigue, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the gaming pod. He casually checked his account balance. 480,000. Huh, what a delight. Liu Kongkong chuckled to himself. Having earned nearly 400,000 in just a few days, leaving him to question whether he was dreaming. Time for a sumptuous meal to reward himself. He opened his phone and, after some deliberation, ordered a McDonald's meal, splurging a full 79 yuan. In the past, he would have thought twice about such an expenditure. Is this how one lives? Spending so much on a single meal. As he nibbled on chicken wings while watching videos, an unexpected voice call interrupted him. Who could it be at this hour? He picked up his phone to see it was Wang Di. They usually exchanged messages or joked about their boss, but had never spoken on the phone before. Had something happened? He answered the call. Hey, are you free right now? Before Liu Kongkong could respond, Wang Di's deep voice resonated through the line. Yes, but I've already had dinner. Based on their usual habits, he assumed Wang Di wanted to invite him out for a meal at this time. There was a pause on the other end. I need your help with something. Can we take a walk? Oh, sure. Noting the unusual tone in Wang Di's voice, Liu Kongkong agreed, hanging up the call and glancing at his dinner. Such a pity the chicken wings were not yet finished. They would lose their flavor when cold. 5 minutes later, Liu Kongkong, clad in slippers, descended to the ground floor, spotting Wang Di pacing back and forth like a zombie. Shall we go? Where to? Liu Kongkong clapped Wang Di on the shoulder, startling him. Upon realizing it was Liu Kongkong, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ah, you don't look like you're just out for a casual stroll. Lao Lu. Huh, I've been cheated on. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. The impact of those words struck him with the same intensity as if he had heard Sophie Marceau desperately confess her desire to be with him during his adolescence. However, his astonishment was not at Wang Di's betrayal, but at the revelation that he actually had a partner. Why? He questioned why Wang Di would even have a partner. She has someone else on the side. Wang Di, oblivious to Liu Kongkong's query, continued. During this time, I've been playing Hunt the Heavens, and Xiaoya is in the same novice village as me. She hasn't altered her appearance in the game. Have you changed yours? Liu Kongkong realized he had never seen Wang Di's appearance. The last time he had checked his app, it only displayed levels and attributes. I have. Well, at least that's something. There should be no issue with recognition. Being overweight is one thing, but primarily he is quite disheveled. Liu Kongkong considered himself somewhat untidy, but in comparison to Wang Di, he felt like a rookie. So she didn't recognize me. That's understandable. Can we refrain from acting like a sidekick? Wang Di looked up at Liu Kongkong, who quickly waved his hand, signaling he was paying attention. As Liu Kongkong fell silent, Wang Di continued, I saw her in the novice village with a male goblin, and they were even listed as a couple. It was worth noting that in the game Hunt the Heavens, players could not only adjust their appearance but also alter their skin color. So the goblin Wang Di mentioned might indeed resemble one. The flavors are quite intense. Liu Kongkong silently criticized. After finishing the game, I inquired about it, but she denied everything. Thus, I enlisted a friend to investigate. At this point, Wang Di's expression showed some struggle, and Liu Kongkong sighed, acknowledging that matters of the heart were not his forte. I discovered that prior to my involvement with that goblin, she had other romantic interests. Wait, is this correct? Shouldn't we be investigating the identity of the goblin instead? Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback. How did the focus of the investigation stray so far? This is rather normal. Isn't it? If she were to cheat now, it would indeed be wrong, but having had previous partners doesn't seem objectionable. She had more than one. Well, people nowadays are rather open-minded. If you don't like it, simply move on. Liu Kongkong replied somewhat absent-mindedly. treating this matter as mere gossip, offering no substantial advice. Or perhaps, he simply didn't wish to provide any guidance. How many tiles are there in a mahjong set? 4. Mahjong tiles. Wait a moment. Liu Kongkong pulled out his phone to check the number of tiles in a mahjong set, and it was evident that this exceeded the norm. After researching, he was instantly astonished. My goodness, does it include flower tiles? Wang Di remained silent, primarily because he was unsure how to respond. Moreover, there was a flaw in your statement that ISNT referred to as a table of mahjong, but rather a set of mahjong. Just one table. Wang Di insisted, an automatic mahjong table. Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned, lowered his head to continue searching, then raised it again. Is it 2 sets or 4? Wang Di fell silent. Indeed, this question isn't particularly significant. She must be quite affluent. Liu Kongkong almost wished prosperity upon the one named Xiaoya, yet he advised her not to be too disheartened, considering that goblin. Once the ID for Hunt Heaven is registered, it cannot be altered. If the game maintains its current popularity and they continue playing, the goblin will face considerable distress in the future. But concerning my relationship with her, then just pretend you are unaware. Liu Kongkong's response was remarkably straightforward. But she with others. Then we shall resolve this decisively. Continue responding thoughtlessly. Yet initially, she professed her affection for me. What did she like about you? Liu Kongkong inquired with curiosity. My gaming skills. A confident expression spread across Wang Di's face. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. So you met her through gaming. She can't possibly be your boss, can she? Indeed, I even referred her to you later. Wang Di winked. Liu Kongkong retrieved his phone and opened the chat account dedicated to game boosting. Wang Di, quick on the uptake, clicked on one of the IDs. And in the next moment, the chat history between Liu Kongkong and an ID named Little Duck appeared before him. The previous conversations were quite ordinary. Liu Kongkong himself preferred not to converse much with his boss, engaging only to confirm details and receive payments. However, Little Duck had sent numerous messages, including several photos. Little Duck, Big Brother Damo, I'm out of money right now. Can you help me with my daily tasks? Selfie, Liu Damo. Sorry, I can't. Little Duck, is Big Brother Damo inching too? How about I come over to clean your place, and you help me with the daily tasks for this season? Liu Kongkong, apologies, but no need. Then the other party sent an array of selfies from various angles, some of which even Wang Di had never encountered before. You didn't ask her to clean, did you? Wang Di cast a dubious glance at Liu Kongkong, fearing that the latter might be akin to a mere tile in a game of mahjong. Liu Kongkong paused. Do you think I'm foolish? Is she worth that pittance for cleaning? My place is hardly spacious. Is she going to lick the toilet or something? Wang Di was momentarily speechless. After all, the young lady still had some connection with him, and such remarks were rather harsh. Nevertheless, he understood Liu Kongkong's character well enough. She recognized money over people. He then observed as Liu Kongkong took her phone, opened the contacts, and changed a note from Little Duck to Little Chick. Finally satisfied as she tucked it back into her pocket, Wang Di remarked, I thought you would delete it. Delete it? Liu Kongkong looked astonished. That's out of the question. What if the game, Hunt the Heavens, goes under? She might have money and need a booster then. Chapter 29, The Heartbroken Sweet Potato. In summary, I am presently at a loss, my heart in disarray. Wang Di wishes to confess that Xiaoya is his first love, yet he finds himself hesitant to voice it. Indeed, it is rather complicated. After indulging in the gossip, Liu Kongkong's thoughts have drifted back to the McDonald's at home, where he hopes to enjoy a warm meal. As for Wang Di's situation, he has always respected others' choices. Even if Wang Di claimed he would be a dog for Xiaoya, he would still raise his hand in support. This consideration stems from their familiarity with others. He would hardly bother to engage. It is precisely this trait that has left him without true friends, a state he finds no need to change. The root of this is simply his preference for tranquility and solitude. As a child, he delighted in sitting on the doorstep, daydreaming as the rain poured outside, capable of watching it for an entire day. However, he could hardly endure playing with other children for more than a few minutes. A moment of silence passed. Sweet Potato. He suddenly spoke, raising his gaze to Liu Kongkong. Wang Di, who had been preparing to leave, turned back at the call. The choice before you is yours alone. As long as you believe it to be right, The opinions of others are inconsequential. Wang Di responded vacantly, before noticing Liu Kongkong smile at him. But please, do not do anything foolish. I believe love is not the entirety of life's meaning. Wang Di paused, a smile creeping onto his face, suddenly feeling a twinge of emotion in his eyes, yet he nodded appreciatively. Like Liu Kongkong, he too lived alone in this familiar yet strange city, fully aware of the bittersweet experiences that colored his daily life. The love of family felt distant, separated by mountains and rivers, known yet somewhat nebulous. Yet, the concern expressed by the person before him was palpably felt. "Thank you," Wang Di said earnestly. Liu Kongkong waved his hand with a smile and turned to ascend the stairs, his mind still preoccupied with chicken wings. Not too cold yet, Liu Kongkong thought as he continued his dinner, simultaneously opening the official forum for Hunting Heaven, entering the keyword 0113. Instantly, a plethora of posts appeared, the foremost being one titled "The Designer of the Cycle. Are you sleeping? I certainly am not." As anticipated, Liu Kongkong casually opened it, discovering that the poster, after a brief description of the dungeon's circumstances, had devoted 3,000 words to cursing his entire family. It was rather unremarkable. Scrolling down to the comments, he found the same chorus of invective. A portion of the complaints stemmed not from the dungeon's challenges, but rather from the equipment drops. It is well known that in-game currency is exceedingly valuable, and losing a piece of equipment translates to a tangible loss in real-world currency. Oh, this game has lone wolves? Liu Kongkong was about to close the thread, weary of the repetitive complaints, when he spotted a player with the ID Chongfeng furiously venting. He expressed his disdain for how unfriendly the game was to solo players, stating that before he logged off, he had yet to overcome the combined traps, lamenting that all his equipment had been lost and he had no funds to purchase replacements. It is unjust that the game cannot be completed solo. Is it my fault for having no friends? If the officials of Hunting Heaven do not compensate my losses and rectify this issue, I shall quit the game. How novel. Liu Kongkong nearly chuckled aloud. He too had encountered the challenges of soloing dungeons, and not just once. Most online games do not support solo completion of dungeons, though level suppression is a different matter altogether. The greater the number of participants in a dungeon, the more formidable the challenge becomes, and, consequently, the equipment and items dropped are of greater value. Liu Kongkong, who ekes out a living by farming, has contemplated countless strategies, yet ultimately succumbed to hardware limitations and systemic issues, leading him to abandon his efforts. However, the player's ID seemed somewhat familiar. Liu Kongkong recalled that this was the same scoundrel who had disparaged him from behind just a few days prior. He hadn't seen this individual in his shop lately, but it appeared that this person was attempting to navigate the path of reincarnation. If he were to find teammates to successfully clear it, Liu Kongkong would ensure that a blind box was well arranged for him. Chongfeng was at a loss as well. He had explored other dungeons, all of which primarily involved hordes of monsters. In one-on-one encounters against monsters of the same level, he might have a fighting chance, but facing 2 or 3 was utterly hopeless. The path of reincarnation was different. Although it was treacherous, only one monster appeared at a time, and he even encountered a boss. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly be unable to defeat it, but upon seeing the abyss below, Chongfeng was tempted to see if he could lure the boss down. Unfortunately, he discovered that while there were no air walls surrounding him, the boss was remarkably intelligent and would not fall for his ruse. After losing all his equipment, Chongfeng left the dungeon in frustration, only to vent his anger on the forum, where he was met with ridicule from a multitude of users. After perusing several complaint threads, Liu Kongkong's smile only grew more pronounced despite the negativity expressed within. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He had initially planned to watch some videos or a movie before sleeping, but he noticed a post titled, "After 2 days of playing Hunt the Heavens, my body has undergone some changes." Curiosity piqued. Liu Kongkong opened it to find that the original poster had recently recovered from a fracture with some muscle atrophy, and after 2 days of playing, their leg muscles had returned to their former state. The comment section was filled with similar personal experiences. Liu Kongkong had his own conjectures regarding this gaming pod and was curious as to why such a device was priced at only $2,999. If low attributes resulted in weakness, Wuntihai attributes mean that everyone would. But that was a matter for another time. As he watched a movie and fiddled with his phone, he remembered that he needed to return home for his mother's birthday in 2 days. So he casually purchased a ticket. Reflecting on the inventory left in his shop, he realized he would need to stay at home for at least a day, with a butler present, but the blacksmith stock needed to be replenished. He had indeed made considerable progress in leveling up today, so that was not a concern. As for having the butler attend the daily meetings in his stead, he was unperturbed. The system had explicitly indicated that this device was intended to sustain shop operations, and meetings were clearly part of that. With one more day to prepare, the fact that players had begun clearing dungeons meant that player levels would likely see a significant increase. In Hunt the Heavens, the beginner village quests were few, and compared to endlessly seeking and slaying monsters in the wild, repeatedly clearing dungeons was evidently the most efficient way to level up. Other dungeons, while not as experienced as the Path of Reincarnation, offered decent returns of 500 each time, along with additional equipment drops that could even be sold to merchants for game currency. This was excellent news for players, yet for Liu Kongkong, it was quite the opposite. The reduced ratio of in-game currency, coupled with a generous distribution of dungeon equipment, signifies that his forthcoming earnings will be significantly curtailed. However, it is fortunate that he has made some preparations. Chapter 30. Reforging Bloodfang, awakening naturally at 7:30 in the morning. Liu Kongkong found that several consecutive days of early rising had adjusted his biological clock. Previously, he shared the same nocturnal habits as Wang Di, rising at noon and retiring to bed at dawn. After a hasty breakfast, he would enter the game, casually placing the equipment crafted overnight by his butler into the warehouse. Then quietly sit in the courtyard, awaiting the moment to open his shop. The courtyard was quite picturesque. Liu Kongkong gazed at the quaint surroundings, lush and refreshing, which stood in stark contrast to the bustling world outside his shop's entrance, imparting a sense of being in a hidden paradise. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. This item required attention. With a flick of his consciousness, a blood-red dagger materialized in his hand. Bloodfang, an item dropped from the Stone Wolf King, had come into his possession after a harrowing journey through the cycle of rebirth. Selling this item as is would undoubtedly draw the attention of figures like Yi Wei-Yang. Yet the prospect of modification lingered in his mind. However, Liu Kongkong lacked a solid plan, and naturally, a weapon imbued with a bleeding effect would fetch a high price. The two most extravagant players in the novice village were both warriors, making the creation of a longsword seem like the most prudent choice. Yet, crafting a longsword would inevitably diminish the bleeding effect. Liu Kongkong scrutinized the description of the bleeding effect. It could stack up to 5 layers, with each attack adding a layer. Presently, the longswords he had crafted boasted an attack speed of nearly 1, rendering them half as efficient compared to the faster daggers. Unless this exquisite weapon could maintain its green quality post-modification, enhancing its attack speed would prove impossible. Moreover, he was uncertain about the materials required for reinforcement. If another Bloodfang was necessary, he was at a loss as to where to procure it. Nonetheless, modification was imperative. Grasping Bloodfang, Liu Kongkong approached the workbench and retrieved an iron longsword from the warehouse. No matter the outcome, he would strike it first. With a resounding clang, Liu Kongkong's eyes brightened, and he abruptly halted. The equipment had been forged by the Celestial Smith. Confirm the reforging? The Celestial Smith? Even the King of Heaven himself would affirm this. Without hesitation, Liu Kongkong proceeded. He had heard the name Celestial Smith frequently of late. It was merely a system item. After all, it was worthless if it couldn't be exchanged for currency. Then, another interface appeared. Reforging successful. Please select weapon effects. Oh, a choice? Liu Kongkong felt invigorated. Effect 1. Alpha Wolf Effect. When wielding this weapon, the attack power of team members is increased by 20, limited to levels below 20. Effect 2. Blood Flowing Like a River. Each attack has a 50 chance to stack a layer of blood erosion, with each layer causing the target to lose 1 health point per second, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting for 6 seconds. Effect 3. Midnight Sword Saint. During nighttime battles, attack speed is increased by 300, while daytime attack speed is reduced by 50. The time definition is based on the current area. Please note that this equipment requires at least 2 hours of daytime where to charge, and the base attack speed is fixed at 1. Liu Kongkong first dismissed the second option, as its effect closely resembled that of Blood Fawn. It was better to be cautious than to invite unnecessary suspicion. The first Liu Kongkong was reluctant to make a choice. The prospect of one person enjoying the benefits of the entire team was simply too enticing. He currently possessed several 5 deadly club, with an innate attack power of 25 points. With such enhancements, this weapon became exceedingly formidable. Opting for the third option seemed far more advantageous than relying on the strength of the entire team, especially since a wealthy individual deserves the privileges that accompany their fortune. After all, spending money is intended to yield impressive results. The weapon's price would undoubtedly be steep, and only the likes of Big Silly Duck and Night Cool Breeze could afford it. It was evident to him that both individuals relished in showing off. However, he pondered whether the 300 attack speed boost was perhaps excessive. Wielding this weapon would render him swifter than an assassin. Liu Kongkong was bewildered by the system's provision of this option until he concluded his selections and drew forth a longsword. No wonder the attack speed was so astonishingly rapid. Gazing at the longsword in his hand, he noticed it radiated an intense light for reasons unknown. Holding it at night resembled wielding a flashlight. One might mistakenly believe someone was cheering for a celebrity during a brawl. He comprehended what the so-called charging entailed, but it posed no significant issue. If necessary, he could simply stow it in his bag and retrieve it when engaging with others. The sudden unveiling could likely parallel the effects of a flashbang. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of regret for choosing such a powerful effect. This weapon seemed exceedingly formidable, especially considering its green quality. He casually named it Radiant Longsword. Attack, 20 attack speed, 1 durability, 500 level requirement, 10 special effect of the weapon, Midnight Swordmaster. During nighttime battles, attack speed is increased by 300. During the day, attack speed is reduced by 50. Time is defined according to the area, and it is essential to note that this equipment must be worn for 2 hours during the day to charge. As a level 10 equipment, Liu Kongkong mused that those players who have been grinding all night must be nearing their level ups. Curiosity piqued, he opened the enhancement options for the Radiant Longsword. Indeed, it required a Stone Wolf King's Tooth and 5 iron blocks for enhancement. However, he soon noticed another option. This equipment, being special, could be supplemented with in-game currency if materials were insufficient. Liu Kongkong gazed at the displayed amount, 40 silver coins. How exorbitantly priced. After placing the 5 iron blocks into the enhancement interface, he found the amount had decreased to 39 silver coins and 50 copper. So, the Stone Wolf King's Tooth was worth 39 silver and 50 copper. He immediately recalled that this was merely the first enhancement, based on prior experience. The second enhancement would require 80 silver. Who could afford such expenses? He glanced at the trading market and saw that today's exchange rate had reverted to 1. Even so, enhancing it to level 5 would cost over 12 gold coins. Excluding the fractions, it would still amount to 120,000. Yet, if he truly managed to enhance it to level 5, the weapon's attack would escalate to 50. Compared to current basic weapons, it could potentially remain effective even after leaving the novice village. Liu Kongkong was left pondering what the world beyond the novice village looked like, a mystery shared by many players. In Hunting the Sky, the novice village appeared to be a wholly independent realm, and thus far, no one had discovered the path leading out. Given the exorbitant enhancement costs, pricing it at 1 gold coin seemed entirely reasonable. Liu Kongkong glanced at the crafting list. As his blacksmithing level increased, numerous foundational blueprints became available to him, including weapons of level 10. In comparison to the Radiant Longsword, the level 10 weapon offered a mere 10 points of attack, equivalent to the Crimson Hammer, priced at 1 silver coin each. Generally speaking, players would typically afford this through normal progression and the sale of materials. He pondered the potential profits from enhancing weapons, hoping it would all revert to him. Thus far, Yi Weiyang and the others had yet to inquire about this matter, although they had been quite occupied in recent days, perhaps lacking the time to do so. Noticing the time, it was precisely 8 in the morning. He prepared to list the Radiant Longsword alongside his other equipment and weapons. Upon opening the door to commence business, Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Familiar faces appear before him, yet he was dismayed to see that their levels remained stagnant at 7. They hadn't leveled up even a single time throughout the entire night. Could they not take the game more seriously? Chapter 31. 10,000 deaths at this moment. Yi Weiliang's expression was exceedingly grim. In fact, his countenance had been troubled throughout the night. Initially, he believed that merely encountering the boss signified a success of sorts. But he soon discovered that this was merely the onset of his torment. Beside him, the clumsy duck had also reached level 7. Yet there was not a trace of elation upon his visage. The previous day, he had frantically ascended to level 7, then joined the team of Lonesome as a means to secure a first clear reward, or at the very least, to acquire some experience and equipment. However, once they entered the dungeon, his nightmare commenced. Thanks to Lonesome and his companions, he avoided every pitfall leading up to the boss, only to encounter difficulties once they arrived. Hunting the Heavens diverged from traditional games. As an immersive experience, it required players to physically leap to evade certain skills, rather than relying on simple keystrokes. This, at first glance, seemed straightforward, yet executing continuous jumps throughout an entire encounter was truly excruciating. Moreover, he had to navigate between large stone pillars, leaping back and forth. The constant need to reposition not only hampered his damage output, but also compelled him to confront the fear of heights. A boss that could be vanquished in a mere 20 minutes had, after half an hour, only lost half its health. Relax, it's just a game. If you fall, we can respawn. 7 had reassured him countless times, but to no avail. The sudden sensation of weightlessness was utterly disorienting. After a few falls, his fear escalated to a peak. Eventually, the clumsy duck found himself on the brink of despair. 7. I think I've developed acrophobia. A similar predicament plagued Yi Weiliang's team, though their struggle stemmed not from a fear of heights, but from sheer exhaustion. While Yi Weiliang and his companions could barely endure, the healer, Yi Wenwan, was reaching her limits. This was not due to her gender. In terms of stamina and focus, Yi Wenwan was even more capable than the dedicated healer and the eagle. However, as a healer, she faced a critical dilemma. Due to the unique terrain of the boss arena, when she stood on a small stone pillar, she could not see her teammates across the way. This meant she had to expend additional effort observing the condition of her allies, predicting who might be next to fall victim, and finally selecting the appropriate stone pillar to ensure their survival, resulting in her frequent movement throughout the encounter. Of course, she had suggested that others come to her, but regrettably, some teammates were so inept that they would vanish mid-run. Is it truly that dire? Liu Kongkong had not anticipated such a scenario. Upon reviewing the first clear records, he noted that no one had yet cleared the cycle of rebirth. Turning to observe the level 8 Lonesome, he opened his own status panel. 100 free points. Had this group of players perished 10,000 times in the cycle of rebirth throughout the night, yet it bore little consequence for him. He added the points nonchalantly. Name, Liu Damo class. Apprentice Blacksmith. Level 7. Health. 431 mana. 421 strength. 43 constitution. 44 agility. 43 intelligence. 43 spirit. 43 available points. 0. This seemed rather absurd. Liu Kongkong gazed at his character panel, contemplating that if he were to allocate his points to the extreme, none among the group before him, save for the tank, could withstand a single blow from him. However, such musings were merely theoretical. The realms of combat bore little significance to him. Earning money was paramount. Initially believing that level 10 equipment would be the primary focus today, he had prepared extensively the day prior, only to sell a mere 450 pieces. Those who purchased the weapons promptly dashed off to other dungeons to continue their grind. Meanwhile, Yi Weiliang and the group, led by the Great Fool Duck, procured additional level 5 equipment. How stubborn they were! Could they not venture to other dungeons to level up a bit before re-entering? Observing the disgruntled individuals before him, Liu Kongkong's gaze fell upon the seemingly content Jumeau Rouge, who appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. This lad must have received some money. How could he be so cheerful after losing a level? Liu Kongkong surmised that the Great Fool Duck had likely transferred him some funds privately, as he had suspected, in compensation for Jumeau Rouge's predicament. The Great Fool Duck had given him 20,000 coins, ensuring his continued presence in the team. The Great Fool Duck's reasoning was straightforward. He had witnessed some peculiar occurrences surrounding Gmor Rouge since the game's launch and did not wish to create animosity with him. The reason their team hadn't sought to level up was that Yi Weiliang and his companions were relentlessly grinding dungeons, and they too were reluctant to pause. Of course, there lingered a hint of selfishness in his motives. He truly wished to stop grinding dungeons, but felt too embarrassed to voice it, knowing that leading the retreat would negatively impact morale. Simultaneously, many of his subordinates had already reached level 10 and were now attempting to clear dungeons for rewards, which would be a thing of the past once accomplished. While Yi Weiliang's team shared a similar situation to the Great Fool Ducks, their progress had been considerably better. On 2 occasions, they had managed to reduce the boss's health to a mere 12, only for the tank to perish in both instances. Let's not rush. Our brothers are still striving. If all else fails, we can rely on them. Yi Weiliang consoled his friends while feeling a pang of concern for Yi Wenwan, whose eyes had begun to lose their focus after a night of intense concentration. Clearing his throat, he garnered the attention of the wealthy individuals present. Deadly Club 5 and Radiant Longsword were promptly listed for sale. Is there a strengthened version of this wretched club? The group was well acquainted with the Deadly Club, and upon the unveiling of its enhanced variant, their eyes widened in astonishment. With an attack attribute of 25, the Great Fool Duck contemplated wielding it in a dungeon, yearning for the experience of village-wide broadcasting, which he had yet to encounter. However, his attention was soon captivated by another exquisitely designed longsword. Radiant Longsword? And it possesses special attributes. Wait. I haven't finished inspecting it. While Yi Weiliang was still examining the special effects, the weapon was swiftly stowed in the Great Fool Duck's inventory. Brother Yi, some items are not meant for prolonged scrutiny, he chuckled, acknowledging that although he could not equip the weapon just yet, it was merely a matter of time. Alongside it, he had also acquired 100 Deadly Club 5. Master Liu, what does the 5 signify? Both Yi Weiliang and the Great Fool Duck were eager to inquire, having been too preoccupied with leveling and recruiting to ask earlier. Liu Kongkong was originally pondering how to steer the conversation towards the topic of enhancement when he was pleasantly surprised by the other party's inquiry. Enhancement levels. True masters are always succinct. Upon hearing Liu Kongkong's assertion, everyone's heart began to race with anticipation. Could you assist me in enhancing it? What materials are required? The prospect of a weapon, the Deadly Club, having an astonishing increase in attack power was exhilarating. What if it were the Radiant Longsword? Dabenya was utterly thrilled. However, the expressions of Yi Weiliang and the others turned grim in an instant. Although they could not discern the effects, the visible attack power of 20 points was evident. If further enhanced, wouldn't it mean a single strike could fell a child? Liu Kongkong refrained from idle chatter, instructing Dabenya to hand over the weapon. He then picked up the hammer and gave it a gentle tap. The enhancement interface appeared vividly. 40 silver coins for one enhancement? Quite a reasonable price. Let us proceed. Wait, the weapon won't break, will it? Dabenya, upon seeing the options of materials and game currency, chose the latter without a moment's hesitation, simultaneously voicing his concern. Is there a chance of failure? What is the probability? You'll have to experience it yourself. Liu Kongkong was indeed uncertain about the exact odds, and he knew well that revealing such information to Dabenya was out of the question. After a moment of hesitation, Dabenya gritted his teeth. Let us do this. He clicked to confirm the enhancement, and in an instant, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Chapter 32. The reckless investment in enhancement, the enhancement, which raised the stakes, ignited a fervor within. Observing the anxious expressions of the clumsy duck and his entourage, Liu Kongkong displayed an air of disdain. A glance at his backpack revealed an additional 36 silver coins. The system only took a mere 10? Liu Kongkong had anticipated securing a modest 50, yet the system proved unexpectedly generous. Another round? Liu Kongkong impatiently inquired, gesturing towards the radiant longsword before him. The others craned their necks, curious about the weapon's distinction. The attack power had surged to 22. While the others could discern no visible changes, the clumsy duck perceived a stark difference, although other attributes remained unchanged. The pivotal attack power had increased by 2 points. Spending 40 silver for an additional 2 points was a worthy investment. Once more, without a second thought to the cost, the clumsy duck clicked confirm. Clang. Success struck again. What an astonishing weapon. Upon the second enhancement, the radiant longsword's attack power soared to 26, surpassing that of the deadly club 5, which was merely a consumable item. Another one? Liu Kongkong sought to limit his reaction time, aware that hesitation could lead to missed opportunities. He needed to prompt a decision before the clumsy duck regained his composure. Indeed, let's go again. Clang. Another successful enhancement, and 1 gold and 44 silver slipped into Liu Kongkong's pocket. My goodness. The clumsy duck's hands trembled as he beheld the radiant longsword boasting an attack power of 32, an undeniably formidable weapon, even in the entirety of the novice village, or indeed across the entire server. Knight Weiyang and the others looked on with grave expressions, although they could not perceive the weapon's changes. The clumsy duck's demeanor indicated it had reached an extraordinary level. Another round. Suddenly, a roar erupted, causing the clumsy duck to shudder. Once more. Such audacity. Liu Kongkong finally allowed a smile to surface, giving the clumsy duck a thumbs up, ensuring the necessary emotional value was conveyed. He then struck decisively. Clang. Another success. The clumsy duck observed the weapon still intact, and the attack power now stood at a remarkable 40 points. His legs weakened. What an exhilarating experience. It wasn't merely the expense of the weapon. The radiant longsword's current worth transcended monetary value. Another one. No more. What? Liu Kongkong was taken aback, expecting the clumsy duck to continue, only to find him halting unexpectedly. Nevertheless, it was no matter. 5 gold and 40 silver had been secured, and contentment reigned. The clumsy duck was no fool. He recognized that the higher the enhancement level, the greater the risk of weapon fracture. With 40 points of attack power now achieved, he endeavored to convince himself to cease further attempts. Taking a deep breath, the clumsy duck smiled at Knight Weiyang and the others from now on. You all must tread carefully around me. A sense of foreboding loomed. With such a formidable weapon, after 4 successful enhancements, the potential for devastating attacks was immense. And as a fragile player, the likelihood of perishing from a single blow was alarmingly high. His weapon is merely well-founded. We too can enhance. As the night grew cooler, Yi Weilong purchased 10 bloodied hammers from Liu Kongkong. Master Liu, can these be enhanced? Indeed, Liu Kongkong nodded. But the enhancement requirements for ordinary weapons vary. No problem, Yi Weilong thought to himself, determined that without a weapon to rival the others, venturing out would be fraught with anxiety. He glanced at the materials needed for enhancement. 1 stone and 5 pieces of wood? Quite reasonable. He promptly withdrew 2 gold coins and bought a substantial amount of stones and wood from Liu Kongkong. Let us begin, Master Liu. Very well. Liu Kongkong seized the hammer and began to strike vigorously, while Yi Weilong frantically pressed the confirmation button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A resounding crash echoed as one shattered. Again. 6. Keep going. Half an hour later, all 10 bloodied hammers had been destroyed, prompting him to purchase 20 more. However, this current one was already his last. Stop, Yi Weilong shouted, finally staring at the 7 bloodied hammer. Achieving a 7 from 30 hammers was exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the weapon's attributes were still acceptable. 38 points of attack power should suffice, he thought. The materials and weapons had cost him a total of 11 gold, equivalent to 110,000 in today's currency. The Benya, relieved, thought how fortunate he was not to have succumbed to impulse. Otherwise, his radiant longsword might not have survived. As for the hammer's attack power, De Benya calculated that, if he was not mistaken, it was slightly lower than that of the radiant longsword, but not by much. Meanwhile, those around, including the heartfelt individuals, witnessing such terrifying enhancement effects, also took out their weapons. However, they had learned from previous experiences that the risks remained relatively low up to 5. So they all decided to enhance their weapons to level 5 before stopping. Let us go. This time we shall surely achieve first clear, Yi Weilong declared confidently, urging the heartfelt individuals to hasten to the entrance of the reincarnation path instance. Debenya, realizing the gravity of the situation, prayed for the minions within the instance to exert themselves, while handing a 5-fine iron longsword to Jimor Rouge. The latter did not hesitate to accept, as he had lost all his original equipment after a night of defeat, now clad entirely in gear bestowed by Debenya. Let us proceed, we must press on. Though reluctant to enter the instance, and uneasy about Yi Weilong and the others, Debenya clenched his teeth and resolved to continue grinding. Go on, all of you. Liu Kongkong watched them depart, having earned over 23 gold that morning from selling equipment and enhancements. Observing a potential downward trend in the market, he hurriedly sold his game currency. With plans to return home the next day, he checked his store inventory, which was adequate, yet idleness was unappealing. As the hours passed with the rhythmic clanking of hammers, a sudden system announcement pierced the air. Congratulations to players de Xiong, Air Xiong, Wu Xiong for completing the reincarnation path, first clear, rewards. Liu Kongkong could not contain his laughter upon hearing those names. A group that had purchased equipment and enhancements had been outdone by an obscure team that seized the first clear. Inside the instance, Debenya stood dumbfounded. Where did these bears come from? He swiftly disengaged from combat and led his team out of the instance, only to find the entrance crowded with people, encircling the Bear Brothers. Playing games relies on skill and intellect, as well as teamwork. It is not merely about spending money to acquire equipment. The proud bear stood confidently among the crowd, and upon seeing the clumsy duck emerge, he provocatively taunted. They were all classmates from the same dormitory, and none possessed the means to purchase equipment. The refined iron weapons they wielded were acquired only after considerable sacrifice. The two wealthy teams in the novice village 0113 were well known, and many players harbored resentment, including them. Bear, too, chimed in. This is a triumph for the common players. The pay-to-win players are mere bystanders. The crowd erupted in applause. You, go and eliminate him. The clumsy duck with a scowl traded the radiant longsword to the player next to him, Player 1. After joining the group, Player 1 had left the team to level up and had now reached level 10. Upon receiving the weapon and glancing at its attributes, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly equipped it and squeezed into the throng. Moments later, a startling -371 appeared in the crowd. The proud bear was instantly returned to the revival point. The surrounding players fell silent. Chapter 33. The first clear team, the disparity was staggering, though everyone's levels were comparable. How could one sword strike result in an instant kill? Air Xiong had been mocking, but upon witnessing the damage, he fell silent. However, it was evident that Player 1 had no intention of letting him off easily, raising his hand and delivering another strike. -163. Everyone was aware that Player 1 had utilized the skill to eliminate de Xiong, yet the subsequent blow was evidently a standard attack. As a bowman, Air Xiong's health was rapidly depleting, prompting him to shout, "His weapon's attack power is exceptionally high. Everyone, let's take him down. Whoever retrieves the loot will reap the rewards." With that, he made his swift exit, and the remaining teammates followed suit in haste. They were somewhat aware of the number of players under Debenya's command, having contemplated joining his team previously. However, after encountering Yi Weilong, more accurately, Yi Weilong, they resolved to align themselves with Yi Weilong instead. Working in the game for a meager income? That was hardly enticing. It was far more appealing to associate with a wealthy benefactor. Yi Weilong had a boyfriend, but that was only because she had yet to meet me. De Xiong and his companions brimmed with confidence, believing their gaming skills to be commendable. They had often courted and mentored female players, and today's incident was merely a testament to their prowess. Of course, not all were drawn to Yi Weilong. Si Xiong was particularly interested in Yi Weilong. Consequently, CC and a few others maintained a cordial, yet deliberately distant relationship with him. CC, your competitive pressure is minimal. The brothers have faith in you. When Yi Weilong and his companions emerged from the dungeon, they found that the players outside had been scattered by Debenya and his crew. This disorganized mob, lacking unified leadership, was no match for them. It appeared that neither of us reaped any benefits. As long as the first clear was not claimed by Yi Weilong, Debenya could accept it. Soon, he noticed that the opponent's equipment seemed to have changed. Yi Weilong smiled faintly. Though we did not achieve the first clear, we have still triumphed in this contest. After upgrading their weapons, Yue Liang and his team successfully completed the path of reincarnation, although they missed out on the first clear bonus. The 3 pieces of equipment dropped from the dungeon were commendable, complemented by 2,000 experience points, which allowed 3 members of the team to reach level 8. Oomph. Debenya snorted, although he was displeased about losing the first clear of the path of reincarnation. At least he no longer had to endure the torment of re-entering it. Despite the 3 pieces of equipment dropped from this dungeon, others could yield similar rewards, making it unnecessary to stubbornly persist here. He turned and called over a few players to venture to another dungeon for leveling up. As for the equipment blind box, he had reviewed its rewards. Aside from the S-grade items that piqued his interest, the rest were rather ordinary. Yuan Wan, on the other hand, was quite anxious, urging the others to continue delving into dungeons. Based on her experience, a single box would certainly yield nothing worthwhile. It was better to farm more and draw together. All right, let us enter the dungeon, Yue Liang said with a smile. With increased attack power, the dungeon runs were noticeably easier than before. Now, leveling up was achievable with just 2 runs, which was quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, in a novice village with a resounding chime, Liu Kongkong took a deep breath. He had finally reached level 9. Throughout the process, he had gradually sold some equipment, and his earnings for the day had accumulated. He continued to allocate skill points to Life Needs Miracles, advancing the skill to level 5. The skill's effect had evolved from producing 1 exquisite item out of 100 to yielding 1 from 20. Yet the upper limit remained unchanged, and the equipment produced was still of green quality. Glancing at the time, Liu Kongkong noted that there was still half an hour left until the end of the workday. Should he practice a bit more today and reach level 10? As he contemplated this, he cast a glance at the 5 men at the entrance, the bare 5-man group. These individuals had been standing there for a while, not purchasing anything. As NPCs, there was no reason to drive them away, so Liu Kongkong paid them no mind. After a while, Yi Weiliang and the others hurriedly arrived. Yi Weiwan was urging them on, as the blacksmith shop would soon close if they delayed any longer. Upon seeing the expected figures approach, the bare 5-man group quickly abandoned their previous nonchalance. The leader, Big Bear, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, I am Big Bear from the first clear team of the Path of Reincarnation, and I have a mysterious equipment blind box that I would like to exchange." Liu Kongkong, who was swinging his hammer, nearly dropped it at Big Bear's shout. Noticing that they were stealing glances at Yi Weiliang and the others, he instantly understood their intentions. While he had no qualms about giving them some good items, their earlier raucousness had startled him. The box's hand swiftly entered his backpack, and he simultaneously held up a deadly stick 5. He had practiced this maneuver numerous times, and it was imperceptible to others. Just a wooden stick? As a first clear team, shouldn't this blind box yield something of better quality? Big Bear stared blankly, accepting it in a daze. He had indeed heard of this weapon, but what use was just this one? "Master Liu, please don't close the shop. We still have more." Yi Weiwan rushed to the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, hastily retrieving 3 blind boxes from her backpack. So many? Big Bear and his companions were momentarily stunned. Although they had completed the path of reincarnation, it had not been easy. They looked up to see that Yi Weiliang and the others had all reached level 10. Liu Kongkong accepted the blind boxes and proceeded with the same method. Instantly, 3 pieces of equipment appeared on the table: a crude staff, a crude longbow, and a thorn face guard. The first 2 items had been languishing in storage for quite some time, and this was a perfect opportunity to clear out some inventory. As for the last item, it was meant to encourage others to continue grinding dungeons. Naturally, the item that Yi Weiwan desired could not be given, as he still hoped to compel this team to keep farming dungeons. "Hey, it's Ailing's equipment. The odds are quite favorable. We can grind a few more times." Without hesitation, Yi Weiwan handed the thorn face guard to Yi Weiliang, who shyly cast a glance of "please hit me," considering that both were essentially warriors. Not particularly concerned, Please Hit Me knew that this item wasn't expensive and could be purchased, albeit it seemed to be out of stock today. Not only was there none in stock today, but there will be none tomorrow either. Liu Kongkong glanced at the time. It was exactly 5 o'clock, and he conveniently closed the blacksmith shop. Outside, the bare 5-man group had begun introducing themselves to Yi Weiliang and the others, and their expressions suggested they were quite satisfied with these individuals. Incorporating them into his team, the first clear achievement of the path of reincarnation validated their strength. Thus, Liu Kongkong offered the bare 5-man group a handsome salary of 15,000 a month, with additional bonuses for any future first clear achievements. However, he couldn't quite understand why. After recruiting these individuals, Yi Weiliang felt an inexplicable itch on her head and behind. After Liu Kongkong closed the shop, he proceeded to attend the meeting as usual. During this period, many individuals were engaged in dungeon runs, which consumed quite a bit of resources. Thus, the various stores in the village were thriving. Conversely, some task NPCs found themselves idle. The experience gained from both the main and side quests in Hunt the Heavens was rather meager, leading these individuals to gather at the end of the long table. Amidst exchanged glances with Wang Xiuqin, he handed over the earnings of the day. 1 gold and 30 silver? Quite commendable. Liu is indeed putting forth great effort. Gome. Let us move a bit closer. The village head was thoroughly satisfied. Liu Kongkong initially did not intend to contribute so much, but recalling Wang Xiuqin's mention of potential system rewards piqued his curiosity. Naturally, if the rewards consisted solely of attribute points, he would refrain from participating in this seat-grabbing game in the future. After the meeting concluded, he declined Wang Xiuqin's invitation to visit his place. Tomorrow marked the first occasion he would entrust the shop to the steward, and he could not afford any mistakes. Currently, the demand for level 5 weapons was relatively low. A stock of 1,000 should suffice. For level 7, 3,000 pieces were necessary, and preparing 1,000 before reaching level 10 would undoubtedly be inadequate. Given the recent drop rates in dungeons, the number of buyers would likely not be substantial, so it was prudent to prepare a larger inventory. The stock primarily consisted of basic equipment, with a few green quality items that offered only marginally higher attack stats than the ordinary. After setting the prices simply, he switched the steward's management mode from semi-managed to fully managed. Now, to accomplish more, an ambitious push for level 10 tonight. The sound of fervent hammering resounded once more in the blacksmith shop. Chapter 34. Unexpected intelligence. Early the next morning, Liu Kongkong, still bleary-eyed, emerged from the gaming pod. This contraption, when not engaged in gaming, served quite comfortably as a bed. After yawning and freshening up, he recalled that he had indeed reached level 10 the previous night and had simultaneously unlocked level 15 weaponry. Aware that certain dedicated players might ascend levels at a rapid pace, he had prepared a portion of level 15 equipment in advance. Upon reaching level 10, he initially intended to allocate his points to the skill Miracles of Life, but was unexpectedly presented with an additional option in his skill bar. It was somewhat useful. Are you troubled by broken gear? Does premium equipment break after use? Fear not, repairs can be made. Although it could only restore 50 durability and might reduce attributes if luck was not on his side, at least it was usable. Repairs? Liu Kongkong had previously been curious about this. Before this skill appeared, the blacksmith could not repair equipment, and he had speculated it might be a unique ability of a certain NPC. However, upon seeing this skill, he realized it was merely a matter of insufficient level on his part. If one repair restores 50 durability, what might 2 repairs achieve? Liu Kongkong conducted an experiment, casually taking a crude staff to repair, only to find its original durability of 100 points reduced to 50. Could repairs also be done in reverse? Liu Kongkong was astonished. Another strike of the hammer, and it remained at 50 points. Not too bad. He casually tossed the staff back into his storage, intending to gift it to the next unfortunate soul who opened a blind box. After this series of antics, he logged off around 3 in the morning. Initially feeling quite energized, he found himself utterly exhausted after merely 3 hours of sleep. How could an entire night of gaming leave him feeling so lively, only to wake up feeling like a dog? Was this reasonable? Regardless of its reasonableness, it was time to head home. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, which contained no clothes but held his ID, charger, and a birthday gift for his mother, he noted that his bank balance had surged to 730,000. Thus, he spontaneously decided to buy a mobile phone for his father as well. Liu Kongkong's family circumstances were modest. His father worked as a carpenter in town while his mother took care of household chores. The couple lived frugally, hoping to provide their son with a home in the city, which was why Liu Kongkong had been diligently saving money. After purchasing the phone, he boarded the train, only to be taken aback upon realizing that the person seated beside him was none other than Gao Yuan, a girl he had met previously. Her expression soured instantly upon seeing him, likely due to a past incident where he had unintentionally humiliated her. She had spent the entire night replaying that moment in her mind, growing increasingly frustrated with each reflection. Fateful entanglement. That was Liu Kongkong's only thought. Having been preoccupied with work, he had rarely returned to his hometown over the past year, and in his mind, he had assumed he would never see her again. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Out of courtesy, he nodded in acknowledgement and then busied himself with his phone. Gao Yuan was thoroughly displeased by Liu Kongkong's demeanor. Noticing his reluctance to engage, she too picked up her phone and began browsing the forums for Hunt the Heavens. Her gaming pod had finally arrived, and, as a novice, she had been diligently studying relevant strategies during this time. However, the jargon used by the experts in the posts left her feeling utterly bewildered. Beside her sat someone who claimed to be a game booster, but for various reasons, she refrained from broaching the subject with Liu Kongkong. Yet, despite her thoughts, her gaze instinctively wandered towards Liu Kongkong, only to discover that he was also perusing a gaming forum. It seemed that Liu Kongkong noticed he was being observed. He turned to Gao Yuan and glanced at her phone screen. Level 2, Newbie Village number 1011, he noted, recognizing that her character was quite low level, suggesting she had not played for long. However, his primary interest lay in the post she was currently viewing. The largest guild in Newbie Village No. 1011, the Star Expedition team, is recruiting. Such recruitment posts were abundant on the forum, with many claiming to be the largest and strongest across all servers. Yet, Liu Kongkong harbored a lingering question. Were these guilds truly as formidable as they professed? The influence of Yi Weiliang and of Bundi in Newbie Village No. 0113 seemed reasonable to Liu Kongkong. Over time, the two factions had likely recruited hundreds, if not thousands, of players. Were these guilds genuinely powerful? Gao Yuan paused, internally reluctant to answer his inquiry. However, seeing the earnestness in his eyes, she nodded slightly. They should be quite strong. They have a considerable number of members. How many? 3 to 4,000? Gao Yuan recalled. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. That many? Did that mean a significant portion of the Newbie village had joined this guild? Those individuals were truly infuriating. They had encircled all areas where NPCs resided, demanding in-game currency from players wishing to undertake quests, and had even gone so far as to eliminate the NPCs who facilitated quests. I logged into the game, and there were no tutorials left. Gao Yuan expressed her indignation, having learned about the existence of quest-giving NPCs from a friend later on. They killed the NPCs? This revelation genuinely startled Liu Kongkong. Previously, the village elder had reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, and he had thought it was merely idle talk, only to discover that players were indeed killing NPCs. Did NPCs not respawn after being slain? Gao Yuan's remarks suggested that either the NPCs had not been refreshed or the game had yet to update. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Liu Kongkong fell silent. If NPCs did not resurrect after being killed and were not refreshed thereafter, did that mean dying in the game could lead to permanent defeat? Should he perhaps test this theory? Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of curiosity. It might be worth exploring later, but certainly not now, as he had yet to earn enough currency. This was undoubtedly valuable information. Liu Kongkong resolved to enhance his health points upon returning. For one, must always be prepared for the unexpected. Although retreating to the blacksmith shop rendered him invincible, he knew he would eventually need to venture out. Consequently, in return for her insights, Liu Kongkong addressed several of Gao Yuan's inquiries about the game during their conversation. Truly, you are quite the gaming expert. Having played numerous titles, he remarked. Have you yet to try Hunting the Heavens? During their exchange, Gao Yuan caught sight of Liu Kongkong's phone and noticed that his status displayed as a guest. Given his extensive knowledge of the game and his occupation as a game booster, she found it hard to believe he was not profiting from it. I still have many orders to complete, and I'm currently overwhelmed. Perhaps I will consider it in the future. Liu Kongkong fabricated a casual excuse. It seems your business is thriving? Just enough to make ends meet. Liu Kongkong replied with an air of nonchalance. So much busyness for just a modest income? Indeed, unless he wishes to engage in conversation, the words that escape his lips can choke one to silence. The journey was marked by an oppressive quietude until they reached their destination. Liu Kongkong offered a brief greeting, seized his bag, and proceeded to depart. Prior to this, he had informed his father, Liu Liming, that, as per custom, he would typically be picked up from the high-speed railway station. Should Liu Liming catch sight of him accompanying Gao Yiwang, it would undoubtedly necessitate a lengthy explanation. Upon exiting the station, Liu Kongkong spotted Liu Liming from a distance and waved cheerfully. "Hey, wait a moment. Don't rush off just yet. There's someone else." Liu Liming, upon seeing Liu Kongkong approach, grabbed him without uttering a word and began to lead him out, urgently requesting him to halt. "Who else is there?" "Who else could it be?" "It's old Gao's daughter. She heard I was coming to pick someone up and asked me to give her a ride back." A look of distaste crossed Liu Liming's face. "I'm not particularly keen on it, but given our long-standing acquaintance, there's little I can do." "Why the reluctance? Isn't old Gao's daughter rather disdainful towards you?" I suppose so." Chapter 35. Choices. Liu Kongkong was taken aback to realize that a mere comment from him could incite such strong disapproval from his parents regarding Gao Yuan's family. However, he was not speaking idly that day. Prior to their meeting, they had exchanged a few words, and the other party had consistently displayed an air of indifference, which Liu Kongkong reciprocated with a lack of enthusiasm. After a considerable wait, Gao Yuan finally emerged, moving at a leisurely pace. Just a minute before, she had received a call from her parents, who requested that Liu Kongkong's father give her a ride home. Following their blind date, her mother inquired about her experience, to which she candidly responded that Liu Kongkong was rather unimpressive. She had assumed he was involved in a modest business venture, perhaps an online shop, only to discover that he was actually a game booster. Had she known from the outset that Liu Kongkong was a game booster, Gao Yuan would have deemed the meeting entirely unnecessary. Yet, her parents, unaware of what a game booster entailed, merely attempted to placate her upon hearing her dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, they engaged in casual conversation during the car ride, leading Gao Yuan to believe that the return journey would not be overly awkward. She politely greeted Liu Liming, displaying a commendable maturity, invited the two youngsters into the vehicle. Throughout the drive, Liu Liming inquired about Gao Yuan's circumstances, to which she proudly proclaimed her ongoing education and her future aspirations. Liu Liming had to concede that, in terms of academics, Gao Yuan indeed surpassed Liu Kongkong by a significant margin. However, this acknowledgement was limited to that aspect. In other respects, he remained quite pleased with his son. In his eyes, Liu Kongkong was dutiful, good-natured, and although he had been playful and fond of video games during his studies, he had matured considerably since graduation. Upon delivering Gao Yuan to her home, Liu Liming sighed and remarked, "Son, we excel in many areas, but your employment situation is indeed a concern. The girl simply finds you lacking." "Enough, old Liu. I will contemplate solutions regarding work. Here, take this phone." To preempt any further discussion, Liu Kongkong handed over the smartphone he had procured. Liu Liming's spirits lifted instantly, though he feigned displeasure, questioning, "What need do you have for this? My phone still functions perfectly." "Oh, come now, it takes a minute just to open an app." "How much did you spend on it?" "Over 1,000. Liu Kongkong replied casually, though the actual cost had exceeded 4,000. "Extravagant spending," Liu Liming muttered, but upon hearing the price was reasonable. He accepted the phone and then transferred 2,000 yuan to Liu Kongkong from his own device. Liu Kongkong, accustomed to this, accepted without protest. Returning home, Sun Yuchong had prepared a meal and immediately called the two men to dine upon their arrival. "Ah, it's evident you've been eating well lately," she remarked, observing Liu Kongkong's noticeably sturdier physique. "Really?" Liu Kongkong was taken aback, glancing down at himself, as his diet had remained relatively unchanged. "You see yourself in the mirror every day, so of course, you wouldn't notice." "It's been ages since I last saw you," Sun Yuchong laughed. "How long has it been? Just over a month?" Liu Kongkong pondered the last time he had been home. Indeed, he had gained some weight. "Could it be all the barbecued meats and fried chicken you've been indulging in recently?" Liu Liming chimed in. "However, it matters little. Ever since I began playing Hunting Heaven, My meals have dwindled from 3 to 2 each day, and I suspect I will soon revert to my former hunger. By the way, Mom, I have prepared a birthday gift for you. Liu Kongkong smiled as he returned to his room and retrieved a gold bracelet from his backpack. Hearing Sun Yuchong laughingly complain about wasting money outside, both Sun Yuchong and Liu Liming were taken aback when they saw the bracelet in Liu Kongkong's hand. How much did this cost? 30,000? Liu Kongkong dared not misstate the price. If he quoted too low, his mother might assume it was merely gold-plated, which would lead to trouble. Why did you spend so much money? Both parents were well aware of Liu Kongkong's income and knew he had been saving diligently. Yet, presenting such a substantial gift to himself left Sun Yuchong feeling pleased in her heart while feigning reproach on her lips, urging Liu Liming to quickly transfer money to their son. No need, no need. Recently, I landed a big contract and earned quite a bit. Observing the uncontainable smile on Sun Yuchong's face, Liu Kongkong felt justified in his expenditure. Both of his parents were frugal, which meant that even now, Sun Yuchong lacked decent jewelry. It seems you've indeed earned a considerable sum. This young man even bought me a phone. No matter how much you earn, you can't spend it all freely. Money is hard to come by these days. Sun Yuchong happily adorned herself with the bracelet, its weighty presence prompting her to declare, I must wear this out for a stroll, especially to the Gao family. It seemed the matter concerning Gao Yiwen had not yet faded. Liu Kongkong chuckled and shook his head, then turned to Liu Liming, who was still fiddling with his new phone. Dad, isn't it time for you to consider changing your car? Initially, the two were delighted, but upon hearing this, they paused, their expressions growing serious. Kongkong, speak honestly with your father. Are you involved in any illegal activities? They were fully aware of their son's capabilities, and it was evident that Liu Kongkong was suggesting a new vehicle for himself. Sensing their wariness, Liu Kongkong retrieved his phone, pulled up his bank statement, and then opened the family computer to assure them that the money had been earned from a game. Is it truly possible to earn that much? Liu Liming gazed at the computer screen, his age rendering him somewhat bewildered by certain matters. However, understanding his son well, he chose to believe him. Sun Yuchong, on the other hand, looked at Liu Kongkong's bank balance and suddenly burst into laughter, though she said nothing. Very well, you are quite accomplished. Only when Liu Kongkong displayed a report from Huaxia News about the game Hunting Heaven did Liu Liming finally relax. Regardless of his son's academic performance in the past, having such savings at his age was commendable. What about the car? Buy it. Liu Liming exclaimed eagerly. Let's go purchase it this afternoon. My son is earning to buy me a car, and I shall take your mother for a drive around the town. Thus, after the family finished their meal, they promptly headed to the 4S dealership. Liu Kongkong knew precisely what type of car his father desired, an SUV, which his father had occasionally mentioned before. So selecting the vehicle required little time. They traded in the old car and paid the sum of 250,000, with an immediate delivery available. Liu Liming drove home with an unceasing grin, rolling down the car window to greet everyone they passed. The short journey of merely 1 kilometer took him over half an hour. Even after dinner, as I took a shower, I hummed a little tune in the bathroom, much to my father's delight. Sun Yuchong brought a chair over to sit beside Liu Kongkong, remarking that he would probably dream of driving a new car tonight, having spent so much money all at once. As long as he is happy, what is money for if not to be spent? Seeing your joy brings me joy as well. Sun Yuchong smiled and gently ruffled Liu Kongkong's hair, asking him candidly, Son, tell me the truth. Do you look down on that Gao Yuan? Liu Kongkong was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. He never truly desired marriage. And even if he did, Gao Yuan was certainly not the right choice. She had outright asked him to support her for a while, as if he were an ATM. However, what Sun Yuchong said next surprised Liu Kongkong. Is it that you don't want to get married? Pretty much, Liu Kongkong admitted, his mind racing with numerous justifications and arguments. But Sun Yuchong did not give him the chance to elaborate. You have grown up and know what you desire. If you don't want to, your mother will not pressure you. Despite her words, Liu Kongkong sensed a hint of regret in Sun Yuchong's eyes. Yet, not everything can be compromised for the sake of filial piety or familial affection. Each person's life belongs to themselves. Once decisions are made out of compromise for others, there will inevitably come a night when one resents themselves for those concessions, leading to blame and misplaced anger. I will work hard to earn money, enough that even when I grow old, there will be many who will vie for the chance to care for me, Liu Kongkong declared with a smile. Chapter 36. A sudden turn in the novice village. A night had passed. Early the next morning, Liu Liming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, cheerfully accompanied Liu Kongkong to the train station. His sleepless night had been a result of overwhelming joy. Look at this car, my son. Such immense power. With this space, we can embark on a road trip someday. Though the vehicle was merely a fuel-powered car, not a luxury brand, Liu Kongkong recognized that there were numerous commendable options at this price point. Yet, in the realm of purchasing, personal preference often reigns supreme. Liu Kongkong concurred, marveling at his father's astute choice, as a mere 20 or 30 kilometers of travel had transformed Liu Liming's face into a picture of unrestrained joy. After bidding farewell, Liu Kongkong boarded the train, having spent nearly 300,000 yuan in total during his return home. However, it had been a gratifying expenditure. Once home, he took a shower, dried his hair, and scrutinized himself in the mirror. Had he indeed become a bit sturdier? Liu Kongkong assessed his reflection, noting that his spirits appeared to be significantly improved. Nevertheless, this was not the time for vanity. Having been offline for a day, he was unaware of the current state of the blacksmith shop under the steward's management. After arriving home, he had spent the evening buying a car and sharing a drink with his father, neglecting to check the forums. He slipped into the gaming pod and entered the game. Everything seemed normal. Before leaving, he had deliberately logged off in his bedroom, fearing that if he came online and encountered the steward simultaneously within a player's view, it might raise suspicion. Peering out the bedroom door, he noticed that the outside world appeared unusually bustling compared to before. He directed the steward to come in and took the opportunity to check its inventory. What on earth? In just one day, all the level 10 and 7 equipment had been sold out. Even the level 5 items were completely gone. What had transpired to cause such a sudden surge in business? Liu Kongkong stared at the steward's inventory, which contained 61 gold coins. Before he left, he had arranged for the game currency to be submitted yesterday, totaling 1 gold coin. This meant that within the past day, all level 5 and above equipment in the blacksmith shop had been swept clean. There were some items left in stock, but those were specially crafted pieces he had intended to sell at a higher price. What had happened? According to prior progress, everyone should still be busy grinding dungeons for experience. Yet, the few pieces of level 15 equipment remained quietly nestled in the steward's bag, indicating that no one currently possessed the capability to utilize such high-level gear. Casually storing the steward back in his backpack, Liu Kongkong stepped to the shop's entrance and immediately understood why everything had sold out. The second village-wide war in Novice Village 0113 had commenced. The origins of this event were unknown to Liu Kongkong, yet he observed a continuous influx of players appearing at the resurrection point, charging madly towards the village's exit. The sheer number of individuals repeating this action formed a long queue between the resurrection point and the village gates. Whatever they were engaged in, as long as he remained safe, he was unconcerned. Ever since learning about the NPC killing occurring in other novice villages, he had harbored some anxiety regarding his safety. But for now, he felt secure. Glimpsing the trading market, he noted that the ratio of game currency had plummeted, now standing at 1 o'clock. 6, with a continued downward trend. Swiftly, he listed his game currency for sale and, 10 minutes later, received a total of 366,000. Not bad. In just one day, he had earned back the money for his father's car. Liu Kongkong was mentally prepared for the reduction in game currency ratios, maintaining a positive mindset. He opened the character panel, noting that although the first completion of the cycle of rebirth was no longer available, many were still eager to try. When he logged off the day before, he hadn't T-checked, and after another day, over 8,000 lives had been lost in the dungeon, translating into 80 attribute points, in addition to the 30 points gained from leveling up from 7 to 10. Such precious attribute points seemed rather trivial to him. With a smile, Liu Kongkong allocated all 110 points to his health. His attributes instantly transformed to name, Liu Damo, class, apprentice blacksmith, level 10, health, 1531, mana, 421, strength, 43, constitution, 154, agility, 43, intelligence, 43, spirit, 43, available points, 0, a health of 1500. This figure would evoke tears of self-pity from any tank at this stage. Yet for Liu Kongkong, it still felt insufficient. After all, NPC slaying typically required teamwork, and 1500 health remained somewhat low. Initially indifferent towards attributes, he now felt a sense of urgency. He desired to survive, for only by living could he earn money. But where would he acquire more attribute points? The returns from the cycle of rebirth had already begun to decline, unless the system allowed him to open another dungeon. Leveling up, a mere 10 points seemed rather meager. As for enhancing health through equipment, perhaps that could be a future endeavor. Currently, he lacked the ability to craft such gear. He continued to level up. Outside, players passed by, and some, upon seeing the blacksmith shop with available equipment, casually purchased a few items, their curiosity evident but unvoiced. Hammering away throughout the afternoon, he managed to sell a fair number of items. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he spotted a familiar figure, lonely as a song. Glancing at his level, he noted it was 12. It seemed this young man remained oblivious to the unfolding events. "Master Liu, I'm here to turn in a quest," Lonely as a Song announced, producing 5 pieces of black iron for submission. The black iron task had been set up by Liu Kongkong before his departure. These were materials required for level 15 equipment. However, as it was not Liu Kongkong himself, the steward treated all players equally, allowing Lonely as a Song to submit only 5 at a time. "Since you're back, let us see how many more you have," Liu Kongkong prompted. Lonely as a Song paused, then beamed with joy. "Master Liu, I've been waiting for you to say that. Since yesterday, I've been collecting black iron. The fighting outside is fierce, and no one is willing to join me in dungeons. I have 1495 pieces impressive." Liu Kongkong thought to himself, giving an internal thumbs up, and promptly issued the quest. Lonely as a Song instantly leveled up to 13. They exchanged a moment of silence, staring at each other. "Master Liu, do you have any tasks or words for me?" Lonely as a Song inquired eagerly. There was indeed something on Liu Kongkong's mind, but he struggled to articulate it. His mind raced before he adopted a serious demeanor. "What do you think of the current situation?" "The situation?" Lonely as a Song was momentarily taken aback by the blacksmith's inquiry. "It seems quite good. Are you referring to them?" Lonely like a Song pointed towards the players frantically rushing out. Liu Kongkong nodded. "Indeed, it appears rather chaotic." And then, "Do continue your narrative." Liu Kongkong's eyes widened, as he was oblivious to the circumstances outside and was uncertain about which equipment would sell well. "Master Liu, are you curious about the situation unfolding outside?" Lonely like a Song inquired, observing Liu Kongkong's stiff expression. "Why not speak plainly? They're still battling the boss, and the fight is not yet concluded. When I passed by earlier, I noticed that the Cool Duck team is at a disadvantage," he added, fearing Liu Kongkong might not comprehend. The Cool Duck team refers to the alliance of Big Silly Duck and Night Slightly Cold. You should remember these two, right? Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Big Silly Duck and Night Slightly Cold? Why have they formed an alliance? What on earth has transpired in the past day? Chapter 37. The Enraged Wanderer. After a series of indirect inquiries, Liu Kongkong finally pieced together the current circumstances. The previous morning, these players were engaged in dungeon runs to level up, but suddenly, the formidable Debanya led a troop towards the lair of the Ten-Eyed Spider. The motive was straightforward. Someone had attempted to stealthily eliminate this boss. How did they become aware of this? As the catalyst for the first village-wide battle, this boss had been under the watchful eyes of him and Yi Weiliang ever since the conclusion of the Battle of the Village, which was precisely why the first kill of this boss remained unclaimed thus far. However, yesterday, a rogue team launched a surprise attack, emboldened by their elevated levels, aiming to swiftly slay the boss and secure the coveted first kill. Naturally, they were detected by both parties, and the rogue team was promptly dispatched back to the novice village. Yet, these 5 individuals were not easily deterred. Upon returning to the revival point, they vented their frustrations by launching tirades against Yi Weiliang and Debanya. A few cash-spending players believed they could monopolize the server simply because they had invested money. Was this boss theirs alone? They insisted on playing while forbidding others from doing so. Thus, they ranted for 2 hours and word eventually reached Abenya. In a fit of rage, commanded his followers to ambush this group for 3 hours. Among those ambushed was a particularly obstinate individual who thought, "Why should I fear you?" Losing a single life merely cost him one of his experience. What could they possibly do to him in a game? Consequently, he repeatedly exited the revival point only to be slain time and again, until the Benya's crew reduced him from level 10 to level 1. 1,000 times. My goodness, the frequency of his slaying was staggering, occurring every 2 to 3 seconds. Clearly, GMO Rugu had been observing for quite some time, and his descriptions were vividly detailed. Initially, a few spectators might have simply found the situation amusing, but witnessing someone being reduced to level 1 prompted many to voice their discontent regarding the so-called cash-spending dogs oppressing free players. Over time, a growing number of people joined the ranks of dissenters. Brother Duck, being a person of pride, felt the weight of criticism from many, with even more onlookers. Thus, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Liu Kongkong couldn't help but admire Benya's talent. There were certainly groups dominating the novice village, like the previously observed Star Expedition team, but they had numbers on their side. How could a mere handful dare to behave so audaciously? However, Brother Duck had indeed garnered a significant following during this period. In his moment of fury, he had rallied nearly 1,000 players. That was indeed a considerable force. Liu Kongkong reevaluated his earlier thoughts. If this 1,000 were organized and disciplined, as long as they were not in direct opposition to the entire village, they could manage. Of course, the current circumstances suggested that such a trend was already taking shape. Evidently, GMO Rugu continued, stating that once he had summoned his allies, he gained the confidence to eliminate those vocal dissenters one by one, leading to an uncontrollable escalation. It was indeed too impulsive. Liu Kongkong could easily envision Benya being surrounded and bombarded with insults, with hundreds or even thousands of onlookers present. In such a scenario, it would be exceedingly difficult for Benya, given his temperament, to concede. As for Yi Weiliang, he found himself unwittingly caught in the crossfire. Being one of the 2 well-known tycoons in the 0113 novice zone, he was subjected to a barrage of sarcastic remarks merely by passing through. Initially, he thought it wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles, especially since the clumsy duck, his arch-nemesis, was the one in hot water. He should have been reveling in the situation. However, upon witnessing the lack of his response, those who had been most vociferous in their criticisms assumed he was intimidated and promptly began to hurl insults at his entire family. But really, dear friends, what connection does his involvement in the resurrection point have with me? I have not provoked anyone in my daily interactions. Knight's coolness was perplexed. He was not allied with the clumsy duck. The enemy of my enemy ought to be a friend, and from a certain perspective, he should be aligned with these independent players. To his dismay, inquiries only served to unearth a plethora of issues. Many emerged to accuse him and the clumsy duck's faction of monopolizing monsters, even claiming ownership over the dungeon's entrance, demanding in-game currency for access. Although these accusers were subsequently vanquished by a group of independent players, the animosity between the factions only intensified. Moreover, some individuals from both sides began to harass female players. Consequently, a few sought vengeance by relentlessly pushing Knight's warmth. Liu Empty raised an eyebrow. This might very well explain Knight's coolness's impending downfall. With Knight's coolness joining the fray, the long-standing tensions between the 2 factions erupted into full-blown conflict. What began as skirmishes in the novice village escalated dramatically, with some even pilfering from the 10-eyed spider during the chaos. Both sides suspected the other of such treachery, and thus, they hurried to the boss's location, shifting the battlefield there. On the way, Knight's coolness and the clumsy duck formed an unlikely alliance, recognizing that since their opponents were merely independent players, they could band together for a bit of sport. Little did the 10-eyed spider anticipate that this seemingly insignificant level 5 boss would incite a melee among thousands. At this juncture, the battle was no longer merely about first kills and rewards. It had evolved into a contest of strength between independent players and guilds. From the afternoon of the previous day until now, the fighting had continued through the night, with no clear end in sight. Lonely as a Song felt somewhat disheartened. The brawls did not concern him. Yet many players had lost interest in dungeons, opting instead to engage in the fray. Watching the spectacle and collecting equipment dropped by defeated players, the radiant longsword of Duck Brother had even surfaced, though its current possessor remained a mystery. This incident had led many to eagerly await the opportunity to gather equipment for profit. Liu Empty was well aware of the worth of such gear, and it was evident that this conflict would not resolve as simply as the Battle of Village 1. Back then, both sides had their respective leaders who could negotiate terms for engagement or withdrawal. Now, however, they faced a disorganized group of independent players, with no clear leader to consult. Even if Knight's coolness and the clumsy Duck wished to cease hostilities, they would have no one to approach for discussion. Having played games for many years, Liu Empty had to concede that he had never witnessed such a scene in a novice village. In other games, novice protection protocols typically prevented conflicts from escalating beyond verbal disputes. But here, merely days after the game's launch, such chaos had already unfolded, which, in a peculiar way, he found beneficial. Understanding the external circumstances, he assigned a new task to Lonely as a song and resumed crafting level 5, 7, and 10 equipment. Ironically, they had initially aimed for level 15 gear, only to regress in their endeavors. During the process, players occasionally visited the blacksmith shop, purchasing weapons and equipment in quantities of 10 or 20. It was likely individuals from the Night Breeze or Big Duck who, unable to attend personally, sent their subordinates to make the purchases. The hammer struck with sparks flying, and as time went on, Liu Kongkong regretted not investing more points into time as money. Producing 2 items at a time was simply insufficient for the demand. It seemed he would need to work overtime tonight. As evening approached, Liu Kongkong shut the shop's door and collapsed into a chair. The intense hours of crafting and selling had left him somewhat fatigued. Yet the ever-increasing game currency in his backpack made it hard for him to stop. However, before that, he needed to attend a meeting at the village chief's house. Today's gathering was unremarkable. The villagers' attitudes towards the players outside remained unchanged, indifferent and unconcerned. After paying a gold coin, Liu Kongkong returned to the blacksmith shop with renewed determination. Come what may, regardless of how long you fight, I shall ensure a steady supply of weapons and equipment for you. Chapter 38. The Void Space 2 days later. Liu Kongkong, with vacant eyes, mechanically repeated the actions in his hands. With a resonant clang, for brand new staves materialized in his backpack. Like a machine, he methodically set them aside and resumed his relentless hammering. Over the past 2 days, he had lost count of how many pieces of equipment he had crafted, all the while thinking that he could simultaneously level up his skills. Hence he refrained from seeking assistance from the butler. His blacksmithing level had reached 12, tantalizingly close to 13. He allocated both skill points to time is money, yet the demand for equipment continued to outstrip supply. His earnings had indeed been substantial, totaling 82 gold over the past 2 days, with today's exchange rate standing at 1 o'clock. 5. With over 400,000 accrued, the sight of more than 2 million in his bank account invigorated Liu Kongkong, fueling his desire to persist in his labor. During this process, he incurred a loss of materials. Based on the player's strategies, he had initially anticipated a significant drop in everyone's levels, preparing a batch of level 1 equipment in advance. However, his prediction proved erroneous. It seemed that this group of players was incessantly swapping in and out. Despite 2 days of effort, the players frequenting the blacksmith shop remained at levels 8 to 12. He had encountered Night Cool and Big Silly Duck twice, yet both bore weary expressions. These past 2 days had been arduous for them. As the leading figures, they could not afford to log off and rest while others could. In a twist that seemed to validate Liu Kongkong's speculation, on this day, a level 10 boss, the iron-toothed wild boar, was vanquished by 5 players, among whom Liu Kongkong recognized the ID belonging to Big Silly Duck. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks, with the exception of Lonely as Song. This individual visited Liu Kongkong daily to accept quests, gathering various woods, stones, and iron ores. Occasionally, he would return to report on the external battles. Just moments ago, Lonely as Song had attained level 17. However, he was not currently the highest level player in the novice village of 0113. Even amidst the chaos outside, not all players were inclined to join the fray. Some maintained fixed parties, diligently grinding through dungeons to level up. How did Liu Kongkong know this? The attribute points spoke volumes for these players. He casually allocated his attribute points. Name: Liu Damo. Profession: apprentice blacksmith, level 12. Health points: 1861 mana, 421 strength, 43 constitution, 187 agility, 43 intelligence, 43 spirit, 43 available points. 0 his health had yet to reach 2,000 points. And as players became more adept at the dungeons, the number of those perishing on the reincarnation path dwindled. To acquire more attribute points, it seemed that opening new dungeons was the only viable option. Thus, over the past 2 days, he had been fervently feeding experience to Lonely as Song. He had taken the opportunity to log off and peruse the forums, where strategies had already been posted. It was stated that once a player reached level 18, the novice village would unlock a 30-player dungeon. Who would create this dungeon, or had the official Hunters of Heaven already prepared it? Liu Kongkong was uncertain. From the strategies, it appeared that there was only one 30-player dungeon, yet the village was populated with numerous villagers. Nevertheless, it was at least a glimmer of hope. If NPCs were indeed responsible for its construction, then once Lonely as Song reached level 18 and triggered the event, Liu Kongkong could consider himself a guide, if not for his merits, at least for his efforts. Although he merely published the tasks, Master Liu, I have come again to submit my report. Lonely as a Song, I continue to revel in joy each day. Over the past few days, I have been gathering resources tirelessly. To stimulate his enthusiasm, Liu Kongkong added an extra silver coin as a reward under the pretext of increasing affinity, and I, believing that even a little profit is worthwhile, took pleasure in this arrangement. By the way, Master Liu, I just passed by the 10-eyed spider area, and it seems they are close to finishing their battle. I have grown accustomed to sharing updates upon my return, and they appear to be deliberating something at this moment. Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong furrowed his brow. After battling relentlessly for 2 or 3 days, a sudden pause for discussion could only mean one party was yielding. If it were Yi Weiliang and his companions who were compromising, it would be acceptable. However, if it were the lone players capitulating, it could spell trouble for the future of Novice Village 0113, with Yi Weiliang and Abenya calling shots. This was not promising news for him. Should most players in the village be amalgamated, some of the less engaged players might resort to tedious pursuits, such as targeting NPCs. No, he needed to open that instance quickly to provide them with something to occupy themselves. Liu Kongkong opened the task interface, intending to assign a significant task to Lonely as a Song, only to be interrupted by the system announcement. Player Sunny Day has ascended to LV 18, earning the special title Pioneer, along with 10 attribute points and a reward of 1 gold coin. As a result of a player in Novice Village 0113 reaching level 18, the 30-player instance void space will open in 1 day. Here it comes. Liu Kongkong instantly retracted the task he had prepared for Lonely as a Song. With someone having triggered it, there was no need to elevate his level further. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving any system notifications, Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it possible that this 30-player instance did not require NPC construction? Yi Weiliang and his companions were negotiating with others, and upon hearing the news, they knitted their brows. The recent skirmishes had hindered their leveling speed, and they had originally planned to conclude their battles today and return to intense leveling. Now, however, someone had already reached level 18. What captured their attention even more was the new instance for level 18, of which they were well aware. They had been monitoring the forum information more diligently than Liu Kongkong himself. Hence, they had instructed their subordinates to take turns engaging in battles to prevent their levels from lagging too far behind. They even designated 60 members to refrain from fighting and focus solely on leveling. Yet those 60 had been delayed at the outset and were now merely at level 17. Abenya had made similar preparations. Upon hearing the instance would open in a day, he felt anxious and called out, "Brothers of Novice Village 0113. After these days of heartfelt sparring, I believe many of you have vented your frustrations. We are fortunate to share the same Novice Village. In the future, we shall consider ourselves fellow villagers. Let's conclude this. Slowing our leveling progress benefits no one. In truth, as he spoke, the number of lone players before him was dwindling. Those watching had left, disinterested upon discovering that later drops consisted solely of junk equipment. As for those engaged in fighting, a portion had already been privately recruited by Yi Weiliang and Abenya, leaving only a final group still battling fiercely. After speaking, the clumsy duck could clearly sense the hesitation among many of the casual players, for the new dungeon was about to open, and the levels of all present were woefully inadequate. Observing the ongoing discussions, Yi Weiliang stoked the flames further. First and foremost, I must apologize to everyone. The issues of the past few days were indeed due to my and Duck's management. Henceforth, we shall implement stringent oversight of our guild members to ensure that similar incidents do not recur. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill, we are willing to relinquish the 10-eyed spider to our casual brothers. After several days of reflection, it became apparent that the level 5 boss still held value, primarily due to the precious attribute point rewards it bestowed. However, if this matter remained unresolved, they could perhaps escape today, but they would undoubtedly face treachery in the future. Regarding the first kill of the level 10 boss, the clumsy duck had already communicated with him, expressing a willingness to cede the level 15 boss to them. Ultimately, whether they could secure it would depend on Yi Weiliang's own capabilities. We both understand that within the realm of the novice village 0113, the only powers are you and me, and our numbers are relatively stable. There is no need for us to engage in a deadly rivalry. With the advent of dungeons for leveling and the prospect of an 18-level dungeon ahead, equipment will not be lacking. The gear dropped by bosses may hold some utility in the novice village, but how much longer shall we linger here? Yi Weiliang found himself persuaded. Indeed, as the clumsy duck remarked, while seizing bosses and flaunting equipment to attract players may have been feasible in the early stages, they were now both well-known figures in this novice village, and the sole benefit of a first kill lay in the attribute points. Chapter 39. An unusual boss. As one party extended an olive branch, the lone wanderers began to depart, albeit without vocal acknowledgement. Witnessing this scene, the two individuals sighed in relief, swiftly returning to the novice village to replenish their equipment and potions, then hastily made their way towards the dungeon without a backward glance. Alas, if this dungeon cannot be navigated by my hand, how shall I venture forth in the future with such attributes? Liu Kongkong reluctantly placed the 3 gold coins he had just received on the market, before returning to wield his hammer. The village's second war had concluded, and it was time to prepare for level 15 gear. After striking until the shop closed, the blacksmith leveled up to 14. As the quality of the equipment improved, so too did his experience points. He allocated a skill point to time is money, and another to let us strengthen, continuing to invest his attribute points into vitality, resulting in a health total of 2061. Ah well, I shall leave it to fate. Pondering solutions yielded no results, yet today's meeting still loomed. He meandered to the village chief's abode, discovering that others had already gathered. The familiar opening remarks ensued. Dear villagers, your efforts today are commendable. The chief wore a beaming smile, yet the villagers below appeared to evade his gaze, seemingly fearful of drawing his attention. What could be the matter? Liu Kongkong sat down in confusion, finding his place within the assembly. Today is a significant day for our village, as you may have heard. A friend has triggered the Void Realm secret realm. Thus, our primary objective for this meeting is to finalize this matter. Upon hearing this, others averted their eyes, some gazing outwards. Something felt amiss. Though these individuals were NPCs, they were quite astute. Just yesterday, during the meeting, it had been mentioned that the village's repair funds had arrived, allowing for the renovation and expansion of an NPC's home. Liu Kongkong vividly recalled the frantic expressions of those discussing it. Some lamented their struggles, while others recounted their contributions to the village. Liu Kongkong had refrained from involvement. The renovation of his blacksmith shop seemed unnecessary. It sufficed as it was. Though modest, the close proximity from the backyard to the shop saved both time and effort. Please, do not be disheartened. We are all working towards the development of our village. The Divine has entrusted us with the task of constructing the Void Realm, which signifies their trust in us. I shall do it. Liu Kongkong rose, initially believing that this dungeon had no bearing on him, only to realize it resided in the chief's hands. But why were these individuals avoiding the matter? Excellent. Young Liu demonstrates responsibility. Thus, this task shall be entrusted to you. The chief, who had been troubled, immediately produced an envelope from his garments and handed it to Liu Kongkong, seemingly fearing that he might reconsider. The chief hastily declared that Liu Kongkong could leave early from today's meeting, and he would be exempt from the novice village's construction fees for the entire year. What is happening? The year-long exemption from fees was of little consequence to him, as he had initially fabricated the figures. Yet this inexplicable windfall of benefits. Liu Kongkong opened the envelope, and before he could grasp the paper within, a flash of light surged into his forehead, instantly presenting him with a dungeon construction interface. Upon a cursory glance, he noted that the interface bore little difference from that of the previous level 10 dungeon. How peculiar. Nevertheless, since he was permitted to depart early, Liu Kongkong decided not to linger, turning to leave without further ado. Wang Xiuqin lowered her head, and upon hearing Liu Kongkong accept the task, she barely had time to intervene before the village chief had completed the handover of the envelope. It was over. Wang Xiuqin's eyes were vacant as she nostalgically gazed at the lively figure bouncing back to the blacksmith shop, seemingly wishing to catch one last glimpse. Village chief, does Liu know about the void space matter? A villager asked, his expression complicated as he noticed Liu Kongkong walking away. Impossible. I mentioned this matter before our friend arrived. He certainly knows how significant it is, the village chief replied. Then why did he accept it? Why did he take it on? The village chief turned, his eyes wide with anger. Isn't it for the sake of our village? Look at you all, preoccupied with your own affairs, while only Liu truly considers the welfare of the village. As for the repairs of the houses, you needn't consult me privately anymore. This quota will go to Liu as a form of compensation from the village. Moreover, for this month's divine blessings, he will also be the first to receive them. Divine blessings? This very well. They had no objections regarding the quota for repairs and expansions, but the matter of divine blessings was of considerable importance. They fell silent, contemplating the situation surrounding the construction of void space. From now on, let us not disturb him. Place a sign at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, announcing that it will be closed for a day tomorrow. Understood. Back at the blacksmith shop, Liu Kongkong took a deep breath. Isn't it just constructing a dungeon? Why all the mystery? He didn't understand why the NPCs were so resistant, but since the system had not issued any warnings or penalties, the likelihood of any significant issues seemed low. He returned to his bedroom and opened the void space construction interface. Available number of dungeons to create. 1 maximum number of dungeon buildings. For 1,000 item and monster placement points. 20,000 dungeon experience reward. 5,000 per person. Dungeon loot selection. The loot remained freely selectable. Yet unlike the level 10 dungeons, many items could only drop from field bosses. There were indeed some appealing pieces of equipment, but my favorite was this item. Anonymous Ball, special item. Using this allows one to adjust their ID at will and conceal all attributes. Cooldown, 30 days. If I could obtain this, venturing out of the novice village would become significantly easier. I glanced at the other loot options. Guild establishment license. A level 18 dungeon surprisingly permitted this item to drop. But even if it were given to him, he would merely sell it. Forming a guild? Was he so idle? I also examined the monster catalog, which had added a few new entries. In addition to the level 10 boss, Iron Tooth Wild Boar, there was also a level 15 boss, Venomous Worm. And there was a fixed boss for the dungeon. Liu Kongkong clicked on a monster icon. Void Lord, replica, possessing only 2 skills. Replication. Randomly selecting 5 players as replication targets, with the attributes of the replica being 10 times that of the target players. With such tenfold attributes, who could possibly withstand that? With this boss in play, could any player truly advance, especially considering it was just 1 skill? The second skill is a universal replication. It duplicates all players present, with attributes at 1, 2 times that of the original player. Activating this skill transforms the dungeon into an arena. With a formidable 2,000 monster points and a fixed boss, the Void Lord possesses considerable attack power as well. If Liu Kongkong exhausts the 2,000 monster points, It is likely that no team in the novice village 0113 will emerge alive from the dungeon. After observing the monsters, Liu Kongkong scrolled further down, and a line of small text captured his attention. Please manage the difficulty of the dungeon. For every 10 deaths accumulated by all players in the secret realm, your life points will increase by 1. There is no experience penalty for player deaths in this dungeon, and any equipment or items dropped upon death will belong to the creator. 10 players for a single attribute point. Can such a staggering reward truly be mine? However, something does not add up. Why are the NPCs not only refraining from competing for this reward, but are actively avoiding it? Liu Kongkong sensed there was a significant catch involved. He glanced further down. Dungeon construction countdown. 23 hours, 27 minutes, 31 seconds. If you fail to complete the construction and pass the review within the stipulated time, 1 life point will be deducted every second. Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned. 1 point per second? He finally comprehended why those NPCs were unwilling to take on this burdensome task. Life points signify attribute points for him, but for those NPCs, they could truly represent their lifespan. Based on his prior experiences in the cycle of rebirth, he spent approximately 8 to 9 hours on a level 10 dungeon. Yet that dungeon was merely 1/40th of the scale of the void space. By that calculation, time would undoubtedly be insufficient. Therefore, if the dungeon construction is not completed within the allotted time, all attribute points will be wiped clean. What then will become of him? Chapter 40. 24 hours. There exist myriad methods to construct a replica, and if one were to prioritize speed, a rudimentary build within 22 hours would undoubtedly suffice, assuming, of course, that there are no review processes involved. The criteria for such reviews remain a mystery to Liu Kongkong. Yet given the text and the bountiful rewards mentioned, it seems improbable that a simplistic approach would pass muster. Thus, it becomes an inevitable deadlock. Warrior Mentor Ding Dazhuang returned home after a meeting, indulging in drink, perplexed by the recklessness of his associate who undertook such a task. Ultimately, someone must shoulder the responsibility. If he refrains, shall you or I take his place? The assassin Mentor Ning Wei chuckled, adding that his involvement would benefit their allies, for had it been you or I, those friends would likely find themselves entangled for a fortnight. It remains uncertain who established this rule. The Void Space Dungeon appears to have never intended for NPCs to complete the construction within the designated time frame. Once the lifespan of the entering NPCs is entirely depleted, they are left behind to replace the Void Lord as the dungeon's fixed boss. For Liu Kongkong, as a blacksmith, even with enhancements from a dungeon, such a boss would evidently be much simpler for players. That old man feigned a plethora of rewards, but one must have life to claim them. That cunning fox. Ding Dazhuang expressed his discontent. Whether the old fox is indeed a fox or a mere cub is of no concern to us. Should you feel guilty? Once the dust settles tomorrow, we might erect a memorial shrine and offer incense as an act of benevolence. Ning Wei downed his drink, patting Ding Dazhuang's shoulder to adjust his perspective. Sometimes, one must embrace a touch of selfishness and not overly concern oneself with the fates of others. With that, he turned and left, leaving Ding Dazhuang with a bittersweet smile. The night passed, and at 8 the following morning, chaos ensued. What the heck? A new dungeon opens today. And I assembled a group all night, only to be told the blacksmith shop is closed? Players had arrived early at the blacksmith store, only to be thwarted by a sign indicating it was temporarily closed. Yi Weiliang and Ben, you were also lamenting, having spent the night grinding through the reincarnation path, eager to see if Liu the Blacksmith had unveiled any potent new weapons. Could it be that Liu the Blacksmith overslept? How could an NPC possibly oversleep? Yi Weina was equally irate, having spent the previous night grinding and still possessing several blind boxes yet to be opened, experiencing a sensation akin to purchasing a lottery ticket only to find the vendor had absconded. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps the blacksmith is undergoing a major update? Yi Weiliang offered a smile of consolation, though it was evidently in vain. The Xiong 5-man team fanned the flames, assisting Yi Weina in cursing the unreliable blacksmith, leaving Yi Weiliang momentarily speechless. Leader Yi, your girlfriend seems to have a lot on her plate. She must give you quite the look regularly. I believe us men tend to be less complicated in our thoughts, remarked Si Xiong, a hint of mischief in his tone. What an insufferable fellow. Yi Weiliang instinctively shifted a couple of steps away, as this group had been peculiarly odd since they joined his team, particularly this Si Xiong, who was like a persistent fly, impossible to shoo away. After another 10 minutes, with no sign of the blacksmith's shop opening, the gathering disbanded. Those who have not lost their task weapons should continue to level up, while those who have misplaced theirs ought to seek out which quests in the village provide weapons or consider purchasing one from fellow players. In a fleeting moment, the new player village was awash with exorbitant prices for spare weapons. Yet today marks the opening of a new dungeon, and it's such a critical juncture. No one wishes to lag behind, leading many to part with their coins. The most disheartening of all remains the solitary figure of Jimor Rouge. After receiving yet another quest from Liu Kongkong yesterday, now finds himself burdened with a backpack full of materials that he cannot turn in. However, he takes some solace in the bustling activity of numerous NPCs around the village. The blacksmith shop remains firmly closed, which signifies something significant. It suggests that Master Liu is an exceptional NPC. He has persistently nurtured a favorable relationship with Liu Kongkong, and now he has hit the jackpot. 3 hours later, the blacksmith shop remains shuttered. Some curious players have logged off to scour the forums for information regarding NPCs closing their shops, and to their surprise, they discover that similar occurrences are reported in various new player villages. In my own 0241 new player village, the warrior Minner has been absent for nearly a full day, almost precisely 24 hours. Could it be that someone has triggered a bug? Yet, if there were an issue, shouldn't the server undergo maintenance? It all seems rather peculiar. I too am situated in the 1021 new player village, where the problem lies not with the warrior mentor, but with the shopkeeper of the general store, who is yet to open. Some gold farmers are in an uproar, unable to sell their vast array of materials. In our district, however, it is a different story. The NPCs have been decimated, leaving scarcely a few behind. In the 1011 new player village, the Star Expedition team is actively recruiting. Such news swiftly reaches the 0113 new player village. Initially, many players lamented the situation, but given that other servers are experiencing similar dilemmas, it appears to be a minor design choice from the game developers. Are they augmenting the NPCs with special attributes? Or perhaps introducing hidden quests? As 5 more hours pass, the news of NPCs disappearing for 24 hours has spread widely. Liu Kongkong's shop has always struggled to meet the demand for weapons, and many players are eager to seize the opportunity to acquire a batch of weapons and equipment as soon as he reappears. The groups of Yi Weiliang and Dabinyo are among them, listening to the surrounding players' chatter and gossip. Have you heard of the Star Expedition team? Yi Weiliang, seeking distraction, engages in conversation with Dabinyo. Their camaraderie has deepened after several days of fighting side by side. Dabinyo nods. I've heard of them. They boast a large number of members, and the leaders are formidable individuals, albeit lacking in intellect. He has long been aware of the NPC killings in the 1011 new player village, but his opinion on such actions can be distilled into a single word: foolish. Killing NPCs yields no rewards and merely serves to frustrate incoming players. According to complaints from players in the 1011 new player village, once an NPC is slain, they will not return, and any quests associated with that NPC will vanish alongside them. Such self-destructive actions serve no benefit and may even invoke resentment from subsequent players. As it stands, the game has yet to witness a scenario where a single player can vanquish hundreds or thousands of others. To win the hearts of the people is to conquer the world, Yi Weiliang mutters in agreement. According to official statistics, nearly 200 million players from Huaxia have entered this game to date. Only after exiting the novice village does the true competition among the various guilds commence. Thus, what aspirations do you hold upon your departure? Dabinyo glanced towards Yi Weiliang. Their relationship currently amicable, though the future remained uncertain for both. I harbor no particular ambitions. I did not intend to recruit so many individuals, but it was your insistence that compelled me, Yi Weiliang replied with a smile, leaving the truth of her words ambiguous. That is indeed my achievement, Dabinyo remarked nonchalantly, a flicker of an inscrutable light dancing in his eyes. In stark contrast to their calm demeanor, the surrounding players had begun to grow anxious. The player known as Qinglang Tian had ascended to level 18 around 4 o'clock the previous afternoon. According to the 24-hour timeline, ample time had clearly elapsed. The blacksmith shop remained shuttered, and the dungeons had yet to open. Tianjin was notoriously stringent regarding time. A minute late, without compensation, is unacceptable in my book. Well spoken. I shall compensate you with 5 copper coins. Now be off with you. Yet, as the clock struck 5, the shop remained closed, and Liu Kongkong had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a group of NPCs gathered in the village chief's home, their expressions grave. The construction time for the void space had surpassed 24 hours, and Liu Kongkong's absence suggested he had likely become the dungeon's boss. However, even so, there ought to have been a system announcement. Could there be an issue at hand? If Liu Kongkong had vanished, it would be a trivial matter. However, if the void space were to encounter any unforeseen circumstances, it would pose a serious problem. After all, the novice village existed as a separate realm, and the necessary items to traverse to the starry wilderness were concealed within this dungeon. Chapter 41. The attributes that were cleared. Could it be that Xiao Lu is still alive? The villagers have gleaned all knowledge of the void space from ancient texts passed down through generations. Throughout the long passage of time, many remained unaware of the specifics within, as the friends mentioned in the texts had yet to appear. However, the authenticity of these ancient books is unquestionable, as they contain detailed descriptions and characteristics of the friends. A fact that was recently corroborated. Not dead. Glancing at the time, it has been nearly 24 hours and 7 minutes since the first level 18 player emerged. With each passing second deducting a fraction of 1's lifespan, it is worth noting that even a single point of lifespan equates to a year. Could Liu Damo be some sort of longevity turtle? Let us wait a little longer. If there is still no announcement in half an hour, we shall set off to the back mountain to pray. The village chief's expression was equally grim, devoid of any inclination to collect money. If issues arise within the void space instance, the village's friends would be overwhelmed, and prolonged inactivity could lead to dire consequences. As soon as the words left his mouth, the long-awaited announcement finally arrived. The void space instance in Novice Village number 0113 is now open, and all players meeting the entry criteria may proceed to challenge it. Concurrently, every player's task list automatically accepted a new quest. Please venture into the void space to defeat the boss, Void Lord Replica. The Void Lord? Is this the final boss of the instance? However, this quest is intriguing. It cannot be abandoned, meaning it must be completed. Hooray, it has finally begun. I wonder if there will be any compensation. Master Liu, please open the door. The instance is open, so why are you still closed? I've been smashing monsters all day, and my fists are nearly broken. In the past, I often complained about your expensive equipment, but now I fear those scalpers selling at tenfold prices. Hurry and save the children. This person is a fool. The door closes at 5 o'clock. What good is knocking? Here I have a nearly new stone longsword, used by a female college student, willing to sell it for just 40 silver coins. Saying this, he produced a stone long sword, its durability reduced to a mere 17 points. Liu Kongkong had undoubtedly returned alive, though his current state was far from ideal. He stood there, dazed, staring blankly at his character panel. Name, Liu Damo. Profession, apprentice blacksmith, level 14. Health, 1-1 mana, 1-1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 spirit, 1 available points. Minus 274. Have I truly toiled so extensively only to owe you 274 attribute points? Liu Kongkong felt as if he could hardly breathe, pinching the flesh between his upper lip and nose. This point total was even after exhausting the points accumulated over the past day in the cycle of rebirth. Yet, despite his grievances, he regarded these points with indifference. Dying 10 times in the void space would yield at least a few attribute points, and a few hundred points could translate to 3,000 lives. The cycle of rebirth is merely skinning, while this instance is akin to stripping bones. Liu Kongkong held a firm confidence in the instance he had constructed, though he acknowledged it was still a work in progress. After all, the time constraints and heavy tasks had not allowed him to fully unleash his creativity. However, He certainly did not expect the attribute points to dip into the negatives. He had originally thought they would at most be reduced to 0. However, even in the face of adversity, he could not escape immediately. Ultimately, he discovered that the instance required a key item, the Transcendent Stone. Indeed, the novice village existed as an independent realm. Upon reading the item description, Liu Kongkong immediately realized that his previous conjectures had been correct. Only by bringing this item out of the instance to activate the village's teleportation array could all players journey to the Starry Continent. Thus, he was compelled to ponder deeply about the placement of the item and traverse the instance once more, which wasted an inordinate amount of time. Indeed, he had completed the instance within the stipulated time, and those extra minutes were solely devoted to securing the Transcendent Stone. Phew, this instance barely merits a score of 6. Liu Kongkong sat down, knowing he could not log out just yet. With his current attributes, he might struggle to escape the game pod. Thus, it was prudent to wait until the first batch of players perished, at which point he could accumulate attribute points before logging out. He believed it would not be long. Due to the quest, a substantial number of players soon gathered at the entrance of the Void Space instance, guided by the instructions. Many had already formed teams in anticipation of the opening time. The instance had a cap of 30 players, and they had formed a total of 21 teams. How about you? Yi Weiliang stood at the entrance, unhurried to enter. 5 players needed to seize every moment, while 30 players had no haste. Almost one more team than yours. Over the past day, the cycle of rebirth had been thoroughly farmed, despite the diminishing experience due to level changes. Earning 700 to 800 experience points allowed many to level up rapidly within a short period. Among them, 60 players who had not participated in the Village 2 battle had already reached level 19. Those who had not yet arrived were mostly between levels 15 and 17, ensuring that even more players would enter the instance in due course. Shall we let our abilities speak for themselves? Yi Weiliang was confident in his team. The 5-man group that had first cleared the cycle of rebirth was among them. Though these individuals were peculiar, they should possess considerable prowess in navigating instances. Indeed, a fair competition. Dabinya nodded, leading his team into the instance. Fair? What a farce. At the very moment the instance opened, the two examined the dropped items, and, upon seeing the guild establishment permit, their breaths quickened. They were merely feigning calmness. Upon entering the instance, Yi Weiliang drew a weapon from his inventory, the radiant longsword that Dabinya had dropped. With this weapon, my damage output would be explosive. However, his smile froze after a few moments. This style, this map. Could it be that this instance was crafted by the fool who designed the cycle of rebirth? Upon entering the instance, the first sight that greeted everyone was a familiar long corridor. Unlike the cycle of rebirth, adorned with red banners and festive couplets, this place appeared stark and bare. It was not that Liu Kongkong wished to forego horror elements. He simply lacked the time. Everyone, wait a moment, I recognize this style. Proceed with caution. Yi Weiliang's expression was grave. The originally dim corridor became illuminated under the glow of the radiant longsword, allowing everyone to discern each detail clearly. Yi Weiniua seemed still ensnared in the shadows of the cycle of rebirth, walking with her head held high, even though there was nothing above her this time. Boss, why don't you go ahead? Your flashlight is far too bright. It's hurting my eyes. It would be better for you to lead the way so you can see the situation ahead clearly, Big Bear said quietly. Me lead the way? I'm indifferent to the chill of the night, but Night Wan is clinging to me tightly. If I move forward, she will have to follow, he thought. Don't worry. Sister-in-law, leave it to us. We've got this. If it comes to it, I can carry you. Seeing Night Wan's hesitation, Big Bear promptly stepped forward, patting his chest to assure her he could share the burden. No need for that. I'll just walk ahead with you. Night Wan replied with an awkward smile. However, no sooner had she spoken than a series of faint, scattered sounds echoed around them. Is there a monster? Or have we triggered some trap? The already tense group immediately scanned their surroundings. In the next moment, a thunderous noise erupted. Everyone suddenly felt their footing give way. Night Wan reacted swiftly, hurriedly stowing her gleaming sword in her backpack as they fell. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and 30 individuals found themselves gathered neatly outside the resurrection point of the novice village. There were simply too many people inside. It had become overcrowded. Chapter 42. The Players in the Wilderness. Is there anything anyone has discovered? With so many people present, it is difficult to discuss the matter openly. Night Cool inquired through the team channel. Everything had transpired so abruptly that while collecting weapons, there was no time to observe the surroundings. However, with such a large number of participants, surely someone had keenly noticed something amiss. I noticed we all fell together, replied Xiong. Isn't that rather obvious? Night Cool responded, momentarily taken aback. You mean we all descended simultaneously? Indeed. When we fell, I glanced around, and it appeared the entire corridor had collapsed. However, I am unaware of the specific cause. Did anyone catch a hint or mechanism? Xiong glanced towards the others. I saw what seemed to be a humanoid monster at the end of the corridor. Though I didn't see it, I touched something soft. Are you saying you touched my backside? I thought it was some sort of creature. Night Cool hastily intervened to defuse the tension. The entrance to the dungeon was already cramped, and accommodating 30 players would inevitably lead to a squeeze. Turning back to Xiong, he noticed he was still gathering information from the others. Boss, if you trust our input, let's leave this matter to Xiong. He has consistently been our team leader, directing numerous dungeons, large and small. Xiong suggested, endorsing his comrade. Very well. Night Cool acquiesced, appreciating the expertise within the team. He then checked his equipment. Why did I not receive any gear? He then opened his backpack. My radiance. Before he could finish, he turned to see a banyan nearby and quickly altered his statement. I have 3 meetings to conduct today. Everyone, please hurry. After a moment of shock, he checked his backpack again. Indeed, the Radiant's longsword was missing. Boss, since we are pressed for time, let us expedite our descent. What everyone has observed is quite valuable. Allow me to briefly share my thoughts, Xiong began. Initially absorbed in analysis, upon hearing Night Cool's urging, he reluctantly raised his head. From what we experienced upon entering the dungeon, this void space dungeon resembles the path of reincarnation quite closely. As the highest level dungeon in a novice village, I trust everyone has traversed it. Seeing the nods of agreement from the crowd, Xiong continued, just now, we explored nearly 20 meters forward. It seems no one triggered or noticed any traps. Thus, I boldly speculate that this corridor may either be trap-free or that the corridor itself is the trap. So, what should we do? Night Cool asked, intrigued by Xiong's insights. Xiong casually brushed his bangs aside. The humanoid at the end of the corridor may hold the key, though I cannot be entirely certain. I estimated that from our entry to the fall took about 30 seconds, and this corridor is roughly 100 to 150 meters long. Could it be designed to have players traverse it in an exceedingly short time? Isn't that just malicious? I suspect the creators of this dungeon are the same as those behind the path of reincarnation. His face darkened, recalling the last time they were caught off guard. Xiong shook his head, stating, to be honest, it doesn't seem that way. Although the corridor is lengthy, the time allotted is quite generous. If it were the cycle of reincarnation, I fear several would have already fallen victim by now. This corridor, coupled with the ample time provided, feels more like a test of the team's efficiency. Indeed, it serves as a form of trial. However, Liu Kongkong's intent during this segment was not to evaluate the team, but rather the individual. He had implemented numerous challenges within this dungeon, one of which pertained to movement speed. At the end of the corridor, there were no humanoid monsters, merely a simple trap switch. If someone could reach the end and close the switch within 25 seconds, the corridor would not collapse. He had even set up a hint at the dungeon's entrance, a large character spelling run on the ground. Yet, it was evident that few teams noticed this sign. As for whether there were other traps along the way, 10 minutes later, with a grim expression, he returned to the resurrection point. During the second attempt, everyone followed orders and sprinted forward, with him being the fastest, leading the charge. However, the familiar trap re-emerged, and he fell once more. This was indeed a lapse on Liu Kongkong's part, as he had not intended to deploy it. But after using the shuttling stone and noticing some points remaining, adhering to the principle of not wasting, inadvertently activated one. Nevertheless, they had not yet reached the boss. Even if they perished, they could re-enter. After falling, the others managed to evade the trap and reach the end, discovering merely a switch which brought a collective sigh of relief. They genuinely admired Xiong, grateful for his presence, as without him, they would have been groping in the dark through that corridor. Having only wiped once, they successfully passed the first challenge, much to Yi Weiliang's satisfaction. However, Xiong's expression was far from pleasant. No, I fear that corridor cannot even be considered a challenge. After speaking, he pointed downward, prompting Yi Weiliang to take a few steps forward. Before them lay a staircase descending into a vast, hexagonal platform, with each angle extending into a long corridor. At the end of the 6 corridors was an immense chamber. The sight of such grandeur in the dimly lit cavern left everyone momentarily breathless. It was somewhat spectacular, yet did not appear too daunting. Observing the 6 rooms below, if his guess was correct, they should house 6 bosses, all visible at a glance, which made Yi Weiliang quite relieved. Let us hope so, he thought. Xiong, with a serious demeanor, descended further. Oh my, has the 400 attribute points just been credited? While crafting equipment, Liu Kongkong opened the dungeon interface and noted that over 4,000 players had perished within the short span of half an hour in the void space. The interface was cluttered with a plethora of equipment, potions, and materials, making it impossible to take in a glance, and he tossed all the dropped items into storage. The returns were indeed substantial. Liu Kongkong, satisfied, opened his character interface to allocate points. After completion, his attributes transformed into name, Liu Damo, occupation, apprentice blacksmith, level 14, health points, 1431, spirit points, 101 strength, 11 constitution, 144 agility, 11 intelligence, 11 spirit, 11 available points, 0, although he still lags behind somewhat compared to before. It is important to remember that this is merely the beginning. Judging by the passage of time, if all goes swiftly, these individuals should have already reached the first platform. Liu Kongkong pondered, conducting a final inspection of the materials and equipment dropped by players. He paused momentarily upon seeing the radiant longsword. With such equipment at his disposal, he need not craft excessively nor feel rushed about leveling up. It was time to log off and rest. With that thought, he logged out. As for the dungeon, it would be remarkable if this group managed to defeat the first boss within a day. Thus, that night, 2,000 to 3,000 players wailed within the void space. As other players gradually reached level 18, this number continued to surge. Meanwhile, the instigator had finished his shower, enjoyed a bowl of instant noodles, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 43. Perhaps you should call the police after a 5-hour slumber. Liu Kongkong felt remarkably invigorated. To be precise, when he logged off yesterday, aside from slight hunger, he experienced no fatigue whatsoever. As he gazed out the window at the still dark sky, he checked his phone balance, allowing himself a silly grin for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, all right, this time we've clearly made progress. Everyone focus. Xiong, please record the IDs of all the brothers participating in this expedition. As the guild leader, I cannot allow my comrades to labor in vain. I shall treat tonight's midnight snack and cover the smoking expenses. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. In addition to their fixed salaries, guild members benefited from a point system, rewarding them for participating in expeditions or aiding others in leveling up. The prospect of receiving extra money was an unexpected delight. Seeing everyone rejuvenated, Yi Weiliang encouraged them with words of motivation, although internally he felt quite fatigued. Tao Xinkong and others, particularly Tao Xinkong, sat on the ground, their minds filled with all manner of perplexing questions. A few hours prior, after returning to the team, 30 individuals descended the steps. There are 6 rooms here. Let us randomly choose one to engage in battle, suggested Xiong, who, after inspecting the surroundings without discovering any hints, led the team in one direction. The corridor leading to the boss room indeed contained mechanisms, but unlike the cycle of rebirth, these were quite conspicuous, allowing them to reach the boss room without any casualties. Behold, this is a genuine dungeon. Those who partake in the cycle of rebirth ought to come here and learn properly. Tao Xinkong exclaimed, deftly dodging a crossbow bolt, evidently still harboring grievances about the cycle of rebirth. Gently pushing open the door, the boss room appeared pristine, devoid of peculiar terrain, and spacious. However, the boss inside. An 18-level wild boss, the Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lion, despite having been leveling up during this time. As the guild leader, Yi Weiliang was well acquainted with this creature. Unlike previous bosses, the Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lion was not a single entity, but rather two, one Yin and one Yang. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish between male and female unless one approached and scrutinized closely. Guild leader, do you know about this? Please enlighten us, urged Xiong, unfamiliar with the creature, pushing Yi Weiliang forward. The latter did not refuse, but felt somewhat perplexed. This creature is called the Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lion. But why is there only one present? Where is the other? Yi Weiliang wondered curiously, leaning down to observe the scorpion-tailed lion, while Yi Weina shielded her face, unable to bear the sight. This one is male, which means there is a female lurking nearby. Well then, since the female is absent, let us eliminate this male, declared Tao Xinkong, taking a step forward, only to be pulled back by Yi Weiliang in the next instant. The Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lion must be slain in tandem, and its health must be meticulously managed. Once its health dips below 80, it unleashes its scorpion sting. Any player struck who fails to dispel the poison state within 20 seconds will self-destruct, causing significant damage, essentially a one-hit kill. Yi Weiliang felt an ominous premonition. This one would release Yang poison. How can we dispel it? The collision of Yin and Yang buffs would negate the effects. It is quite simple, isn't it? Heartfelt inquired naively. After searching high and low without success, a group of individuals rushed to another chamber and opened the door. Yet again, it was a male. Knight, feeling helpless, rose from the ground. They had scoured every room. After half an hour, they realigned their ranks. To summarize, there were a total of 3 pairs of Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lions, with 3 males and 3 females distributed across these 6 chambers. Having attempted a trial earlier, the information gathered was as follows. First, these 3 pairs of Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lions appeared to be linked by some effect, sharing a single health bar, thus alleviating the need for us to manage damage output. Second, there must be a presence before each boss. Otherwise, they would disengage indefinitely. Third, the bosses could not exit these chambers, making it impossible to gather them for a collective assault. Fourth, each type of Yang poison corresponds to its respective Yin poison, implying that one cannot simply select any Yin poison to neutralize it. Fifth, the central hexagon and corridors would rotate, necessitating a remembrance of the trap locations along each passage. Sixth, the bosses would randomly shift positions, rendering memorization of their locations futile. With a pained expression, Xiong stated, "Now, as for the solution, the bosses do not deal high damage when not utilizing their skills. Therefore, the 30 of us will be divided into 6 teams, each responsible for a single scorpion-tailed lion, ensuring we do not disengage or suffer casualties. However, once a boss's health drops to 80, 6 of us will be afflicted with a poison explosion buff. The devastation of self-detonation has already been experienced, nearly engulfing this entire level, prompting bitter smiles from all present. These 6 individuals must reach the central hexagonal hall within 20 seconds to collide with the corresponding buffs and dispel the poison explosion." At this point, Xiong suddenly comprehended the significance of the corridor at the entrance of the dungeon. It was a signal that they must remain mobile. 20 seconds is not an insignificant duration. Traversing from the boss room to the central hexagon is merely over 100 meters, and having someone like Heartfelt, who possesses swift mobility, would facilitate the endeavor. Yet the traps along the way would impede movement speed. Furthermore, to aid players in distinguishing which 2 scorpion-tailed lions correspond to one another, a question would appear above the boss's head upon triggering the scorpion needle. The answer would reveal the correct buff's location. For instance, if the question posed was 83, it would be Heartfelt's turn, and preparations were made. "I am ready." As he realized the boss was targeting him, Heartfelt wore a serious expression, and in the next moment, the question appeared. Court Jade Liquor -2 strikes from the large hammer, divided by 4, and finally subtract 1. Court Jade Liquor? Heartfelt was momentarily taken aback. Xiong, in a sudden rush, exclaimed, "Start running. Calculate while you run." "All right, 180 minus. The large hammer is 80. Holy moly, there's a crossbow bolt. I need a dodge. Wait, where was I in my calculations? Where's the one? I am at -1. 12. 12, come find me. I am. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, resulting in the instantaneous demise of all 30 individuals. Similarly, if the question posed was court jade liquor -2 strikes from the small hammer, divided by 1/4, it would lead to 180 -160, with a fire trap in play. With fervent determination, he calculated mentally while running, prompting the two bears to exclaim in frustration, "Are you even paying attention to the problem? It's a small hammer, not a damn big one." Boom! Another complete wipeout. After several attempts, he pondered, why was he not chosen? Although his speed was not as swift, his intellect was certainly sharper. Knight's breath, unable to bear it any longer, questioned why such a simple problem could not be solved. Thus, he resolved to try once more. "President, pay attention to the question." Finally, it was his turn. Knight's breath wore an expectant expression. If a bookstore sells 15 books at 8 each and subsequently buys back 5 books at 6 each, what is the store's net profit from these transactions? Goodness gracious, why has it suddenly turned into a foreign language? "President, are you the grandpa? And what about the grandma? Who is the grandma?" They speculated about the sheer number of questions prepared by the individual responsible for this scenario. With a heavy heart, he collapsed to the ground, increasingly convinced that this instance and the cycle of rebirth were crafted by the same hand. Only this time, it was a test of intellect rather than deceit. As he contemplated this, his eyes grew misty. "Perhaps you should consider reporting this. This time, I support you," Knight's breath said in despair. Chapter 44. Gradually defying attributes. Liu Kongkong had not prepared an abundance of questions. The calculations involved were not particularly challenging. Merely the presentation of the problems varied. The monotonous grind of dungeons and task completion for leveling up was quite tedious. Occasionally, a change of pace could prove beneficial. He hoped players might appreciate his good intentions, despite his own lack of academic prowess. After briefly browsing the forum, he noted the varying progress in the novice villages. Some were rejoicing as their village finally had members reaching level 10, while others celebrated the opening of the 30-person dungeon. Of course, there were even more astonishing feats. Some had already cleared the 30-person dungeon and obtained the shuttling stone, preparing to journey to the starry continent in just a few hours. A search of keywords revealed that at least 30 novice villages were ready for teleportation within the past 2 days. They seemed utterly fearless. The players from Novice Village 0113 had also put in considerable effort. Yet, after enduring 2 large-scale wars, their progress had lagged significantly. Otherwise, they would have been on par with the others. It remained uncertain whether these players had defeated the final fixed boss. As Liu Kongkong constructed the dungeon, he realized that while the Void Lord was indeed a requisite presence, players could still complete the dungeon without engaging him. If one were to define him, he would be considered a challenge boss. The rewards were enticing. A guild establishment license, which was unlimited in quantity. As long as the team members were encountering this boss for the first time, it would drop for all. This revelation left Liu Kongkong greatly disillusioned. Unbeknownst to him, the guild establishment license was not a dungeon drop, but rather a specific drop from the Void Lord. Other novice villages had replaced their fixed bosses with NPCs. Hence, this item was entirely absent from those locations. After shutting down his computer, he promptly logged into the game and opened his character panel. The gains were acceptable. Observing the 791 attribute points, he noted that over the past 7 hours, a multitude of players had accumulated nearly 18,000 deaths in the void space. Liu Kongkong was not particularly satisfied with this outcome. With so many players in the novice village, at least 2,000 to 3,000 had reached level 18. If they all diligently participated, they could have collectively provided him with at least 3,000 attribute points in those few hours. Unfortunately, some players preferred gathering materials for profit and leveling up rather than engaging in dungeons. Liu Kongkong understood their perspective. While the dungeon rewards had a high ceiling, some gold teams boasted wealthy benefactors, allowing members to profit handsomely from auctioning equipment. However, without a benefactor, the progress could be sluggish, rendering several hours of effort fruitless. He continued to invest heavily in vitality, for nothing was more vital than survival. Upon completing his enhancements, his health finally ascended to a new realm. Name: Liu Damo. Profession: apprentice blacksmith, level 14. Health points: 19, 301 301 spirit, 101 strength, 11 vitality, 931 agility, 11 intelligence, 11 spirit, 11 available points, 0 skills, passive skill, insightful gaze, level 1. Observe the target's level. Time is indeed money. Beauty is justice. Life necessitates miracles. Let's fortify our resolve. A makeshift solution is still functional. With nearly 20,000 health points, Liu Kongkong has finally gained a semblance of security. However, he remains oblivious to the seismic transformations occurring within his body as his constitution surpasses 1,000 points. Closing the interface, he retrieves the mountain of equipment, items, and materials from the dungeon interface. In the realm of the void, death incurs no experience penalty. Thus today, his primary focus is on selling level 15 equipment. With a series of strikes, he crafts 5 pieces of gear at once, significantly accelerating the output of equipment and, consequently, the speed of leveling up. A 5-fold increase in production translates to a quintuple gain in experience. By dawn, Liu Kongkong has ascended to level 16. The skill points he possesses still hold some utility. Yet the meager 20 attribute points gained from leveling are nearly negligible in his current state. He continues to allocate skill points towards a maximum time is money. Even with the existence of a shuttling stone, players must attain level 20 to exit the novice village, and he fears falling short of this requirement. Gazing at the time, he determines it is nearly time to open for business. Master Liu, you've finally decided to open your doors, exclaims a familiar voice filled with eagerness. Oh, is it truly the case that my absence for just a day has made everyone miss me so? He casually trades a plethora of requested equipment. And compared to previous times, the pace of sales today is several times faster. Are these people truly frenzied? Do they desire every piece of equipment? He observed a warrior gleefully departing with 7 or 8 staves, then sitting expectantly by the roadside, seemingly waiting for something. Liu Kongkong finds himself perplexed, yet mechanically continues to sell equipment in batches. The more he sells, the more players gather by the roadside, all eagerly watching him, awaiting the completion of his sales. However, will he be able to sell all the stock today? After selling 3,000 pieces of equipment, Liu Kongkong gazes at the mountain of inventory still remaining. He surmises the intentions of the players before him. They aim to act as resellers. It appears these individuals will be left disappointed today. The quantity of equipment reclaimed from the dungeon is astonishing, compounded by the substantial batch he hastily produced for leveling purposes. 2 hours later, everyone at the blacksmith shop departs, satisfied with their acquisitions, leaving a line of resellers staring blankly at one another. When did his production become so prolific? Did the officials release an update? If so, they should have at least issued an announcement. What am I to do with this heap of equipment? I spent money to purchase game currency for these items, hoping to make a profit today. Master Liu, you returned. A familiar voice resonates. Without raising his head, Liu Kongkong knows who it is. Lonely as a song approaches the blacksmith's door with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing Liu Kongkong closely, making him feel somewhat uneasy. What are you staring at? Nothing. Just noticed you've become even more handsome in just a day. Lonely as a song is actually curious to see if Liu Kongkong has changed after the recent update. Is he coming to visit me instead of diving into dungeons? Liu Kongkong felt a sense of curiosity. Jimo Rouge, at level 18, had previously teamed up with the clumsy duck to traverse the path of rebirth. Logically, one would expect him to receive invitations this time around, yet here he was. Master Liu, could you provide me with some equipment? Jimo Rouge, having abandoned his previous quest, eagerly initiated a trade with Liu Kongkong. Was he also engaging in scalping? Observing the assortment of equipment that Jimo Rouge sought, it was a veritable cornucopia of types. However, trading is a matter of mutual consent. Although Jimo Rouge had assisted him considerably over the past few days, as an NPC, Liu Kongkong had no reason to decline. Money for goods. Unlike those typical scalpers, once he acquired the equipment, he did not linger idly by the roadside but swiftly made his way to other shops. After making his rounds, he hurriedly exited the novice village, heading straight towards the void space. Indeed, How had they not considered that if the equipment couldn't be sold, they could sell it at the dungeon's entrance? One scalper's eyes lit up at this sight, ready to rise. Save your energy. He isn't selling equipment. He's merely running errands. This individual had a good rapport with Yi Wei-Yang and the Clumsy Duck, and the two affluent players had paid him to procure items. If you approached him, it would merely be a change of scenery to sip the cold winds of the Northwest. Running errands? Procuring items? Liu Kongkong watched as Jima Rouge gradually faded into the distance. What had become of this once promising young man? Nevertheless, his limitless weight-bearing backpack certainly served well for transporting goods. Chapter 45. The Deadly Ferris Wheel in the Dungeon. Numerous players returned to the novice village upon death. However, due to concerns regarding movement speed, many teams designated an individual to carry additional supplies. After all, it was improbable for every expedition to end in total annihilation. Sometimes, sensing an unfavorable situation, they would withdraw from combat and restart, making potions their primary expenditure. It was evident that both sides were eager for victory. Liu Kongkong observed a player, heart-wrenchingly sobbing while running, mumbling in a minor language from a distant nation as he hastily made his way towards the dungeon without replenishing his gear. Awaiting at the entrance of the dungeon was the solitary figure of Jima Rouge, who, with a mutual understanding, produced a pair of shoes. The latter swiftly accepted them and dashed back into the dungeon. As for finances, both sides had made advance payments. Such frugality over a mere moment. Liu Kongkong continued to prepare his equipment, casting a glance at a row of scalpers at the entrance, their eyes fixated on him. Brothers, let us deliberate on our remaining funds. Perhaps we can secure all the shops in the village. The notion of waiting idly seemed impractical, rather than await demise. One should take risks. Gambling is a form of wisdom. Secure all the shops? How much would that even cost? The others surveyed the surrounding unsightly wares, uncertain if their collective wealth could suffice. If all else fails, let us at least claim one, suggested a voice. The apothecary, tailor, jewelry store, or blacksmith. Let us choose one. The apothecary seems promising. I have observed that it has been bustling with business these past few days, one proposed. Yet, this suggestion was swiftly countered. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Look at the apothecary's owner. He previously used small jars, and today he has a massive iron pot. That cauldron can produce hundreds, if not thousands, of potions. Can you afford that? What about the jewelry store? A collective gaze turned towards the proprietor, who effortlessly fashioned a ring from a straw, completing the action with fluidity in mere seconds. That speed is astonishing. Is that swift? Observe the tailor. Aunt Chi suggested another. The group approached the tailor's shop, only to find that all garments had been sold, leaving behind merely a collection of wrist and headbands. Though labeled as protective gear, they essentially amounted to strips of cloth. I have always believed these to be the most impractical. You must tie them yourself once purchased. The process is simple. Just cut the cloth strips, which is Aunt Chi's preferred task. What shall we buy then? The blacksmith's shop? He seems quite industrious today. However, compared to the others, Liu Kongkong appeared to struggle the most. With a hammer in hand, he relentlessly struck his workpiece, taking considerable time before lifting a weapon to inspect. This pace seems acceptable. Approximately 2 minutes per weapon? Unbeknownst to him, he was merely examining the weapon's name and color. Thanks to the skills of time is money and life requires miracles, he could produce a green quality item with just 2 or 3 strikes. As the level of life requires miracles increased, some of his recent equipment bore faint blue hues in their names, prompting him to periodically admire them. Yet, the quality was still subpar. The blue was not sufficiently deep. Liu Kongkong sighed, feeling frustrated as it took 2 minutes to acquire a single weapon with a hint of blue, its skill level rather low. He then glanced up to see a row of scalpers before him. What do they want? Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback, wondering if they were furious over a failed investment and intended to take action against him. Master Liu, may I inquire how much stock you have left? The leader of the group asked with a smile. Although the blacksmith's crafting speed was slow, one must still be cautious regarding inventory. Still coming for more? Is it that enticing to feast on the spoils of the NPC shop? Liu Kongkong was perplexed by how these individuals had conceived such an audacious plan to deplete the NPC stock. Not much left, only 200 pieces. Of course, 200 were just crafted. Wow, that many. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated. They had thought the NPC had sold at least 6,000 or 7,000 pieces that morning and assumed there would be little remaining. Master Liu, what is your daily output? It depends on the materials and the equipment's level. The highest level ones? Approximately 20 pieces. Liu Kongkong spoke the truth. All right then, we'll take all 200 pieces. The group realized that producing over 20 pieces a day could hardly supply so many players. Tomorrow, their business would undoubtedly flourish. Such wealth? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Yet he adhered to the old adage, business thrives on mutual willingness. If you wish to buy, I shall sell. The group scurried back and forth between the warehouse and the blacksmith shop. 5 minutes later, Liu Kongkong glanced at the 210 gold now added to his backpack. With a ratio of 1:0. This amounted to over 400,000. He felt an unsettling sense of impending doom associated with this money. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at the few scalpers grinning foolishly before him, but ultimately steeled his resolve and retrieved a glimmering object from the warehouse. Wow, Master Liu, you said you were out of stock. How come you have? And what is this? The group stared at the enormous device in Liu Kongkong's hands. This is the deathly Ferris wheel, my latest creation, Liu Kongkong proclaimed proudly, showcasing the weapon to the group. Deathly Ferris wheel, attack 10, attack speed unknown, durability 5,000, equipment requirement level 18. Strength requirement 300 points. He had even inscribed the purpose of crafting this weapon. Are you troubled by insufficient attack speed? Is it true that strength-based warriors are doomed to never achieve rapid combos? This weapon perfectly resolves that issue. Is this truly a weapon? The group stared blankly at the enormous object, bewildered. One might think Liu Kongkong had stolen the village's water wheel to sell. Allow me to demonstrate, Liu Kongkong said, glancing at his character panel. Over the past few hours, the void space had granted him numerous attribute points. He casually boosted his strength to 300 points, then lifted the deathly Ferris wheel with one hand. Watch closely, this is how you wield this weapon. Liu Kongkong raised the deathly Ferris wheel high with one hand while gripping the handle with the other. He then began to shake it vigorously. The gears clanked loudly, and the massive disc began to rotate. The iron blocks suspended from the disc soared into the air in tandem. Did you see that? The faster it spins, the higher the attack speed. The 10 iron blocks above, during their rotation, are flung outward by centrifugal force. Each impact upon a monster constitutes an attack. How terrifying! A single rotation results in 10 assaults. If one shakes vigorously enough, delivering a dozen or more strikes within a mere second becomes effortlessly achievable. Whether the weapon itself is fearsome remains uncertain, but at present, this blacksmith appears quite formidable, wielding a weapon that demands a staggering 300 points of strength without hesitation. Wait a moment, Master Liu. Did you just mention producing 20 items in a day? Has someone uncovered a flaw in this statement? Indeed, just that. Did you not claim to possess the highest level? This item is level 18, the highest currently available in my shop. And what about the level 15? Ah, that one. If you require a substantial quantity, I can work overtime. Producing 20 to 30,000 items in a day is quite feasible. Master Liu, may I return this? For returns, you should visit the general store. They handle that. Chapter 46. The endless attribute points. A few individuals lamented their desire to return purchases, and Liu Kongkong, feeling helpless, persuaded them and reluctantly sold the Death Ferris wheel for a mere 5 gold coins. This is sold to you at cost. I make no profit, so please do not spread this information, he sighed. The possibility of returns was non-existent. His shop lacked such a function. If they could not manage the Death Ferris wheel, they might as well set up a stall at the village entrance and see if fortune favored them. Currently, the blacksmith's shop offered equipment only up to level 15. Higher tier gear was found in 30-player dungeons or dropped by wilderness bosses. Yet, even the level 15 equipment was sufficient to carry players through the novice village. For Liu Kongkong, however, crafting level 15 gear was unnecessary. These items had become cyclical commodities. Players bought them, fought bosses, perished, and the equipment returned to him for resale. Nonetheless, with an abundance of materials in his warehouse and guided by a principle of waste reduction, he commenced the development of new gear, with the Death Ferris wheel being the first product. Its primary drawback was its excessively high strength requirement, though fortunately, the sole unit had been sold. Liu Kongkong rummaged through his warehouse, contemplating various weapons. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he retrieved the Radiant Longsword. Such special weapons, once sold, became contraband upon return. Other players were unaware that dungeon loot would eventually circle back to him. Thus, he refrained from offering it for sale again. Should he modify it? The weapon possessed unique effects, and leaving it unsold felt like a waste. However, what could it be transformed into? Currently, equipment wear was significant for players. Even for individuals like Yi Weiliang and others, it was unlikely they would spend a fortune on a weapon that could easily be lost. Moreover, the Void Space, crafted by him, lacked nothing but output. Level 15 weapons were more than adequate. Perhaps he should enhance its appeal? Liu Kongkong grasped the Radiant Longsword. If its luminescence could be transferred to the next piece of equipment, it would undoubtedly captivate someone. However, before that could happen, the Beauty is Justice skill would need to be leveled up a couple more times. Previously, he had observed that a level 1 Beauty is Justice could only produce basic shapes and etch simple patterns on gear. To add a glow effect to equipment, several levels would need to be gained. Yet, these were trivial concerns. Leveling up had become as effortless as drinking water for him. After a day of hammering and crafting, the closing time approached. Apologies, my friends. Liu Kongkong silently expressed regret to the scalpers. In pursuit of leveling up, he had been compelled to create thousands of items. And for them to sell, they would likely have to incur losses. At that moment, he reached level 19. Opening his character panel, he noted that over the 9 hours from opening to closing, he had amassed a total of 304 attribute points. Not bad. As more players advanced to level 18 and joined the exploration teams, there was still room for growth. If this continued, the attribute points he would acquire tomorrow would be even more remarkable. He casually added them to his stats. Name, Liu Damo. Occupation, Apprentice Blacksmith, level 19. Health points, 3001, 3001 spiritual energy, 3001, 3001 strength, 375 constitution, 3001 agility, 301 intelligence, 301 spirit, 301 available points, 0 skills, passive skills, keen insight. Level 1, observe the target's level. Time is money. Level 6, beauty is justice. Level 4, life requires miracles. Level 6, let us enhance. Level 2, just good enough. Level 1, at level 19. With 30,000 health points, others would undoubtedly consider this astonishing. Yet Liu Kongkong remains dissatisfied. His current imagined adversary is the entirety of the novice village. Considering the sheer volume, 30,000 health should withstand a considerable amount of damage. But to escape or achieve victory, he finds himself lacking in offensive power, prompting yet another recalibration of his attributes. This way, even if he later acquires any skill from a different profession, he will still be able to deal substantial damage. Skills present the most significant shortcoming for Liu Kongkong. As a blacksmith, apart from keen insight, his other skills revolve around crafting weapons and equipment. Consequently, even if he wields the same weapons as other players or fights unarmed, his basic attacks inflict damage comparable to the skills of players. Of course, others face cooldowns, while he does not. Where could he learn a skill? He has not attempted to approach the novice village's mentor, as meetings typically occur at the village chief's residence. Perhaps he could discreetly seek out Ding Dazhuang in the evening for a discussion, but would he be able to teach him? Should he devise a solution himself? Does this game allow for the creation of unique skills? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he noticed the time for the meeting approaching. Although the village chief had previously declared that no fees were required, attendance was still mandatory. He sauntered slowly to the village chief's house, only to find himself the first to arrive. Agility does provide a certain enhancement to movement speed, albeit minimal. Yet, an increase of 300 points is not to be underestimated. This aspect brings Liu Kongkong some solace. Running swiftly ensures that others cannot catch him, serving as a means of self-preservation. Ah, little Liu has arrived. The village chief felt a wave of awkwardness upon seeing Liu Kongkong. In his eyes, although this individual bore a resemblance to Liu Damo, he was almost assuredly an impostor. According to ancient texts, those who construct void spaces are left within them to maintain the normal function of a novice village. Celestial beings would dispatch puppets to assume their roles. The person standing before him at this moment was likely one such celestial puppet. Before long, all the villagers gathered. However, each one averted their gaze from Liu Kongkong. Even Wang Xiuqin merely stole a glance before lowering her head once more. Something felt amiss, yet this suited him just fine. He had initially expected to be the center of attention upon his return, a sensation he finds distasteful. Now, with no one paying him mind, he felt a sense of relief. Silence enveloped the gathering, making the meeting significantly briefer. When the time came for the payment segment, Liu Kongkong rose and departed without a word. The village chief made no attempt to stop him, merely watching him leave. Once Liu Kongkong had walked away, the atmosphere erupted with chatter. The celestial beings truly wield remarkable power. This impostor's appearance is indeed strikingly similar to that of Liu Damo. It seems he even possesses Liu Damo's memories. Naturally, this refers to the village chief's promise that Liu Kongkong would not have to pay any fees for a year. So, will our honorary tomb still be established? Ding Dazhuang whispered to Ningwei. What a ridiculous notion. Once established, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if this Liu Damo were to see it? Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, I tidied up the warehouse briefly. From within, I retrieved the radiant longsword, which had already reached level 4. Crafting a magnificent piece of equipment should pose no challenge. My objective was clear: Night Wane won. After all, it is not merely a costume, so it would occupy one of the equipment slots. Consequently, the attributes and effects must not be subpar. It should hold some significance, at least within the range of level 20. To ensure this equipment could fetch a handsome price, numerous factors must be taken into account. I shall consider this piece as the cornerstone of my professional journey. Liu Kongkong has always embraced a philosophy of serendipity when crafting gear. Thus, he is eager to discover what kind of equipment he can produce at this moment. As for the price, it will undoubtedly be exorbitant, but it must first be perceived as valuable. Chapter 47. The angry lion set within the void. Yi Weiliang and his companions sat upon the ground, diligently memorizing answers. After enduring several total annihilations throughout the previous day, they finally grasped that attempting to calculate while evading skills was utterly futile. Many of the questions appeared vaguely familiar, yet possessed subtle distinctions. Some managed to comprehend the inquiries, only to become disoriented while dodging attacks during their calculations. Others, preoccupied with the problems, neglected to evade incoming assaults, resulting in casualties before they even had a chance to respond. However, a larger number of questions remained incomprehensible. They had become well acquainted with the traps. So as long as everyone memorized the majority of answers, they stood a chance against this boss. The yin-yang scorpion tail lion unleashed its scorpion needle every time it lost 20 of its health, meaning that their group of 30 needed to answer 24 questions correctly. The best performance from the previous day had only reached 40, when suddenly an obscure language appeared, leading to the instant demise of the entire team. The answers in their possession were compiled by Xiong, who had coordinated with other members after the dungeon run. Although dying once did not result in the loss of experience, it did lead to the forfeiture of equipment and items from one's inventory. Even if everyone wore only a single set of gear, the losses incurred from a total wipe were still quite severe. Everyone, please invest some effort. The shops in the village have already closed, and the gear I asked my friend to purchase is running low. If we wipe a few more times, I will have to resort to buying equipment from scalpers, Yi Weiliang remarked with a smile. Therefore, it would be more prudent for us to distribute the rewards from defeating this boss rather than allowing the scalpers to profit. His reference to a friend was to the solitary figure at the dungeon entrance, Jima Rouge. Upon hearing that there would be a bonus for defeating this boss, everyone began to study the answers with renewed fervor. An hour later, under Xiong's command, everyone rose to their feet. This time, we shall overcome it. Excellent. Meanwhile, the Dabenya team had managed to secure victory just ahead of Yi Weiliang's group. 1-0-4. We've done it. Like Yi Weiliang's team, they too had a commander. As they witnessed the boss finally succumb, number 1 erupted in jubilant exclamation. Throughout the day, a myriad of dazzling questions had arisen. And this time, they were fortunate enough to encounter familiar ones. Open the chest. Where's my chest? Before everyone could fully process the situation, Dabin had already turned to search for the chest. The others had no objections to his actions prior to entering the dungeon. Dabin had invested 300,000 to organize the team and declared that any group achieving the first clear would receive an additional 600,000 as a reward. These individuals were already on Dabin's payroll, and since dungeon runs fell within their job responsibilities, upon hearing of the additional incentives, excitement illuminated their faces. Dabin had not initially intended to offer such a generous sum, but a few days prior, his father had inexplicably transferred him 2 million upon learning of his establishment of faction in the game, even advising him to ask for more if it wasn't sufficient. What is wrong with my father? Usually, he would nag me for money, and now he is giving me money unsolicited? Dabin was perplexed, yet he relished the financial boon. His expenditures in the game had been considerable lately, and his remaining funds were barely sufficient for a single yacht party. Come, everyone, gather around me. Observing the treasure chest situated in the center of the hexagonal arena, the clumsy duck rushed towards it, only to discover that all members must be present to unlock it. The others hurried over, momentarily taken aback by the peculiar requirement of needing everyone to congregate for merely opening a chest. Let's open it. As soon as everyone had assembled, the clumsy duck wasted no time in lifting the lid of the chest. Wow! Everyone gasped in astonishment at the sight of the contents. A total of 7 pieces of equipment, 1 material, and 1 item. Although this dungeon had been arduous, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Is this a set? The first player examined the names of the equipment. Angry Lion's tunic bracers. However, upon seeing the set effect, their expression shifted to one of confusion. A set? Let me see. The clumsy duck, who had been grinning while holding the Fong longsword, was elated that the first boss had dropped a weapon usable by him. Upon hearing that the equipment had set effects, he quickly took a glance. Angry Lion said, Yang? The attributes of the equipment were commendable, not to mention the additional set effect, although it was regrettably limited to just 1. Yin-Yang unification. Maintain physical contact with players wearing the Angry Lion set, Yin, to enhance all attributes by 50. This effect lasts until the player's level exceeds that of the boss by 5 levels. Exceeding the boss's level by 5, the Yin-Yang Scorpion Lion was at level 18, meaning this set effect would remain beneficial until level 24. A 50 boost to all attributes was extraordinarily powerful, yet the triggering conditions seemed rather ludicrous. Desiring a swift completion, the Clumsy Ducks team comprised seasoned players with years of gaming experience. Friends familiar with MMORPGs may have encountered this phenomenon. Many veteran players possess a distinctive aesthetic, as long as the equipment and game mechanics permit. They each strive to stand out in the crowd. At that moment, the 29 muscular men before him epitomized this trait. Being in the novice village, the selection of equipment was still limited, yet this group demonstrated remarkable talent during character customization. President, I've examined the items. Although there are 7 pieces, only 2 are suitable for warriors. Should I wait for the others to arrive before I step out and inquire about assembling set for you? The first player leaned in, and the clumsy duck was momentarily taken aback by his peculiar features, a round face, long eyelashes, and fiery red lips, which made him one of the more attractive members of the team. All right, remember to gather 2 sets, 1 for you. The clumsy duck sighed, feeling like a giant among dwarfs. Me wear it. The Angry Lion's set, Een, is female attire, he mused, not particularly bothered by this fact, as he was willing to try anything, no matter how bizarre. The real concern was the triggering condition of physical contact, which made him feel slightly uneasy, even at the thought of simply holding hands. However, those were matters for another time. They believed they were progressing swiftly, while other teams may still be battling the Yin-Yang Scorpion Lion. They gathered all items from the chest, including the 7 pieces of equipment and a scorpion lion's venomous stinger. Anonymous ball? Now, that is quite a find. The clumsy duck glanced at the item description. While it lacked offensive capabilities, it was quite effective for deceiving others. He promptly stowed everything in his backpack. I shall first venture out to deliver these items to the solitary tune, and upon my return, we shall proceed to confront the second boss. However, before the clumsy duck could finish speaking, the entire dungeon suddenly began to tremble. Must we flee once more? This tremor was all too familiar to the clumsy duck, as just moments ago, the 30 players at the dungeon's entrance had been obliterated twice due to this very shaking. But where to run? Turning around, he observed that everyone stood in the center of a hexagon, seemingly confronted by 7 paths, one being a descending staircase. Yet they had traversed each route before. Boss, it appears we need not flee. The tremor seems to emanate from that. Number 1 pointed towards the upper diagonal. The clumsy duck gazed upwards and was taken aback to discover that, unbeknownst to them, 6 boss chambers had ascended to the heavens. Shortly thereafter, another 6 chambers emerged from below, and with a resounding thud, the new 6 rooms connected with 6 lengthy corridors. More challenges? Must we now form 6 additional teams? The fleeting exhilaration from vanquishing the first boss dissipated almost instantaneously, as a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded the clumsy duck's mind. Boss, something feels amiss. Number 1 remained remarkably composed, glancing at the slowly opening 6 grand doors in the distance, the ominous buzzing within stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Chapter 48. The Devil Muscular Man. It is the Bloodlight Moth. Moreover, there are quite a number of them. Having successfully vanquished the Yin-Yang scorpion-tailed lion, Yi Wei-Yang and his companions now stood the center of the arena, witnessing the grand opening of 6 imposing gates. With keen eyes, Erxiong discerned the nature of the creatures within. Bloodlight moths? These are not bosses. Nearly all present relied on dungeons to level up, yet they had certainly heard of such wild monsters of the same caliber. This creature may not possess formidable attacks, but it boasts remarkable speed in flight, leading many players to forego engaging with them in the wild, preferring not to squander time. Is this merely an act of annoyance? First a riddle, now an onslaught of monsters? The design of piling creatures in a dungeon seemed utterly simplistic and indicative of a lack of creativity on the part of the developers, who appeared to be resorting to sheer monster numbers to heighten difficulty. Furthermore, this dungeon seems rather lazy, merely swapping a few rooms. Yi Wei-Yang concurred, finding it indeed irksome, as after claiming their rewards, they had yet to exit to the lonely melody of goo. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the second phase had commenced. However, Liu Kongkong found himself powerless in this situation. To genuinely create a dungeon for 30 players would require extensive scene development, leaving no choice but to reuse existing terrain. As for the monster accumulation, it was not due to a lack of tasks, but rather a means to adequately prepare this group of players before they confronted the ultimate boss, the Void Lord. As for why players were not afforded time to acquire gear, it was because he desired an anonymous ball, and thus set the item as a potential drop from the first boss, hoping someone would procure it in the second phase. Therefore, once all equipment in the chest was claimed, the next phase would automatically commence. In less than a minute, Yi Wei-Yang and the others gradually returned to the resurrection point, having faced approximately 240 to 270 of these creatures. Erxiong remained as composed as ever. A massive influx of bloodlight moths had surged from all directions, and in the initial wave of attacks, Yi Wei-Yang and his companions were swiftly obliterated, while a few others narrowly evaded a handful of them. The most resilient among them could not endure beyond the 4th wave. The 5 members of Yi Wei-Yang appeared somewhat embarrassed. For the rest of the team comprised skilled players selected from their guild, leaving them as the least capable. Not a single attack was dodged by their group. Observing the earlier situation, it seemed these bloodlight moths had pre-identified their targets. I managed to last 3 waves, Yi Wei-Yang noted, and after witnessing the guild leader's demise, around 8 or 9 moths paused momentarily, and the number I faced was similar. Hearing this, Deshong furrowed his brow. The numbers are rather overwhelming. Even if we can barely evade them, we lack the time to counterattack. What if we strike back? A meat shield at the front? The 5 bears deliberated from behind. It's quite difficult. Although the moth's attacks are not potent, their sheer numbers are daunting. As the 5 bears and other members engaged in heated discussion, Yi Weiliang and his companions remained in the shadows, rendered voiceless by their lack of prowess. By the way, what did I lose when I died just now? Yi Weiliang opened his backpack for inspection. Phew. Thankfully, only a poison needle was lost. As long as it wasn't tea equipment, it was bearable. The first boss had also dropped 7 items, though most were for warlocks. Like the clumsy duck, Yi Weiliang also wished to store his belongings in the solitude of song, yet he found himself without the opportunity to step outside. Nevertheless, upon his return, he diligently placed all his equipment into the warehouse. These items would later be auctioned for points, and should they remain unclaimed, he could purchase them with in-game currency. Thus, the plan was set. Moving forward, we shall strive to ensure our survival while assisting the guild leader and the 5 others in fending off the attacking moths within our capabilities. After deliberation, Xiong finalized the battle strategy. Alas, how tragic! Yi Weiliang sighed, only to realize something was amiss. Was it you who called for Nuan? Big brother Yi, I will fight to the death to protect you, declared Xiong earnestly. Yi Weiliang chuckled lightly. You can go away. Hours passed amidst the clattering of tools. Liu Kongkong gazed at the dense array of black iron pieces before him, meticulously chiseling each one. That will be all for today. Exceptional equipment cannot be crafted in a day. Taking a deep breath, Liu Kongkong acknowledged the greater difficulty and quantity required for these black iron pieces than he had anticipated. However, aided by his skills, he progressed quite swiftly, and at this moment, he had finally reached level 20. He allocated his skill points to Beauty is Justice and subsequently logged out. As for his attribute points, there were too many. He would address them upon his return tomorrow. Awakening in the gaming pod, he removed the helmet and stared blankly at the ceiling above, sensing something peculiar about it today. The usual irregularities seemed particularly pronounced. Why does it feel like this has shrunk? Liu Kongkong attempted to exit the gaming pod, and with a gentle push of his hand, he was perplexed as to what had transpired. He found himself already standing outside the pod. Something fell off. Grabbing his phone from the table, he headed towards the bathroom, feeling compelled to check his balance. This morning, he had sold a total of 720 gold game coins, netting over 1.4 million, bringing his bank account balance to nearly 2.7 million. However, at least half of today's earnings were provided by scalpers. Before logging off, Liu Kongkong took a distant glance at the scalper, still seated there with a forlorn expression. Yet, since the NPC shops had closed, there were indeed players seeking to purchase equipment from them. He hoped they would at least break even tonight. Otherwise, selling would be challenging when his shop reopened tomorrow. With a considerable amount of money in hand, was it time to consider purchasing a house? Keeping it would merely let it sit idle, and he had little concern for his daily needs. Liu Kongkong recalled that perhaps his work as a game booster contributed to this mindset. Each time he dined out, he would subconsciously calculate how long it would take to earn back the cost of the meal, leading to a diminished desire for material possessions over time. Yet before contemplating a home purchase, Liu Kongkong stared vacantly at his reflection in the mirror. His once frail physique had inexplicably bulked up overnight. Lifting his arm and applying slight pressure, his biceps swelled instantly, with veins resembling gnarled roots curling along his arm, each tendon taut, as if ready to snap like a bowstring. He scrutinized his thighs, abdomen, and pectorals. He gently touched the crown of his head, relieved to find it devoid of any sharp protrusions. Otherwise, he might have suspected that someone had stealthily entered to administer the power of the 9 dragons upon him. But why indeed? Liu Kongkong navigated the official website of Hunt the Sky, searching extensively. While some claimed improvements in their mental state, none had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of demon and flesh within a single day. Ultimately, he reverted to the familiar promotional materials. Every choice you make will influence this world and yourself. The attributes you acquire in Hunt the Sky will also affect your very being. Liu Kongkong glanced at the monitor, lowered his gaze to inspect himself, then raised his eyes to the screen once more. This cycle continued for half an hour until he finally managed to utter a single word. Chapter 49. Hidden Profession, but why? Everything was perfectly normal when I logged off yesterday. My attribute points, indeed, they are significantly higher today in comparison. Liu Kongkong sat in his chair, lost in thought. Except for the first day, my attribute points have increased daily. Yet in reality, it seems only one spirit is somewhat uplifted. I understand that it can alter a person's physique, but the magnitude of this transformation has left me somewhat astounded. Could it be that a certain threshold of total points is required? 100, or perhaps 1,000. The number 100 was swiftly dismissed. When the Reincarnation Road dungeon opened, my points had already far exceeded that. Is it 1,000 then? Or 2,000? Regardless, I shall simply return and test it out. Knowledge is born of practice. Liu Kongkong swiftly flipped and leapt into the game pod, adeptly logging into the game. Observing the death toll in the void space skyrocketing, several pieces of equipment from the Yin-Yang Scorpion Tail Lion had already dropped. However, he had little interest in those matters at the moment. Opening his character panel, the current points were those added just before the evening meeting, in just a few hours. Thousands of players have bestowed upon him 154 attribute points. Let us add another 1,000 to my constitution and see what happens. Minutes later, with the additions complete, he logged out in one smooth motion. Upon opening his eyes, he dashed straight to the bathroom without a word. No noticeable difference? He rushed back to the game pod, logged in again, this time spending 625 attribute points to elevate his strength to 1,000, and logged out once more. Phew, Liu Kongkong, let us take it slow. Carefully exiting the game pod, upon opening his eyes, he immediately realized that his body had undergone another substantial change, considering that he had just augmented his strength. If his assumptions were correct, a careless misstep could potentially obliterate the game pod with a single kick. Slowly stepping out of the game pod, he gently picked up a glass from the table, squeezing it lightly. Nothing happened. With a bit more force. Bang! The glass shattered instantaneously. I see now. Liu Kongkong gazed at the shards in his hand. It appears that when a certain attribute reaches 1,000 points, one's physical form experiences tangible enhancement. However, my constitution has already been raised to 4,000, yet I have only witnessed one change thus far. Is this the limit, or must the value be elevated even higher? Perhaps 10,000 points? Raising my constitution to 10,000 is not an insurmountable challenge for Liu Kongkong. But what would I become at that level? Although my physique has grown somewhat robust, it remains within an acceptable range, clad in long sleeves and trousers. To those familiar with me, I would merely appear a bit sturdier. After spending some time acclimating to his newfound strength, Liu Kongkong felt the need to revisit some superhero films. Restless after watching, he logged in once more, and within the past 2 hours, he had accumulated a considerable number of attribute points, which he promptly allocated in their entirety. Name, Liu Damo. Occupation, Apprentice Blacksmith, level 20. Maximum level achieved. Health points, 40,001,40,001 spiritual power, 46,61, 46,61 strength, 1,000 constitution, 4,001 agility, 1,000 intelligence, 1,000 spirit, 467 available points, 0 skills, passive skills, keen insight, level 1, observe target level. Time is money, level 6, beauty is justice, level 5. Life requires miracles, level 6. Let us strengthen, level 2, just manageable, level 1. After reaching level 20, experience points have been locked, presumably until one exits the novice village to continue leveling up. The next task is to craft the equipment at hand and await the completion of the dungeon. For now, matters concerning housing will be set aside. If health deteriorates significantly, it is better to avoid residing in densely populated areas. Furthermore, if the game offers such an experience, it will be prudent to prepare 2 gaming pods for my parents, as a means of promoting their well-being. Liu Kongkong mentally organized the tasks ahead while retrieving and sorting the dropped items from the dungeon interface. Anonymous ball? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Although he had set this as a drop from the first boss, the likelihood was minimal, and he hadn't expected it to emerge so swiftly. My anonymous ball. Boss, let it go. It's merely an item. Let us focus on clearing the dungeon first. You can have us return later, soothed number 1, who had been subjected to the incessant lamentations of the clumsy duck for several hours after the item drop. If this individual were not his superior, no, one would have been reluctant to accompany him, as he was indeed quite inept. Most of the team could evade the Bloodlight Moth's 3 to 4 rounds of attacks. Yet he could not dodge even a single round. The crucial issue lay in the fact that others could not spare the effort to rescue the clumsy duck, as the initial wave of attacks from the Bloodlight Moth was somewhat concentrated. However, as time progressed, the assaults grew increasingly chaotic, requiring everyone's utmost concentration to barely survive. The situation for Yi Weiliang and his companions was even more dire than that of the Clumsy Ducks group. After all, there were 5 equally inept players here. Old Yi, are we dragging the team down? Pouring his heart out, he felt a pang of distress, watching his teammates exhibit agility and quick reflexes, while he felt like an invalid in comparison. Yi Weiliang grimaced at the comment. Some truths need not be voiced. Do you think it's honorable for 5 inept players to enter only to fall? Seeing Yi Weiliang's silence, Pouring Heart fell weakly to the ground. In recent times, the group had attempted numerous strategies, such as having the assassin strike first to swiftly eliminate a Bloodlight Moth, which had indeed succeeded, but the very next moment, the 5 of them were defeated. Do not lose heart. Our allies are seeking external assistance. Additionally, our second team is also quite formidable. Perhaps they will succeed. As longtime friends, Yi Weiliang understood Pouring Heart's character. It is merely that our attributes are currently low. Just earlier, upon exiting the novice village, I noticed a vendor selling a remarkably splendid piece of equipment. What equipment? The deadly Ferris wheel. Yi Weiliang briefly introduced the weapon, noting that its strength requirement was exceedingly high, rendering it nearly unmanageable. Otherwise, once that contraption began to spin, it would likely cause instant demise to a myriad of moths. A staggering 300 points of strength required in the novice village. Even with a full allocation of points to strength, it would be impossible to wield it. Who, in their right mind, could have crafted such equipment? Who else could it be? Though the few scalpers remained silent, Yi Weiliang could easily deduce its origin. For in the novice village, only Liu the Blacksmith possessed the skill to forge such an item. By the way, who is the external aid you mentioned? Upon Yi Weiliang's return, he wore a beaming expression, presumably due to this very ally. Upon mentioning this, Yi Weiliang became animated. Do you remember who in our district was the first to reach level 18? I believe his name was Bright Sky. That's him. I had someone seek him out, and I only just made contact. Hearing this, the earnest and somewhat puzzled listener remarked, isn't it just that he levels up quickly? We have members in our team who are already at level 19. Does being 1 level higher make such a significant difference? His prowess extends beyond mere levels. Fortuitously, he's on his way. Yi Weiliang then dismissed some team members and invited Bright Sky into the group. A minute later, a man with a stern demeanor approached the assembly, wielding a long spear. Allow me to introduce Bright Sky, a hidden class spear wielder. A hidden class? The entire team gazed in astonishment at Bright Sky, incredulous that such a thing existed in the novice village. Chapter 50. Reinforcement? Have you brought enough money? Qinglang Tian nodded slightly at the crowd and moved forward to observe the 6 grand gates surrounding them. Finally, he turned to Yi Weiliang and said, it's not a significant issue. It can be resolved. Can you truly resolve this? Is a hidden profession truly that formidable? Old Yi, how did you manage to summon this individual? A hidden profession that remained undetected for so many days? It's worth noting that they currently command over 1,000 subordinates. Yet none were aware of his presence. Money and a lone wolf, Yi Weiliang thought as he glanced at the heartfelt private conversation. He quickly replied with 4 words before moving closer to Qinglang Tian. I can briefly outline the current situation for you. No need. I have slain numerous bloodlight moths. Qinglang Tian replied nonchalantly. Then what about your weapon? Yi Weiliang cautiously pointed out, noticing the spear that seemed absent from NPC shops. This dungeon was notorious for causing items in one's inventory to drop. Was this weapon truly safe? Without hesitation, Qinglang Tian revealed the weapon for Yi Weiliang to inspect. Violent Wind Spear, Attack 30, Attack Speed 1, Durability Unknown, Growth Type Weapon, cannot drop, cannot be damaged. Cannot drop? Then there's no issue. As for it being indestructible, that does leave me somewhat perplexed. Yi Weiliang thought to himself. Qinglang Tian had made a single request in exchange for helping him through the dungeon. He needed to fund the enhancement of this weapon. The fact that such a weapon could be enhanced was indeed astonishing. Hidden professions were truly extraordinary. Yi Weiliang began to worry for his finances. Typically, when a regular weapon fails to enhance, it shatters. Yet, could this indestructible weapon be enhanced indefinitely? He even found himself wishing that Liu Kongkong's hammer would be powerful enough to smash the spear to pieces. However, before that could happen, since everyone is present, shall we commence? After speaking, Yi Weiliang glanced at Qing Lang Tian, who nodded in response, signaling for everyone to prepare for entry. In a moment, you and your friends must stand together, Qing Lang Tian instructed as he walked to the center of the arena. Stand together? Wu Ti that led to being overwhelmed by 4 or 5 dozen moths. The others were puzzled by Qing Lang Tian's arrangement, wondering if he deemed them too inexperienced and merely in the way. Despite their confusion, out of respect for the hidden profession, they obediently gathered together, awaiting their fate. The other team members also shared their bewilderment, but there was no time for contemplation. They turned to see the bloodlight moths already closing in, and each one swiftly steeled themselves for the encounter. Do not move, you 5, Qing Lang Tian commanded with a firm tone. His hands moved with the precision of a lock, and in an instant, he unleashed a devastating strike that landed squarely on the leading moth. Wow, what a beast! Yi Weiliang and his companions gasped in astonishment. The speed of the bloodlight moths was terrifying. Even the archers from their team had struggled to hit them, and any arrows released had failed to catch up. Yet this individual effortlessly struck one down. However, with 6 individuals standing together, the encroaching moths were far from few. In the next moment, over 50 moths surged towards them. Qing Lang Tian's demeanor shifted. While he had battled these monsters in the wild before, facing such a multitude was indeed a first. He quickly retracted his spear and gripped it with both hands, rapidly twirling the weapon. The spear spun with such velocity that it formed a protective barrier around him. With a series of intense collisions, a swarm of moths momentarily halted upon striking a barrier, while their bodies erupted with damage indicators. 1, -1, -1. Is this how the game is played? In contrast, Yi Weiliang felt as though he had been incapacitated for the past few days. So this is what my ex-girlfriends meant by a sense of security. Watching the figure of Qing Lang Tian with a heart full of admiration. One man with a single firearm could protect 5 inexperienced players against such a multitude of monsters, inflicting damage upon the moths while ensuring their safety. What a magnificent man! The first wave of attacks was entirely thwarted, and as the bloodthirsty moths prepared to retreat, Qing Lang Tian's hand moved with precision. A single shot pierced through 3 moths. This shot was swift and decisive, resulting in the instantaneous demise of the 3 creatures. Stability was restored. Old Yi was reassured. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. With an exhilarated heart, Yi Weiliang communicated fervently with his companions. Not an ordinary person, his style is entirely different from ours. Yi Weiliang instinctively shielded Yi Weina's eyes. Even he, as a man, found the scene somewhat overwhelming, let alone Yi Weina. Had he not noticed in time, she might have been ensnared. Thus, in the second and third rounds, Qing Lang Tian's actions showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, they became increasingly adept. As the number of bloodthirsty moths slowly diminished, Yi Weiliang finally glimpsed the hope of victory. However, the good fortune was short-lived. During the 6th round, they ultimately suffered a complete defeat. The reason was simple. The other teammates could no longer hold their ground. Facing over 50 moths was the limit for Qing Lang Tian. Once a teammate fell, those without a target would turn their attention to others. When their numbers swelled to 80, even Qing Lang Tian succumbed. After several more hours of battle, Qing Lang Tian performed consistently, and the other team members made significant progress. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Once again, transported back to the revival point. Yi Weiliang glanced at the time and deduced that the NPCs should be at work by now. Let us go, he declared, leading the way to the blacksmith's shop. To expedite their progress, he decided to assist Qing Lang Tian in enhancing his weapon. A group of them arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Master Liu, my brother needs to enhance his weapon. After hours of observing Qing Lang Tian's prowess, Yi Weiliang felt a sense of camaraderie and affectionately called him brother. Qing Lang Tian cast a discreet glance at Yi Weiliang, but said nothing. Enhance the weapon? Liu Kongkong emerged from the blacksmith's shop, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qing Lang Tian. A long spear? He then reached out to take the weapon, opened the enhancement panel, glanced at it, and looked back at Yu Weiliang. Are you paying? Indeed. Please enhance this weapon to level 5. After speaking, he glanced at Qing Lang Tian, who nodded in affirmation, prompting a sigh of relief from Yu Weiliang. He was uncertain of the cost for a single enhancement, but based on prior experience, enhancing it to level 5 should not be exorbitant. Confirming level 5? Liu Kongkong examined the enhancement price. Confirmed. Now please pay 20 gold. 20 gold? It only costs 20 gold to enhance to level 5? Yu Weiliang was taken aback. Was this hidden profession truly so economical? He had anticipated spending at least 100 gold. Liu Kongkong chuckled lightly. The first enhancement will cost 20 gold. I hope you have sufficient funds. This was Liu Kongkong's first encounter with a long spear. The weapon had not originated from him, but his extensive gaming experience suggested that it was likely related to a specific profession. The price for enhancement, however, was rather outrageous. Yet, it was understandable. This was a progressive weapon, one that, barring any unforeseen events, could be utilized until the game servers were shut down. 20 gold for the first enhancement. Yu Weiliang shuddered all over. Trembling, he handed the money to Liu Kongkong, vividly recalling the previous enhancement incident. If the first level cost 20 gold, what would the subsequent levels entail? With a resounding clink, the one enhancement succeeded without a hitch. 40 gold, Liu Kongkong stated calmly, extending his hand. To Yu Weiliang, however, this individual appeared to be a ravenous demon. The payment was made, and the hammer fell. 2 successful. 80 gold. Liu Kongkong continued to reach out. With another clang, 3 successful. 160 gold. Yu Weiliang's face turned pale. Fortunately, during this period, the price of in-game currency had inexplicably plummeted. Had it been a few days prior, he would have been unable to muster such funds. Proceed with the payment, he urged as the hammer fell again. Clang. For successful. 320 gold. Please wait a moment. Yu Weiliang turned to his companion Yu Weinua, requesting additional funds, as this hammering was proceeding far too quickly for him to prepare his money. Continue with the payment, he insisted, as the hammer fell once more. Clang. The enhancement failed. 320 gold. Liu Kongkong extended his hand again. Though the weapon had not shattered from the failed enhancement, the funds needed to be submitted once more. Please wait a moment. Yu Weiliang awkwardly turned away, inquiring with his companions, including the ever-earnest Eagle, to gather more funds. Once collected, he carefully handed the money to Liu Kongkong, almost pleadingly saying, Master Liu, could you please pay a bit more attention when wielding that hammer? That single enhancement amounts to over 300,000. What 300,000? I do not comprehend what you are stating, Liu Kongkong replied with an impassive expression, striking down with the hammer without a glance. Chapter 51. Your attributes have reached the limit of this area. Do you wish to enhance further? The second enhancement was undoubtedly successful, elevating the attack power of the Gale Spear to a remarkable 75 points. This formidable power was enough to make Yu Weiliang envious. Yet this weapon was exclusive to gunmen, rendering it useless in his hands. Enough, please, Liu. Before Yu Weiliang could finish his sentence, he turned to see Liu Kongkong standing beside Qing Lang Tian. Are you really not going to enhance it? Liu Kongkong whispered softly in Qing Lang Tian's ear. Next time, it will increase by 18 points after a successful enhancement. The attack power will reach 93 points. This weapon is one that can accompany you for a lifetime. Once its potential is realized, future enhancements will not come at such a price, the demon whispered. Yu Weiliang's expression darkened. The next hammer would cost a staggering 640,000. Turning to Qing Lang Tian, he was astonished to see him wavering. Qing Lang Tian understood the rarity of the Gale Spear. It would likely be his steadfast companion in the hunt to come. He wished to strengthen it, yet his finances simply would not allow it. The agreement to assist others in a dungeon was fundamentally to earn some coin, and he was still in shock from the sheer amount of money Yu Weiliang had spent in just a minute. Over 900,000. Can I defer payment? Given that the other party was an NPC, Qing Lang Tian had no doubts. The long spear had undergone a transformation when he was at level 11, meaning it was currently in its second stage. Now, at level 19, he needed just 2 more levels for the spear to evolve into its 3rd stage. What would the cost be then if he wished to enhance it further? 640 gold? Or perhaps 6 for 100 gold? Deferring payment? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. This world had become incomprehensible to him. Previously, a clever player had sought to monopolize NPC goods, and now someone wished to incur debt with an NPC? Yet, he did not doubt Qinglang Tian's ability to earn. After all, hidden professions surely held some advantages compared to ordinary ones. Working as a hired hand should yield a decent income. Deferring payment was certainly out of the question, with the game's currency plummeting in value. Could he afford to wait a few days without incurring massive losses? However, Liu Kongkong was not entirely devoid of compassion. I can offer you a suggestion. There's a place nearby called Big Fool. Master Liu, I see you have matters to attend to. We shall not disturb you. Upon hearing Liu Kongkong mention Big Fool Duck, Yi Weiliang hastily intervened. Was he trying to undermine me? After I spent so much, you would send him off to Big Fool Duck with a mere word. I have nothing pressing, just that Big Fool Duck. But before he could finish, Qinglang Tian had already moved away under Yi Weiliang's urging. Ah, what a pity we were so close. Liu Kongkong shook his head as he returned to the blacksmith shop, observing the meticulously arranged, glistening black iron pieces on the ground. If this young man could continue to enhance under my guidance, I would be quite well off. After several hours of contemplation, Liu Kongkong resolved to save enough to purchase a villa in the suburbs of Ning City. It would be tranquil, and should anything arise, it would not disturb others. Before going online, he noted that certain villas in the suburbs were indeed within his budget, though the renovations and subsequent maintenance would require a significant investment. Yet, he still had to focus on crafting this armor. Liu Kongkong bent down to pick up a piece of black iron, which was about the size of a fingernail, while also examining the weapon interface. Water droplet, attack power 5, attack speed 1, durability 100. Indeed, each piece of black iron is a distinct weapon, and during this period, Liu Kongkong has crafted over 7,000 of them. After undergoing the refinement of beauty is justice, the originally dark iron pieces have transformed in hue. With a target of 10,000 pieces, the assembly of these fragments has begun to take shape in Liu Kongkong's mind. If all proceeds smoothly, the final product will be a simple yet elegantly radiant gown. However, if fortune does not favor him, Liu Kongkong remains uncertain of what it may ultimately become. Several hours later, the first 10,000 droplets have been completed. The assembly is next. Carefully, he picks up 2 droplets and stacks them together, gently tapping them with a hammer. With a resounding clink, the 2 droplets fuse seamlessly. It is feasible, albeit a considerable undertaking. He continues to hammer away until dusk approaches. After closing the shop, he hastily attends a meeting at the village chief's home, where, as the day before, all NPCs deliberately avert their gaze from him. A group of individuals burdened by their guilty consciences. After constructing the void space, he reflects on the NPC's previous behaviors and the absurd time constraints of the void. It is not difficult to deduce that these individuals were initially fearful of death. However, unaware of the puppet matter, Liu Kongkong assumes their moral dilemmas weigh heavily on them. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, he checks the time and his character's attributes. Over 10 hours have elapsed since his last attribute allocation, and he has been too preoccupied with crafting equipment to attend to it. He decides to allocate a few points before logging off for a brief respite. Having stared intently at countless fragments throughout the day, his eyes feel strained. However, despite the simplicity of adding a few points, the task of distributing 6,771 attribute points is no trivial matter. In the game of hunting the heavens, attribute points can only be incrementally increased. For ordinary players, this poses no issue. Indeed, every point is a precious commodity that requires careful consideration. Unlike some who hastily allocate points without thought, Liu Kongkong approaches it with diligence. He first increases his spirit to 1,001, thereby surpassing 10,000 in spiritual power. His strength and agility are currently at 1,000 points, so he can afford to temper his approach. Moreover, the 1,000 points in agility have already begun to influence his daily actions, nearly causing him to bolt out of the blacksmith shop several times today. Next, he focuses on increasing his constitution, aiming for 9,999 points. Reaching 10,000 seems risky. Liu Kongkong is uncertain how he would explain any drastic changes in his physical form to those around him. With a mental command, the Constitution points on his character panel surged dramatically. 1 minute later, he has only managed to add 300 points, which feels somewhat tedious. Yawning, Liu Kongkong turns to gaze out the window. During his business hours, the scalpers appeared lethargic, but now that he has closed up shop, their fortunes seem to have improved. Watching players haggle vigorously outside, he finds amusement in their fervor. These scalpers are indeed ruthless, daring to sell a weapon worth 1 silver coin for 10 times that amount. Observing one particularly frustrated player chasing a scalper with a sword through the novice village, while guards pursue the player in turn, a group outside bursts into laughter, eliciting a smile from Liu Kongkong. In a fleeting moment, a sudden burst of crimson light enveloped the scene, causing the smile to freeze in place. Warning: your attributes have reached the threshold that this area can withstand. Please review your character attributes and read the email sent by the system. Warning: the physical attribute value has exceeded the limit that this area can accommodate. Please cease your perilous actions. Warning: the space of Novice Village number 0113 is collapsing. Countdown: 59 minutes and 59 seconds. What is happening? At the first warning, Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned, and when he turned back, he just caught sight of his physical attribute soaring from 9999 to 10,000. He hastily ceased allocating points, but it was already too late. Watching his physical attribute gradually escalate from 10,000 to 10001, Liu Kongkong's mouth fell agape, and he became utterly petrified. No, this cannot be. Stay calm. Liu Kongkong rubbed his eyes, took a deep breath, and scrutinized the attribute panel with great care. Name: Liu Damo. Profession: Apprentice Blacksmith, level 20. Maximum limit reached. Health points: 100,001, 100,001 mana, 100,001, 100,001 strength, 1,000 constitution, 100,001 agility, 1,000 intelligence, 1,000 spirit, 1,001 available points, 237 skills. Passive skills: Keen Insight, level 1, observes the target's level. Time is money, level 6. Beauty is justice, level 5. Life requires miracles, level 6. Let us enhance, level 2. Just making do, level 1. Indeed, I am not mistaken. This is dire. Chapter 52. Hundredfold suppression. Thus, when allocating points, one must be meticulous and avoid distraction. Liu Kongkong was on the verge of tears. Why on earth does a novice village impose an attribute limit? Exceeding it causes the space to collapse. What a ludicrous design. Grumbling aside, Liu Kongkong opened the system mail, and his expression shifted dramatically. Dear player Liu Damo, we have detected that your values are about to reach the upper limit of region 0113. To ensure the stability of this area, please continue to allocate points after completing this item. He retrieved a black square from the mail and glanced at it. Cursed God Ring Mold. Completion 100,000. This is all I get. At least provide some instructions for use. Before he could finish his thought, thousands of droplets on the ground sprang to life. Liu Kongkong widened his eyes, instantly realizing that something was amiss. He attempted to stow the mold away, but it was too late. The droplets, as if possessed, surged towards the cursed God Ring Mold. No, that's all money. Liu Kongkong desperately clutched the wildly trembling mold, watching in agony as the droplets vanished into it. His heart bleeding. Setting aside the materials, this was something he had labored over for an entire day, and he had already priced the finished product at 999 gold. Don't go in. I can't bear this. Liu Kongkong wailed in despair. Passers-by outside cast curious glances, wondering what kind of ruckus Liu the Blacksmith was making behind closed doors. Yet, the cursed God Ring Mold paid no heed. Only when the last droplet had merged with the mold did the completion rate rise to 82,200,000, and the mold finally ceased its frantic trembling. I can't take it anymore. My heart aches. Liu Kongkong set the mold down and crouched in the corner, clutching his chest, feeling thoroughly wounded. He was always the one causing others to bleed profusely. Yet today he had been thoroughly hoodwinked by a mere mold. What infuriated him most was that this thing had consumed over 8,000 droplets. and the progress bar was still not full. But why hadn't the pieces on the table been absorbed? Regaining his composure, Liu Kongkong glanced at the blue cloth on the table, which was a semi-finished product he had crafted from over 1,700 droplets. It was still unformed, hence the panel displayed only the word unknown. Could it be that this thing only consumes completed items? He retrieved a long sword from the warehouse, and indeed, the mold absorbed it without hesitation, adding another 10 points to the completion. Since he had come this far, Liu Kongkong noted the warning. Only 58 minutes remained on the countdown. He looked at his arm and noticed faint fissures appearing in the surrounding space. Could the novice village truly collapse? Without weapons or equipment, he would merely earn less. However, the loss of fun from the novice village would be monumental. Without a second thought, Liu Kongkong began to frantically feed various weapons and equipment into the cursed God Ring mold. Eventually, growing impatient with the slow pace, he simply tossed the mold into the warehouse. As seconds ticked by, he realized that the cracks in space were expanding from his arm to encompass his entire body, and various materials and tools in the blacksmith shop trembled slightly, producing a clattering sound. Is it not finished yet? After a minute, Liu Kongkong cautiously opened the warehouse. Upon inspection, Liu Kongkong discovered a missing assortment of equipment in the warehouse, yet 2 rings had mysteriously appeared. Wait a moment, was this mold not meant for single use? He promptly retrieved both the rings and the mold, bewildered by the nature of this deceitful item. However, the warehouse held no valuable possessions. Anything worth a dime was typically stored in his personal backpack, and now that everything had been consumed, what could he possibly say? The immediate priority was to don the ring. Although transformed into an NPC, Liu Kongkong still possessed an equipment slot. Spending his days in the blacksmith shop, he had grown indifferent to changing attire, consistently clad in the blacksmith's humble garb. Yet, when he attempted to place the ring in the jewelry slot, it simply would not fit. Was it necessary to? Without hesitation, Liu Kongkong grasped the ring and slipped it onto his left middle finger. The spatial rift vanished. The familiar clanging sounds of the blacksmith shop ceased abruptly. Simultaneously, he felt a weight settle upon him and reopened his attribute panel. Name: Liu Damo, attribute suppressed by 100-fold. Occupation: apprentice blacksmith, level 20, maximum reached, health, 1000. 01 1000. 01 mana, 100. 01 100. 01 strength, 10. 00 constitution, 100. 01 agility, 10. 00 intelligence, 10. 00 spirit, 10. 01 available points, 2. 37 skills. No changes, omitted. 100-fold suppression? Liu Kongkong gaped. Was this ring truly so formidable that even unspent skill points were restrained? Yet, would he be able to remove it once worn? Contemplating this, he pinched the ring on his middle finger and gently tugged. It slipped off effortlessly. However, an alarming warning immediately flashed before him. Startled, Liu Kongkong hastily slipped the ring back on. Phew! At present, whether to wear this ring was entirely within my control. Should I choose to wear it? Would my attributes dwindle to a mere 1%? Liu Kongkong moved about the shop, and, judging by his speed, he had indeed returned to a normal pace. But lo and behold, I now possess 2 of these rings. What if I were to don the second one? Driven by curiosity, Liu Kongkong adorned his ring finger with the other ring, and his attributes shifted once more. Name: Liu Damo, attribute sealed by 10,000-fold suppression. Occupation: apprentice blacksmith, level 20. Maximum reached, health, 10. 000110. 0001 mana, 1. 00011. 0001 strength, 0. 1 constitution, 1. 0001 agility, 0. 1 intelligence, 0. 1 spirit, 0. 1 available points, 0. 0 2 3 7. Indeed, wearing both rings rendered him utterly ineffectual. Realizing this, Liu Kongkong removed one ring and placed it in his backpack, casting a glance at the ring still on his middle finger. Cursed God Ring. No grade wearing this item imposes 100-fold suppression on divine power. Note: if this item encounters a fatal attack while worn, it will be destroyed, simultaneously lifting its suppression effect. This meant that the sole effect of this item was to suppress attributes, offering no enhancement whatsoever. Liu Kongkong picked up the cursed god ring mold from the ground. Should he suffer a fatal attack, the ring would undoubtedly be destroyed. If he ventured beyond the novice village, this limitation would persist. Clearly, this item must be safeguarded. Currently, within the confines of the novice village, it seems unlikely that anyone could defeat him. However, once he steps outside, as players ascend in level, their attack power will inevitably increase. With only 1,000 health points, it is indeed conceivable that he could be obliterated in an instant. Yet, this item possesses an additional advantage. Liu Kongkong gradually allocated his 2 attribute points to strength, finding the process of adding points considerably more straightforward. After completing this, he turned his gaze towards the azure cloth on the table, realizing that crafting over 8,000 droplets again was plainly out of the question. During this time, many players have become engrossed in dungeon farming, resulting in a dearth of individuals seeking him out for quests. The remaining materials in his warehouse were scarce. Most of his weaponry had been absorbed by the mold, leaving him with just enough resources to forge a new batch of equipment to replenish his stock. If all else fails, should he consider crafting a pair of bracers? Transforming clothing into bracers, priced at $199, seems a feasible option. Nevertheless, this matter can wait. Another pressing concern looms before Liu Kongkong. In the game, my values are suppressed by the cursed god ring, but what of my physical body in reality? Is it equally restrained, or has it already transformed into a muscular behemoth? Chapter 53. Sharing joy with a swift logout, Liu Kongkong opened his eyes. Before even rising, he discerned his current state. The explosive power that had once surged within him had vanished without a trace. He made his way to the bathroom and examined his physique, which appeared unchanged from when he had 1,000 points in constitution. Lifting his arm slightly, he noted that while his muscles still existed, they no longer exuded the same terrifying presence. This indicated that wearing the ring in the game also imposed limitations on his physical form. Thus, each time he wished to lift these constraints, he would need to log into the game to remove the ring. Perhaps such formidable strength was unnecessary in the real world. Yet Liu Kongkong found himself gazing at his left middle finger. Something felt amiss. Although the ring was invisible to the eye, he sensed an object resting upon it. He reached out to touch his middle finger and felt a hard substance beneath the skin. Probing further, he discovered it was firmly attached. As he gently caressed it, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him. The enclosed room was instantly filled with a tempestuous wind. Liu Kongkong glanced at his arm, witnessing the muscles beneath his skin writhing violently, accompanied by a cacophony of metallic grinding sounds emanating from within. Frantically, he touched his left middle finger again, and his body reverted to its previous state. Indeed, he had transformed into a superhuman. Liu Kongkong, drenched in sweat, was not in discomfort but rather startled. The earlier gust had nearly upended the entire room. The sheer terror of his physical prowess alone was daunting. One could only imagine the ramifications of maximizing all attributes. Liu Kongkong swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and retrieved his phone to check his balance, all while pondering whether the characters in the game would also shed their rings once the suppression was lifted in the real world. However, he hesitated to test this theory, as entering the game in such a state would likely result in catastrophic consequences for the gaming pod. Instead, he decided to shift his focus to his finances. Although his earnings for the day were modest, he was pleased to see that due to Yi Weilong's extravagant spending, his bank balance had swelled to over 4.6 million. Quite a fortune indeed. Liu Kongkong mused over the considerable amount he had spent on Yi Weilang, who, due to her hidden profession, had warranted such lavish expenditures. Since he was offline now, he would postpone the preparation of gear for Yi Weiwan, as her level had reached its cap. The equipment had already been entrusted to the butler for mass production and could await completion while he took a breather. He casually opened his computer, but before he could access the official website of Hunting the Heavens, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was none other than Digua. Liu Kongkong noted the time. It seemed Digua was inviting him out for a meal. Hadn't they just gathered a few days prior? Given Liu Kongkong and Wang Di's custom, they typically met once a month, as both were often preoccupied, and dining out could be quite costly. Upon answering the call, his suspicion was confirmed. This would be a perfect opportunity to test the waters. Wang Di was one of the few familiar faces in his life, and considering his current physique, discussing it with Wang Di would likely be more straightforward than with others. After all, he saw Wang Di more frequently than his own parents. They agreed to meet at the same barbecue restaurant, and from a distance, Liu Kongkong spotted a rotund figure perched on a chair. What was this? Had they arranged another meal so soon? Liu Kongkong plopped down onto his seat, the table already brimming with skewers, as Wang Di had ordered them prior to his arrival. Just as before. What do you mean so fast? My friend, I've been. Wait, had you been taking something? Wang Di, who had been voraciously devouring his food, lifted his greasy head upon hearing Liu Kongkong's voice, momentarily taken aback by his appearance. What a mess. I went home recently and was told I was too skinny, so I decided to work out a bit. Liu Kongkong stuffed a skewer into his mouth, secretly astonished at his reflection. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the change after gazing in the mirror too often. He had even deliberately donned long pants and sleeve for this outing. Yet Wang Di discerned the difference immediately. You worked out a bit. Your sleeves are stretched tight. This is merely a bit of exercise. Aren't you hot, dressed like that? It was June, and even at night, the temperature in Ningxing was over 30 degrees Celsius. With the heat from the barbecue, Liu Kongkong was already sweating profusely. I've got low body fat, so I'm more sensitive to the cold. But first, tell me why you suddenly called me out. Liu Kongkong was at a loss for words, fearing that further inquiries would lead him to fabricate a story, so he shifted the topic. You're cold? Low body fat. Were you high before? However, this was inconsequential, for Liu Kongkong had already hit upon the crux of the matter. What else could it be? It's about my affair with Xiaoya, he said, sneaking a glance at Liu Kongkong, who was completely absorbed in his food. Aren't you the least bit curious? Curious. What happened between you two? We broke up. Ah, I knew it. That girl was never good enough for you. Even though you put on a bit of weight, you have a handsome face and a good personality. There are plenty of good girls out there for you. But we got back together. That being said, Xiaoya is a decent girl. She just likes to have fun. She will surely change in the future. I have great faith in your relationship. Wang Di, holding a skewer, appeared dazed. If there weren't other topics to discuss, he would have liked to see Liu Kongkong's reaction further. Not from your perspective. So, Liu Kongkong, who had been savoring a lamb skewer, paused upon hearing those words. Could it be sweet potato head? Indeed, Wang Di replied with a smile. Sweet potato head is my ID in the game, which means Liu Kongkong blinked. You didn't have enough love in reality, so you wish to rekindle it online? What nonsense. She deceived me out of quite a sum before. If I asked her directly for it back, there's no way I would retrieve it. So, I thought of adopting a different identity to reclaim my money. Wang Di beamed with pride before adding, and what do you mean by rekindling old flames online? We actually met online to begin with. How much? Liu Kongkong was uninterested in their acquaintance. About 60 to 70,000. Wang Di, you're something else, Liu Kongkong said, giving him a thumbs up. If it were possible, he would have liked to introduce Gao Yiwen to Wang Di. For at least that way, he could claim he had supported a struggling student in the future. So, I'm just trying to figure out how to get it back. Wang Di's face flushed. Do you have a plan? Indeed, a portion has already arrived, and today I called you out to share this joy. Boss, please bring me another 150 skewers of lamb. To be honest, Liu Kongkong is quite famished. Perhaps it is due to a change in his body. Previously, he might have been overly hungry, but after consuming some food, he found himself increasingly ravenous. So, how much did you manage to bring back? After finishing the dishes, Liu Kongkong turned to Wang Di and inquired. 200 yuan. Boss, forget the lamb skewers. Instead, bring me 10 baked pancakes. One might have assumed you were expecting a return of 20 to 30,000, yet you come back with merely 200 yuan. What joy is there in that? However, my plans are rather mischievous. Even at their worst, it amounts to just 200 yuan. What is there to be so pleased about? Chapter 54. The golden attire, was it not the first time seeing a return on investment? Wang Di's voice trailed off, becoming increasingly softer. Suddenly, he perked up again. Aren't you curious about the details? To be honest, I was not particularly interested. However, since Wang Di was treating for today's barbecue, Liu Kongkong nodded in agreement. Please, do share. The plan was quite straightforward. Wang Di had befriended a prominent figure in the game Hunting the Heavens. a person of considerable means who established his own team within the novice village. Upon learning of this, Xiaoya aspired to align herself with this influential individual, but was hindered by her lack of skills, leaving her feeling overlooked. Somehow, she had heard that our guild leader had a peculiar penchant for indulging in the successes of others. Thus, she proposed that I accompany her in a ruse, wishing to approach our leader under the guise of being my girlfriend. With half a piece of roasted bread in my mouth, I stared blankly at the smug expression on Wang Di's face. So, I had a brilliant idea. I told her I could assist, and even mention her positively to our leader, but I would require a fee. Is that how you came by those 200 yuan? Liu Kongkong found himself disinterested in what followed, already feeling a twinge of guilt over the meal, the bread in his mouth carrying a bitter taste. Indeed, and this is merely the first sum. Just wait until I reclaim all the money. Then I shall reveal my true identity and leave her in tears. Am I not quite devious for deceiving her? Wang Di scratched his head bashfully. So, you did mention her to your guild leader? I did, but I did not speak in her favor. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Liu Kongkong suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head, wanting to voice something, but ultimately holding back. Money was of little consequence. At least this child was happy. Look at that smile, exposing his molars. How did you come to know your guild leader? Liu Kongkong was reluctant to pursue the previous topic any further. He feared he might unwittingly offer Wang Di financial support. Did I not mention that I planned to be a muscle for hire in hunting the heavens? During that time, our guild leader, known as Do Not Speak of Love, happened to be embroiled in a conflict. I took on the job and confronted the opposing leader 10 times in a single day. I pocketed 2,000 yuan. After that incident, our guild leader recognized my capabilities and invited me to join his team. That is indeed commendable. But the tale does not end there. Later, the opposing leader set his sights on me, offering a bounty for my capture. After conferring with the brothers in the guild, we enlisted a few seldom-seen allies, splitting the spoils, and I managed to earn another 2,000. If you possess such cleverness, why do you behave so foolishly in front of Xiaoya? Liu Kongkong regarded the boastful Wang Di with confusion. Yet, a new hypothesis sprang to mind. The two of them could feign being a couple, and he would introduce her to the guild leader. If they truly became an item, one could expect a grateful Xiaoya and a delighted guild leader. You sly fellow, are you aiming for advancement? Alas, the human heart is a labyrinthine thing. Liu Kongkong chose not to dwell on it further. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the game is rife with wealthy players. I advise you to immerse yourself in the game soon. After all, our line of work is fleeting, and securing our earnings should be our foremost priority. During a casual conversation, it came to light that Liu Kongkong had yet to embark on his journey in the game hunting heaven. Wang Di expressed concern for him, mentioning a significant event of the day. Within the game, there exists an item known as the Guild Establishment License, which is essential for founding a guild. None of the guilds that had left the novice village managed to acquire this item, and they were all at a loss as to where to find it. However, a player on the forum claimed that the 30-person dungeon in Novice Village 0113 had dropped this coveted item. Wang Di, intrigued, inquired about the price being offered by players outside, which had reached a staggering 6 million. Liu Kongkong, who had been indulging in his meal, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Was the guild establishment license not available in other novice villages? How much? 6 million. Wang Di remarked in astonishment, noting that this was the price he had encountered earlier in the day, and it was rumored to be increasing. Yet, the dungeon was said to be quite challenging, and so far, no one had managed to clear it. If not for the restrictions preventing outsiders from entering, Novice Village 0113 would likely have been inundated with players. Liu Kongkong was unaware of how many novice villages existed in Hunting Heaven, but he understood that according to the rules, players wishing to return after leaving could only go back to their original village. This meant that players departing from 0113 could only return to 0113. If that village became overcrowded, they would have to wait in line to re-enter. Currently, people were referring to Novice Village 0113 as the golden server. Just imagine 6 million. Even if divided among 30 individuals, it constituted a significant sum. Wang Di lamented that he wished he had started in Novice Village 0113. At that moment, Liu Kongkong was not particularly interested in Wang Di's musings. With no guild yet established in the game, and considering the game's popularity and player base, the price of 6 million was not exorbitant. For him, this was potentially good news, with such a hefty sum as an incentive. The dungeon was likely already brimming with players, and by the time he logged in next, his points might witness a remarkable surge. Yet, he pondered whether acquiring such wealth would truly be so effortless. At least from the perspective of Yi Weiliang, it did not seem so. Yi Weiliang had already received updates from his subordinates regarding the situation on the forum. Upon learning the news, Yi Weiliang initially felt elated. He had worried that his delayed progress in the novice village had put him at a significant disadvantage, but it turned out he might hold an advantage after all. At least he wouldn't need to spend exorbitant amounts assigning others to obtain the guild establishment license. However, he was simultaneously anxious. With this news, even those who had previously shown no interest in the dungeon were now forming parties to enter. With more players, who could predict if a few skilled individuals would emerge and swiftly clear the dungeon? They might not only be outpaced in establishing a guild, but also lose the opportunity for a first clear. Nevertheless, their current progress was not sluggish. After enhancing the weapons of their team, they had successfully vanquished the Bloodlight Moth's main forces. Yi Weiliang had been fortunate enough to assemble a full set of level 18 gear. Yet, the dungeon was not yet complete. They had been entangled with a third boss, the venomous worm, for the past 2 to 3 hours. The first encounter with the boss was this creature, and Yi Weiliang and his companions were initially somewhat pleased. This creature was relatively easy to defeat. The venomous worm moved at a slow pace, and its attack power was moderate. Its first skill, a poison spray, might have posed a challenge earlier, but after their training with the Bloodlight Moths, such an attack felt utterly manageable. The second skill, Toxic Parasite, triggers when health drops below 60. It consumes nearby worms to parasitize a random player, who will lose control of their body for 5 minutes. Other players must reduce the parasitized player's health to 20 within the allotted time, or the afflicted player will perish. This predicament can be easily resolved by eliminating the smaller toxic worms surrounding the main one before the battle commences. Not to mention, there are no smaller worms in proximity to the current toxic worm. However, this was merely their assumption. The first round proceeded smoothly, successfully depleting the toxic worm's health to 60, only for the boss to suddenly unleash a torrent of green venom into the air. As Night Cool observed over a dozen streams of toxic liquid infiltrating the distant room's window, he realized trouble was imminent. Sure enough, in the next moment, a swarm of worms erupted from 6 rooms, infecting half of the 30 players present in an instant. I questioned why the third level had dismantled 6 corridors. It became evident that they had concealed something within, fearful that we might clear the 6 rooms ahead of time. Heart racing with terror, I watched as Big Bear charged towards him with a sword, shouting apologies. The scene was as bizarre as it was surreal. Night Cool remained silent, solely focused on fleeing. For the one pursuing him was none other than the sunny day he had spent over 900,000 on. Chapter 55. The Void Space Unveiled. Why are you running? Strike me. After several rounds, Qinglang Tian observed Yi Weiliang, who was desperately fleeing, with a sense of incredulity. How was one to confront this boss? Previously, he had personally elucidated the strategy. Yet as soon as the battle commenced, Yi Weiliang seemed to have lost his memory, fixated solely on survival. How could I possibly defeat you? Yi Weiliang felt a pang of injustice. His earlier attempts at resistance had ended with Qinglang Tian swiftly eliminating him with a seamless series of attacks, leaving him unable to land even a single blow. Moreover, he could not comprehend why Qinglang Tian consistently found himself among the parasitized players, immediately brandishing his weapon to pursue him upon being infected. With repeated occurrences, he began to suspect that Qinglang Tian harbored some personal vendetta against him, seeking retribution. Although others were not pursued by Qinglang Tian, their situation was hardly better. The skill levels were evenly matched, and in a 15 versus 15 scenario, a decisive victor could not be determined in a short span of time. Even more absurdly, the parasitized teammates would heal other infected players, resulting in utter chaos on the battlefield. Conversely, Dabinya's progress was markedly slower as they remained entangled with the bloodlight moths. However, unlike before, Dabinya exhibited a significant improvement in his agility. He deftly evaded several of the moth's charges while simultaneously wielding his sword against them. After a series of such exchanges, with a fierce roar, he finally vanquished the last of the bloodlight moths beneath his blade. "Impressive, boss," Number 1 exclaimed sincerely. Over the past few days, Dabinya had transformed into a remarkably earnest player, demonstrating notable progress. From initially lying down to enduring through 2 or 3 rounds. He ultimately succeeded in slaying the 9 moths surrounding him all on his own. Dabinya did not respond, inhaling deeply. Had he chosen to seek a substitute a few hours prior, the team would have already advanced to the second stage. Yet, he felt a sense of defiance. They were all ordinary players. Why should they be able to evade while he could not? Some matters may indeed rely on talent. Yet to Dabinya, those 9 moths were far from a demonstration of innate ability. He casually stowed his equipment in his backpack, preparing for the next boss. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating surge of strength within himself. As his words faded, the familiar sensation of movement enveloped him. The 6 rooms of this round ascended once more, and the 6 corridors were simultaneously dismantled, revealing 6 new chambers. Everyone be cautious. These 6 rooms likely conceal some trickery. Dabinya was haunted by a psychological shadow concerning these chambers, uncertain of what would emerge this time. Soon, the venomous worms appeared, and he attempted an initial strike. "All right, this boss seems relatively straightforward at present. Allow me to share my insights." Everyone had witnessed Dabinya's performance in the previous round. As the team leader, despite his lack of skill, his attitude commanded respect, and thus, the team members were willing to consider his thoughts. Number 1, however, felt somewhat out of place. Was his role as commander nearing its conclusion? Observing the 6 rooms from the last round, which housed small worms, it became clear that the designer of this dungeon intended for some of them to be parasitized. If the previous round emphasized individual prowess, then this round appeared to be a test of their collective focus and speed. Therefore, if you find yourself infested, do not hesitate to announce it loudly, ensuring your teammates are promptly informed of your predicament. The clumsy duck stood at the forefront, articulating fervently, while the 29 members below nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall endeavor to conquer this boss within 5 attempts." Having conveyed all necessary information, the clumsy duck clapped his hands, urging the members to spring into action. Our leader seemed transformed, as if he were a different person. Number 1 discreetly messaged Number 7. Number 7 chuckled. "This is promising. Have you noticed how the others regard him differently now?" The battle commenced swiftly, successfully reducing the venomous worm's health to 60%. "Everyone, pay attention. Those infected must call out their IDs." In the next moment, a swarm of worms erupted in the room. Number 1, Number 5. Since all the team members were originally brought in by him, their IDs were remarkably uniform, facilitating their differentiation. The numbers were targeted sequentially, and when the health reached 19%, they ceased their assault. The healer promptly tended to those afflicted, restoring their health post-infection. The clumsy duck succinctly communicated, while simultaneously raising his sword to block an attack from Number 1. "Our leader is quite formidable. Even while being relentlessly pursued, he finds time to converse." Number 1 remarked with a grin. The clumsy duck flashed a cool smile and retaliated with a swift strike, while the infected Number 1 did not flinch, raising his own weapon to counter. Both struck true, but alas, Number 1 had fully invested his points, and the blow dealt significant damage to the clumsy duck. "After we finish this dungeon, let's practice together. Teach me how to fight," Number 1 proposed. "Very well. Should you wish to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge," the clumsy duck replied. Upon turning, Number 1 noticed 7 teammates had launched an assault against him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Control your damage. I've only 300 health left. Don't kill me." An hour later, the venomous worm lay defeated. "Well done, everyone. Let us take a 5-minute respite before tackling the next boss," the clumsy duck bellowed, to which the other members excitedly responded, as this boss had proven to be the most exhilarating encounter thus far. However, in the next instant, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations to the team. led by player Clumsy Duck, for successfully completing the 30-player dungeon, Void Space. Is this truly the end? The Clumsy Duck was momentarily taken aback, and the others stood in astonishment. They had fought with such intensity, yet the final boss turned out to be the simplest. Moreover, the most crucial item. Where's the guild establishment permit? The Clumsy Duck rummaged through the treasure chest. The teleportation stone was indeed present, but the pivotal item was conspicuously absent. Leader, could it be in there? Number 1 tugged at the Clumsy Duck, who was nearly diving into the chest in search of the guild establishment permit. Upon hearing this, the Clumsy Duck poked his head out of the chest, noticing that a hexagonal platform extended towards a brightly lit room at the far end, where a shadowy figure appeared to be standing. Such ceremony for issuing a permit. They even created a separate room for it. The group hurriedly approached the entrance of the room, and as they drew closer, the Clumsy Duck urgently called for everyone to halt. Wait, something feels amiss. This figure before us appears to be a boss. Another boss? A humanoid boss? After several days of gameplay, the team members encountered a humanoid monster for the first time. The Void Lord? Its attributes were obscured, but the name Big Silly Duck was distinctly visible. With a gentle call, it seemed to respond, slowly turning around. Clad in black armor and wearing an ebony mask, it wielded a staff nearly 4 meters long. This formidable creature appeared to be quite a challenge. Player 1 swallowed hard and surveyed the room. Compared to the previous 6 chambers, this boss room was extraordinarily vast. What can one say? Big Silly Duck remained transfixed, measuring the distance. This boss was at least 3 meters tall, and standing at nearly 2 meters himself, he felt like a mere chick in its presence. Furthermore, the staff seemed capable of inflicting grave harm even as a mere club. The dungeon had already been cleared, indicating that this boss was clearly a challenge option. If all went according to plan, the guild establishment permit was likely in its possession. Thus, the decision was made to engage. Without hesitation, Big Silly Duck unsheathed his sword and strode forward. After all, the purpose of this dungeon run was to acquire the permit. Meanwhile, in the real world, the official forum of the game was in an uproar. Chapter 56. The application of spiritual energy after finishing dinner and bidding farewell to Wang Di. Liu Kongkong hurriedly made his way home. He seated himself before his computer, delightfully lit a cigarette, and opened the forum. Exciting news. The Team Big Fool Duck from Novice Village 0113 has successfully completed the Void Space for the first time. Liu Kongkong glanced at the poster, who was none other than Chong Feng, the player who had previously announced his intention to quit the game. Upon opening the post, he discovered that this individual had transformed into a gaming journalist without his knowledge. Fresh news, rapid reports, stay tuned for updates. Greetings, everyone. This is the Little Trumpet Chong Feng from Novice Village 0113. According to the latest system announcement, our district's player, Big Fool Duck, has just led a team to conquer the 30-person dungeon, Void Space, 1 minute ago. However, as of the publication of this article, the team members have yet to appear in the Novice Village. Liu Kongkong noted the post's timestamp, which indicated it had been published over an hour ago. While he was still engaged in casual conversation with Wang Di, he was not surprised by the first completion of the dungeon. After all, he had designed the 3 stages of Void Space himself. The first stage was born from his personal desires, while the latter 2 were intended to familiarize players with the rhythm, ensuring they possess some ability to counter the Void Lord upon encountering it. Of course, he was only aware of the 2 skills possessed by the Void Lord. Due to an incident in the Golden Server today, the president of the Divine Realm Twilight Guild had reportedly offered 8 million for the first guild establishment license. However, from a reliable source, he learned that the Big Fool Duck team intended to form their own guild and might not opt for a sale. 8 million a price increase? Liu Kongkong raised an eyebrow. Nonetheless, this figure would likely hold little allure for Big Fool Duck and Yu Weiliang, who had already invested over 1 million in the past few days within the game. Acquiring the guild establishment license would undoubtedly lead them to register it without delay. Yet, with the news of Big Fool Duck's accomplishment, he had inadvertently become a celebrity. Scrolling through the comments, the most liked were from several guild leaders, all consisting of various offers. The highest bid remained the 4 million from the president of Divine Realm Twilight, who even stated that a reward of 50,000 would be given to anyone who could provide contact information for Big Fool Duck. As a result, the comments section erupted, with some even creating separate posts. My brother Big Fool Duck. I offer 10,000 for Big Fool Duck's contact information. As the number of posts grew, the discussions took a peculiar turn. I'm a player from Novice Zone 0113, and Big Fool Duck is my good brother. VMe 50. And listen to the untold stories between me and Big Fool Duck. Exclusive scoop. What truly transpired during the two village wars in Novice Village 0113. Yi Weiliang was the spark. The responses to such posts were numerous. Liu Kongkong found himself bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Did these people have nothing better to do? What benefit could they derive from writing such things? To garner attention and gain a few followers? Casually opening the forum's trending leaderboard, he was startled to find Chong Feng's post occupying the top spot. Clicking on his profile, he saw that this fellow had published over 10 posts in the past few hours, all detailing events in Novice Village 0113. The number of his followers had surpassed 100. 000. Little Trumpet Chong Feng's product recommendations? Liu Kongkong was astonished. Was he even selling merchandise now? It seemed he had sold quite a bit. However, shouldn't I also begin to prepare? The price of the guild establishment license is undeniably enticing. However, how could one possibly acquire it? The license is a drop from the final boss, and upon defeating it, players typically exit the dungeon, making it improbable that it would come into his possession. If only I could enter the dungeon. Liu Kongkong reminisced about the instance, and a conjecture coupled with a plan began to form in his mind. He swiftly logged in and peered through the shop window. Indeed, everyone had gone to tackle dungeons. The once bustling novice village was now devoid of any souls. Not even the usual few equipment vendors loitering by the roadside. Yet this was fortuitous. Tonight, he harbored a bold scheme. Taking a deep breath, Liu Kongkong stealthily slipped out through the side gate of the courtyard, navigating through the village with the aid of memory, until he finally spotted a familiar doorplate and knocked softly. Who is it? A gruff voice emanated from within. It's me, Liu Damo. The door swung open abruptly, revealing the warrior mentor Ding Dazhuang, who stared at Liu Kongkong in stunned silence. You, what brings you here? Had Liu Damo still been the same person as before, Ding Dazhuang would not have been so apprehensive. However, the man before him was now a puppet of the celestial being, altering their dynamic entirely. I have a few inquiries. Initially, Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of insecurity, but upon observing Ding Dazhuang's obsequious demeanor, he found his courage bolstered and nudged his way further inside. What would you like to ask? Is it related to the village chief, Widow Wang, or perhaps skills? Although Liu Kongkong had a keen interest in the first two matters, the purpose of his visit was primarily to learn some skills. Skills? Have there been issues with the abilities I've been teaching my friends recently? Ding Dazhuang's expression turned anxious. No issues at all. I simply have some uncertainties regarding skills. I believe you're the expert in this area. To directly request an NPC to impart skills felt somewhat awkward, considering that a blacksmith would not typically teach warrior techniques. Uncertainties? Oh, I see. Are you perhaps new to this body? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. How did you know I'm new here? My apologies for my indiscretion. Ding Dazhuang, noticing the change in Liu Kongkong's expression, feared he had misspoken. If you wish to understand the utilization of spiritual energy in the starry wilderness, please follow me. With that, Ding Dazhuang strode toward a wooden post in the yard. Could it be that he knows I am a player? Yet, he did not seem to treat other players with such reverence. Nevertheless, Ding Dazhuang appeared willing to teach. Liu Kongkong nodded, signaling for Ding Dazhuang to proceed. Under the guidance of the celestial being, the natives of the starry wilderness can perceive their own spiritual energy levels. As he spoke, Ding Dazhuang displayed his health and spiritual energy bars. Liu Kongkong glanced over. Ding Dazhuang's health was a robust 5,500 points, and his spiritual energy stood at an impressive 2,400 points, clearly surpassing that of an ordinary player. Spiritual energy, in essence, serves as an amplification factor. For instance, Ding Dazhuang demonstrated by striking the wooden post with a punch. A resounding thud echoed as a number materialized above the post. -880. Such a high attack. Liu Kongkong marveled inwardly. This damage is without the amplification of spiritual power, but if one were to invest 10 points of spiritual power. After speaking, Ding Dazhuang struck the wooden post with a punch, resulting in a resounding thud. Minus 1,760, which is 10 points of spiritual power. The damage doubles. Observing Ding Dazhuang's spiritual power bar decrease from 2,400 to 2,390, it swiftly returned to 2,400 after a second. Liu Kongkong suddenly lost confidence in his health. If Ding Dazhuang unleashed 2,400 points of spiritual power in one go, wouldn't he inflict over 200,000 damage with a single punch. However, one must not invest excessive spiritual power. Exceeding one's limits could pose a grave danger. Ding Dazhuang continued, for instance, I can currently allocate a maximum of 5 of my total spiritual power at once, which amounts to 120 points. As he spoke, he summoned 120 points of spiritual power and delivered a powerful punch. An impressive minus 10,560 appeared before Liu Kongkong's eyes. This was indeed terrifying. He had witnessed player attacks among friends, which seemed far less outrageous. Rest assured, we adhere strictly to the requirements of the divine, teaching according to level. Ding Dazhuang spoke as if facing a formidable adversary, thoroughly explaining the entire leveling system. After hearing Ding Dazhuang's elucidation, Liu Kongkong comprehended. In essence, players learn skills from their mentors, which effectively unlocks a fixed spiritual power template. For example, a warrior's mighty strike consumes 10 points of spiritual power at level 1, thereby doubling the damage. At level 2, it consumes 15 points, resulting in 5 times the damage, and at level 3, 20 points, and so forth, with a maximum of level 5, consuming 30 points of spiritual power for quadruple damage. The higher the consumed spiritual power, the more time the body requires to adjust, which accounts for skill cooldowns. Friends possess different bodily structures than ours. They cannot freely adjust their output of spiritual power. However, when using it regularly, one must always heed their body as feedback. Should there be any pain while drawing spiritual power, one must cease immediately. Ding Dazhuang continued his explanation, only to turn and see Liu Kongkong delivering a punch to the wooden post. Minus 10, given that you are currently in the body of a blacksmith. It is normal for your strength to be low. This attack power is quite. Bang! Minus 100. Ding Dazhuang was momentarily speechless. A tenfold attack? That meant he had invested 100 points of spiritual power. If this were indeed 5 of his total spiritual power, wouldn't that imply Liu Damo's body inherently possessed 2,000 points of spiritual power? Why does a blacksmith like Liu Damo have such a high spiritual power value? In contrast, Liu Kongkong frowned, gazing at his meager 0.01 spiritual power. Pain? Even if he depleted 100 points of spiritual power, he felt nothing. It was merely that after this punch, he experienced a brief moment where he could not sense his spiritual power, likely due to his skill cooldown. Nevertheless, he had already asked what needed to be asked, exchanged pleasantries with Ding Dazhuang, and turned to leave. By the way, you know who I am, right? Suddenly halting at the door, Liu Kongkong inquired. Of course, Liu Damo voluntarily entombed himself in the void space for the village. You are here to assist us. Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong's expression darkened, and he instantly grasped the implications of being a newcomer. Chapter 57. Who is the victor? Previously, Liu Kongkong could not fathom this point. With so many novice villages in the game, if the requirements for establishing a level 30 dungeon were the same, would each novice village not have to sacrifice an NPC? If certain pivotal NPCs were lost, such as the profession mentor, would that not reduce the career options available in that novice village? However, today Ding Dazhuang provided him with an answer. When an NPC perishes, a replacement will emerge. And these individuals regarded him as the substitute for Liu Damo. Indeed, this seemed to hold true. He had indeed supplanted Liu Damo, albeit in a rather forced manner. Returning to the blacksmith shop, he opened his attribute panel. With a bounty of several million, nearly everyone in the 0113 novice village was congregated at the void space door, resulting in him garnering an astonishing 141. 3 attribute points in just a few hours. It is worth noting that this occurred under a seal, meaning the actual points he accrued amounted to 14,130. If this trend continued, it would not be long before he would need to don a second ring. Glancing at his attribute panel, he desired to round off his points, so he waited a while longer. Once he was satisfied with the total, he casually allocated the points. Name, Liu Damo, under 100-fold attribute suppression, profession, apprentice blacksmith, level 20, maximum achieved, health, 1,000, 0-1 1,000, 0-1 spirit, 100, 0-1 100, 0-1 strength, 155, 0-0 constitution, 100, 0-1 agility, 10, 0-0 intelligence, 10, 0-0 spirit, 10, 0-1 available points. 0. Though the augmentation of spirit was commendable, the cooldown was rather troublesome. After some contemplation, Liu Kongkong resolved to prioritize adding points to strength. Though this was merely a matter of sequence, he would eventually invest in all attributes. He then accessed the dungeon interface. Due to a sudden surge in players entering the dungeon, the drop rate of equipment skyrocketed. Sorting through the equipment consumed considerable time, and Liu Kongkong wore a pained expression as he and the steward organized the warehouse. During this period, the steward had crafted quite a number of items and had successfully leveled up twice. However, the advancements were minimal, merely enhancing his intelligence. For instance, little Liu, I am famished. Prepare me 2 dishes in the kitchen. Little Liu was the name Liu Kongkong had bestowed upon the steward. As for cooking, he had recently discovered that the dishes within the game tasted remarkably akin to those in reality and even provided a sense of satiety. Observing the steward scurry off to the kitchen, Liu Kongkong continued his tidying. These individuals truly carried everything on their persons. From a heap of equipment, he pulled out a letter addressed to Dear Juan, signed your baby village chief. Was this a love letter from the village chief to the owner of the tailor shop? Liu Kongkong stared blankly. The complexities of their village were quite intricate. It seemed that a player had taken on a quest, but failed to complete it, resulting in the letter dropping upon entering the dungeon. However, since it had fallen into his possession, he felt obliged to inspect its contents. Opening the letter, it was sizzling with excitement. Here, 3,000 words omitted. One learns throughout life, and despite his age, he had much to absorb. Liu Kongkong carefully set the letter beside the mold for the cursed god ring, intending to revisit it occasionally for refreshment of knowledge. And, as he touched the envelope, he felt a hard object inside. Was there more within? With a clang, a ring fell to the ground. What is this? Liu Kongkong bent down to pick it up. It was a thieving ring, capable of marking a target and recording their most recently used skill, which could then be replicated for a single use by the wearer, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Note, the potency of a skill depends on the wielder's spiritual energy and intellect. If either is insufficient, the skill will fail to activate. Cannot replicate divine or exclusive skills. The artifact seemed quite impressive, yet Liu Kongkong pondered why the old man would bestow it upon Chiajuan. What utility could it possibly serve her? Nevertheless, such matters were beyond his concern. He casually tossed the ring into his backpack. Being in a novice village, it would be rather inappropriate to don the ring in the presence of the village chief. As he continued to organize his belongings, a sudden commotion erupted outside. It was the Great Silly Duck. Hello, Great Silly Duck. I am Chongfeng, the village's little trumpet, and I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Get lost. Liu Kongkong turned to the window and observed the Great Silly Duck sprinting toward the dungeon, with Chongfeng hot on his heels. Great Silly Duck, just 2 questions. Are you considering selling the guild establishment permit? Also, is there any truth to your relationship with Yi Wenwan? Initially, the Great Silly Duck was running smoothly, but stumbled at the second question. If you keep writing nonsense like that, I swear I'll bury you when I get out. What? You bought me? Chongfeng paused, then lowered his head to jot down notes. During the interview, it was revealed that the Great Silly Duck does not fancy the opposite sex and secretly harbors feelings for the writer. The rumors are swiftly dispelled. The Great Silly Duck nearly spat blood upon hearing this, but he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. The terror of the Void Lord exceeded their wildest imaginations. The puppets created from player copies boasted unparalleled attack speed, and movement speed. Yet, he devised a potential plan to finally take down the boss. Shortly after the Great Silly Duck departed, Yi Weiyang and his companions arrived. President Yi, I am. Wait for it. Yi Weiliang was fuming. The once formidable King Langshan had become a significant problem in the third level. If he were to be parasitized, even a group of 4 or 5 would struggle to defeat him. The news of the great silly duck achieving the first clear chilled his heart. However, after a brief wait, he discovered that the system had not announced the establishment of a guild. Had there been no drop? Or was it for another reason? It was only after the venomous worm was defeated that Yi Weiliang realized there was still a boss left after clearing the stage. Everyone, let's put in extra effort. The great silly duck and his team should also be battling the Void Lord. We still have a chance. Let's go. Returning to the dungeon. The great silly duck looked at number 7, who wore an awkward expression. He was the fastest in the team, and if the Void Lord replicated him, the speed of his copy would be astonishingly formidable under tenfold attributes. Take this. The great silly duck cheerfully handed over an item. Number 7 was taken aback. A lifetime promise? Boss, you still keep this broken thing? Broken? In this context, it is a divine artifact. You must have also noticed that the Void Lord replicates players along with their weapons. Thus, as long as you wield this item, I comprehend. If the Void Lord replicates number 7, that particular copy would become utterly ineffectual, significantly alleviating the pressure on our team. Should number 7 remain unreplicated, we must withdraw from combat. The Knight's Chill team encountered a similar predicament, and it was not just one individual facing issues. One possesses an earnest heart, and his speed rivals that of number 7. The other, known as Clear Skies, boasts attributes tenfold, rendering him nearly more formidable than the Void Lord itself. If either of these two, or both, are replicated, the entire team must retreat and start anew. However, should both remain unreplicated, Clear Skies becomes a devastating weapon. This individual can hold his own against a copy with tenfold attributes for quite some time. Everyone rallied their spirits. Although we did not achieve the first clear, we must secure the inaugural guild license. Indeed, after a grueling competition lasting several hours, it finally approached its conclusion that night. As the dawn broke, a team appeared at the entrance of the congested void space dungeon. The leader, wearing a smile, slowly retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack in front of the gathered crowd, upon which was inscribed, Guild Establishment License. Chapter 58. The Arrival of the God of Wealth. It is the Great Foolish Duck. The team of the Great Foolish Duck has successfully acquired the Guild Establishment License. But wait, why have they not registered the guild yet? Nearby players, intrigued by this statement, cast curious glances at the Great Foolish Duck, whose face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He, too, yearned to register immediately, yet the guild establishment license bore no information and could not be utilized directly. Boss, shall we seek out the village chief first? Such a significant matter surely warrants his knowledge. They still possess the transference stone, but even if they placed it on the teleportation array now, it would take 24 hours to reach the starry wilderness. If they were unable to register the guild in the novice village, they would likely become the laughingstock of all players on the server. Fortunately, the village chief did not disappoint them. Upon seeing the guild establishment license, he was taken aback. Can we really issue this here? He indeed had the authority. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the seal. The chief turned with a smile and stepped into his home, where sounds of clattering echoed, clearly indicating his forgetfulness regarding the seal's location. 5 minutes later, the chief returned in a fluster. Please select 9 other members to sign the guild establishment license. Great Foolish Duck, I am called Chongfeng. May I inscribe my name? I can assist in promoting your guild. A voice suddenly boomed from the crowd. Almost forgot about you. Number 1, number 7, you two sign this paper first. And after that, let that one called Chongfeng do so. This fellow had penned peculiar things on the forum, and had nearly slipped from memory. Understood. Number 1 and number 7, brimming with excitement, inscribed their IDs on the guild establishment license and promptly extricated themselves from the crowd. Before long, all 10 members, including the Great Foolish Duck, had signed. The chief promptly affixed the seal. In the next moment, the guild establishment license emitted a radiant golden glow, shooting straight into the heavens. The surrounding players erupted in astonished exclamations. Following this, a system announcement resounded. Universal announcement for the Huaxiao region. The winds of fortune converge. and heroes rise. At this moment, the world's progress has crossed a critical threshold. Player, Great Foolish Duck, in a regal manner, has first gathered like-minded companions in the novice village number 0113 to complete the guild registration, thereby officially establishing the guild. Dawn's Judgment. A new legend is born. System announcement. Congratulations to Dawn's Judgment for becoming the first guild in the entire region, with guild number 00001. Rewards include 1. Initial guild level increased by 1. 2. All guild members receive the title Pioneer. 3. A permanent monument of Dawn's Judgment stands proudly in novice village number 0113. 4. All guild members receive 30 attribute points. Besides the attribute point reward, the Great Foolish Duck was most pleased with the third reward. The presence of a guild monument in the novice village undoubtedly served as the finest advertisement. Yet, there was some dissatisfaction concerning the guild name. He had originally wished to call it the Foolish Duck Assault Team, but was met with collective opposition from his team. My dear friend, we were the pioneers in establishing a guild, yet the clumsy duck squad seems rather trivial. I can only imagine the ridicule we would face from the entire region when the announcement is made. This aligns perfectly with my username. Though the big clumsy duck persisted for a while, he ultimately yielded. It cannot be denied that, despite the monetary incentives, the enthusiasm displayed by these individuals throughout the arduous journey far exceeds what mere coins can buy. After enduring countless hours of unwavering camaraderie, he finds it impossible to regard them simply as subordinates. Night Cool and the others emerged from the dungeon over an hour late, although they secured the guild establishment license. Night Cool's expression betrayed her dissatisfaction. The Phantom Lord's first phase proved exceedingly challenging. Even a tank could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the tenfold attribute clones. Their only recourse was to evade incessantly. Yet, rather than honing their evasion skills against the Bloodlight Moths, the 5 of them had taken refuge behind clear skies, making little progress. In the second phase, while it appeared to be a battle of 30 players against 30 clones, in reality, their group of 5 could only be counted as 2.5. Having completed the encounter, it was time for Clear Skies to depart. He waved goodbye to the group without a word, opting to disband and leave. Night Cool had hoped to persuade him to stay, but he preferred to play solo and ultimately declined. He was exhausted. Managing the clones alongside 5 inept companions had nearly driven him to despair. After investing a significant sum, a mere second-place finish was hardly satisfactory. Following the registration of the guild in a novice village, there were no rewards to be had, and scarcely a soul had gathered to witness the event. After Big Clumsy Duck established the guild, the price of the guild establishment license plummeted by 2 million. Yet the 6 million price tag still drew many players into the void space. In contrast to the disheartened Night Cool, Night Warm was far less perturbed. Her prolonged stint in the dungeon had left her quite irritable, but her spirits lifted considerably upon emerging. Spotting the blacksmith shop now open, she hurried forward with delightful haste. Master Liu, I have. Wait a moment, 460 blind boxes. Please open them all for me. These blind boxes were drops from the path of reincarnation. She originally possessed fewer, but it's been a bit more gold to acquire additional ones. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong's heart leapt with joy. The god of wealth had finally arrived. He pretended to meticulously examine each blind box, slowly retrieving a series of worthless gear from the storeroom. I don't understand why you would buy so many of these. The gear you obtain cannot possibly surpass what you currently wear. Night Cool, already in a foul mood, felt a surge of annoyance as she observed Night Warm gleefully accepting one piece of junk gear after another. What of it? Night Warm glanced at her own equipment. Her ensemble of the Fury Lion set had been assembled with the aid of other teams. This looks unattractive, and since we aren't fighting anyone right now, what harm is there in switching to something more visually appealing? Isn't gear meant to have strong attributes? Why do we spend so much time battling in a dungeon? Why invest so much in these blind boxes? The bear squad chimed in. It's her money. Let her enjoy it. Come on, guild leader. Cut her some slack. Did you spend your own money? How amusing. You've never defeated Big Clumsy Duck? Why are you taking your frustrations out on me? If you have the guts, go challenge him instead. Don't take it out on me. She has never been fond of dungeon raids. Previously, during the intense exploration. She harbored grievances but chose to endure. Now, with Yi Weiliang's unkind tone, she finally erupted. Upon hearing her words, Yi Weiliang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had not spent any money on her, and even during the sunny days, he had received a considerable amount of game currency from Yi Weiliang. Don't be upset. Wan, I stand by you. Today, we must indulge in blind boxes to our heart's content. Do you still want more? I can ask other players for you. De Xiong, Air Xiong, and others comforted her in unison. Ah, President, I always said that women are unreasonable. You have contributed so much to this team. I have witnessed it all, and this time, I support you, Si Xiong remarked, standing beside Yi Weiliang, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Thank you, but please keep your distance. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong sensed that the moment was ripe. Wow, this young lady is incredibly fortunate. She has drawn a hidden reward. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiliang's face lit up with joy as she turned to look at the item in Liu Kongkong's hand. A coupon for the Azure Blade. Chapter 59. The Blacksmith's Gift. Unlike the last time, Liu Kongkong thoughtfully crafted a handwritten coupon this time. The name certainly sounded appealing, but appeared to be for a sword. Yi Weiliang cast a glance at Yi Weiliang. The sword was of no use to her. Under normal circumstances, she might have given it to Yi Weiliang, but the man's earlier attitude had left her somewhat irked. Another coupon. The large, foolish duck ears perked up instantly. Due to the reward of Dawn's Judgment escalating to level 2, the capacity had increased from 10 to 500 members, and he had been in the process of inviting members into the guild. However, upon hearing Liu Kongkong mention the coupon, he was reminded of the significant assistance provided by a lifetime's promise. But upon realizing that the recipient of the coupon was Yi Weiliang, his heart sank. This woman was not in need of money, making it quite challenging to procure anything from her. Indeed, it was the current treasure of this establishment. The Azure Blade, behold. As he spoke, a brilliant light suddenly erupted. The individuals standing at the forefront quickly shielded their eyes. It was blinding, and one might have thought someone had tossed a flashbang. It was only after a few seconds that Yi Weiliang and the others dared to open their eyes. The Azure Blade defense, 30 intelligence, 5 durability, 2000 equipment level, 18 class requirement, Warlock, equipped skill, Shattered Stars. Shattered Stars consumes 50 mana to unleash 1998 shards of starlight, dealing a fixed damage of 1998 to the target. Note, this skill consumes 500 durability per use. The Azure Blade, astonishingly, was actually a pair of bracers, and the name of the equipment was, remarkably, blue. Yi Weiliang gazed at the equipment panel, astonished by the fixed damage of 1998. This item could easily eliminate foes at this stage. Had they possessed this equipment earlier, the Void Lord would have been far less formidable. The Azure Blade represented the highest quality equipment Liu Kongkong could currently forge. The 1998 shards of starlight had originally been 1,998 droplets of water, of which over 8,200 had previously been absorbed by the Cursed God Ring module. The bracers were a pair, one for each arm, each adorned with 999 shards of starlight. To achieve this pleasing number, Liu Kongkong had spent additional time crafting more, with the radiance emanating from the radiant longsword. Upon completion, the damage dealt by his Shattered Stars did not merely amount to 1998 points. It surged to a staggering 3,996 points. However, the durability consumed was equally terrifying, 1998 points. Once the skill was activated, the equipment would be rendered obsolete. After careful consideration, Liu Kongkong chose to reduce the attack power to preserve durability. The original price of this equipment was 999 gold, but wait, were you about to reach for your purse just now? Liu Kongkong began to speak, only to realize that Yi Weiliang had already made a move upon hearing the 999 gold. The latter quickly shook her head, signaling him to continue. Did I set the price too low? If the paper coupon had not been issued, I could have adjusted the price on the spot. But now that it states a discount of 800 gold, even though she had yet to open it, altering the price in front of everyone felt somewhat excessive. So, may I take a look at the coupon? Yi Weiliang reached out to tug at the paper in Liu Kongkong's hand. Alas, with tears in his eyes, Liu Kongkong released his grip. Yi Weiliang opened the coupon and gasped in astonishment. Only 199 gold. What a bargain. Upon hearing those words, Yi Weiliang's lips twitched slightly, contemplating the nearly 200,000 for a pair of wrist guards still designated as level 18 equipment. Had this been before conquering the void space, he might have purchased them without a second thought. However, now, before he could finish his thoughts, his eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Weina paid for the equipment and donned it without hesitation, instantly causing the azure blue sword to emit countless stars, shimmering with a faint glow that enveloped her. Is this how the equipment looks when worn regularly? A voice suddenly emerged from behind Yi Weiliang. Turning around, he saw the astonished Debenya, who was currently adorned with the title Pioneer. As a rare title, it radiated a faint golden light from his wrist, but in comparison to Yi Weina, he appeared like an ordinary passerby. Truly a remarkable deal. Yi Weiliang glanced at Debenya and exclaimed loudly, "Only 200,000. This effect surpasses certain rare titles. Indeed, I find it quite worthwhile." Yi Weina had initially thought it would merely glow, but was pleasantly surprised to discover the additional special effects upon wearing it. Indeed, 200,000 is not excessive, especially considering some have spent over 900,000 hiring others, only to find themselves lacking. Debenya chucked it. How do you know? Yi Weiliang was taken aback. Few were aware of this matter. Had Debenya planted a spy within his guild? Debenya dismissed his thoughts and prepared to turn away, only to discover Liu Kongkong was hauling out uniquely styled equipment. The armor of farewell, level 15 equipment, only 50 silver. While 50 silver was not cheap, it was reasonable for ordinary equipment. Yet the items Liu Kongkong was presenting were not only visually striking, but also boasted superior attributes compared to standard level 15 gear. Had he taken some strange medicine? The level 5 thorn faceplate had sold for 1 gold. In Debenya's memory, anything distinctive sold at the blacksmith shop was usually exorbitantly priced. Looking up at Liu Kongkong, he noticed the latter was glaring at him with a dark expression. Such pointed ears. Debenya quickly donned a gentle smile. Humph. Liu Kongkong snorted. If it weren't for pressing matters, he would have ensured this kid paid dearly today. He then turned to the gathered players. "Hello, friends." His voice was loud, almost a shout, causing the crowd that had been watching Yi Weina to turn their attention to Liu Kongkong, curious about what the blacksmith had to say. Today is a special day. You're all about to bid farewell to the 0113 beginner village. I am grateful to all of you for your assistance to both myself and the village during this time. And before we part, I wish to present you with a gift, namely these commendable pieces of equipment before you. Initially, I intended to give them away for free, but alas, I find myself financially constrained. You financially constrained. The crowd displayed skepticism. You are the most prosperous in the entire beginner village. Thus, this batch of equipment is offered at cost price merely as a memento. Should you encounter any hardships in the future, may these items remind you of the 0113 beginner village, where you will always have a home, and you are forever welcome to return. He concluded, squeezing out a couple of tears from his eyes. Is this appropriate? The village chief stood at his doorstep, his gaze vacant. What are you, a blacksmith? Saying such things? Welcoming everyone back. What right do you have to utter those words? Yet, the players paid no heed to his complaints. At the current exchange rate, a piece for 50 silver was barely acceptable, especially since it was still useful at this stage. Give me 5. Wait, limited purchase? Someone wants to buy several sets, only to discover that each person can only acquire one. Liu Kongkong hastily explained, but nobody bothered to listen. Upon hearing the term limited purchase, many immediately turned and rushed to summon their companions. Within half an hour, a long queue had formed outside the blacksmith shop. Even Yi Weiliang and Debenya stood in line. Are you all preparing to leave the novice village tomorrow? Everything had already settled, and Yi Weiliang, now calm, turned to Debenya. The matter of the traitor had been investigated. It was a certain individual who referred to himself as Little Trumpet that had disclosed this information on the forum. We need to recruit after leaving. Everything is just beginning, right? I've heard that the Divine Realm's Twilight is preparing to take action against you. Yi Weiliang's tone concealed an unmistakable glee. Debenya chuckled. What is there to fear? If we truly cannot handle it, we can always return to the novice village. Ha ha. Despite his words, his eyes brimmed with battle intent. You should still have a guild establishment permit, right? I have one left. Dabinyu was not one to hide his cards. He had arranged for a total of 30 teams to enter the void space, and thus far, one team had successfully cleared it. What about you? Same. Yi Weiliang shook his head helplessly. That team consisted of elites, while the other teams hadn't even passed the second level yet. Enough chit-chat. It's your turn. Do you have any sense of public decency? There are people waiting behind you. Take your lovey-dovey conversations elsewhere. Soon a day passed. Liu Kongkong had anticipated that the 2,000 sets of equipment would sell out in just an hour or two. Perhaps due to his earlier remarks, some players, upon receiving their gear, would pause to express their sentiments, causing him to spend quite some time. Amidst farewells, Liu Kongkong closed the shop's door, dispatched his steward to attend a meeting, and donned his gear, face mask, gauntlets, and more. He left the subsequent matters to the steward, planning to follow the other players out once the portal opened tomorrow. However, before departing, he had 2 tasks to complete. First, he needed to allocate points. He had accumulated 472 attribute points throughout the day. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to invest them all. Name, Liu Damo, under 100-fold attribute suppression, profession, apprentice blacksmith, level 20, maximum reached, health, 1,000. 01 1000. 01 spirit, 1,000. 01 1000. 01 strength, 500. 00 constitution, 100. 01 agility, 47. 00 intelligence, 10. 00 spirit, 100. 01 available points. 0 secondly. Before leaving the novice village, he planned to visit the void space. Chapter 60. The blacksmith enters the instance. Liu Kongkong had always harbored a profound curiosity about the void space. Although it was his creation, he had never set foot in the chamber of the Void Lord. This scenario resembled one where a person invests time to build a home, only to discover that, upon its completion, a hidden secret chamber has been concealed within, a chamber that the owner has never explored, and within which lies a trove of precious treasures. The allure of these treasures was one reason for his intrigue. Another stemmed from his fascination with this deity-like figure. On the first day, he logged off feeling dizzy, his health reduced to a mere 1 point. This sensation might be achievable through certain means, yet the subsequent changes to his physical form in reality evidently transcended ordinary understanding. Thus, the divine being the villagers spoke of might indeed be a god. If that were the case, then hunting heaven would essentially be his game. From Ding Dazhuang's earlier remarks, it could be inferred that before players arrived in this world, he had already begun digitizing certain information, such as spiritual energy, health points, and various equipment details. Nevertheless, several questions lingered. 1. Why had the deity set the construction timeline of the void space to an impossible duration? 2. If he had not appeared, the villagers would inevitably have to sacrifice 1 among 30 for the instance. Why, then, were they still willing to follow him? 3. Why was the Void Lord, such an unconventional boss, arranged in this manner? To be frank, with this boss present, even if players leveled up, they might succumb more swiftly in confrontation. One thing was certain. He had already drawn the attention of this deity, as evidenced by the prior email. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could enter the instance. Liu Kongkong pondered these thoughts as he glanced out the window, where the lights were now aglow. He retrieved the item titled Anonymous Ball, selected to use it, and in the next moment, a naming box materialized before him. He typed in Liu Daqiang and cautiously observed the interface. Naming was a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, the process proceeded smoothly. With a chime, his ID transformed into Liu Daqiang, and the Anonymous Ball became grayed out, available for reuse only after 30 days. It was time to embark on his journey. Although the departure outfit had no class restrictions, the weapon was another matter. Reluctantly, Liu Kongkong retrieved a long-neglected weapon from his storage, the deadly club. Gripping the club, he made his way to the entrance of the void space. Along the way, he caught the occasional glance from others, though their interest lay solely in his gear. With a value of 2,500, many had hesitated to purchase such equipment. In their eyes, Liu Kongkong was regarded as a wealthy player. The entrance to the instance buzzed with activity as teams formed to tackle the bosses. Experienced players led the charge. swiftly defeating the first boss for a fee of 1 gold per participant. Come, Warlock Boss. They promised rapid runs of the first boss. A full set of the Angry Lion gear available for 10 gold. Join our top-tier team, you said it team, for a trustworthy carry. Additionally, vendors hawked their wares. Angry Lion chestplate, green quality, 5 gold each. And Yang and Ean's Scorpion Tail Lion Study Guide for sale. Complete it, and you'll be a pro. There were also scammers among the crowd. Honest young sir, I swear, you scoundrel, you'll perish. It was astonishing to witness the vibrancy of the night in the novice village of 0113, and Liu Kongkong watched with keen interest. Brother, fresh off the press. The Furious Lion's chestplate is available. While your attire is visually appealing, in dungeon runs, attributes are paramount. The price is set at a flat rate of 5 gold. I shall merely take a look inside. Liu Kongkong waved his hand in refusal and promptly plunged into the dungeon entrance. The other person was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be so intriguing about a dungeon? Upon glancing at the newly revealed character information, he noted the name Liu Damo. While all other details were concealed, even the level remained hidden. Just a worthless mutt, wasting my time. After speaking, he turned to find Liu Kongkong still standing at the entrance, causing him to immediately fall silent. At that moment, Liu Kongkong was equally perplexed. The instant he stepped through the teleportation portal, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Warning, your current identity cannot enter the dungeon. Yet in the next heartbeat, that message shattered. It was replaced by another warning. Warning, entering the dungeon with your current identity will prevent you from acquiring equipment, experience, and... The last 2 words flickered insistently, as if 2 forces were in contention. Throughout the flickering, Liu Kongkong discerned that they seemed to be the words items. Finally, after a minute, the 2 words transformed into gibberish, and the word confirm appeared below. Indeed, there was something amiss. Clicking confirm, he ventured into the dungeon, and the scenery before him instantaneously shifted. It was his first time entering a dungeon of his own creation. The sensation was rather peculiar. Liu Kongkong strode forward, skillfully leaping over the traps on the ground, reaching the end without even pressing the trap switch. In the next moment, the corridor collapsed dramatically. He descended the staircase, the crisp sound of his footsteps resonating in the vast space, while he continued to critique the design. Considering the difficulty, the platform was disproportionately large. A smaller one without railings would have been better. The traps along the 6 corridors were excessively conspicuous. If only they could change positions randomly, it would enhance the challenge. Arriving at the hexagonal platform, a solitary figure stood at its center, creating an aura of emptiness. Liu Kongkong casually chose one of the corridors, effortlessly avoiding the traps, ultimately pushing open the door to one of the boss rooms. There, he beheld a scorpion-tailed lion sprawled on the ground. Once dreamed of wielding a sword to traverse the heavens, it seemed to notice the door opening and, momentarily startled, turned its head to see Liu Kongkong, blinking in confusion. Were you just singing? Liu Kongkong asked, equally taken aback. The scorpion-tailed lion remained dazed. Wait a moment, this isn't right. Why on earth can you speak? I was about to ask the same. Why is there no notification when someone enters? Wait. The scorpion-tailed lion sniffed the air and suddenly erupted in fury. You are that blacksmith from before. How could you discern that? Liu Kongkong removed his helmet. You first explain why you can talk. I've never heard of this from any. Acquaintances? I have no obligation to explain. You must first tell me where you took my wife. Your wife? Liu Kongkong was taken aback, suddenly recalling that these creatures often came in pairs, though he was unaware of the whereabouts of the other at that moment. However, before he could utter his uncertainty, the scorpion-tailed lion lunged. Raising its claw, it swiped down towards him. Liu Kongkong was momentarily stunned, stepping back out of the door. Instantly, the scorpion-tailed lion was repelled by a mysterious force, returning to its original position, disengaged from combat. After several iterations of this cycle, he finally concluded, "Shall we continue? No more playing." The scorpion-tailed lion was panting heavily, having exerted itself with every attack just moments ago, and was now struggling to catch its breath. Are you tired as well? Liu Kongkong exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. I'm not one of those clones. I will tire. Clones? Liu Kongkong responded with a long drawn-out sound of surprise. So the scorpion-tailed lions in the wild are clones? Then why can you speak? I have already stated that I am the original. You entered without notifying me, and I didn't have the chance to switch out. Understanding dawned upon Liu Kongkong, but the ability to converse opened up new possibilities. Thus, the two engaged in a silent standoff, staring at each other. Eventually, the scorpion-tailed lion broke the silence. If you have questions, ask quickly and leave. I do not wish to see you linger. Then I shall inquire. Do you know the celestial god? Liu Kongkong asked curiously. The celestial god? That would be Li Tiansheng. Have none of you foolish beings been informed after all these years of misunderstandings? Chapter 61. The divine and mortal Li Tiansheng, the scorpion-tailed lion's response left Liu Kongkong momentarily at a loss for words. Yet upon hearing the name, the scorpion-tailed lion seemed to have found its voice. You lot do not even know his name, yet you follow him blindly? Yet, it is true that Li Tiansheng is capable of anything. He can easily concoct tales that ensnare you completely. So you're not a creation of his? Does he possess such abilities? I am merely trapped within this creature's realm, my power suppressed. Outside, in the starry wilderness, I could extinguish thousands like you with a mere swipe. How did you end up here then? Liu Kongkong, sensing the disdain in the lion's tone, directly inquired. Driven by my noble aspirations, I sought to become the first ever Inyang scorpion-tailed lion, only to fall into Li Tiansheng's trap. The lion's words initially struck Liu Kongkong as a stutter, but upon comprehension, he chuckled softly. This creature had simply been duped into this predicament, lacking any remarkable achievements. Li Tiansheng, cunning by nature, transformed into a scorpion-tailed lion to win my trust. Ultimately, he deceitfully claimed that his grandfather was ill and required my company for a visit, only to lead me to this place through a teleportation array. And what of your wife? Surely she does not aspire to become a Inyang scorpion-tailed lion as well? Not at all. My wife was incited by him, who falsely claimed I sought companionship outside our marriage. Consequently, she pursued me with the intent to exact vengeance. He ensnared us both in this realm. Isn't that a fact, then? Liu Kongkong remarked with a furrowed brow. Perhaps it was due to extended confinement. But the scorpion-tailed lion rambled on about its plight, prompting Liu Kongkong to listen patiently and glean the essential details. In summary, every boss and wild creature in the novice village possesses a true form, hidden within some corner of the realm. Should their true forms be vanquished, they would indeed meet their demise. The outdoor bosses and those in dungeons are mere replicas, their powers suppressed. Most were deceived into this realm by Li Tiansheng's cunning, with the vast majority numbering in the tens of thousands. That fellow is the most despicable creature I have ever encountered. Take that wild hare outside. It was simply basking in the sun, but due to Li Tiansheng's negligence in bringing toilet paper, he captured it for his use. Afterward, he remarked on its pleasant texture before ultimately discarding it here. A wild hare? Liu Kongkong suddenly recalled the talking hare encountered previously, realizing that it was indeed the original, with a most tragic origin. As for why there were no humanoid creatures in the novice village, the scorpion-tailed lion elaborated. Li Tiansheng prides himself on being a deity among mortals, specifically preying upon our demonic kin. And what do you mean by not capturing humans? You lot are precisely those he has ensnared. Only the tasks differ. The lion naturally referred to the indigenous beings. They capturing humans. That hardly sounds like a noble endeavor. Yet, if the villagers are all captives, why do they continue to follow Li Tiansheng, serving him? Are they coerced? Numerous questions lingered. Yet the scorpion-tailed lion possessed no knowledge of such matters. Finally, Liu Kongkong inquired, "What do you know of the Lord of Nihility?" At this, the previously reclining scorpion-tailed lion sprang to its feet, standing at attention. What of the Lord of Nihility? That is the Supreme God King. Isn't the Supreme One also captured? Liu Kongkong was momentarily speechless. Captured? Are you referring to the God King in this realm? Li Tiansheng exerted every effort, exhausting his abilities, to merely obtain a single strand of hair from the esteemed God King, thus creating a mere replica. A single strand of hair? The disparity in power is immense. Indeed, it is vastly disproportionate. The God King's strength surpasses that of this replica by countless magnitudes. All right, Enough with the hyperbole. Liu Kongkong observed the scorpion-tailed lion, who appeared on the verge of losing consciousness, and quickly interjected. So now I wish to visit the void domain. God King, must I also slay you? Slay me? Just you alone? The yin-yang scorpion-tailed lion paused, then burst into laughter, as though it had heard the most amusing joke in existence. After a few moments, pain flickered across its face. I laughed too hard. Hold on a moment. Liu Kongkong, given your remarks, I shall take a moment to extract the replica. In light of your companionship in this conversation, do not blame me for not warning you. You natives are not like those players outside. Death for you means true demise. The scorpion-tailed lion spoke with a sardonic tone. Players? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. This creature even knew that term, and it seemed to have been singing upon my entrance. Ah, you mean the friends you speak of. I was unaware until recently. Listening to their conversations, I learned they refer to themselves as players, and that song was one I learned from them. Observing the confusion on Liu Kongkong's face, a glimmer of pride flashed in the scorpion-tailed lion's eyes, as if to say it possessed knowledge surpassing that of these natives. The boss eavesdrops on players' conversations. However, it is true that it has little else to occupy itself. Watching the scorpion-tailed lion gradually fade, Liu Kongkong felt exasperated. Is your switching speed rather slow? Of course, this is Li Tianxing's domain. It is a feat. I can switch it all. Give me 20 seconds. It will be ready soon. Very well. Liu Kongkong leaned against the door in quiet anticipation, suddenly recalling something. Wait, how did you know I was a blacksmith when I entered dressed like this? I discerned it. Do not interrupt me. Switching requires focus. Could you see my character information while I was building the instance? Liu Kongkong persisted with his inquiries, disregarding the scorpion-tailed lion's insistence. I cannot see it. Then how did you? Liu Kongkong was baffled. Humans have poor memories, apart from your solitary visit a few days ago. You have indeed been here before, not just once. They consistently refer to you as Liu the Blacksmith. Although at that time it was not like this. It was pitch black, so perhaps you did not see me. The NPCs in the village had previously visited here, but this realm is supposed to be accessible only to players of level 18 and above. Liu Kongkong looked up to find the scorpion-tailed lion's gaze vacant, evidently having switched to the replica. Nonetheless, Liu Kongkong was certain the original scorpion-tailed lion remained present, eager to witness his folly. So you are unaware of what transpired prior? Liu Kongkong inquired as he cautiously advanced forward. How could I know? You are seeking the God King, not me. Enough with the idle chatter. Be cautious. Take 2 steps forward, and it will surely attack you. The scorpion-tailed lion spoke with an air of excitement. It had seen many players resurrected, but it had not encountered a slain native in quite some time. Don't know? Then there is nothing more to inquire about. Liu Kongkong glanced at the towering, scorpion-tailed lion, which stood at a height of 4 to 5 meters. The 6 creatures shared a single life force, and their health had already reached 800,000. The restrictions of this space seemed akin to those of a novice village, yet with an hour at hand, it should suffice. An hour? If you don't flee, it will finish you off in mere seconds. The scorpion-tailed lion's words trailed off as it noticed Liu Kongkong slowly removing the curse god ring for his left middle finger. In the next instant, the previously tranquil boss room was swept by a fierce wind, powerful enough to push back the massive scorpion-tailed lion clone by 2 steps. Wait, you! The scorpion-tailed lion, hidden in the shadows, widened its eyes in astonishment. Name, Liu Damo, disguised ID. Liu Damo, profession, apprentice blacksmith, level 20, maxed out. Health, 100, 100. 001 spirit. 100, 100, 1 strength. 50, constitution. 10, 1 agility. 4, 700 intelligence. 1, spirit. 10, 1 available points. 0 with a robust strength of 50,000. It would be wise to invest more in a spirit. Liu Kongkong raised his hand to review his attributes, noticing the space around his arm beginning to crack. He disregarded the frantic warnings flashing before him, consuming 200 points of spirit. He lifted his gaze just in time to see the scorpion-tailed lion clone's forepaw barreling towards him. Liu Kongkong flashed a grin. Die for me. In the next moment, his fist, enveloped by the raging wind, collided with the lion's claw. Minus 999, 999. The terrifying number emerged. The scorpion-tailed lion clone did not even react to the blow. Its entire form disintegrated into ashes. Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds erupted from 5 distant rooms, as all 6 scorpion-tailed lions perished in unison. Above Liu Kongkong's head, after a prolonged pause, a reluctant number finally appeared. -0. What the hell? Did I not breach its defenses? Witnessing the scene, he felt the very fabric of the space tremble. The scorpion-tailed lion's true form desperately covered its mouth with its forepaws, resembling a 3-year-old hiding in a closet. Having witnessed a murder, terrified that the sound of its breath might draw attention, fear surged within, and recalling its prior conversation with this man. Tears welled up in its eyes. When I said an hour would suffice, I meant for clearing the challenge, Liu Kongkong remarked, vanishing from sight before the scorpion-tailed lion could respond. Left alone in the dim corner, the scorpion-tailed lion trembled. Mommy, I'm so scared. I want to go home. Wait, I've switched back. If my wife did not hear the prompt earlier, does that mean, wife, are you still there? You must not woo hi. Something's gone awry, haha. Chapter 62. The Blacksmith soloing a 30-man instance with an impressive agility score of 4,700. Liu Kongkong swiftly returned to the center of the dungeon. A glance confirmed the absence of any equipment chests, yet he remained unfazed. He already possessed the fierce lion's set, rendering the additional attributes inconsequential. He patiently awaited the commencement of the second stage, whilst keenly observing the alterations within his surroundings. When he unleashed a single blow that dealt a staggering 999 points of damage, a system notification appeared, indicating that he had reached the upper limit for a single attack. However, he paid it no mind. Although the exact health of the Void Lord was unknown to him, he discerned that the remaining boss's health had not exceeded 1 million, making a swift kill entirely feasible. As he surveyed the 6 rooms around him slowly rising, he braced himself for the onslaught of the Bloodlight Moths, a formidable challenge that had halted many players in their tracks. For Liu Kongkong, however, these creatures posed little threat. With over 10,000 points in Constitution, his additional defensive capabilities were already formidable in the novice village. Coupled with his equipped armor, which provided a degree of protection, even the scorpion-tailed lion could not breach his defenses, let alone these moths. In the following moment, as the 6 rooms connected, a swarm of 270 Bloodlight Moths surged forth. Yet, Liu Kongkong had no intention of lingering. He directed a punch at a cluster of moth from afar. The sheer force of his strike unleashed a gale, and an array of damage numbers erupted from the moths, resulting in the instant demise of 45 of them. Currently, his primary shortcoming lay in his skills. Had he possessed an area of effectability, he could have dispatched these creatures in one fell swoop. Liu Kongkong had long been preoccupied with acquiring skills, but the novice village instructor's abilities were subject to class requirements, rendering them unattainable for him. However, he pondered the possibility of innovation. With that thought, Liu Kongkong teleported to the edge of the battlefield, observing the densely packed moths hurtling towards him. He aimed and delivered a resounding slap towards a swarm. A tempest arose, and terrifying damage figures erupted from the remaining moths. Yet, Liu Kongkong's brow furrowed. Despite this strike not utilizing any spiritual energy, his 50,000 points of strength had only yielded nearly 10,000 points of damage, albeit sufficient to eliminate the moths. It seemed that the method of attack significantly influenced damage output. He glanced at the countdown warning. 58 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. This indicated that from the moment he began battling the scorpion-tailed lion until now, only 1 minute and 30 seconds had elapsed, most of which was spent awaiting the transformation of the arena. For an average player, 1 minute and 30 seconds would have seen many teams barely reaching the scorpion-tailed lion. He continued to wait for the next challenge, the venomous worm. Unfortunately, upon its appearance, this boss turned out to be a mere clone, which left Liu Kongkong disappointed. He had intended to inquire further. Did that previous scorpion-tailed lion merely happen to be resting in that spot? After defeating the first boss, though he had already returned to the center, He faintly heard the scorpion-tailed lion exclaiming wife while chuckling, perhaps believing that its spouse might have perished under his previous strike. Liu Kongkong silently hoped for the survival of his wife. With a resolute fist, he struck the venomous worm. The result was once again minus 999, 999. All right, completed in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Upon realizing that the cap for damage output was set at 999, 999, there was no further need to invest additional spiritual energy. A mere 200 points would suffice for each engagement. It was now time for the main event. Turning to survey his surroundings, Liu Kongkong noticed a stone door slowly creaking open in the distance. Almost instantly, he appeared before the threshold of the door. Upon entering, he took a moment to survey the area. This was clearly a meticulously prepared boss room, far more intricate than any he had constructed himself. As he caressed the ornate carvings on the wall, his gaze fell upon the dark figure of the Void Lord at the center of the chamber. There was no immediate reaction. It seemed this, too, was a mere replica. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of disappointment, as the original scorpion-tailed lion had provided him with ample surprises, and he had hoped for a similar stroke of fortune this time. Nevertheless, he resolved to eliminate this foe and see if it might yield a guild establishment permit. Having observed the boss room and laid eyes on the Void Lord, the next step was to acquire the coveted permit, assuming it was indeed a drop. He advanced a few steps, and the Void Lord gradually turned to face him. The motion was stiff. It was evidently a copy. With this realization, he suddenly surged forward. Liu Kongkong appeared before the Void Lord in an instant, unhesitatingly channeling another 200 points of spiritual energy. With a 50x damage multiplier, his attack output soared. Although the Void Lord moved slightly faster than the previous two bosses, it was still woefully inadequate against Liu Kongkong's nearly overwhelming speed. Minus 999, 999. A powerful blow landed, and the familiar damage figure reappeared. However, Liu Kongkong quickly discerned something was amiss. The sensation in his hands felt oddly different. The previous bosses had disintegrated almost instantaneously under such force. Yet the palpable resistance from this foe indicated that it was still intact. Looking up, he was stunned to see that it had only lost 30 of its health. Liu Kongkong was taken aback, hastily retreating to the entrance of the boss room. Now that he was engaged in battle, he could see the Void Lord's health was an astonishing one. 2 million points. Even with such formidable health, a mere 30 reduction was inexplicable. It dawned on him that the boss had entered a locked phase. His gaze sharpened as he quickly deduced the current status of the Void Lord. In its first phase, the Void Lord randomly selected 5 players as targets for replication, with the attributes of the copies being tenfold that of the chosen players. This realization sparked a flicker of anticipation within Liu Kongkong. Currently, he was the sole player present, meaning the Void Lord could only replicate him. But could it truly manifest attributes 10 times greater? 1 million health points and 500,000 strength? If such a thing were possible, he was eager to witness the outcome. As for his own safety, he stood at the entrance of the boss room, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Yet, after a prolonged period of waiting, the Void Lord remained eerily still. Had it encountered a bug? Was it supposed to replicate 5 players but had only produced 1? Given the circumstances, Liu Kongkong was hesitant to advance. Should a superhuman emerge from the shadows, he would stand no chance of escape against its tenfold speed. Thus, the standoff continued, 1 player against 1 boss. Ultimately, he decided to exit the battle, aiming to enhance his damage output before making another attempt. The risk was simply unwarranted. Just as Liu Kongkong prepared to withdraw, 2 beams of crimson light suddenly erupted from the dark mask of the Void Lord. Then a deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber. "You are indeed quite different. Have you spoken?" Liu Kongkong glanced back, only to discover that the health of the Void Lord was rapidly regenerating. In mere seconds, it had returned to full vitality. "You are no exception." Liu Kongkong fixed his gaze upon the adversary, realizing that he had not withdrawn from the battle. Yet the Void Lord was capable of restoration. Could it be that the rules of the dungeon could not bind him? Upon hearing this, the Void Lord appeared somewhat taken aback, and when he spoke again, there was a hint of amusement in his tone. "You inquired about that little cat earlier, did you not?" "Little cat? The scorpion-tailed lion?" "Indeed, there are many questions." though it possesses limited knowledge. What is it that you wish to know? The Void Lord seemed to regard Liu Kongkong with disdain, grasping a colossal staff as he turned and leisurely made his way toward an enormous chair in the distance, which appeared to tower over the table from Liu Kongkong's perspective. Are you willing to speak? You may certainly try. Upon finishing his words, the Void Lord casually conjured a guild establishment license, suggesting that perhaps a transaction could be arranged. For reasons unknown, Liu Kongkong felt as though he were negotiating with a tiger. And how did the other party discern his desires? Had his identity already been perceived? Let us set aside the matter of trade. Yet there are indeed questions to address. Speak. The Void Lord was remarkably forthright. Why did Li Tianxing confine you here? Why? The Void Lord chuckled. Because he cannot defeat me. Thus, he requires your strength. You should comprehend the implication of my words. Chapter 63. I am loneliness like a song indeed. He had discerned that I was not a native inhabitant. Consequently, Liu Kongkong ceased his pretense. So, the villagers sought you, for what purpose? After hearing from a scorpion-winged lion that the village chief and his cohort had visited this place, and not just once, Liu Kongkong's mind began to formulate a conjecture. They desire the thieving eye's secret ring. Oh wait, no. After Li Tianxing used it to steal a portion of my abilities, it has been downgraded and is now known as the thieving ring. The thieving ring? This artifact was actually acquired from the Lord of the Void, and it seems it once belonged to Li Tianxing. To pilfer the powers of the Lord of the Void, whose two abilities are related to duplication. Could it be that Li Tianxing utilized the thieving eye's secret ring to appropriate the duplication skill, thus creating such a multitude of aberrant creatures and boss replicas? Since this item was previously in the hands of the village chief, it is evident that the Lord of the Void had entrusted the ring to them. So you indeed handed the ring to them? Liu Kongkong feigned ignorance, already aware of the answer. Of course, that item was of no use to me. Why would I withhold it from them if they required it? Was there no transaction between you? I understand the question you wish to pose. I can provide you with an answer. However, after I respond, you must also answer a few questions of mine. The Lord of the Void's eyes glinted with a crimson light, and before Liu Kongkong could react, the stone door behind him slammed shut. The resounding crash left Liu Kongkong's mind momentarily incapacitated. I've been locked in. He could never have imagined that the opponent wielded such authority within the dungeon, capable of sealing the boss chamber. Very well, speak. Given the circumstances, Liu Kongkong had little choice. Upon hearing his acquiescence, the Lord of the Void wasted no time, and soon, through a series of questions and answers, many of Liu Kongkong's inquiries were elucidated. Before the players arrived, the village chief and his companions had indeed visited this place, their purpose being the acquisition of the thieving ring. The Lord of the Void had proposed a condition, hoping they would exchange it for the shuttling stone. However, the shuttling stone was a crucial item leading to the Starry Wilderness. Thus, the initial transaction had not succeeded. The Lord of the Void's reasoning for wanting the shuttling stone was quite simple, although it was uncertain whether the players could discover a method to confront the God King. The most straightforward solution was to prevent the players from leaving the novice village. Days later, unbeknownst to the others, the village chief approached the Lord of the Void alone, expressing his continued desire for the thieving ring and hoping for a revised condition. This time, the Lord of the Void requested that the village chief, within his authority, adjust the construction time of the dungeon. Hearing this, Liu Kongkong was somewhat astonished. Based on the experience points the village chief could allocate, it was evident that he possessed significant authority in the novice village. Yet Liu Kongkong had not anticipated it to be to such a degree. After Li Tianxing's defeat, his own power had drastically diminished, causing him to relinquish some control over these realms. To expedite his recovery, he delegated certain powers to the managers of each space, namely the village chief, as they were his most loyal followers, and he trusted them. The transaction between the two was concluded that day, and the village chief took possession of the thieving ring. However, he did not anticipate that the Lord of Nothingness was cunningly concealed within the ring. It is essential to note that the Lord of Nothingness differs from other scorpion-tailed lions. According to Li Tianxing's rules, he cannot leave the void space. Yet, with the aid of the village chief, who serves as the overseer, he successfully extricated himself from the void. Upon realizing this, he was thrown into a state of panic. But I assured him that the matter was known only to heaven and earth. As long as he kept it to himself, no third party would ever find out. Then what am I? Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong's lips twitched slightly. After the Lord of Nothingness emerged, he discovered that there was not merely one novice village. His duplicates were stored by Li Tiansheng in millions of spaces. Although he cannot leave the novice village, the interconnected nature of all novice villages does not constrain him. Consequently, thereafter, none of the novice village overseers were spared. Under threats and temptations, they all adjusted the construction timeline of the void space. You two are truly a perfect match. One deceives monsters while the other threatens humans. Liu Kongkong couldn't help but comment, simultaneously pondering whether the village chief was sacrificing a multitude for his own selfish desires. What, then, was the purpose of acquiring this ring, and why was it to be handed over to Qi Aquan? However, Liu Kongkong speculated that perhaps Li Tiansheng had already sensed something amiss. Otherwise, why would he assign Wang Xiuqin that hidden task? As for why he himself remained absent, Liu Kongkong could not ascertain. Lastly, how did you know I am not from the village? Liu Kongkong queried. I am well aware of the villagers, and none possess such formidable strength. Perhaps you are unaware, but although the natives of Xingye continent can grow stronger, their pace is far slower compared to you outsiders. Moreover, once the void space is activated, the natives cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong raised an eyebrow. Realizing that the warnings previously encountered at the dungeon's entrance had nothing to do with the Lord of Nothingness. All right, I have finished my inquiries. Now it is your turn. As a good young man, Liu Kongkong kept his promise. The Lord of Nothingness was thoroughly pleased with Liu Kongkong's demeanor. First, how did you achieve such growth in such a short span? He cautioned, I can hear your heartbeat. If you lie, I will see through it at a glance. The Lord of Nothingness had encountered other players, but in comparison to the strength exhibited by Liu Kongkong, he could almost describe it as an entirely different species. I pride myself on honesty, Liu Kongkong reassured him, continuing, because I possess a hidden profession. What hidden profession? As you may have observed earlier, a pugilist. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Nothingness fell silent for a few seconds, perceiving that the other's heartbeat remained steady and unperturbed, prompting him to follow up with another question. I sense that your current name is not your true name. What is your real name? Oh, you can discern that there is an issue with my ID? Liu Kongkong's mind raced as he thought, and after a brief moment, he declared, I shall not change my name nor my surname. I am called Lonely as a Song. Having said this, he produced an anonymous ball, indicating that this was what he used. 3 questions and 3 answers. Only truth is permitted. The hidden profession was a stretch, and the rest was fabricated on the spot. As for the reasons behind his fabrication, Liu Kongkong harbored his own reservations. Firstly, this entity before me, as the scorpion-tailed lion aptly describes, is merely a tuft of fur. If something so insignificant possesses such strength, one cannot help but wonder how formidable the actual master must be. It would be prudent to disclose my true name. Should negotiations falter, complications are inevitable. Secondly, this tuft asserts that I must answer questions, yet prior mention was made of a transaction. Its nature is not difficult to infer, primarily involving a confrontation with Li Tiansheng. However, in the realm of this game, Li Tiansheng functions as the administrator, and it is patently unwise for a player to incur the wrath of the overseer. Yet, the Lord of the Void has evidently discerned the underlying issue. You are lying. Believe it or not. Are you not afraid that I might end your life? The Lord of the Void slowly rose, staff in hand. You claim I am merely a player. Should I truly fear your attempts on my life? While he spoke thus, Liu Kongkong harbored uncertainties regarding his potential to resurrect like a player, but the crux of the matter remained. Could this pitiful creature truly bring about his demise? Chapter 64. Who is the boss? It seems you are unwilling to engage in a transaction with me. The Lord of Nullity advanced slowly. Liu Kongkong shrugged. I never expressed a desire to trade with you. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Nullity let out a cold laugh. Perhaps you are unaware of the current predicament. Do you believe that upon your demise, you can simply depart from this place? With my mastery over this realm, even in death, you cannot escape this room. However, it suffices for now. I shall slay you thousands of times, and when you come to understand, we can converse at our leisure. Oh, please do. The door has already been shut, and lingering by it serves no purpose. Liu Kongkong decided to take a few steps forward. Arrogant and conceited, though I am merely a fragment of a divine king. Dealing with an insignificant insect like you is more than sufficient. As he spoke, the Lord of Nullity held a staff in his left hand. Gripping the end of it with his right, and with a sharp sound, he drew forth a sword measuring 2 to 3 meters in length from the staff. Is that tuft of hair a warrior? Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback, and before he could ponder further, the Lord of Nullity suddenly accelerated. How swift! Liu Kongkong was astonished. Compared to their initial confrontation, the Lord of Nullity's speed now surpassed his own. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Liu Kongkong noticed that despite the sudden surge in speed, the opponent's maximum health was reduced to merely 120,000. Exchanging health for speed? But at this moment, he had no time for further contemplation. Almost instantaneously, the Lord of Nullity appeared before him, so close that he could distinctly feel the chill emanating from the sword. Not good. Liu Kongkong immediately realized he could not evade this strike. However, just as his opponent raised his hand to swing the sword, the speed abruptly diminished. What was happening? Though he did not comprehend the reason, since the adversary's speed had slowed, it was prudent to flee. Liu Kongkong swiftly dodged out of the attack's range. In the next moment, the sword swung through empty air, crashing to the ground, and the immense shockwave nearly caused Liu Kongkong to lose his footing. Simultaneously, he was astonished by the opponent's power, judging solely by the force of that attack. The damage must have been close to 1,000,000. Looking up again, he saw the Lord of Nullity's maximum health gradually restoring to 2 million. Oh, I understand now. Initially a bit concerned, Liu Kongkong quickly grasped the Lord of Nullity's current state. Although that last strike was both swift and fierce, it was executed through continuous adjustments to his own attributes. High health diminished attack speed, swift movement lowered health, and attack. And the same principle applied to attacks. These 3 modes were interchanged in succession. Though unaware of how his opponent achieved this, Liu Kongkong felt a smile break across his face, if that was all there was to it. The Lord of Nullity, on the other hand, felt a tinge of regret. Had that last blow connected, his adversary would have surely perished. Your speed exceeds my expectations slightly, the Lord of Nullity remarked, a hint of appreciation in his tone. Yet, you are far weaker than I had imagined. Liu Kongkong offered no courtesy in return, his confidence unwavering. The Lord of Nullity was unfazed, observing as his maximum health once again plummeted to 120,000, yet remained ignorant of the implications. With that, he surged forward once more. Upon witnessing his opponent's renewed assault, Liu Kongkong quickly focused his mind, but soon discovered something amiss. The speed, though still rapid, appeared considerably diminished compared to before. Could it be that this fellow possesses a 4th mode? It became clear to Liu Kongkong that his opponent had simultaneously allocated attributes to both speed and power. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief. It was a clever strategy, but regrettably, it was not considered during the initial attack. Moreover, with a smile, Liu deftly sidestepped as the Void Lord's long sword descended perilously close to his face. The Void Lord sensed impending doom and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. This speed poses no threat to me, Liu declared, delivering a punch that consumed 200 points of spiritual energy. A familiar surge of 50-fold damage erupted before him. An alarming figure materialized, minus 999,999. Yet, akin to before, the Void Lord's health once again halted at 84,000, entering a locked phase. Haha, foolish one. Did you think that a reduction in my health could lead to my demise? This body was crafted by Li Tiansheng, imbued with his rules. Even if his strength were diminished to a mere fraction, you would not be capable of annihilating it, he proclaimed. Despite his bravado, his body instinctively retreated a short distance. Observing the Void Lord's withdrawal, Liu Kongkong did not pursue, but instead queried with a smile. Do you truly understand me now? The Void Lord was momentarily taken aback. He had previously attempted to replicate Liu Kongkong, only to discover that the latter's strength had reached the limits of this realm. If he were to replicate recklessly, his creation would likely perish. However, I must express my gratitude. Noticing the Void Lord's silence, Liu flexed his limbs. Gratitude? What do you mean? Thank you for revealing that you can still be slain, as long as I shatter the rules Li Tiansheng has imposed upon this body. Upon hearing this, the Void Lord was initially stunned, then erupted into laughter. Shatter? Although Li Tiansheng may be weak, he is still a divine being. Your attacks may be formidable among your peers, but against— Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Liu Kongkong's hands began to glow with radiant energy. What if my attack were even greater? Liu mused, eyeing the Void Lord. Can it truly be even higher? Was that previous punch of 1,000,000 damage not your utmost strength? But even if your power were to multiply tenfold, it would still be insufficient. Yet, his words trailed off as Liu Kongkong suddenly appeared before him. Had he maintained his full speed attributes, perhaps he could have evaded. But he had just converted all his attributes into health for recovery. Tenfold? Liu Kongkong grinned, and at that moment, his attribute panel displayed a staggering 50,011,000,001 of spiritual energy. After extracting 50,000 points, he finally felt a slight twinge of pain in his body. 50,000 points of spiritual energy. 5,000 fold attack. Let us see just how formidable Li Tiansheng was back then. Even before Liu Kongkong unleashed his punch, the very fabric of space began to tremble. The Void Lord sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily attempted to escape. Almost simultaneously, Liu's fist made contact with the Void Lord's body. In stark contrast to the previous overwhelming force, upon striking the Void Lord, the space seemed to freeze, descending into an eerie silence. At last, after a brief second, a trembling number appeared above the head of the Lord of Nihility. Minus 999,999. The final digit 9 seemed to quiver and struggle. Was this insufficient? Liu Kongkong felt a pang of frustration. Meanwhile, the true form of the Lord of Nihility, hidden in the shadows, gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, acutely aware that his replica was collapsing from within. Finally, after 2 seconds, the replica shattered. The damage value surged wildly once more. 1 million. 10 million, 100 million. At last, the numbers ceased their frantic dance. 200 million. The Lord of Nihility, concealed in the darkness, was rendered speechless. He had anticipated Liu Kongkong's formidable attack, yet he had never fathomed it could reach such an absurd magnitude. Turning his gaze towards the orchestrator of this chaos, he beheld Liu Kongkong joyfully observing the slowly opening stone door. The boss had been vanquished, and naturally the boss room had opened. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten this? Just as Liu Kongkong prepared to depart, he turned back to retrieve the guild establishment permit from the ground, a valuable item indeed. Then he glanced at the warning timer. Half an hour had elapsed since he removed the ring. However, he dared not wear it again, especially since the true form of the Lord of Nihility had fled at the last moment. Wait, the Lord of Nihility, lurking in the shadows, urgently called out to Liu Kongkong as he prepared to leave. What is it? Do you wish to engage in battle once more? If we fight again, will I receive another drop? Liu Kongkong waved the permit in his hand towards the room. Here, I am not your adversary. The Lord of Nihility promptly declined. Then why do you call out to me? You may choose not to trade with me, yet I must still caution you. Do not place your trust in Li Tiansheng. Understood. Thank you. Liu Kongkong smirked, acknowledging the warning before turning to leave. Can you truly not tell me your name? The Lord of Nihility appeared eager to know. Liu Kongkong sighed. I've already stated, my name is Lonely as a Song. Meanwhile, in a certain hidden realm, Lonely as a Song suddenly sneezed. Am I catching a cold? Why do I keep sneezing at this moment? Chapter 65. The devaluation of game currency. During this period, the character Lonely as a Song enjoyed a leisurely existence, serving as a humanoid warehouse for Big Silly Duck and Night Slightly Cool, yielding considerable income. However, as time passed, many players began to perceive him merely as an NPC stationed at the dungeon entrance. Nevertheless, this chapter of his life reached its conclusion today. Both Big Silly Duck and Night Slightly Cool had successfully acquired the guild establishment permit, allowing him to log off and rest. Just as he was about to do so, an old man approached him unexpectedly. Little one, I've been watching you for several days. While others put in effort, why are you merely delivering items? Since Knight, Slightly Cool, and Big Silly Duck had prepaid him, outsiders viewed him as someone giving away equipment and potions for free at the dungeon's entrance. Yet, there was no need to elaborate on this matter to a stranger. Isn't a friend inside tackling the dungeon? I'm merely assisting them. Logistical support is vital. Lonely as a Song replied with a smile. Oh, upon hearing this, the old man scrutinized Lonely as a Song closely. It is rare to find someone so willingly engaged in such tasks. Young man, do you not wish to grow stronger? Of course. Lonely as a Song desired to strengthen his skills, but he had thoroughly explored the novice village. Aside from Liu the Blacksmith, he had not discovered any hidden quests. His skills were average, and unlike Knight, Slightly Cool, and the others, he lacked wealth. Over time, he came to terms with it, realizing that it was better to earn more money and enjoy life in the real world. However, when questioned, Lonely as a Song feigned a thoughtful response. Certainly, but I believe that growth must be approached gradually and steadily. Moreover, some tasks require completion by others. Being a vibrant flower may not be my fate, but being a green leaf is quite acceptable. This was not truly reflective of Lonely as a Song's inner thoughts, yet based on his experiences over the past few days, he recognized that the old man's words were markedly different from those of others. Upon hearing his response, the old man smiled with satisfaction. Well said. Such a mindset is indeed rare. Young man, would you be interested in learning some rudimentary skills from me? Finally, the moment had arrived. Lonely as a Song's heart surged with joy as a system notification appeared before him. The Fist Master Chun Sampio wishes to take you as his disciple. Note, your current profession is warrior. Accepting this will change your profession to martial artist. Lonely as a Song trembled with excitement. He had anticipated merely a hidden quest. Yet it turned out to be a hidden profession. Wasn't he this akin to Sunny Day? Although he had not witnessed it himself, he had heard that Knight, Slightly Cool, had invested over 900,000 in Sunny Day, illustrating the allure of hidden professions. It was worth noting that while he stood at the dungeon entrance as a minor warehouse manager, Knight, Slightly Cool, and Big Silly Duck had each compensated him with merely 10,000, which was significant yet modest. I accept without hesitation. In the next moment, the scenery around him shifted, transporting him to a secret realm. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong, having obtained the guild establishment permit, donned a ring the instant he exited the dungeon. With a single step, he returned once more to the novice village. Thus, the matters at hand reached a pause. Liu Kongkong stretched, having initially believed that he was merely engaging in a simple dungeon run, only to be informed of some peculiar occurrences. Although he maintained a calm exterior regarding the Void Lord's words before departing, he mentally noted them. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a singular truth. His current prowess was woefully inadequate. Before his departure, the Void Lord had remarked that within the confines of the instance, he was no match for him. This implied that beyond the instance, or in the starry wilderness, he might not be as fortunate. This notion had previously been echoed by the scorpion-tailed lion. It appeared that he was still rather feeble, and the outside world could be perilously treacherous. Therefore, it was imperative that he continue to enhance his abilities. Glancing at the time, he realized it was about time to log off and take a respite. He exited the game, emerging from the game pod to find his room unchanged. It seemed that removing the ring in the game did not affect reality, which was a relief. He retrieved 5 packets of instant noodles from the cupboard, feeling ravenous after rising, as if he could devour an entire cow. While boiling the noodles, he checked his balance. His most substantial income of the day stemmed from the sale of 2,000 sets of farewell gear. Even at a modest price of 50 silver per item, the total amounted to 5,000 gold. According to Liu Kongkong's original calculations, selling this 5,000 gold would yield at least 4 million in revenue. However, the reality was disheartening. When he prepared to sell at the trading post, he discovered that the exchange rate had plummeted to 1 silver coin for 5 gold. It is not uncommon for a game to experience inflated currency values in the initial days post-launch. But the current rate of devaluation was clearly beyond what could be explained by an increase in player numbers. Was it possible that currency could be easily amassed outside the novice village? As of today, dozens, if not hundreds, of novice villages had opened portals to the starry wilderness, each with nearly 10,000 newcomers. Thus, nearly 1 million players had ventured outside. If there were exponential rewards to be gained beyond, that would indeed make sense. After finishing the noodles, Liu Kongkong opened the official forum of Hunting Heaven, seeking information regarding the starry wilderness. However, the results were largely unhelpful. Many merely expressed awe at the vastness of the game world and the bustling nature of its cities, with few replies to be found. At that moment, the forum's most heated topic remained the small horn, though it was now not just a singular voice. The foremost contributor was still the small horn, Chongfeng, and Liu Kongkong glanced at his previous post, whose hand will claim the first clear of Novice Village number 0113. The Knight's Cool team boasts the strongest external aid. A hidden class may determine who emerges as the ultimate victor. Unexpected gain. Am I truly the favored one of the Great Foolish Duck? This has left the editors somewhat conflicted. The final entry was posted earlier that afternoon. I hereby extend a formal apology to the Great Foolish Duck and the Knight's Cool team. It was evident that both sides had busied themselves with the aftermath of the instance, addressing him in no small measure. Closing Chongfeng's page, another small horn post caught his eye. The president of the Divine Twilight Guild, Left-Handed Blade, declared that he will officially represent all guild members in declaring war on the Dawn's judgment. Oh, a spectacle to behold? Liu Kongkong slurped his noodles and clicked on the post, nearly choking upon seeing the poster's ID. The small horn number 0094, Mitter Chongfeng, was still gathering disciples. The content of the post conveyed Left-Handed Blade's profound dissatisfaction with the Great Foolish Duck's bid for dominance over the First Guild. As he sought information on the location of Dawn's judgment, while also detailing the current scale of Divine Twilight. The realm of Divine Twilight has currently amassed over 500 players, with an average guild member level of 21. Among them, there are several concealed professions, which the guild leader has instructed me not to disclose. Should you seek any information regarding the Dawn's Judgment Guild, please reach out to the guild leader, Left Hand Knife, who will provide you with a monetary reward. Note, please understand that I'm not the one to contact. I have no funds. It appears that Divine Twilight is resolutely determined to engage in battle with the Clumsy Duck, yet the number of members in this guild is quite substantial. Liu Kongkong reflected that the total number of individuals under the Clumsy Duck's command was likely no more than 1,000. He closed the post and continued to scroll down. Just how many disciples has this fellow accepted? Upon noticing another ID, 1011, Little Horn, Master Chongfeng, Liu Kongkong was taken aback. All members of the Star Expedition team have gathered 2 kilometers outside of Heezy Town and will attempt to launch an attack on Heezy Town tonight. The Star Expedition team? The guild notorious for slaying NPCs? They are ready to wage war against an NPC village right upon their emergence. Upon opening the post, I had the fortunate opportunity to interview the leader of the Star Expedition team, Pure Love Invincible. Below are the leader's exact words, as per their request, recently. I've observed numerous players on the forum criticizing our guild. However, I wish to convey that a game can be approached in myriad ways. Since the game Hunt the Heavens allows us to slay NPCs, it is evidently one of the gameplay options. In the future, the Star Expedition team will persist in conquering NPC villages and even cities. As long as the system permits, we shall continually seize more territories. If some friends believe our actions are misguided, I can only advise, dear friends, do not let a game cloud your judgment. Furthermore, the Star Expedition team is actively recruiting. All like-minded individuals are welcome to join. Kindly refrain from joining if you are overly sentimental, as I fear it may be off-putting to me. Note, the above statements are not reflective of my views. I shall not express any opinion on this matter. 1011, Little Horn. Quite audacious indeed. Liu Kongkong glanced at the comments. Some were hurling insults, while others offered their support, ultimately leading to an all-out quarrel between both factions. Chapter 66, The Last Night in the Capital. At this moment, the Clumsy Duck had already logged off. After establishing the guild, he compiled a list. Some individuals remained in the novice village to continue farming the guild establishment permits, while others accompanied him to venture outside. The purpose of farming these permits was, of course, to generate revenue. He could not indefinitely finance the guild from his own pockets. Seizing the opportunity, while these items still held value, was imperative for recuperating some losses. He was aware of the situation with the twilight of the divine realm, but he had not anticipated their considerable numbers. It seemed he would have to continue recruiting while also upgrading the guild. Initially, he believed the opposing faction would comprise no more than 2,000 members, which he could manage. After all, the few hundred players he initially brought in were scattered across various novice villages, and during this time he had also recruited a handful from other novice villages, bringing the total to just over 2,000. Had it not been for Yi Weiliang's interference, he could have likely recruited even more in the novice village 0113. The two had formed a brief alliance over the issue of casual players, but the clumsy duck was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary arrangement. He found Yi Weiliang to be quite cunning, perhaps even preparing to provide the twilight of the divine realm with his location information at that very moment. The situation was indeed complicated. The opposing faction was numerous and well-leveled. His only hope was that the exit from the novice village was sufficiently distant from the twilight of the divine realm, allowing him ample time for recruitment. As for location information, even if Yi Weiliang refrained from sharing, others in the novice village would inevitably disclose it, who would be foolish enough to forego profit. It was exhausting to engage in a game for the first time. The clumsy duck scratched his head, feeling troubled. "Yang, are you logged off?" Hearing some commotion from his son's room, Qin Hongru pushed open the door, only to find his son struggling with his own hair. "Yes, I'm done," Qin Yang replied without turning around. "It seems the game hasn't been going too smoothly." Qin Hongru chuckled as he settled onto the sofa with a cup of tea. This was the first time he had witnessed his son in such a state. Previously, things had progressed rather well. He had already established the first guild in the Huaxia region. However, before Qin Yang could finish, Qin Hongru's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "That's quite impressive." Indeed, from that perspective, it was commendable. Qin Yang nodded, curious as to why his father suddenly took such an interest in his gaming endeavors. Nevertheless, it was a rare opportunity for father and son to discuss a game, so Qin Yang recounted the events that had transpired in the game Hunting the Heavens. "So you still possess one of those permits?" Qin Hongru's eyes widened. "Currently, I only have one. Other teams are still farming, and I expect a few more will come through shortly. Once they are sold, after deducting previous investments, we should still be able to make a profit." Qin Yang stated proudly. "Don't sell it just yet. I need to make a phone call." Upon hearing this, Qin Hongru quickly rose and exited the room. "Don't sell it?" Qin Yang was puzzled. "Do you have any idea how much this permit is worth? Our family is currently in a position where we cannot overlook several million in cash." What scheme was this old man concocting? Minutes later, Qin Hongru returned. "Hold on to this for now. By the way, what is your game ID?" "Ah, Clumsy Duck." The name had been chosen at random, and it felt somewhat awkward to reveal it to his father. Choosing such a name very well. Someone will contact you in the game at the right moment, and you can simply sell the items to them. "Who is it?" Noticing his father's air of mystery, Qin Yang cautiously inquired. "It doesn't matter who it is. Just hand over the items when the time comes." Qin Hongru clearly preferred not to divulge the identity of the individual. "How much will he offer?" "Regardless of the amount, even if he gives you just a single coin, you must part with the items. If you find yourself short on funds, I shall provide for you. Do not concern yourself with any such distractions. There will be someone who will engage with them." After finishing his words, Qin Hongru walked away, seemingly preoccupied with some urgent matter. Distractions? Qin Yang was taken aback. That was referred to as the twilight of the divine realm. However, when did his father become so influential that he could manage affairs even within a game? In Magic City, Yi Ling and his 4 companions were deliberating their plans following their departure from the novice village. Thus, we shall proceed as follows. We will leave 5 teams to continue farming in the void space. As previously discussed with the Bear 5, tomorrow each of them will lead a team to hunt wild monsters, gather resources, and undertake quests, striving to devise the quickest leveling strategy. The 5 of us will guide the others to the nearest city to explore how to apply for guild territory and familiarize ourselves with the vocational paths available. As Yi Ling spoke, he recorded notes on his computer and then glanced at the others. "I shall take a few individuals to investigate the vocational paths," Qin said, raising her hand while scrolling through videos on her phone upon hearing this. "Very well, what about you, Big Head?" Yi Ling turned to the man beside him. Known affectionately as Heartfelt, "I will gather people, If there is only one city near the novice village exit, we may encounter the clumsy duck there. With so many individuals in the twilight of the divine realm, he is likely eager to recruit as well, and I can create a bit of chaos for him." Heartfelt chuckled as he spoke, "But should we inform Left-Hand Knife of his location? No need. Word will naturally reach him through other players, and we need not take unnecessary actions." Yi Ling had little interest in that measly reward. "By the way, has the individual who wished to purchase the guild establishment license responded?" The previously silent eagle suddenly interjected. Yi Ling nodded. "Yes," they replied, offering 3 million. 3 million? I recall the market price should not be that high. He expressed a desire to form an alliance with us. I suspect he has his own plans. Yi Ling looked up at the other four, noticing none had additional thoughts to contribute. Then let us proceed as such. Everyone should gather at the novice village teleportation portal tomorrow at the appointed time. That night, some awaited the world beyond the novice village. Others practiced their marksmanship under the moonlight. And still, some toiled in secret realms to refine their martial arts. Disciple, your talent is commendable. Within just a few hours, you have mastered all my ultimate techniques. I have nothing left to teach you. Thank you, master. The player named Lonely as Song blushed. For learning skills was relatively straightforward. He merely needed to confirm after the demonstration. Very well. As a farewell gift, I shall present you with a token. There are some fine wines I have treasured in the cellar. Take a backpack and fill it. Is that truly so, master? Chun Sampio imparted to the Lonely as a song a martial art known as Crescent Moon over the river. After indulging in fine spirits, one's strength would multiply, provided one had access to exquisite wine. Fear not, my apprentice, for I possess enough resources for this endeavor. Indeed, master. Thus, after that fateful night, the rookie village numbered 0113 was graced by the presence of a mad old man, who incessantly inquired if anyone had encountered a scoundrel named Lonely as a Song. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 67. Arrival at Ghost Whisper City early the next morning. The entrance to Novice Village number 0113 was teeming with people, predominantly comprised of the members of the Great Silly Duck and the Night Cool. Liu Kongkong, however, blended in with the crowd of free players. Many individuals were exchanging greetings, preparing to form parties for leveling up after exiting, while some invited Liu Kongkong to join them, but he declined. Finally, after a few minutes, the portal emitted a radiant glow. "It's open, brothers. Let us go." The Great Silly Duck waved his hand grandly and led the way into the portal, with the others promptly following behind. Liu Kongkong chose to wait for the majority of free players to exit first, turning to glance at the novice spawn point. As many departed the village, new players began to appear at the spawn point once again. Wow, this is Novice Village number 0113, Golden Server. We struck gold. The newly arrived players, upon noticing the village's designation, erupted in ecstatic joy. It seemed that Wang Xiuqin had her work cut out for her. Liu Kongkong chuckled, observing the free players entering the portal in succession before deciding to step in himself. Upon entering the portal, darkness engulfed him momentarily, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself amidst desolate mountains and wilderness. What on earth? Why is the exit in such an inhospitable place? Many exclaimed in astonishment. Before Liu Kongkong, a prompt materialized. You have left Novice Village number 0113. Please select a region to serve as your permanent residence. Note, you may only purchase property in your permanent residence. Permanent résidence? Does this mean I need to establish a foothold in Starry Sky Continent? This warrants careful consideration. Liu Kongkong opened the map only to discover a pitch-black expanse. It took considerable magnification before a small dot illuminated, indicating his current location. So, exploration is necessary? Liu Kongkong turned to observe the free players around him. Noticing they were all moving toward a singular direction, he promptly followed suit. Unlike Liu Kongkong, ordinary players would receive a quest upon exiting the novice village to guide them to the next location, which is why he decided to accompany them, as he had no quests of his own to pursue. Following the crowd, they arrived at a small village where players resumed their greeting rituals, a group of them engaging an elderly woman to inquire if she needed assistance. Liu Kongkong, however, paused at the village entrance. Notice, you have arrived at the village of the Great Yin Dynasty, Earth Dog Village. Do you wish to designate this location as your permanent residence? Confirm, reject. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Kongkong clicked reject. This was preposterous. While this place was labeled a village, the total number of houses barely exceeded 10. It was evident that this was merely a transitional point, as numerous players inquired around and, upon discovering the lack of special quests, prepared to leave. Continuing to follow the crowd, they finally approached a city after traversing 4 or 5 villages of similar scale. Now, this was more like it. Liu Kongkong gazed at the city before him. Although the walls appeared somewhat dilapidated, the guard stationed at the gates donned gleaming silver armor, a stark contrast to the security personnel of the novice village. A casual glance revealed a string of question marks above their heads, indicating their levels were significantly higher than his. Simultaneously, another system prompt appeared before him. Notice, you have arrived at the city of the Great Yin Dynasty, Ghost Whisper City. Are you certain you wish to establish this location as your permanent base? Confirm, decline, Ghost Speech City? What an unusual name. After speaking, Liu Kongkong craned his neck to peer inside, discovering a bustling main street filled with lively vendors and laughter, a stark contrast to the city's ominous name. This is the place, Liu Kongkong promptly decided. Ghost Speech City appeared to be the only town in the vicinity, and opening a shop in such a thriving area promised daily fortunes. Yet, he pondered the cost of setting up a shop here. However, he was not overly concerned. Although he had sold most of his in-game currency before logging off yesterday, he still possessed 2 gold coins. Moreover, he had a guild establishment license in his inventory that could easily be sold to purchase a shop. As he ventured deeper, having confirmed his base, the system marked a location on his map for registration. Along the way, numerous NPCs greeted Liu Kongkong, to which he responded warmly, as they would soon be his neighbors. Yet, after a few steps, he overheard a player exclaim, "What on earth? Why are your items so expensive? A level 20 healing potion for 10 silver coins? Are you taking advantage of me as a newcomer? Greetings, my friend. These are standard prices, but in the novice village, these potions sell for mere copper coins." Copper coins? The NPC paused, recalling the past, before sheepishly stating the commonly used currency in the Starry Sky continent is silver and gold coins. Copper coins have been obsolete for 2 or 3 decades. What? Liu Kongkong, who had been observing the commotion, felt as if his mind had short-circuited. What did it mean that copper coins were no longer in circulation? Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Wait, could it be that Li Sheng took those people to the novice village long ago? Because they have had no contact with the outside world. The village chief and others have continued to use prices from decades past. Then my blacksmith shop is doomed. Liu Kongkong felt as though the sky had fallen. He finally understood why the ratio of game currency had plummeted. Those who had left the novice village first were earning silver coins, and under such a vast disparity. The ratio had drastically decreased in just a day or two. He then turned to see a player attempting to sell a collection of herbs gathered along the way, and the NPC offered him 10 silver coins. "Can I sell you some potions and various materials?" Some quick-thinking players had already pivoted, realizing that with such a price gap, trading between the novice village and the Starry Sky continent could be profitable. Unfortunately, the NPC shook his head at the items the player presented, stating, "I'm afraid I cannot accept these." When inquired why, the NPC reached out to touch the player's items, only to have his hand pass right through them. "It seems these items are not products of our Starry Sky continent, so I have no use for them. My apologies." Incredible. This could be the plot of a novel titled Global Prices Surge 100-fold, yet my income remains unchanged. Liu Kongkong found himself in a daze, realizing his blacksmith shop faced an epic reduction in worth. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, it matters not. As long as I can open another store here, I can still earn money. And if I act swiftly, I might even rake in a significant profit in the early stages. After glancing at the ratios, I noticed that as an increasing number of players depart from the novice village, the ratio has already reached 1 silver coin to 4 overnight. It is likely to decline further, and today, I fear that several hundred novice villages will activate their teleportation portals. It seems I must hasten my pace. However, another concern arises. If the prices outside are thus, how much would shop cost? It appears I must first sell the guild establishment permit. Liu Kongkong gazed towards the opulently decorated shop on the right, where a sign displayed the three grand characters. Fortune Pavilion. Chapter 68. A fee for every step. In a prior discussion on the forum, someone had mentioned the Kaishan Pavilion, akin to an auction house, with establishments scattered throughout the starry wilderness. It was high time to liquidate my assets, Liu Kongkong mused. The price of the guild establishment license remained relatively stable, fixed at 2 million, which translates to 5,000 gold in the current exchange rate. However, selling it through the Kaishan Pavilion would incur 2 separate transaction fees, not to mention the potential depreciation of in-game currency should the auction extend too long. The process was cumbersome, yet there was no alternative. Clearly, engaging in real-world transactions was out of the question. Upon entering the Kaishan Pavilion, Liu Kongkong noticed a considerable number of players within, though most were merely browsing for extraordinary equipment and items, lacking the funds to make any purchases. Greetings. Welcome to the Kaishan Pavilion. How may I assist you? An elegantly dressed, elderly gentleman approached with a courteous demeanor. Liu Kongkong was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't such places be filled with tall, attractive women? I wish to auction an item here, but before that, may I inquire about your fee structure? He replied. The old man smiled politely. Our fees at the Kaishan Pavilion are always transparent. The starting bid for auctioned items cannot be less than 100 gold. For items valued under 1,000 gold, we charge a fee of 5%, while for those between 1,000 and 1 million gold, only 1% of the final sale price is taken. A 1% fee was acceptable, especially considering this was an auction. If the guild establishment license attracted the attention of certain proprietors, the price might very well rise. Nevertheless, Liu Kongkong had another concern. After a brief explanation, the old man cheerfully added, rest assured, though items brought from the novice village cannot be utilized by the residents of the starry wilderness, our Kaishan Pavilion is also open to friends who can bid and purchase normally. That's reassuring. Liu Kongkong exhaled with relief, proceeding to list the guild establishment license with a starting bid of 5,200 gold. Concurrently, an auction interface materialized in his view, indicating that his item was currently in the public announcement phase. I hope there will be enough guild leaders keeping an eye on the Kaishan Pavilion during this time, Liu Kongkong thought as he turned to leave. The duration of this public announcement would suffice for him to complete his registration, and he kept the auction interface open, glancing at it as he walked. Hastening his pace, he arrived at the designated location marked by the system, the job transition office. It seemed this was the place. Liu Kongkong glanced at the drowsy old man at the entrance before stepping inside. Hey, hold on, friend. The elderly man, initially dozing, quickly called out as Liu Kongkong attempted to enter. You cannot go in here. There is nothing for you to assist with. Perhaps you should explore elsewhere. I'm not your friend, Liu Kongkong said, removing his mask. Then who are you? I am. Well, I've come from far, seeking employment here. Liu Kongkong replied, producing his cherished little hammer from his backpack, the tool of his trade. As for the steward in the novice village, he had his own hammer. From afar, the old man glanced at the hammer in Liu Kongkong's hand, recognizing it as something not typically wielded by an ordinary visitor. Oh, so you intend to relocate to our ghost language city? As per tradition, a registration fee of 50 silver coins must be paid first. The elder's demeanor shifted instantly, his leg trembling as he extended his hand toward Liu Kongkong, demanding money. 50 silver coins? Such exorbitant registration fees. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Yet considering the high prices outside, it was perplexing how this old man could exhibit two faces. Reluctantly, he paid the fee. The elder, having received the payment, dismissed Liu Kongkong with a wave of his hand, signaling him to enter, thereafter ignoring him completely. Very well, let us remain amicable for prosperity. Liu Kongkong took a deep breath and stepped into the office of personnel transfers. Before he had taken several steps, he was halted by another individual. This man appeared to be around 40 years of age, standing just shy of 5 feet, with a gaunt physique that bore resemblance to the elder at the entrance. In a similar tone, he commanded halt. Where do you come from? I am Liu Daqiang. I just spoke with the person outside. Liu Kongkong pointed toward the door. What outside and inside? Given your appearance, you must be here to register. Fill out this form. Fill out a form? Liu Kongkong stared blankly as he accepted the paper. Please pay the fee for the form, which is 50 silver coins. Another 50 silver coins? Sighing, he thought, let us not quarrel over this. In Ghost Language City, 50 silver coins are merely the cost of a few potions, which is reasonable. Liu Kongkong endeavored to steady his emotions, paid the fee, and patiently completed the form. Upon finishing, he handed it back. Hello, I have completed it. Very well, proceed inside. The middle-aged man took the form without glancing at it and casually tossed it onto the ground. Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Was there truly no pretense whatsoever? Nevertheless, since he was permitted entry, he continued onward, pushing open the grand door of the main building. Upon entering, he beheld a youthful man in his 20s seated at the center, grinning as he scrutinized him. Hello, I am here to register. I am aware. Do I need to pay again? The young man paused, then chuckled. 1 gold coin. Your grandfather charged me 50 silver coins. Your father charged me 50 silver coins. And you charged me 1 gold coin. Having passed through 3 gates, your family has collectively extorted me of 2 gold coins. Upon seeing the previous middle-aged man, Liu Kongkong had surmised their familial connection, and the young man before him was undeniably the youthful version of the elder. Oh, you figured out? The young man blinked and then readily admitted, indeed, the Office of Personnel Transfers currently has 3 staff members. My grandfather, Liu Damo, my father, Yi Dingtian, and myself, Li Batian, Liu Kongkong. Though he could not comprehend why 3 generations of this family bore different surnames, it was inconsequential. So I just need to pay the fee, correct? Of course, you are fortunate, for my son, Sikong Bo, has yet to reach working age. Otherwise, you would have to pay yet another fee. Then please extend my thanks to your son. Liu Kongkong smiled as he handed over 1 gold coin. Instantly, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations. You have become a member of Ghost Language City. It has been detected that you are a blacksmith. We recommend proceeding to the next location to acquire a shop. At long last, he could purchase a shop. Though the registration had cost him dearly, the process had been relatively smooth. Before departing, Liu Kongkong cast a deep glance at the 3 generations, imprinting their faces in his memory. Continuing to follow the system's punctuation, Liu Kongkong jogged along. But having only covered half the distance, he suddenly came to a halt. Oh, has the public announcement period for the guild establishment license already concluded? At that moment, the Kaishan pavilions across the starry wilderness were filled with players, including Yi Weiliang and Dabenya. At this juncture, someone is actually selling a guild establishment license? Dabenya wore a look of disbelief. Could there truly be another place to acquire such an item? Or had the novice village know? 0113 already seen a casual team conquer the void space? He lowered his head to send a private message to Yi Weiliang, who replied that it was not he who was selling it. When he looked up again, bids had already begun to surface. Currently up for auction, guild establishment license. With the current price at 6,000 gold. Bidder, pure love invincible. Starting off with a bid of 6,000 gold, Dabenya immediately felt a sense of loss, as he had already reserved a guild establishment license in his possession, with the other party's bid being a mere 2 million. Meanwhile, a flurry of small horns on the forum began to broadcast the auction process for the guild establishment license. In an instant, all players were left in eager anticipation, wondering what astronomical price this guild establishment license would ultimately fetch. Chapter 69. A terrifying price. The one most eagerly anticipating the event was, of course, Liu Kongkong. However, he was somewhat surprised by the bidder, pure love invincible. He had not expected such wealth. Liu Kongkong was uncertain how far this group could go, but if their leader was financially secure, they might indeed stir up a significant commotion in the Starry Plains. Perhaps even Li Tiansheng did not foresee that the ally he had recruited would take such bold actions. Yet, pure love invincible's bid lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Meanwhile, on the forum, latest updates from the Fortune God Pavilion. A mysterious figure strikes. With a bid of 500 gold, the notorious pure love invincible is vanquished. Latest updates from the Fortune God Pavilion. Pure love invincible strikes again. 7,000 gold. Oh my god, pure love invincible. Another tycoon joins the fray. Left-handed blade bids 888 gold. The supreme of the divine realm at dusk. In the game, the clumsy duck was left in despair, pounding the wall in anguish. almost ready to log off and challenge his father in real life. That old man was a scammer. Knight Wei Yang was not faring much better. The person he was trading with quoted 3 million, a figure he initially thought was sufficiently high. However, given the other party's unique status, he felt powerless to negotiate. Are we selling too cheaply? Knight Weinan remarked, observing the escalating prices. Knight Wei Yang composed himself. It's fine. Some things cannot be measured in mere currency. ISN T10,000 gold a concern? Knight Weinan glanced at the auction interface before turning to Knight Wei Yang. 10,000. No, it's fine. Knight Wei Yang's confidence had evidently waned. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong covered his mouth in astonishment. 10,000 gold. This is exhilarating. Millions in just a few minutes. I've never witnessed such a spectacle. But the next moment, his heart nearly ceased to beat as he beheld the numbers on the auction interface. Which immortal has emerged? 20,000 gold. The offline forum erupted once more. Left-handed blade and pure love warrior. Pure love on the corner. An anonymous mysterious figure is a true deity in the mortal realm. 20,000 gold suppresses the entire arena. Father, reveal your name, for I am your child. Upon seeing the price of 20,000 gold, Left-handed blade was momentarily stunned. He could indeed gather 8 million. But his budget for the guild establishment permit was only 10,000 gold, equating to 400,000. Beyond that, there was no necessity. It was better to delay. After all, this item would eventually become available. Yet, Pure Love Invincible showed no signs of retreat, persisting resolutely. Had Pure Love Invincible lost his senses? Would he truly raise the bid to 20,000 gold? The clumsy duck could not comprehend. The guild establishment permit was not a limited edition. It would only become more abundant in the future. Was it truly necessary to compete for this moment? However, for Pure Love Invincible, this item held profound significance. The Starry Expedition team suffered a devastating defeat at Heezy Town. The reason was straightforward. The NPCs in the Starry Plains were far superior in level, and the number of NPCs in Heezy Town was considerable. He originally intended to employ the old strategy, continuously depleting the town's NPCs by leveraging the player's ability to respawn. However, he soon realized that after the outbreak of war, the fixed resurrection points near Heezy Town were no longer accessible to them. Once all members perished, they were reborn in various corners of the map. Although the distances were not great, the time taken to regroup was substantial, and subsequent support lagged behind, making it impossible to achieve victory. The morale of the guild plummeted. The pressing matter at hand was to establish the guild as soon as possible to bolster the confidence of its members. Early establishment would also allow them to secure a favorable base of operations. Pure Love Invincible gazed at the map, having already chosen the location for their base. All that remained was the coveted guild establishment permit. Even if he couldn't acquire it, the economic strength he displayed would still enhance the members' confidence. The forum buzzed with activity, bidding 21,000 gold. Heisey speaks. Pure Love Brother explicitly stated he would light the lantern. Stellar Expedition Team. I wish to join the Stellar Expedition Team. Yet, these posts lasted only mere seconds before another emerged. Shocking 30,000 gold suddenly appears. What is the limit of this anonymous, mysterious person? Upon the revelation of this price, Liu Kongkong even noticed a flicker in the currency ratio. 10 million. It felt like he could retire early. Liu Kongkong clutched his heart, initially believing the maximum would be around 10,000 gold. This time, Pure Love Invincible refrained from raising the bid. Was this individual mad? Or perhaps foolish? Pure Love Invincible closed the auction interface, conceding that this anonymous bidder was even more unhinged than he. If it were a world-shattering piece of equipment, he might have considered raising the bid, but a guild establishment permit, which merely allowed for an earlier establishment, was absurdly priced at 10 million. Thus, 1 minute later, the guild establishment permit was officially sold for 30,000 gold. Upon receiving the 29,700 gold from the Kaishan Pavilion, Liu Kongkong felt a sense of unreality. Simultaneously, in the offline forum, Players who had once fervently praised pure love brother began to join the throng of admirers for the anonymous, mysterious bidder. But not long after, another post appeared. Everyone, quickly check what is currently up for auction. I suspect I misread. Players in the game were also taken aback. After the auction for the guild establishment permit concluded, the Kaishan Pavilion immediately refreshed with a new item for bidding. The Imperial Seal of the Kanglan Empire. Starting price. 1,000,000 gold. How many zeros was that? Liu Kongkong counted carefully, his voice trembling. 1 million gold? Where did this come from? And can any player truly afford such a price? Yet the reality was that someone indeed placed a bid, and it was not insignificant. Currently auctioning. The Imperial Seal of the Kanglan Empire, current price 2,000,000 gold. Bidder, anonymous. Someone really placed a bid? Moreover, what is the purpose of this item? Dabenya stared at the auction item. The description was rather straightforward. The holder of this item can reconstruct the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire? Liu Kongkong furrowed his brows, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. The elder from the Fortune Pavilion previously mentioned that it is also open to friends, implying that it was accessible to the indigenous people before. At this stage, only the indigenous can produce millions of gold. Therefore, the individual making the offer is a tycoon from the Starry Continent. Compared to these indigenous people, we players are utterly impoverished. Liu Kongkong shook his head in resignation, simultaneously comprehending why the elder from the Fortune Pavilion exhibited such calmness regarding his offer. Perhaps in his eyes, 5,200 gold is not an exceptionally high price. He casually closed the auction interface, realizing that this price was beyond the reach of the players at present. He then proceeded to list his gold for sale in batches, retaining 2,000 gold to purchase a shop, and if that proved insufficient, he could acquire a bit more from the trading hall. Given the current market, there was no possibility of a rapid increase in the currency ratio, thus converting it to cash seemed more prudent. Continuing to follow the system's markers, Liu Kongkong finally arrived before an imposing edifice after a few minutes. Gazing at the gilded characters on the plaque, he read, City Lord's Mansion? Don't need to come to this place to buy a shop. Chapter 70, Good Morning, City of Ghostly Whispers. However, the Lord's Manor appears rather desolate. Liu Kongkong, donning his mask once more, stands before the closed gates of the manor, where not even a guard is stationed. He rapped on the door, and after a considerable wait, a creaking sound echoed. The door slowly opened, revealing a rotund old man in a wheelchair who scrutinized him cautiously. What brings you here? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Was the Lord's Manor also responsible for caring for the elderly? I wish to purchase a shop. Purchase a shop. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without further ado, he stood up from his wheelchair. With a flushed face and a gleeful tone, he exclaimed, Come, I shall take you to see it at once. Do you have a preferred location? Startled by the sudden movement, Liu Kongkong replied, Let us assess the options first. It would be ideal to be on the main thoroughfare. Upon entering, he had noticed several shops along the main road leading to the city gate that remained shuttered, likely unsold. Very well, I will show you, the old man said briskly, closing the door behind him and urging Liu Kongkong to keep pace. Why was he in a wheelchair if his legs were so agile? And what was the old man's true identity? Wait a moment, Liu Kongkong called out, sensing something amiss. Before we proceed, I wish to know who you are. I would not want to be interested in a shop that you cannot authorize. Cannot authorize? I, the Lord of Ghostly Whispers City, cannot make such a decision. The old man thundered. You are the Lord. Liu Kongkong was flabbergasted. The Lord of Ghostly Whispers City appeared so unassuming and lacked any airs of authority. Seeing Liu Kongkong's disbelief, the old man promptly revealed his credentials. Lord Zhao Dahai of Ghostly Whisper City. Indeed, he was the Lord? Why did he seem so unrefined? Nevertheless, the demeanor of the Lord held no significance for Liu Kongkong. All that mattered was securing a shop. Thus, the two proceeded towards the location of the shop Liu Kongkong had previously considered, engaging in casual conversation along the way. You come to Ghostly Whisper City alone and are spending money to buy a shop. Your family must be quite well off, Zhao Dahai inquired nonchalantly. Liu Kongkong chuckled inwardly, feigning a pained expression. Alas, my family is of humble means. I possess certain skills and seek to carve out a path for myself. Observing the crowds here, I thought it prudent to settle down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai's demeanor noticeably soured. After a brief silence, he remarked, "Have you not considered developing elsewhere? The royal city may offer greater opportunities." Liu Kongkong had indeed contemplated this, but his current finances were limited. Venturing into a larger city would likely lead to working for others, a situation he could not afford. Establishing his own shop seemed a distant dream, particularly after witnessing the million gold price tags on some items. The royal city offers opportunities, yet the cost of living is exorbitant. With my current funds, I would struggle to establish myself there, he admitted. Zhao Dahai sighed at this revelation. Indeed, the royal city is a place where land is precious. To open a respectable shop, you would need no less than several 100,000 gold. As expected, Liu Kongkong silently clicked his tongue, then recalled something. By the way, City Lord Zhao, how is the public order in our ghost language city on ordinary days? Huh? Zhao Dahai was taken aback, unsure why Liu Kongkong suddenly inquired about this. It should be fine, I suppose. And if by any chance 2 or 3 people went missing, or perhaps 3 or 4, would that be considered normal in our city? Zhao Dahai's expression immediately darkened. Are you referring to actual disappearances? However, recalling the registration process Liu Kongkong had just undergone, he understood the reason behind the inquiry. Is this about the transfer to the record office? But wait, there are only 3 of them in total. Oh, it seems Li Batian now has a son. At that moment, Zhao Dahai glanced at Liu Kongkong and noticed the latter was grinning at him. City Lord, what are you talking about? I was merely curious. I meant no harm. Let them be. They are unfortunate souls. I will have them repay you later. Zhao Dahai rubbed his temples. How much did they owe you? 2 gold. That much. Zhao Dahai was taken aback, and upon seeing the fierce glint in Liu Kongkong's eyes, he quickly realized he had misspoken. You might not know their names, but this family is notorious in our ghost language city as a family of sons-in-law. They have lived here for 10 generations, each generation passing down their surname. Liu Kongkong interjected. Logically, one would expect their circumstances to improve after becoming sons-in-law. Yet it seems they have been cursed by fate. Every household that has taken them in ultimately suffers financial ruin, leaving the next generation with no choice but to continue the legacy of being sons-in-law. Who would still want them then? Liu Kongkong found it quite remarkable. Of course, there are people who would still take them in, albeit under less favorable conditions. For instance, Li Batian's mother is already in her 60s, just a few years younger than his grandfather. After saying this, Zhao Dahai looked at Liu Kongkong again and noticed that the latter's attention had shifted away from the topic, focusing instead on the shop in front of them. This is the place I have my eye on. What is the price of this shop? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai immediately changed his expression. Ah, you truly have a discerning eye. This shop is currently situated in the best location in Ghost Language City, with the highest foot traffic. He then opened the shop door. Liu Kongkong stepped inside, and like the blacksmith shop in the novice village, there was a small courtyard at the back along with 2 or 3 rooms. Let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the price. 10,000 gold. Farewell. Liu Kongkong promptly exited, not because the price was exorbitant. He was unaware of the local rates, but he had noticed Zhao Dahai's shifty eyes and the way he subconsciously scratched his nose, indicating that he had likely quoted a random figure. Wait a moment. Is this how you conduct business? I quote a price, and you simply accept it? Zhao Dahai was flustered. Then you should cut your own price first. 5,000 gold. What? Liu Kongkong was taken aback, astonished by the sudden display of sincerity. However, since the other party had already have the price, 2,500. Deal. Sign here. Zhao Dahai, maintaining a calm demeanor, pulled a contract from his clothing. Liu Kongkong was bewildered. He had expected some negotiation, yet the other party had swiftly settled the matter. Wait a moment, could this be a scam? Liu Kongkong took the contract and discovered not only Liu Dahai's signature, but also the seal of the city lord affixed to it. Why the haste to sell? Liu Kongkong was puzzled. Gazing through the window, he noticed players bustling about outside, some of whom had unfamiliar IDs, evidently having emerged from other novice villages. There seemed to be no apparent issues. Could it be that the property prices here were inherently low? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Kongkong deemed the price of 2,500 gold reasonable. Moreover, he had already registered here, so the pressing matter was to establish a shop without delay. He withdrew some unsold game currency from the trading market, completed the payment, and concluded the transaction. Congratulations! You now possess a stake in Guoyu City. Zhao Dahai, having received the payment, grinned widely, his excitement palpable, and promptly dashed away. Nonetheless, the 2,500 gold outside equated to merely 25 gold in the novice village. As long as he crafted some equipment and sold it over a few days, he would recoup his investment. This thought invigorated Liu Kongkong, and he began to organize and arrange his shop. By the time dawn broke, everything was in order. Now, all that remained was to await the opening. However, before that, he decided to allocate his attribute points. Although he had departed from the novice village, the 2 dungeons within it continued to yield attribute points. With the exodus of veteran players, Novice Village 0113 welcomed a fresh influx of new players, resulting in an increase in the attribute points granted by the cycle of rebirth. After allocating his points, his attribute panel read as follows. Name, Liu Damo, disguised ID, Liu Damo, under 100-fold attribute suppression, profession, apprentice blacksmith level 20. Level cap reached, health, 1000, 1000, null satu mana, 1000, 1000, 01 strength, 500, 00 constitution, 100, 01 agility, 100, 00 intelligence, 43, 00 spirit, 100, 01 available points. 0 It appeared that many had departed, as the attribute points produced in the void space had diminished. Although the cycle of rebirth had seen an increase in participants, the fact that only 1 attribute point was awarded for the death of 100 was indeed rather meager. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. New players would inevitably enter the void space in due time. After allocating his points, he glanced at the time. It was nearly opening time. All right, today marks my inaugural day of business in Guoyu City. Let us get energized. Liu Kongkong took a few deep breaths, then, filled with enthusiasm, flung open the door with vigor, exclaiming, "Good morning." Guoyu City. A brisk morning breeze swept through, rustling the fallen leaves along the street. On the quiet road, only 2 or 3 NPCs and 4 players could be seen. Perhaps hearing Liu Kongkong's voice, they turned to look at him. Huh? Where is everyone? All those thousands of people from yesterday. Where have they gone? Chapter 71. The pitiful lord of the city. Initially, Liu Kongkong presumed that it was merely too early, yet upon reflection, he realized that NPCs might not have ventured outside due to the hour. But most players typically engaged in all-night gaming sessions. The sparse number of individuals before him was decidedly peculiar. Could it be that they were all outside battling monsters and completing quests? Liu Kongkong left the shop door ajar and hurried towards the city gate. To his astonishment, not only were the players absent, but even the silver-armored guards stationed at the entrance had vanished. In their stead were a few elderly gentlemen who trembled as they walked, collectively lacking even a full set of teeth. This was nothing short of a scam. Liu Kongkong could no longer contain himself and dashed towards the Lord's manor, disregarding the newly opened blacksmith shop, which seemed devoid of patrons. Upon reaching the Lord's manor, he found the main door firmly shut. Undeterred, he commenced banging on the door without a second thought. A few NPCs who had not yet risen were stirred by the commotion outside, eagerly believing that players had returned. However, upon stepping out, they were met with the sight of someone assaulting the Lord's manor. It appeared that the inhabitants within could no longer tolerate the ruckus, for the door to the manor finally swung open. "Ah, Liu Master, so early you hey. Zhao Dahai's expression was awkward as he forced a smile. But before he could finish his sentence, Liu Kongkong had already pulled him inside the manor. The NPCs gathered outside whispered amongst themselves. Who is this fellow? Did he just arrive? It seems he came to our Ghost Whisper City just yesterday. He must have been deceived. Is there really anyone still coming to our Ghost Whisper City? Is this fellow foolish? Shoo, cease your chatter. He appears to be quite formidable." Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai found himself pinned to a chair by Liu Kongkong, who was still striving to maintain a semblance of a cordial demeanor. "Liu Blacksmith, let us not be too hasty. Harmony brings prosperity. Refund me. Didn't we just purchase the shop yesterday? Moreover, I currently lack the funds to reimburse you. Oh, then you shall repay with your life." Liu Kongkong chuckled softly. Releasing Zhao Dahai, while simultaneously grasping the ring on his left hand. Yesterday, I mentioned that 3 or 4 individuals had gone missing, and you urged me to let them be. Today, I desire for every soul in this city to vanish. Who will speak on your behalf then? Liu Blacksmith, you jest. It's just you alone, Liu Damo began, but Liu Kongkong had already removed the cursed ring from his left hand. Instantly, a fierce wind erupted from his very being. Liu Damo, who had been seated, was abruptly overturned and crashed against a distant wall, embedding himself within it. For a moment, Liu Damo forgot the pain. Eyes shut as he bellowed, I yield. I yield. Tenfold refund. When he opened his eyes again, he found Liu Kongkong standing before him, a broad smile gracing his features. Now you're speaking sense. Harmony brings wealth. The shop I acquired yesterday for 500 gold should amount to 25,000 gold at tenfold, plus compensation for my mental anguish from a sleepless night. And let us not forget that nonsense about the so-called son-in-law family. I'll round it up to a neat 50,000 gold. With that, he extended his hand, signaling Liu Damo to hand over the money. You're a bandit. Liu Damo gasped, struggling to suppress his agony, utterly dumbfounded by Liu Kongkong's audacious demand for such a sum. However, he found himself in a predicament. The strength exhibited by the individual before him was such that not only could he easily kill him, but he could also annihilate the entire populace of Ghost Language City. Were you just cursing me in your heart? 60,000 gold. You are wasting my time. 70,000 gold. Fine. 70,000 gold it is. If the other party continued to speak, it would not be long before the sum escalated to 100,000 gold. Liu Damo, while acquiescing, struggled to descend from the wall, and Liu Kongkong, ever so eager, lent a helping hand. He chuckled. Look at the mess we've created. If we had addressed this sooner, the misunderstanding would have been cleared up, and we could have avoided a major incident. In Liu Kongkong's perspective, while players might not possess such a vast amount of in-game currency, 70,000 gold should not be an astronomical figure for the locals. Consequently, Liu Damo, trembling, approached the table and picked up a pen to write on a sheet of paper. What is this for? Can this place actually issue checks? Liu Kongkong, curious, leaned closer and was met with the bold letters of an IOU. I want cash. Do you understand? Who told you to write an IOU? But I truly do not have that much money on me. You, a city lord, cannot produce 70,000 gold? Liu Kongkong was incredulous, surveying the surroundings and noting the dilapidated state of the city lord's residence, which was even worse than the village chief's home in the novice village. My lord, you are unaware. Ghost Language City is but a border territory. Just look at the city walls outside. They haven't been repaired in years. Liu Damo gazed at Liu Kongkong in terror, fearing that the latter might unleash a massacre at any moment. This is the frontier of the Great Yin dynasty? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. Indeed, and what lies adjacent? That would be the Kanglan Empire. However, it was extinguished decades ago, leaving Ghost Language City even more desolate. I see, Liu Kongkong responded, but then a realization struck him. If the Kanglan Empire was destroyed, why hasn't the Great Yin dynasty annexed their lands? Because that area is sealed off. No one can enter now, Liu Damo answered without hesitation. A few years ago, the royal city sent people to keep watch. But as time passed without any movement, they ceased to care for us. Oh, I understand. But what does this have to do with me, Liu Kongkong? Therefore, where's my money? At the very least, return the 500 gold I provided you yesterday. That money, I used it to pay the guards at the gate. Liu Damo's heart raced as he regarded Liu Kongkong with trepidation. When he knocked on my door yesterday, I thought it was those guards demanding payment, which is why I attempted to evoke their sympathy while seated in my wheelchair. Liu Kongkong chuckled. So, I gave you the money yesterday, and then you went to pay the guards without a care, not worrying that I might come looking for you today? Isn't it true that you registered in Ghost Language City? By the laws of the Great Yin dynasty, you cannot register elsewhere for at least a year. And I reminded you of this yesterday. Liu Damo murmured. What does that reminder matter? When selling a shop, I sent at you who spoke of desirable locations and high foot traffic. Upon hearing this, Liu Damo promptly fell silent. The previous day's joy at finally having enough money to pay the guards had made him forget everything else, fixated solely on extracting money from Liu Kongkong. Cautiously raising his head to glance at Liu Kongkong, he discovered that the latter was still fixated on him. If it comes to that, perhaps you could consider what I have here that you might find valuable as a trade? That's precisely the statement I've been awaiting. Liu Kongkong rose from his seat, then, please present everything you deem precious. I shall take a look. With a sigh, Zhao Dahai stood up and scoured the vicinity, ultimately gathering a few items to place before Liu Kongkong, his expression one of reluctance. Yet, Liu Kongkong merely cast a fleeting glance and remained unimpressed. What is that expression on your face? Why are you presenting me with this assortment of junk? He absent-mindedly rummaged through the collection, which included rusted weapons, several worn-out horse gear, and even the wheelchair Zhao Dahai had occupied the previous day. Is it a pastime for a city lord to collect rubbish? Liu Kongkong observed Zhao Dahai, who was gazing down in silence, and casually nudged the items on the table. Suddenly, a small shield, the size of a golden palm, emerged. Oh, what is this? Liu Kongkong, quick-witted and deft, snatched it up immediately. No, my lord, this is... Zhao Dahai attempted to intervene. What is it? This is my lord's token of authority. Is it valuable? Indeed, Zhao Dahai hesitated momentarily. Then it belongs to me. Without further ado, Liu Kongkong tossed it into his backpack. My lord, are you certain you wish to take this? For reasons unknown, Zhao Dahai began to tremble uncontrollably. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I shall take it to the Fortune Pavilion. Liu Kongkong mused, recalling that just yesterday, someone was willing to pay 1,000,000 gold for the imperial jade seal of the Kanglan Empire. Surely, this token of the Lord of Ghost Language City must be worth at least 100,000 gold, right? Then it is yours. Zhao Dahai's lips twitched uncontrollably. Why does it feel like there's something awry here? Liu Kongkong observed Zhao Dahai, who appeared to be suppressing laughter, perplexed by his demeanor. Indeed, the next moment, a notification from the system sounded. Due to Zhao Dahai's voluntary transfer of the Lord's token of Ghost Language City to you, you have successfully become the new Lord of Ghost Language City. Zhao Dahai, you scoundrel. Chapter 72. The blacksmith becomes the Lord of the city. Please remain calm. Was it not your request that prompted this? Zhao Dahai quickly clarified. What do you mean by my request? I meant to take this item, not to have you transfer the title of Lord to me. Moreover, is the transfer of lordship truly so simplistic? Does it not require the consent of the royal city? If it were merely a matter of becoming the Lord, Liu Kongkong might have been rather pleased. However, Zhao Dahai's barely concealed laughter indicated that something was amiss. As I mentioned before, the royal city has long neglected this region. To be frank, the previous lord conveyed the same to me, Zhao Dahai said, retreating cautiously towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he added, by the way, Liu, Lord, for what you just indicated, it seems you wish to sell the token through the Kaishan Pavilion. Yet, given the current standing of the Dian dynasty in the Starry Wilderness, I fear the Kaishan Pavilion may not dare to list such an item. So this item cannot be sold? Liu Kongkong asked, taken aback. Zhao Dahai nodded vigorously while continuing to back away. Upon seeing Liu Kongkong's ashen face, he promptly turned and fled. 5 minutes later, Zhao Dahai found himself kneeling before Liu Kongkong, his entire visage swollen and disfigured. Speak. What has become of those friends and the indigenous people? Where have they vanished overnight? Liu Kongkong toyed with the Lord's token, aware that Zhao Dahai's forthcoming words would determine whether he would retain this object. They left, departed in haste, Zhao Dahai stammered. Sighing deeply, Liu Kongkong casually tossed a vial of healing potion to Zhao Dahai. Earlier, he had caught Zhao Dahai outside and delivered a thorough beating, only relenting when the townsfolk pleaded for mercy. This potion was, in fact, a gift from the apothecary. Who would have thought that the old fellow held such esteem in Ghost Speech City? Liu Kongkong observed Zhao Dahai diligently applying the salve. A minute later, the Lord. I feel much better now and can answer your inquiries, Zhao Dahai exclaimed, his eyes clear. The previous thrashing had sent him teetering near the brink of consciousness. Upon receiving Liu Kongkong's nod of encouragement, he began recounting the events of the past few days. It turned out that several days prior, Zhao Dahai had received news that the fabled friends were finally arriving at Starry Wilderness, prompting the nearby cities to prepare for their reception. Though termed a reception, the reality was one of abduction. Abduction? Abducting friends? Indeed, Zhao Dahai replied solemnly, for ancient texts recount that these friends are immensely wealthy and benevolent. Even if one does not solicit their assistance, they will eagerly help with tasks such as laundry, bedding, farming, and fertilizing. Just imagine the value of such labor. Which city would not desire to host more of them? Why does it feel as if you are reprimanding me? Liu Kongkong rubbed his forehead. Thus, upon receiving the news, the nearby cities commenced extensive preparations. Zhao Dahai continued. And what sort of preparations are you referring to? Upon their arrival, tasks will be posted to deceive, guide them here. Zhao Dahai realized his wording was somewhat flawed and quickly corrected himself. That poses no issue. Liu Kongkong blinked, his mind racing with ideas. However, the issues soon became apparent. To entice players to their domain, the Ghost Language City even resorted to hiring the villagers from nearby hamlets to post quests. Take the humble dog village as an example. It comprises merely a dozen elderly residents. Do you know how much they charged? A staggering 1,000 gold per quest. And that exorbitant price was only available because we arrived early. In our endeavor to lead friends to our location, we traversed 5 or 6 villages, expending 5 or 6,000 gold in total. Zhao Dahai lamented painfully. How intriguing. In the eyes of these NPCs, players have become mere livestock for their trade. Yet, having spent such a fortune and successfully bringing people here, one might expect things to unfold differently. Once players arrive at Ghost Language City, they typically remain for a while. It is rare for them to depart on the same night, unless, of course, there exists a singular reason, because none of us possess divine power anymore. Zhao Dahai articulated the answer for Liu Kongkong. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. Liu Kongkong felt an immediate headache, having summoned players only to find they could not gain experience. How could they not leave if they came to level up, but found no quests? Speaking of divine power, Liu Kongkong checked his own status. Upon departing the novice village, the original 100,000 points of divine power had been reclaimed, and now, even with the title of City Lord above him, he could only command a meager 3 million points of experience. It is worth noting that even the village chief in the novice village possessed more than that. Would this divine power increase? Liu Kongkong pondered with curiosity. Yes, but only under the condition that there are a sufficient number of friends within Ghost Language City, and they must remain in the city for at least 2 days. 2 days seemed rather challenging. The experience the city lord could provide was merely 3 million, and the NPCs below him were even less promising. According to what he observed the previous day, most quests issued by the NPCs in Ghost Language City were trivial tasks, coupled with the scarcity of available experience points. Players likely harbored a poor impression of the city. Thus, Liu Kongkong surmised the reason behind the guards of the city gate. This was not merely to create the illusion of a bustling city to retain friends. It was, in fact, all funded by us, hired help. Good. Liu Kongkong slumped helplessly into his chair after uttering these words. The entire enterprise of Ghost Language City had possibly cost over 10,000 gold. Yet no one was retained apart from him. However, Zhao Dahai, you just mentioned that the Kaishan Pavilion dares not accept the city lordess orders due to the Great Yin dynasty? Since the royal city shows no concern for us, why not simply declare our secession from the Great Yin dynasty and continue our trade? The heavens are vast, and by the time the royal city learns of it, they would be unable to locate me. Liu Kongkong considered himself a genius. Yet, Zhao Dahai shook his head. My lord, you may not realize that while the royal city remains indifferent to us, there are several teleportation arrays within the city. Should any situation arise, individuals from the royal city will arrive instantaneously. Currently, Ghost Language City bears your name, and it is likely that you will be pursued by hundreds of thousands. Although you possess great power, the royal city is not devoid of formidable experts. But this is not my true name. What do I have to fear? Liu Kongkong attempted to reassure himself. Yet, given the existence of items like the anonymous ball, it was quite probable that there were also tools for locating individuals. However, dear sir, do not be too disheartened. Although the city lord has decreed that you cannot sell, there remains a sum of money that belongs to you. Oh, pray tell. Liu Kongkong's spirits lifted. Taxes. Will the royal city not collect this? Well, it's because the amount is so negligible that the cost of transportation exceeds the tax collected. Hence, they simply ceased collection. Zhao Dahai chuckled awkwardly. But isn't there a teleportation array? The expense for using that is even greater. Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Were it not for the fact that he had just seen on the city lord's decree that the ownership transfer still had 364 days remaining, he would have wished to return the title of city lord to Zhao Dahai. The current state of Ghost Speech City. No players, no experience, no money, and not even items of value. What remained were only the old, the young, and women and children. As Zhao Dahai remarked, the able-bodied had all gone out to seek their fortunes, leaving only Li Batian and Yi Dingtian still comparatively youthful. Yet, there was not without a solution. Liu Kongkong surveyed the city lord's mansion. So, from today onward, this city lord's mansion is mine? Zhao Dahai nodded vigorously. Indeed. Very well, from this day forth. You shall be my deputy. Go summon the 3 generations of Li Batian. With that, Liu Kongkong closed his eyes in contemplation. Zhao Dahai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and dashed out. However, before he could escape the door, Liu Kongkong spoke once more. By the way, upon your return, rewrite an IOU. Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. The IOU should state that Ghost Speech City will return the city lordship to me. So, I myself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai, who had been chuckling, instantly froze, his expression faltering as he trudged away. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong gazed at the management interface of Ghost Speech City. No wonder the residents outside were so concerned for Zhao Dahai. It turns out this fellow had not been collecting taxes. However, even if taxes were maximized, it would not amount to much. The pressing issue remains to devise a method to entice those players back. Liu Kongkong's mind was already formulating a simple plan. Chapter 73, Getting the Job Done Effortlessly. Initially, Liu Kongkong was reluctant to take on this troublesome task. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if Ghost Language City could be set on the right path, it would continuously generate attribute points and in-game currency for him, thus providing a permanent solution. The primary challenge now lay in reviving Ghost Language City, which necessitated attracting more players to remain there. How could he achieve this? While equipment and quest rewards might temporarily retain players, Liu Kongkong firmly believed that the most crucial factor was a sense of belonging. As an immersive game, the sense of engagement in hunting the heavens was already profound. Building upon this foundation, it was essential to instill in players a feeling of home within Ghost Language City, so that even after completing external quests, they would yearn to return to the city for relaxation. Recalling his past experiences with online games, he remembered that many maps were often devoid of players, with max-level or bored players instinctively congregating in specific areas to chat with friends, even without any particular activity to engage in. Thus, a slight transformation of Ghost Language City was necessary. However, that was a concern for the future. For now, he needed to attract players. City Lord, I have brought Liu Damo and the other 3, Zhao Dahai announced, entering with 3 individuals from the transfer office just as Liu Kongkong was lost in thought about the reconstruction. Upon seeing Liu Kongkong, who was glistening with sweat, Liu Damo and his companions were astonished to learn that he had become the city lord overnight after merely registering the previous day. Well, let us break their legs then. Liu Kongkong waved his hand casually. Break their legs? You summoned them here for this. Zhao Dahai assumed the incident from yesterday had been put to rest. Upon hearing this, Liu Damo and his companions quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. After all, they were all sons-in-law, and although they worked at the transfer office, they earned little. Their only purpose at home was to engage in farm work, and if their legs were broken, they would likely be cast out by their wives within days. City Lord, I have something to say. Li Batian Shota, noticing Liu Kongkong's indiferenza. Speak, Liu Kongkong replied, glancing at the map of Ghost Language City laid out on the table. Should you decide to break their legs, I have no objection, but I am of value to you. I am swift on my feet and can assist you. What do you mean you have no objection? You ungrateful wretch. I am your father. Your grandfather might lose a leg at his age, but I'm still in my prime. Yi Dingtian. You scoundrel. I should have dealt with you back then. Observing the uproar among the 3, Liu Kongkong hurriedly interjected and turned his attention to Li Batian. You claim you are fast? Just how fast are you? Faster than him. Li Batian pointed at Zhao Dahai, asserting that he could run 30 to 40 miles without breaking a sweat. That is indeed quite fast, Liu Kongkong acknowledged, having witnessed Zhao Dahai's speed firsthand. Without removing his ring, it would be challenging to catch up to him. You think you're fast? To be honest, I am renowned as the swift-footed one in the whole region. I was born with my legs coming out first. Yi Dingtian quickly interjected, eager to promote himself, sensing Liu Kongkong's interest in Li Batian's claim. Born with your legs first? Doesn't that indicate a breech birth? Liu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback. Both of you shut up. When it comes to speed, I'm the fastest. Liu Damo boomed. Did you also come out with your legs first? I ran out by myself. Upon hearing this, Liu Kongkong nearly choked, but after regaining his composure, he declared, since all three of you claim to be swift runners, let us proceed as such. With that, Liu Kongkong summoned them closer, gesturing at a route marked on the map. You three shall race along this path, and I shall observe your results. Turning to see their eager anticipation, Liu Kongkong instructed Zhao Dahai to gather a few individuals to accompany them, and soon enough, they were dispatched for the competition. Once the arrangements for the three had been made, Zhao Dahai returned to the Lord's residence. My lord, are you considering having our friends assist us along this route? Zhao Dahai observed Liu Kongkong diligently marking the map. The line Liu Kongkong had drawn, while seemingly casual, actually traversed several of the largest resource zones near the city of Ghost Language, encompassing nearly all types of materials. Indeed, Liu Kongkong acknowledged without hesitation. But you previously mentioned that our friends might resist assisting us, and given that this path is laden with ores and herbs, we do not possess sufficient divine power to offer them, Zhao Dahai countered. According to the tasks issued by the NPCs of Ghost Language City, for instance, collecting 5 to 10 pieces of ore would yield an experience reward of approximately 500 to 1,000 points. Consequently, many players would often abandon their tasks after completion, deeming them not worth the effort due to the low experience yield. I never claimed this to be a collection task, Liu Kongkong replied with a smirk. This route is a protection mission. Protection of whom? The individuals to be escorted are still outrunning, Zhao Dahai remarked, puzzled. However, escorting them does not seem to benefit Ghost Language City in any way. Zhao Dahai was perplexed. Moreover, this journey is not short. If the divine power is diminished, will our friends be inclined to participate? Then offer a greater amount of divine power. 8,000 points for a single journey, Liu Kongkong stated, casting the map aside. Now, go summon a few mentors who teach vocational skills. Liu Kongkong's strategy was straightforward. A simple escort mission granting 8,000 points of experience would be considered generous for the current players. The route would pass through various resource zones, and players could easily collect materials along the way. Upon returning, they would discover that the items collected could be exchanged for other tasks in the city, making it a rather effortless endeavor. Simultaneously, by reducing the experience rewards for collection tasks, limiting each to 200 points, the overall expenditure of experience would not be substantial, while players would feel a sense of significant progress, ultimately benefiting Ghost Language City with an influx of resources. As for the rationale behind selecting the swiftest NPCs for the escort, based on Liu Kongkong's personal experience, the most tedious aspect of escort missions was the sluggishness of NPCs. Therefore, he opted for a few rapid runners, ensuring that at various resource points, the NPCs would pause momentarily to recount tales of the past in Ghost Language City. Those who enjoyed the stories could listen at their leisure, while those less inclined could collect more items to return and complete their tasks. Before long, Zhao Dahai returned with several vocational mentors, and Liu Kongkong promptly assigned the tasks. However, my lord, who will distribute the 8,000 points of experience to each friend? Not long after Zhao Dahai's departure, it became apparent that Liu Kongkong possessed a mere 3 million in divine power. A friend offered him 8,000, a sum that even the city lord could scarcely bestow on multiple occasions. You need not worry. I have my own clever plan, Liu Kongkong remarked with a sly smile, instructing Zhao Dahai to continue summoning others. At that moment, Liu Damo and his companions returned, noting the swift passage of time. Liu Kongkong decided that these three should redeem themselves. Remember, when we pause at certain points, share tales of Ghost Language City's history, or indulge in gossip. Interlace your observations with sentiment. For instance, upon seeing a flower, consider how you might express that. Liu Kongkong turned to Li Batian. Ah, what a beautiful flower. Beautiful my foot. Who wishes to hear such drivel? You ought to lament. Alas, though you are gone, this flower blooms splendidly. Yet it feels as if it withers in vain. Ensure your expression reflects a sense of melancholy, imbued with a narrative. But what if they inquire who is no longer here? How should I respond? Li Batian gazed at Liu Kongkong, bewildered. Why would you feel compelled to answer? Are you particularly close to them? Have you attained a level of affinity? What is affinity? Li Batian blinked in confusion. That is of no concern to you. Once everyone is gathered, you shall understand, Liu Kongkong replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 74. The Grand Transformation of Ghost Language City. After a while, the Lord's residence was filled with people, with several young ladies standing at the forefront. Indeed, Liu Kongkong nodded in satisfaction. Though these individuals were dressed modestly, they possessed an admirable appearance, with a little refinement. They could undoubtedly captivate certain players. After briefly instructing the tailor, Liu Kongkong was met with an exclamation of indecency from the owner upon hearing his intentions. I haven't made any outrageous demands, Liu Kongkong thought, bewildered. It was merely a request for a few slightly fitted kipayos. From now on, you shall be the proprietors of the new establishments in Ghost Language City. Liu Kongkong addressed the young ladies before him. As I have previously shared your respective personas, it is imperative that you embody them well. Remember this, there are no minor roles, only minor actors. Moreover, there is one crucial point. Liu Kongkong retrieved a badge from his bag. We must be vigilant. If a friend presents you with this badge, you may respond with a second line of dialogue. The more badges you receive, the more lines you can utter, and your demeanor can be increasingly amiable. Do you understand? He had named this item the Friendship Badge, which would be acquired by completing tasks in Ghost Language City. The game itself lacked a favorability system, prompting Liu Kongkong to create one. While the young ladies were uncertain of his intentions, they recognized his authority as the Lord and knew they must heed his directives. Thus they nodded in agreement. However, one among them could not contain her curiosity. Lord, will those friends undertake tasks merely to engage in conversation? Zhao Dahai questioned skeptically. Silence. Refrain from prying into worldly matters. Liu Kongkong admonished. Completing a task is already commendable. There are those who spend money just to hear a few more words. If only it were possible to dye hair in Ghost Language City, a few with white or golden locks styled in twin tails or large waves would attract a throng. He lamented the scarcity of young men in Ghost Language City, for if there were a few well-built and handsome fellows who could employ a bubbly voice, it would draw yet another wave of visitors. Let us return home today and memorize our lines. The tasks to be announced have already been distributed among you. We shall temporarily set aside those mundane tasks of cooking, laundry, and making beds. After speaking, Liu Kongkong turned to Zhao Dahai. You should also urge the blacksmith in the west of the city to expedite the production of these badges. Zhao Dahai nodded blankly, pondering. Aren't you a blacksmith yourself? Why not undertake this task? Very well. We shall adjourn today's meeting here. Lord, this is terrible. Someone is coming. Before Liu Kongkong could conclude, an elderly man rushed in, his face awash with panic. Someone is coming? Who? Players? Liu Kongkong glanced at the elder, then at Zhao Dahai, only to find the latter wearing an embarrassed expression. Well, Lord, we may lack many things, but there is one thing in abundance. What is it? Bandits. Zhao Dahai cautiously stole a glance at Liu Kongkong, only to discover an expression of excitement on the latter's face. How many? Liu Kongkong's voice betrayed an unmistakable delight. Many places are abundant with resources, except for the solitary road where the friends arrived. Liu Kongkong was anxious. Why haven't you marked such vital resources on the map? Resources? Zhao Dahai paused, then retrieved another map from within the room, densely marked with numerous bandit camps. Zhao Dahai, you nearly jeopardized everything. Liu Kongkong's expression was one of exasperation, yet he decided to address the matter at hand. How many people came? As before, 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Even the bandits looked down upon this Ghost Language City. However, it made sense considering the city's frail and ailing inhabitants. All right, leave it to me. Liu Kongkong sighed and stepped out. During his last visit to retrieve the ring, he had already discerned that the spatial realm of the Starry Continent was considerably stronger than that of the novice village. Even without wearing the cursed god ring, the spatial integrity would not collapse, though he preferred to wear it to avoid alarming others. Is the city lord going alone? Can he manage? A group whispered behind him, some urging Zhao Dahai to follow, fearing Liu Kongkong might offend the bandits with his words. Before they could finish their conversation, a fierce gust of wind swept through. When they turned back, Liu Kongkong had vanished without trace. At the city gate, one of the subordinates exclaimed, "Captain, I heard that Ghost Language City spent a fortune yesterday to bring in a batch of friends. Today should be a bountiful harvest." He looked eagerly at Ghost Language City, a place that had consistently lacked profit, now seemingly ready for a significant gain. I initially thought these old folks had no money. Turns out they've secretly stashed away several thousand gold, using it to buy some tasks. Today, I shall strip them bare. The lead captain's tone was menacing. For years, Ghost Language City had lamented its poverty before them, and he was shocked to discover they had been hiding wealth. They had intended to come after hearing this news. But the presence of friends in Ghost Language City made them reconsider, choosing to bide their time. They likely wanted these friends to stay and protect them, oblivious to what little they had to offer. Why would anyone remain? What is that? One subordinate, mid-sentence, looked up to see a dark spot suddenly appear in the sky. What is that? The lead captain furrowed his brow and also looked upward, witnessing a shadow rapidly enlarging in the sky, almost instantaneously appearing right before him. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Those still in the city lord's mansion heard the commotion at the city gate and swallowed hard. Although they hadn't seen how Liu Kongkong disappeared, they witnessed him plummeting from the sky. Our city lord seems rather formidable. Perhaps the strongest in the great Yin dynasty, Yi Xingfan, is of a similar caliber. That is a bit much. Yi Xingfan has long transcended to the saint level. If the city lord were truly that strong, he wouldn't be here in this desolate place. Should have stopped talking. Zhao Dahai quickly interrupted. He had witnessed Liu Kongkong's speed. If these people misspoke, Ghost Language City would be doomed. Indeed, in the next moment, Liu Kongkong suddenly appeared before the crowd, prompting an immediate gasp of surprise from those present. Enough standing around. Neo de Peo, you three remain here, while the rest of you may return, Liu Kongkong instructed, gesturing for the others to depart. He then settled into a chair, producing 2 maps, simultaneously directing the trio while adjusting the escort route on the maps before him. The hours slipped by as he worked tirelessly from day into night, and from night until dawn. Finally, with the first rays of morning light breaking through, the city of Ghost Speech welcomed a new player. What on earth brings me here? Longphone pondered, gazing at Ghost Speech City. At the city gates, a few elderly men stood sweeping and keeping watch, leading one to wonder if someone had orchestrated an empty city ruse. Chapter 75. The grand quest of 50 Longphone had actually reached level 20 quite some time ago, but due to some frivolous posts about Yi Weiliang and Debenduk on the forum, he had been killed by the 2 of them several hundred times after they emerged from their dungeon. In a way, Longphone felt fortunate that they had not reduced him back to level 1, and those posts had garnered him substantial traffic, earning him a bit of coin. With his level diminished, he was unable to leave the novice village promptly. Being a lone wolf player, the void space had little relevance to him, so he spent the following days quietly grinding levels. It was not until this morning that he finally returned to level 20 and hurriedly exited the novice village. Staying in the novice village day in and day out had caused him to fade from the spotlight. After his initial fame, he had gathered a plethora of disciples. Yet now they were all thriving while he languished in obscurity, missing the opportunity to maintain his popularity. After Yi Weiliang and Debenduk departed from the 0113 novice village, nearly everyone had been fervently upgrading and completing dungeons, leaving him neglected. Today, upon leaving the novice village, like other players, Longphone stepped into Dogwood Village. After inquiring around, he finally accepted several quests, the most eye-catching of which was titled, Emergency, Come to Ghost Whisper City. It must be said that although Zhao Dahai had little money in his pocket, he had indeed put effort into the task's title. It was certainly attention-grabbing. The task description was completely blank, echoing Zhao Dahai's own words. I simply couldn't come up with anything. Zhao Dahai's intent was quite straightforward. Ghost Whisper City was in dire straits, and he hoped his friends would rush to assist. However, from a player's perspective, the task appeared rather peculiar. When Liu Kongkong first heard the task name, he couldn't help but commend Zhao Dahai. No wonder this task draws so many people. Half an hour ago, Longfeng had shared this sentiment. While other tasks were described in detail, this one contained nothing at all. Even if it wasn't a main quest, it surely qualified as a special one. Following the task instructions, he passed through several small villages. The task title transitioned from Emergency, Come to Ghost Whisper City, to Urgent, Return, Brave Warrior, prompting Longfeng to jog along the way. With urgency and desperation in the air, he wondered what awaited him. Upon entering Ghost Whisper City, he had anticipated a scene of carnage, but instead was greeted by an atmosphere reminiscent of a nursing home. The only element that aligned with his expectations was the large pit at the city gate. Nonetheless, he had come this far, and he was determined to complete the task. Following the task's guidance, Longfeng arrived at a dilapidated house in Ghost Whisper City and cautiously knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a male voice from within. "I heard there is something urgent here. Do you require assistance?" Upon hearing this, the door swung open. Longfeng found himself face to face with an elderly man, who scrutinized him and curiously inquired, "Young man, why are you alone? What does it mean that I am alone?" Longfeng was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly realizing, wait, is this a multiplayer quest? Indeed, the next moment, the elder revealed the task interface, the resolve of Ghost City, and spoke. "I initially thought more people would join. If it's just you, I cannot entrust this task to you. The resolve of Ghost City, with a new mission that Liu Kongkong had recently undertaken. It was true that the previous task culminated at Urgent, Return, Brave Warrior, which was to be submitted to Zhao Dahai. This implies that a day prior, thousands of players had flocked to Ghost City to submit their tasks, and then it ceased to exist. You indeed have been fortunate, Zhao Dahai." Upon hearing this news, Liu Kongkong was left dumbfounded. Had he encountered a slightly less favorable situation with a certain group, he would have been doomed within a few days. The group in question referred to the Star Expedition team. Was this not sheer mockery? Liu Kongkong believed that if he were a player, having traversed such a distance at the game's outset, only to find the task devoid of further progression, it would be a testament to players' dignity if they did not raze the city to the ground. At this juncture, Chanfeng considered the resolve of Ghost City. The name of the task sounded somewhat promising, yet the experience it offered seemed rather scant. Prior to the resolve of Ghost City, Chanfeng had completed 6 tasks, accumulating merely 600 points of experience. The task before him, however, offered even less, a mere 50 points. For a group task, 50 points was indicative that there must be subsequent developments. With this thought, Chanfeng decisively logged off. Why did he log off? Liu Damo was taken aback. Did he misperform? A few minutes later, Chanfeng logged back on, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, he had just logged off to peruse the forums, and the discourse surrounding Ghost City was rife with criticism. The task titled Urgent, Come to Ghost City, had no further progression upon arrival, according to other player strategies. What others lacked, I possess. What does this signify? Fortune is finally smiling upon me. Chanfeng's heart raced. Elder, I have numerous friends. May I inquire how many individuals I require to undertake this task? It was merely a matter of numbers. Although he had previously lacked companions, he had gathered quite a few disciples. 50 individuals, Liu Damo pondered before responding. 50. That is more than required for battling the void space. Chanfeng instantly felt breathless. What a monumental task this must be. The rewards must be extraordinary. 50 individuals? I shall find them. Without delay, Chanfeng contacted his disciples, forming a team and dismissing those who were too distant, urging the closer ones to hurry over. Master, what is it? I am currently covering a report. Do not inquire. Just come quickly. Would your master deceive you? Chanfeng was reluctant to elaborate. Had it not been for the task stipulation of 50 individuals, he would not have shared this information. After a flurry of activity, he finally assembled a group of disciples and even brought along a few fans, barely managing to gather the requisite 50 individuals. All that remained was to await their arrival. Chongfeng glanced at the map. After forming the team, he could see his teammates' locations, estimating that it would take approximately an hour to convene. With time on his hands, Chongfeng decided to meander about the city. As he had barely taken a few steps, a familiar sight appeared before Chongfeng. The game Hunting Heaven also features mahjong. Glancing at the prominent characters on the shop sign, Kei Xingu, Chongfeng felt a moment of bewilderment, but quickly dismissed it as normal, considering that many contemporary games incorporate such diversions to enrich gameplay. However, it appeared that the establishment was still under construction. Chongfeng intended to enter and explore, only to find the doors firmly shut. Moving a few steps further, he discovered that the entire street was closed, with the original signs already removed, seemingly in preparation for renovations. It was perplexing that the players had arrived, yet the doors remained barred. He wondered what the previous occupants had been doing. Chongfeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, the renovation of Kei Xingu had depleted all the funds of Ghost Language City, the very resources spent by players who had visited the city the day before. While the NPCs still possessed some coins, it was inconceivable that they could be utilized to develop Ghost Language City. And as for Liu Kongkong, that was an even more distant possibility. Chapter 76. The tiresome task. After meandering through the city, the group of 50 finally gathered an hour later. Following a round of cordial exchanges, Chongfeng, with an air of pride, approached Liu Damo and declared, "Elder, I have precisely 50 brothers here. You can confidently entrust any task to us." Liu Damo was taken aback, but seeing the assembled group, he promptly relayed the task to Chongfeng. Almost simultaneously, the 50 individuals received the task notification. Upon glancing at the rewards, they remained silent, sharing the same sentiment as Chongfeng. However, if each of them were to receive merely 50 experience points, the game would surely face their wrath. It is worth noting that the Xiaolaba group is currently numerous and influential. Should this crowd express their discontent, while it might not spell disaster for the Liurshan, it would undoubtedly bring ruin to Guoyu City. "Shall we set off now, everyone?" Liu Damo inquired, noticing the lack of dissent among the group. Although he found it peculiar, he chose not to comment. "Very well. Let us go." Chongfeng led the way, reminding the team to stay close to the NPC due to the task stipulations. How can an old man get lost? He mused. Having completed numerous escort missions, he found them rather mundane. As the team engaged in light banter, a sudden turn revealed Liu Damo sprinting away. Initially, Chongfeng thought his companions were correct, but upon witnessing the elderly man dash ahead, he shouted, "Hurry, keep up. That old man is surprisingly fast. Assassin, lend a hand. Catch up with that old man." Is this truly an escort mission? Look at that assassin. Does the old man seem to be riding a bicycle? I suspect he is on an electric bike. Thus, a cacophony of shouts erupted as the group bolted from the city, covering nearly a kilometer. The foremost assassin, noticing the line stretching longer, called out, "Grandpa, please hold on a moment." Upon hearing this, Liu Damo glanced around and, coincidentally arriving at the first resource point, came to a halt. "Thank you, sir. Your stamina is impressive." The assassin expressed gratitude, glancing at the game clock. Remarkably, the old man had traversed that kilometer in just over 2 minutes. Furthermore, he appeared entirely unfazed. Were he not an NPC, the assassin would have inquired if the old man had any interest in participating in an athletic event. Such is life. As one ages, mobility wanes. Liu Damo chuckled. "In my youth, I could run even faster, but alas, I was born in this cursed Guoyu City," according to Liu Kongkong's script. This was the moment he would begin recounting the history of Guoyu City. The assassin turned back to his teammates, noticing they had caught up. He encouraged Liu Damo to continue, yet the elder seemed lost in his own reverie, regaling tales of the past. "Never mind. He is likely engrossed in his narrative," the assassin thought, observing the abundance of herbs nearby. With time on his hands, he decided to gather some. Meanwhile, Chongfeng arrived and patiently listened to Liu Damo's stories. To him, this task felt remarkably unique. Indeed, after a while, Chongfeng learned that the elderly gentleman before him was named Liu Damo and was one of the few remaining forces of strength in Guoyu City. During this past period, Ghost Language City has been persistently extorted for money by these bandits. Yet, he merely wishes to contribute his last efforts for Ghost Language City. I am old, but the children in the city have yet to grow up, so even if it means death, I must go. At this moment, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Liu Damo's eyes, as if he embraced the certainty of his demise. Upon hearing this, the players who were gathering herbs also raised their heads. Despite their age, and although their health was robust, they clearly stood little chance against a group of bandits, even if they were NPCs, stirring a sense of urgency within them. Fear not, sir. Today we are here for you. These bandits must perish. Once we reach the bandit camp, you stand back. Ah, thank you. Thank you for all you have done for Ghost Language City. Liu Damo uttered his final words and then rose. Let us continue our journey. Before Chongfeng and his group could react, he dashed ahead. Oh no, he's running again. Chongfeng's group immediately sprang up, shouting in unison, Sir, please slow down. Your pace is too swift for us to keep up. Thus, they proceeded in fits and starts, eventually arriving at the bandit camp an hour later. By this time, each individual's backpack was brimming with various materials. Initially, Chongfeng had attentively listened to Liu Damo, but then he suddenly realized, wait a minute, I could hear him while gathering too. We have arrived. Ahead lies the bandit camp. Liu Damo abruptly halted. Previously, he had feigned composure, but now he genuinely hesitated to advance, for this bandit camp was indeed foreboding. Chongfeng swiftly positioned himself behind Liu Damo. All right, sir. Find a place to hide. He then turned to his team members and shouted, Brothers, let us charge. In an instant, 50 individuals surged into the bandit camp. 10 minutes later, the 50 returned to Liu Damo's side at the resurrection point. Standing before him, Chongfeng's expression turned grim. Old Liu, you didn't inform us there were 600 or 700 bandits inside. Indeed, this camp harbored nearly 700 bandits, each of whom surpassed the current player levels. After Liu Kongkong learned of this, he hastily revised the task as participant requirements overnight, and according to the intelligence Zhao Dahai provided him, this bandit camp was considered relatively small. You didn't ask, Liu Damo replied, momentarily taken aback. All right, it's my fault. Chongfeng inhaled deeply, and at that moment, the scouting assassin returned. What is the situation inside? It's manageable. The 10 or so we previously eliminated have not respawned. We should be able to secure victory with a few more attempts. Not respawned? That means we are guaranteed to win. Brothers, charge. Thus, after relentless assaults throughout the day, Chongfeng's team finally cleared the bandit camp. As they departed, they seized the box Liu Damo had mentioned and hurried back to Ghost Language City. Upon their return, night had already fallen. Thank you all for your hard work. Watching Chongfeng and the others place the box down, Liu Damo exhaled, relieved that this perilous task had finally concluded. Everyone could now head to the Lord's Mansion in Ghost Language City to claim their rewards. It's finally here. Despite being utterly exhausted after a day's labor, Chongfeng and his companions instantly perked up at the prospect of receiving their rewards. Such a daunting task deserves a substantial reward. As expected, a group of individuals arrived at the gates of the Lord's residence, only to find the doors firmly shut. Let's take a moment to rest, or attend to our own matters until the Lord's residence opens tomorrow, Long Feng suggested with a smile. Master, isn't there a sign at the entrance of the Lord's residence? One of the team members observed keenly. A sign? Long Feng stepped forward and indeed discovered a wooden plaque hanging on the gate, inscribed with the words, The Lord is away on urgent business. Please return in 48 hours to submit your task. Has the Lord truly fled? Someone in the team jested. Impossible. It's likely related to subsequent tasks. We shall return in 48 hours. In the meantime, let us explore, Long Feng replied. However, the truth was that the Lord had indeed fled and had ventured quite far away. It was true that Liu Kongkong could yield 50 experience points, but it was evident that these players would not let him off so easily for such a meager reward. Yet, he had no more experience to offer. With only 3 million points to his name, if more teams arrived, he would be in peril. If he did not flee now, what would be the right moment? Chapter 77. The first level 30 player of the quest had reached a temporary hiatus, yet the members of the team remained. After all, they had invested considerable time to arrive here, and they were inclined to clear the tasks in the Ghost Language City, although the NPCs were not currently available. The same could be said for other locations. It must be noted that Ghost Language City was indeed impoverished. The team members had evidently visited other cities, where the streets were ablaze with light, unlike the inky darkness enveloping Ghost Language City at this early hour. It was clear that you had not heeded Old Man Yo's words. Kongkong chuckled softly. Recounting, he mentioned that this place was originally known as Laurel City, a place of great beauty. However, during the war between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Kanglan Empire, many lives were lost here due to its location at the border of the two nations. The city was thus renamed Ghost Language City because so many perished on the battlefield, and the wails of the citizens echoed through the night, giving rise to its haunting name. Even after all this time, the city has yet to recover. Upon hearing this, Kongkong could not bear to look at Liu Damo, a man already burdened by misfortune and now ravaged by bandits. Well, take a look around a bit more. Today's discoveries are worth sharing online, Kongkong remarked, not forgetting his responsibilities before logging off. Meanwhile, Liu Kongkong had already sprinted several dozen kilometers to the city of falling sunset. His motivation for coming here extended beyond merely traversing the distance. He sought to advance in his profession, having been stuck at the apprentice blacksmith stage for far too long. Before leaving, he had inquired with Liu Damo, who informed him that he needed to visit a city with a craftsmen's association. Ghost Language City once had one, but it was disbanded when the population dwindled. In Liu Damo's words, even the Fortune Pavilion had considered leaving, but it ultimately remained due to the cordial relationship between the former city lord and the establishment, albeit with a significant reduction in staff, leaving only an elderly caretaker. To Liu Kongkong, having one person left was already a stroke of luck. He found himself curious about the identity of this former city lord, whose influence was substantial enough to warrant such favor from a prominent establishment. Upon entering Falling Sunset City, he was struck by its vibrancy. Now, this is a city, he mused, gazing at the brightly adorned streets. However, as it was evening, most shops had already closed, with only a few establishments like Dream Pavilion, Hunterflowers Pavilion, and Red Sleeve Pavilion still open. Numerous players lingered at the entrances, peering inside with eager anticipation. What could possibly be so captivating? Liu Kongkong scoffed at the crowd, thinking to himself that observing from the entrance would yield little. Why not just go inside? Without further ado, he stepped into one of the shops, only to be halted by two burly men. "Stop! What do you want?" they demanded, their tone far from welcoming. "I'm here to make a purchase. Can you afford it?" The men continued to bar his way. Liu Kongkong, still clad in his parting attire, appeared to them no different from the other players outside, likely lacking sufficient funds. Is entry to a shop contingent upon financial verification? How much is required to gain entry? Liu Kongkong retorted loudly. 100 gold. Very well. Liu Kongkong turned back toward the throng of players, realizing that he possessed merely a few gold coins in his backpack, rendering him unqualified for entry. What kind of extravagant activity could possibly be worth 100 gold? Liu Kongkong strained his neck to catch a glimpse of what lay within, only to be pushed aside by a throng of players who cursed at him, instructing him to queue at the back. TCH, if they don't want me to look, then I won't. Liu Kongkong glanced at the time before turning to leave. It was still midnight, and there remained a considerable interval before the Artisan Association opened its doors. Contemplating the planning and construction of Falling Sunset City, he meandered aimlessly through the town. However, after a few steps, he spotted Abenya and others standing on the pavilion bridge ahead. Due to the proximity to the Novice Village exit, many players in Falling Sunset City had emerged from Novice Village 0113. Abenya and his companions had also ventured to Ghost Language City, but later, some members discovered that there was another city nearby, Falling Sunset City, so they collectively migrated here. Today, I visited the Lord's mansion and inquired. Guild territories can be purchased, albeit at a steep price. Number 1 leaned against the bridge railing. How much? Abenya glanced up at number 1. 100,000 gold. Number 1 sighed, stating that the quoted price was offered due to their status as the leading guild. Aside from the initial cost, they would also need to pay Falling Sunset City a monthly fee of 10,000 gold. Further expenses to be incurred? Abenya was taken aback. Number 1 nodded. After acquiring the territory, Falling Sunset City would assign a portion of soldiers to guard it, and this 10,000 gold would serve as their remuneration. Concurrently, I have obtained quotes for territories in other cities. The pricing appears to be quite transparent. Having said this, Number 1 retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack and handed it to Debenya. 100,000 gold translates to 40 million in currency. This price is indeed exorbitant, or rather, it seems quite steep at present. However, without a guild territory, they would be unable to issue guild tasks, hindering the guild's ability to level up. Upon examining the quotation sheet provided by Number 1, he noted that the prices for various cities were outrageously high, with the most expensive reaching the million mark, while some cities didn't even have a quote listed. As for the royal city, that is understandable. But why are there no quotes for the 4 major cities? Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Debenya was perplied. They are for sale, but not at this moment. Currently, these 5 cities are not open to players. Moreover, aside from these 5 cities, there is another location without a quote. Number 1 pointed to the bottom of the list, indicating Ghost Language City. That place is a no-go. Debenya thought, harboring no fondness for it. When he initially received the urgent rush to Ghost Language City task, he expected it to be a special mission, only to find himself leading everyone in cleaning duties for an entire afternoon. If it comes to the worst, I could log off and inquire. 40 million is no trivial sum, and Debenya felt a twinge of hesitation. The benefits of purchasing a guild territory early are undeniably apparent. The guild's level could be elevated swiftly, and its scale would expand rapidly. However, the drawbacks are equally evident. Firstly, the price is steep. Secondly, once a guild territory is registered, it cannot be altered for a year. If, within that year, the royal city or the 4 major cities open up, and the current market sees a decline in currency value, it is possible that the same amount could secure a more advantageous position. After much contemplation, he decided to log off and consult his father, as any potential purchase would require financial backing from Qin Hongru. After exchanging pleasantries with Player 1, the clumsy duck resolved to disconnect, but before he could do so, an unexpected announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to Player Anonymous for being the first to reach LV 30, receiving the special title, Eternal Pioneer, along with 50 attribute points and a reward of 1,000 gold coins. What? How many levels? I must ask, has the esteemed player even rested since the server opened? And already at level 30, the clumsy duck was taken aback, glancing at his own level, which stood at a mere 21. How on earth is this possible? Yet the system announcement continued. As a player from the Huaxiao region has reached level 30, the world leaderboard for the Huaxiao region is now officially open. Chapter 78. The Influencer Bull Cannon and the Global Rankings. Upon hearing the system announcement, nearly all online players can currently access the rankings. Before their eyes lay a series of categories: level rankings, guild rankings, master craftsman rankings, equipment rankings, and profession rankings. Player No. 1 gazed at the myriad of classifications and casually opened the level rankings, only to be struck dumb the next moment. Boss, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Is there a glitch in the level rankings? A glitch? The clumsy duck exited and reopened the rankings for a closer look. Global level rankings. First, player ID. Anonymous, level 32nd. Player ID. Anonymous, level 29 3rd. Player ID. Anonymous, level 29 4th. Goodness, among the 100 players listed, only the first was at level 30, while the rest were all level 29 and entirely anonymous. The clumsy duck initially believed that the level 30 player was far ahead, only to find that the remainder were all at level 29. Wait, if that's the case, what about the guild rankings? The clumsy duck swiftly navigated to the guild leaderboard, sighing with relief upon seeing his own name at the top, but was soon taken aback by the long list of guild names below. Global guild rankings. First, Dawn's Judgment, guild leader. Clumsy duck, guild level 2nd. Battle Alliance. Guild leader, Night Cool, guild level 1/3. 1, guild leader. Anonymous, guild level 1/4. 2, guild leader. Anonymous, guild level 1/5. Similar to the level rankings, yet the number was evidently fewer. There were only 11 guilds on the list, apart from him and Night Cool. The remaining 9 were merely numbered guilds. So many guilds already existed? Liu Kongkong also received the notification and had presumed there were at most 6 or 7 guilds. As for the anonymous guild leaders, Liu Kongkong could surmise the reason behind it. He casually opened the equipment rankings. First, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. Owner, anonymous. Equipment effect, hidden second. Wrath of the Stars. Owner, anonymous. Equipment effect, hidden third. Sovereign of All. Owner, anonymous. Equipment effect, hidden fourth. Each entry had its name and effects concealed. Liu Kongkong shook his head in discontent, yet understood that weapons ranking among the top would likely possess extraordinary attributes. Revealing such details would be akin to exposing one's trump card. However, a familiar name appeared on the list. 899th. Azure Blade. Owner, anonymous. Equipment effect, hidden. Ranked 899th. Liu Kongkong acknowledged that he searched for quite some time before spotting this equipment. As his proud creation from the beginner village 0113, he believed it deserved a spot on the list, hence his relentless pursuit. Thankfully, the equipment rankings showcased the top 1,000. Otherwise, his item would have gone unrecognized. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, the solitary singer gazed at the leaderboard with exhilaration. I actually made it onto the list. He was not on the leaderboard for levels or equipment, but rather on the artisan ranking. Having spent his days mining in the novice village since January 13th, his mining level had already reached level 9 by the time he departed from the village, currently placing him 31st on the miner leaderboard. He had to extend his gratitude to Master Liu. Without his guidance, he might not have made it onto any leaderboard at all. With a sense of contentment, he closed the rankings, feeling satisfied just to have achieved a spot, without any extravagant expectations for other rankings. His professional ranking was unattainable due to the concealed nature of his class. Speaking of this hidden profession, he bore his own burdens. The martial artist class was undeniably powerful, yet it also demanded a considerable financial investment. It was not the cost of weapons that burdened him, for a martial artist wielded no weaponry. Upon taking him as a disciple, Chun Sampio had informed him that once he became a martial artist, he would bid farewell to weapons forever. This news was to him a relief, as weapons represented a significant expense. As for the absence of even a pair of boxing gloves, Chun Sampio had his own reasoning. As martial artists, we rely on our own bodies. Our fists, honed through relentless training, are the most formidable weapons in existence. And as for gloves, what difference does it make compared to wielding a sword or a dagger? Chun Sampio scoffed at the notion. To persuade him further, Chun Sampio recounted numerous examples. Take the swordsmanship master, Gu Qingsheng, whose swordplay was nothing short of divine, defeating countless heroes of the martial world without faltering. Yet, do you know how he met his downfall? How did he perish? He asked, bewildered. On the eve of his final battle, he was betrayed by a trusted companion who absconded with his treasured sword, and without it, his power diminished dramatically. The next day, he was besieged by a throng, ultimately meeting a grim fate as every bone in his body was shattered. Then there was the master of staff techniques in the royal city, the malevolent monk Xuan Ku. Having gone out to indulge in revelry without his prized staff, found himself embroiled in a dispute. He hastily grabbed a broom to defend himself. However, after only a few exchanges, the broom was easily broken, and he was forced to sweep the floors of the establishment for 3 hours before he could escape. Upon returning home, he fell into a deep depression, ultimately choosing to end his own life a week later. If either of these individuals had been martial artists, the outcome would have been vastly different. Chun Sampio chuckled. But what if my hands were severed? Upon hearing this, Chun Sampio's expression stiffened, and he promptly began to strike him with a flurry of punches and kicks, exclaiming, "You stubborn fool," while he had saved on weaponry. There was one expense he could not evade: alcohol. After departing from Chun Sampio, he carried away nearly 10,000 bottles of liquor. After a trial run, he discovered that consuming Chun Sampio's brew significantly enhanced his attack power, nearly allowing him to annihilate equally leveled monsters in an instant. However, the amount he could carry was limited, and once depleted, he felt too embarrassed to return for more. Thus, he resorted to conserving his supplies or substituting with inferior spirits. Consequently, in an effort to save money, he began to drink low-quality liquor. After battling monsters through the night, bang! With a single punch, he felled a golden devourer, watching as the damage numbers floated above it. Minus 874. Loneliness, like a melody, nodded in satisfaction as a golden light enveloped him, marking his ascent to level 21. Indeed, leveling up solely through monster slaying without completing quests was a slow process. However, there was little choice. Chen Sampio had only imparted skills to him, leaving the practical application to his own exploration. After a period of relentless monster hunting, loneliness had finally grasped the essence of this martial art. It was time to embark on quests. Discarding the last bottle of cooking wine, he glanced at the task list. Where urgent? Return, brave warrior prominently occupied the top position. Before long, loneliness found himself at the gates of Ghost Language City, and like Chongfeng, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the reasons for their astonishment diverged significantly. Ghost Language City was teeming with players. Determination of Ghost Language City called for 7 more participants. The difficulty was set to maximum, with a grand team of 70. The escorting NPC, Liu Batian, was notably swift and agile. Once this NPC returned, they would set off. Determination of Ghost Language City also sought a casual team, with a 10-member party missing 1 individual, escorted by the popular NPC, Old Master Neo. Determination of Ghost Language City was on the lookout for recruits for an epic difficulty raid. A 200-member team unprecedented in scale. Prior to joining, private messages were mandatory, and those lacking suitable gear were discouraged from participating. Indeed, the participant count for Determination of Ghost Language City was not fixed. It depended entirely on the route chosen by the trio of Liu Damo. Should they encounter a smaller bandit camp, fewer participants would be needed, while a massive camp with thousands would require 100 or more to complete the mission. At that moment, Yiding Tian was hiding at home. Upon seeing the throngs of people outside his door that morning, he immediately grasped the impending developments and promptly selected a super-large bandit camp, instructing players to seek 200 participants, thus granting himself some leisure time. Meanwhile, Liu Damo and Liu Batian, akin to tour guides, led a grand procession of players toward the bandit camp. They could not fathom why, after just one night, Ghost Language City had attracted such a multitude. Looking back at his companions, each wore a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a school outing. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have preferred to have his legs broken instead. Liu Damo felt like weeping, knowing that upon returning with this group, a multitude awaited him still. Equally troubled was Zhao Dahai. The influx of players to Ghost Language City was indeed a boon, but the one in charge had vanished. The gates of the Lord's residence were firmly shut, leaving him alone inside. Should Lord Liu fail to return in time, he would have to face the throngs of eager friend alone. Chapter 79. Junior Blacksmith Certificate. Liu Kongkong was blissfully unaware of the current situation in Ghost Language City. At that moment, he found himself within the Artisan Association, clutching 3 tomes in his hands. You should take these back and study them diligently. Make sure to examine them closely. Emphasized the staff member. Is a professional breakthrough contingent upon reading? Could it possibly be a written examination? Liu Kongkong thought as he glanced at the titles, already feeling drowsy. The History of Blacksmithing. 300 forging mistakes, from exploding furnaces to artifacts and so forth, including how steel is made. Was this book serious? He flipped through a couple of pages and, to his astonishment, it indeed discussed steelmaking. However, after merely 2 pages, Liu Kongkong sensed something amiss. He continued flipping through and discovered a hollow section in the middle of the book. Wait a moment, this size. He took out a silver coin from his backpack for comparison and found it slightly smaller. A gold coin, however, fit perfectly. At last, he understood why he was urged to examine the book closely. With a grin, Liu Kongkong slipped 3 gold coins into the pages. "Hello, I have finished reading," he announced as he returned the book. "Oh." The staff member received the book, weighed it in his hands, and, upon confirming its weight, smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. It is evident that you have studied diligently, and your talent is remarkable. Here, my friend, take this Junior Blacksmith Certificate and embark on your legendary journey." Liu Kongkong discreetly cast a glance at the individual before him, noting that they were clearly concealing a test paper behind their back. Had he not spent the money, he likely would have faced an examination. As the certificate was bestowed upon him, a system notification chimed, marking Liu Kongkong's ascension from an apprentice blacksmith to a junior blacksmith. Despite this advancement, he had no intention of departing the Artisan Association just yet, with other players exceeding level 20. The rewards for determination of Ghost Language City could not possibly include equipment for those below that level. Thus, prior to returning to Ghost Language City, Liu Kongkong needed to elevate his blacksmithing rank and craft a batch of equipment. Though he would have to finance the creation of this equipment himself, he was not disheartened. He had known beforehand that the bandit camps were rife with plundered wealth. In the words of the townsfolk, it was an abundance of gold and silver treasures, packed in chests. "Excuse me, sir, please hold on." As the staff member prepared to depart, delighted with their newfound coins, Liu Kongkong quickly called out, "I would like to inquire if there are any forging tables available for use. I just made a breakthrough and wish to practice." The staff member, initially thinking it was a serious matter, chuckled upon hearing the request. "Yes, we do have them, but there is a fee. If you merely need the forging table, it will cost you 50 silver coins per hour. Should you lack materials, the Artisan Association can provide them for you." "How much are the materials?" Liu Kongkong braced himself for significant expenses, even opening the trading interface. "It's not about the cost of materials. If you require the association to supply them, it will be 2 gold coins per hour. Within that time frame, you can use any materials we have available." 2 gold coins per hour? Liu Kongkong was taken aback. A buffet? 2 gold coins for unlimited forging for an hour? Is the Artisan Association engaged in charity work? Under the auspices of time is money. Liu Kongkong was acutely aware of the quantity of materials he could consume in an hour. Even scrap materials could yield a return. "Well then, let me have 10 hours, he requested. Liu Kongkong procured some game currency from the trading hall and handed over 20 gold coins to the attendant. After receiving the payment, the attendant happily presented Liu Kongkong with a token and gestured in a direction before departing. What good person? Initially perturbed that the other party had charged him 3 gold coins, Liu Kongkong's impression of the Artisan Association had significantly improved. He hurried to the forging area, only to find a mere handful of individuals present. To be honest, since he began playing this game, Liu Kongkong had never witnessed how other blacksmiths forged weapons and equipment, so he leaned in for a closer look. Before he could even peer in, one of them spoke up. "Hey kid, are you a blacksmith too?" Lin Haotian smiled at Liu Kongkong, and upon seeing him nod, couldn't help but think, what a scrawny fellow, yet he's a blacksmith. However, Lin Haotian refrained from commenting further. The forging area was sparsely populated, and after toiling for over 2 hours, he was indeed rather bored. "You must be new here, just arrived in Falling Sunset City?" "Yes. I'm here today to obtain my junior blacksmith certificate." Seeing the other person amiable, Liu Kongkong was pleased to converse with a fellow tradesman. Perhaps he might glean some valuable insights. Yet, as he observed Lin Haotian chatting while attentively gazing at the glowing metal in the furnace, he sensed something amiss. A glance around revealed that nearly every blacksmith was robust and burly, making him feel somewhat out of place. "Junior, huh?" Lin Haotian realized Liu Kongkong was a novice and kindly advised, "You ought to exercise more. With such a slight frame, you might hurt your back swinging that hammer." Then noticing the token in Liu Kongkong's hand, he inquired, "Did you forget to bring materials?" "No. Isn't the association supposed to provide materials?" They've deceived you." "Young man," Lin Haotian shook his head in resignation. "The association only provides one type of material, namely stardust steel. Just smelting it takes 5 to 6 hours. I see you purchased 10 hours? Even for me, as a senior blacksmith, it's uncertain I could complete a weapon from stardust steel in that time." "What?" Liu Kongkong was taken aback for several seconds. His astonishment stemmed not from the material itself, or the fact that Lin Haotian was a senior blacksmith, but rather from the revelation that crafting equipment required smelting iron. Observing Liu Kongkong in a daze, Lin Haotian felt a pang of sympathy. He could imagine the young man's predicament, having just arrived in the big city, and now losing a significant portion of his limited funds to the Artisan Association. Thus, he urged, "Enough daydreaming. Hurry along now. Keep your wits about you in the future. If you have any questions after I finish my work, feel free to ask." "All right," Liu Kongkong replied, pulling a hammer from his backpack. Lin Haotian, upon seeing the hammer, wore a look of exasperation. It resembled a mere toy, hardly suitable for crafting weapons and equipment. Is this a joke? He mused. Watching Liu Kongkong walk away, Lin Haoyan decided to let him be, thinking that if he finished his work with time to spare, he would assist the lad. After all, 20 gold coins was no trivial sum, and producing a weapon of decent quality could recoup some of the investment. Before he could continue his pounding, a sudden flurry of rhythmic thumping echoed from a distance. The speed so rapid that the sounds nearly fused into a singular resonance. Lin Haoyan was taken aback. Was that fellow over there playing with a hammer? Chapter 80. Infusing soul into equipment. Upon hearing Lin Haoyan's words, Liu Kongkong quickly discerned that this blacksmith was somewhat different from the others. Finding a secluded corner, he picked up a piece of starlight steel and struck it casually. As expected, a brand new longsword materialized before his eyes. The quality of this material was indeed commendable. Liu Kongkong examined the longsword in his grasp. Although it was merely a level 20 weapon, it boasted an astonishing attack power of 45 points. Furthermore, due to the material's properties, its durability was quite impressive. Yet, in Liu Kongkong's eyes, it could only be considered passable. Having reached the experience cap at level 20 prior, and with the recent strike, he had indeed leveled up. Glancing at his character panel, he noted a significant increase in attribute points during this time. He dedicated some time to allocate both his skill points and attribute points. Name, Liu Damo, disguised ID, Liu Daqiang. Under 100-fold attribute suppression, class, Junior Blacksmith, level 21, health, 1000, 01 1000, Null Satu Mana, 1000, 01 1000, 01 Strength, 500, 00 Constitution, 100, 01 Agility, 100, 00 Intelligence, 97, 00 Spirit, 100, 01 Available points, 0 during this period. The attribute points yielded from the two dungeons had noticeably diminished. Relying on past gains was not a sustainable strategy. He resolved to inquire about unlocking new dungeons upon returning. Liu Kongkong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his attributes, primarily due to their uneven distribution. Furthermore, he had a cursed ring in his inventory that he had crafted but had yet to don. This was simply unacceptable. Opening the skill panel, he discovered a new icon had appeared. Oh, a new skill at level 21? Soul Infusion for equipment. After each monster kill, do you ever forget to collect something? Bring their souls along and infuse them into your cherished equipment. What does this mean? Infusing monster souls into equipment? Nevertheless, Liu Kongkong chose to prioritize leveling up the skill. Time is money, as accelerating the equipment crafting process would expedite his own leveling, ensuring a steady influx of skill points in the future. He swiftly allocated his skill points. Passive skills. Keen Eye, level 1 observe target's level. Time is money. Level 7. Beauty equals justice. Level 5. Life requires miracles. Level 6. Let us empower. Level 2. Just good enough. Level 1. With this configuration, a single strike could yield 8 pieces of equipment, effectively translating to 8-fold experience. Let us commence. I hope the Artisan Association's warehouse can withstand the onslaught. With that, Liu Kongkong's eyes gleamed with determination, and he swung his hammer with wild abandon. 40 minutes later, your level has increased to 22. He allocated points to time is money and continued his frenzied hammering. Another 40 minutes passed. Your level has increased to 23. Several hours later, time for a brief respite. Liu Kongkong took several deep breaths. At this moment, he had reached level 29. With the aid of time is money, leveling up felt as effortless as sipping water. Unfortunately, after reaching level 14, time is money indicated it had reached its maximum level, necessitating a breakthrough to an intermediate blacksmith in order to continue allocating skill points. Therefore, Liu Kongkong allocated his final skill point to equipment requires soul. Should he venture out to test this skill? It must be said that although the ominous backpack filled with loneliness is a song was daunting, it was merely a trifle for Liu Kongkong, who at that moment possessed an array of over 22,000 weapons. Glancing at the time, he noted that only a little over 4 hours had passed. Even if he stepped out, it would not consume too much time. Resolute in his decision, Liu Kongkong stowed away his hammer and set off. Out? After listening to several hours of commotion, Lin Haotian finally comprehended that this lad was hardly a serious blacksmith. He was merely playing with money. Consequently, his attitude had soured considerably. Liu Kongkong paid little mind to this, merely grunting in acknowledgement before departing. Exiting the Artisan Association, he dashed out of the city and, after a brief reconnaissance, finally identified a suitable target. In the novice village, he was unable to attack monsters. However, upon exiting, he had attempted it, finding that while he could engage in combat, there was neither experience nor loot to be gained. Yet, experience and drops held little significance for Liu Kongkong. A clawing lion, level 25? You shall do. Without even removing his ring, Liu Kongkong rushed forward with his fists clenched, leaving the clawing lion momentarily stunned. It had never encountered someone so audacious as to charge an empty-handed. Thus, a fierce brawl ensued, and even without shedding the ring, Liu Kongkong's strength, a formidable 500 points, proved overwhelming. With a few punches, the clawing lion lay incapacitated, frothing at the mouth. What a splendid opportunity! Liu Kongkong swiftly retrieved his hammer from his backpack, contemplated for a moment, then removed his bracers and placed them upon the clawing lioness body. With a resounding strike, a wisp of smoke was observed seeping into the bracers. After a few seconds of silence, the clawing lion had been reduced to ash. Had he succeeded? Liu Kongkong hurriedly picked up the bracers and glanced at the equipment panel. While the other attributes remained unchanged, an inscription had appeared. This equipment retains a trace of a lingering soul, capable of summoning the clawing lion. Lingering soul for auxiliary attacks. Summoning a lingering soul for assistance? Liu Kongkong donned the bracers, then waved his hand nonchalantly, and suddenly a translucent clawing lion appeared beside him. Had he not just become a summoner? Crouching down, Liu Kongkong examined the lingering soul of the clawing lion, which bore a vacant stare. Directing it to move back and forth, he realized it was indistinguishable from its original form. After conducting several simple tests, at present, this lingering soul exhibited numerous shortcomings, which Liu Kongkong succinctly summarized. Firstly, it could not stray too far from the equipment wearer, limited to approximately 20 meters. Secondly, the lingering soul's attack power and health were exceedingly low. Particularly in terms of offense, the attack power was merely 1% of the original, and while its health was not as absurd, it was only 1/10 of the original. However, this might also be related to my skill level. Thirdly, although the remnants can assist in attacks, they do not harbor animosity towards the target. Just moments ago, when the remnant of the clawed lion struck, another clawed lion dashed directly towards Liu Kongkong. Fourthly, once the remnant's life force is depleted, it will dissipate, and it cannot be summoned again for half an hour. In this light, the skill certainly appears quite lackluster. However, it possesses a singular advantage. Liu Kongkong casually patted the head of the clawed lion remnant, and to his astonishment, the summoned remnant was indeed tangible. If this is the case, Liu Kongkong conceived a splendid idea. He hurried back to the Artisan Association, continuing his fervent crafting. After an intense 4-hour session, he emerged from the association with a face full of regret, not because the time was up, but rather because the association's warehouse was empty. Such a large association possessed so little inventory. Liu Kongkong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his backpack was nearly full with equipment. It was time to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, at the Artisan Association, the president was confronted. "President, we have received reports of fraud. Someone claimed we charged him 2 gold, but provided no materials. How could that be possible? We have always had ample stock of star steel." That is what he said. "You are the only one with access to the warehouse. Please take a look." "All right, I shall investigate." The president, Gu Yukai, briskly exited the building and, by chance, noticed something plummeting from the sky in the distance. "Xiao Qi, can you discern what that is?" Gu Yukai pointed. "It appears to be a meteorite." Xiao Qi squinted, trying to identify it, but given its landing site was not far away and in this direction. "Goodness, it's our association's flaming hoof horse breeding base. If that thing lands there, our association will suffer immense losses. Let us hurry and check. What about the star steel?" "Forget the steel. That's mere pocket change." As soon as he finished speaking, the meteorite crashed to the ground, With a terrifying tremor, Gu Yukai nearly fainted. The shockwave was palpable even at such a distance, and the flaming hoof horses were surely affected. My horses! At that moment, Liu Kongkong, who had just landed, surveyed the scene littered with fallen, flaming hoof horses, satisfied as he retrieved his hammer. This place is quite splendid. The density of monsters here has saved me a great deal of trouble. Chapter 81. I wish to challenge you with a swift motion. Liu Kongkong collected the souls of all the flame hoof horses, finally releasing a breath of relief. He then retrieved a complete set of armor from his backpack and donned it. The base color of the armor was as profound as the night sky, with intricate patterns emanating a dark golden glow. Under the light, the sheen of dragon scales became apparent, and the bracers enveloped his hands, forming claw-like fingers. A lord must embody the essence of a lord, Liu Kongkong declared as he affixed a sinister black mask resembling a vengeful spirit onto his face. Tomorrow, he would return to Ghost Language City. Although he was uncertain about the number of players within the city, entering the Lord's mansion adorned in the farewell set would be decidedly inappropriate. Thus, this Ghost Language City Lord set was utterly essential. Moreover, through his adjustments, the armor's defense was set to a mere 1 point, yet its durability was maximized. Additionally, a fragment of the flame hoof horse's lingering soul was infused into the left bracer. With a mere gesture, a spectral flame hoof horse would materialize. Having completed his attire, Liu Kongkong glanced down at himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly time to log off for a meal. However, before doing so, Liu Kongkong turned to see a young man approaching him, brandishing a long spear. What does this fellow intend to do? Realizing he'd been noticed, the youth tightened his grip on the spear and inquired, "Are you a player or an NPC?" Liu Kongkong remained silent, turning to face the youth. Even the unconcerned Sunny Day could not help but swallow hard upon seeing Liu Kongkong's magnificent attire. It eclipsed even the farewell set sold in the novice village. "What do you want?" Liu Kongkong asked, deliberately lowering his voice in a calm manner. "I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my techniques, and I wish to unlike the lonely singer, Sunny Day lacked a master." He had inadvertently acquired this spear in the novice village, which had automatically transitioned him into a hidden class, leaving him to explore all techniques on his own. Thus, after departing the novice village, he, like the lonely singer, had been engaged in practical exploration. However, wild monsters were merely wild monsters, attacking without finesse, prompting him to seek challenges from players or NPCs to glean insights from their attacks. His choice to approach Liu Kongkong was straightforward. This armor was clearly not worn by an ordinary individual. To make a long story short, Liu Kongkong interjected, uninterested in prolonged conversation. "I wish to challenge you," Sunny Day declared, his eyes brimming with determination. Liu Kongkong responded, "A duel is not an issue. However, there is a pressing concern. I had removed my ring earlier to swiftly eliminate that horde of flamehoof horses, and at this moment I have yet to put it back on. If you lose, you must tell me," Sunny Day hesitated before continuing, "how to obtain this magnificent set of armor." Liu Kongkong paused for a second. "And if you lose, you may propose a request, but I possess little wealth." Upon hearing what seemed like an agreement, Sunny Day assumed a combat stance. Though Liu Kongkong had no intention of engaging him, he acquiesced out of curiosity regarding a particular item he wished to test. The thief's ring. After acquiring this item, he had yet to test it. During his time in the novice village, opportunities were scarce, and since venturing out, he had engaged in only a few skirmishes. Now, facing King Langshan's challenge, he found it a perfect moment to assess the ring's capabilities. "If you lose, you shall take a trip to Ghost Whisper City," Liu Kongkong remarked nonchalantly. "Ghost Whisper City?" King Langshan furrowed his brow, uncertain why Liu would propose such a demand, yet he brimmed with confidence. In recent times, he had faced numerous players and NPCs in this region, their levels nearly identical, and while some NPCs were slightly more advanced, they did not surpass him by much. Armed with his agility and skill, he felt fully capable of holding his ground. "Very well," King Langshan replied, nodding in agreement. Upon seeing Liu Kongkong gesture for him to commence, he surged forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, the tip of his spear was poised before Liu Kongkong. Yet, The latter merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack. How slow? Liu Kongkong observed King Langshan, whose expression was tense, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement. Given his current agility, every movement from his opponent appeared to unfold in slow motion. Since leaving the novice village, he had donned the thieving ring, and at the moment King Langshan made his move, he had already marked him, now awaiting the activation of a skill. However, King Langshan seemed disinclined to comply, firing off 7 consecutive shots without success. Impressive technique, Liu Kongkong noted as he dodged yet another thrust. Unlike the straightforward assaults from other players, King Langshan's strikes were a blend of feints and genuine attacks, making them difficult to discern. Were it not for Liu's overwhelming attributes, he would have lacked confidence in evading them all. As for why he did not block, he dared not. 50,000 points in strength were no trifling matter. He feared that a mere gesture could obliterate him. Hence he kept his hands firmly behind his back throughout the encounter. After executing a full series of attacks, King Langshan retreated several steps, astonished to realize that, despite the relentless barrage, his opponent had not moved an inch. Since he refused to budge, King Langshan's stance shifted instantly, transforming from a thrust to a sweeping maneuver. Seeing the attack approach, Liu Kongkong frowned and reluctantly stepped back. Noticing his assault was effective, King Langshan pressed on with his long spear. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid exchange. Within mere seconds, Liu Kongkong found himself retreating 10 meters away. Is this going to be endless? Observing King Langshan's seemingly boundless stamina and lack of skill usage, Liu Kongkong took a moment to glance at his footing. There lay a small stone, an opportunity to exploit. He feigned stepping on the stone, losing his balance just enough to narrowly evade King Langshan's piercing strike. An opening. King Langshan felt a surge of excitement. He had long noted that his opponent refrained from using his hands. This strike would compel you to respond. Cloud Piercer. At last, it arrived. The thieving ring on Liu Kongkong's left ring finger glimmered faintly, and in an instant, the skill was replicated. As the replication completed, Liu Kongkong let out a fierce shout, Cloud Piercer. This skill required a long spear, yet Liu had none. Instead, he formed his hand like a blade and lunged toward King Langshan. On a clear day, Qing Lang Tian was fixated on Liu Kongkong's reaction. Although the latter had revealed a flaw, it was uncertain whether the shot could truly hit its mark. In a daze, Qing Lang Tian heard Liu Kongkong exclaim, piercing cloud, and then he witnessed the hand hidden behind the back finally emerge. In the next moment, there was no next moment. With a staggering force of